And the producer of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, the master of mystery and adventure, William N. Robeson.
It is a principle of law that a man cannot be charged, convicted, and sentenced twice for the same crime. There is no law in the books that says a man cannot murder his wife over and over again in his fantasy. For a man of sufficient imagination, repetitive uxoricide can indeed become a pleasant way of bringing time to a stop, as Vincent Price accomplishes it in present tense, a tale well calculated to keep you in
suspense.
Dim pane, the cold, dark land wheels away, and the hills beyond below the stars are black and sharp. Dead hills, dark sky. Cold steel below my feet, cold as the face of the officer at my side, cold as the cuffs which link my arm to his, which join us on this journey to the prison where I die.
Want a cigarette?
No.
Go on, take one.
No, I don't smoke cigarettes.
Okay.
Has this happened to you before?
What?
Being handcuffed to a murderer, has it happened to you before?
Sure, plenty times.
To an axe murderer?
Yep. You're not the special, brother. Lots of guys axe their wives. Lots of them.
I could have escaped after I killed her, but I didn't. Now it's too late. Late. Never too late. Never too late. Too late. Too late. Escape. The train were to be wrecked. If the detective were to be killed. Late. The sweet escape. The light escape. The crash escape. No. Oh, no. Oh, the darkness. Where am I? The cars must have gone down the gully. No lights. And those people in pain. This thing fastened to my wrist. Oh, we must have gone halfway through the glass door. Keep back from his blood. I don't seem to be hurt. No broken bones. Escape. Now the key in his pocket. In his bloody pocket, and the cuffs are off. His gun and the wallet. His face. His face is gone. His own mother wouldn't know him. I'm free. Fire! Fuel oil! I must get away. Here. Now my ring onto his finger, and that completes it.
Bus number 63 from Bakersfield now arriving. Please claim your luggage at the curb. That's number 14.
Taxi, mister?
Yes.
Please claim your luggage.
Where to?
Up Beverly Glen above Sunset. I'll show you where.
Gotcha. Hey, you read about a big train wreck?
Yes. Understand almost 100 were killed. My home. It looks so small, so shabby. No one took care of it during the trial. No one cared. No one cares now. But that's good. I like that. I'll be alone, and I won't let the neighbors see me, and I'll sleep and figure out where I go next. The lights are on. Someone is there.
Ain't it slick, huh? The whole thing went so slick.
You'll always be the brains for both of us, won't you, honey, huh? Always?
No, it can't be. She's dead. I know she's dead. I killed her.
Want another bottle of beer, honey, huh?
Yeah, sure. Is it cold?
You bet it's cold, honey. But I'm not.
You said a mouthful there.
That husband of mine was never able to make me feel
Well, it takes a man, baby.
All he would do was sit around and write those poems all the time.
We framed it so good that he even thought he killed you.
What was that? I heard a noise.
Mice.
You're funny. You know that? Real funny.
Open the kitchen door so quietly and walk softly. Here on the wall by the stove, the cleaver.
Honest, I hear something.
Hey, you're nervous. Here. Relax just a little bit more.
I see them now. It is she. How did they do it? How did they trick me into imagining the murder? I am innocent.
Sweetmeats. That's what you are. Sweetmeats.
Lover man.
The pig in his dirty undershirt. Soft, weak, white neck. Fat on his arms. Pink. Grip the cleaver and walk like a feather. He shall be the first. Soft, white neck.
Honestly, I hear something.
What's the matter, Sweetmeats? What's it?
You killed him!
Yes. And now you.
No!
I was innocent, and I thought myself guilty. And now I am truly guilty, and never in my life have I felt so innocent. Like a dream, like a nightmare, the confession, the conviction, the sentence. And now once more, dark night, cold steel, the sound of wheels. Just as I lived it before. Why, even the cold face of the silent officer at my side. Hard, cold face, so much like that other face.
Want a cigarette?
No.
Oh, go on, take one.
No, I don't use them.
Okay.
Has this happened to you before?
What?
Being handcuffed to a murderer? Has it happened to you before?
Oh, sure, plenty times.
To an axe murderer?
Yep. You're nothing special, brother. Lots of guys axe their wives. Lots of them.
But were you ever cuffed to an axe murderer who killed two people at once?
What are you talking about?
My sin, my crime, what I did, I killed them both.
Them? Oh, take it easy, brother. You only killed your wife. Just her, just one, that's all.
In a moment, we continue with William and Robeson's production of Suspense.
Looking for a new lease on life? Never mind the legal language. Just tune in on the happy things that happen 6 times a week on the Amos and Andy Music Hall. New and old song favorites say cheerful things with music. Remember, the fun is on the house every Monday through Friday evening and each Saturday in the daytime, when the Amos and Andy Music Hall comes your way.
We continue with Present Tense, starring Mr. Vincent Price. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
It had been raining for some days now. And beyond the barred window, the leaden sky bleeds sorrow on the barren land. The lonely land. The land beyond the prison wall. The sky was blue when first I came here. Blue. So blue. And now it has become as the walls of my cell, of all our cells, dark, cheerless cells, these lifeless cells, these cells of men who wait to die. That wet sky, gray sky, cheerless sky. But it is beautiful. I have 12 hours left of life. 12 hours left to live. Beautiful sky, beautiful, beautiful. Wet and fresh and alive. Oh, rather would I spend eternity at the bottom of a well with but one patch of that to gaze upon than leave this life, than leave this earth, than leave this sky. But leave it I must. The guard told me no man has ever escaped San Quentin's death row. Blocks and bars, guards and guns lie between me and the world beyond. No escape. Not from here. But wouldn't it be nobler to gamble my life in bold attempt than lay it down in reckless resignation, eh? So, now to get out of this super-guarded area. Oh, guard! Oh,
Hey, pipe down. What's wrong? Hey, what's the matter with you?
Guard, my gut. Here, it's killing me.
I'll call a medic. Now, as I press, you tell me where it hurts.
Everywhere, Doc. All over down here. The air. Oh, don't touch that place again. No.
Call the ambulance. This man's got appendicitis.
Oh, do something, please.
Hey, what do I do? Why didn't they send somebody with you?
Well, the interns are all tied up. Shots today.
Oh, look, he's acting kind of crazy. Let's get him over to the hospital in a hurry.
I can't drive any faster. My windshield steam.
So wipe it.
You got a rag?
Here. You can use my handkerchief.
Hey, what's going on back there?
Your pal's out cold. And I've got his gun now. So keep right on driving, or the top of your head comes off.
You won't get away with this.
I will. I'm betting my life that I will. How far back is the prison?
Oh, about, 15 miles, at least that.
Okay, pull over. Okay. I'm taking her from here. And you, I want your money and your clothes. And then you can take your pal back and explain about me. They won't find that ambulance for days, not at the bottom of that canyon. And now, I cross the border on foot and into Mexico. A little card, bought in a back room with no questions asked, and I became a tourist. 4 days' growth of beard, and I became poor. An empty suitcase with a butterfly net strapped to its outside, and I became a source of merriment, a funny, dumb gringo. And who looks with suspicion on the funny, dumb gringo tourist who is poor? Mexico City is beautiful, but not when you're hungry. Not when you are an American who is hungry. Americans aren't supposed to be hungry, but what can I do? All I know is writing, the writing of poetry. There is one place I might sell some poems. Parlin, his magazine, prints some English stuff. Perhaps, well, why not? I have 3 pesos left. Buy some paper, a pencil, sit in the park, write, and storm the bastions.
Yeah. Good. They're good.
Do you like them, Mr. Parlin?
Well, excuse me. Lucita?
Si, Parlin?
I have some poems here.
Let me see. The river dappled, dreaming, droppled, fester passion of my soul. Muy bonito, muy bonito.
Yeah. Just what I thought.
Oh, you are too kind.
The poet should read his own work.
Oh, well, that drips, sweet droplets, passion's goblets, fate's thy road.
Lucita likes your stuff.
A rare woman.
And I like what Lucita likes.
Aha.
She says we do a book of your stuff.
Oh?
So here's an advance.
Too much.
Take it.
When the book?
30 days.
Right.
Got the poems?
I'll get them.
Your name is?
Smith.
No good. 2 down.
So true.
I'll make a new one.
Please do.
And so?
Good day, and I'll be back.
In 30 days.
With the poems. America. Miles below, the bleak brown mountains, the desert, yellow and red, my own mystic land. My advance money went for new clothing and a round-trip plane ticket to Los Angeles, and my new lease on life. In a small file under the eaves of the little house in Beverly Glen, there are poems. More than 1,000 of them. Poems which no one has ever seen. Poems written in the evenings after work on Sundays. And now, with the beard and the hat and the glasses, no one will recognize me. A cane. Yes, I ought to carry a cane to get the poems. Does someone live there in the house? Has someone bought it? No matter. Get the poems and then get back to Mexico City. Someone is living here. I wonder who. The hedge is trimmed and my hammock. Somebody's put a new canvas cover on it.
Fred, get the door.
Get it yourself, baby. I'm shaving.
Oh, all right. Yes?
Oh, no, it can't be.
Well, what do you want?
It's Mary, but I thought I killed her.
Who is it, baby?
What is it, mister? What do you want here?
Are you the lady of the house?
Huh? Who's that at the door?
Some creep with a beard. Yes, I'm the lady of the house, but I don't want to buy nothing.
Well, what is it, Santa? What do you want?
Are you the man of the house?
Yeah, I'm the man of the house. Sweetmeats?
I'll say.
So, what of it?
Well, I'm making a survey. I'd like to ask a few questions. May I come in?
I don't know.
I'll let him. What's the difference?
Thank you. Well, first your name.
My name?
Yes, please.
Fred Sneed.
Where's he going? Mister, what do you want in my kitchen?
The cleaver, Mary. Don't you know me?
Mary. Hey, who are you, mister?
Look close, Mary.
Oh!
The cleaver. Put it down.
You know me?
No.
Know the man you tricked into San Quentin?
No, don't. Put down that...
You killed him.
Yes. And now you...
No!
Confession, conviction, sentence, transportation, and again the death house, as before. But when I came here, they promised I could keep the beard. They promised I could keep the beard. And it's gone. Gone. I can't remember when. What's that? Who's coming?
Ready?
Ready.
It's time to go, my son.
Time to go?
You've refused my help up to now, but perhaps you'd like to walk with me.
Rather beside you, Padre, than beside one of these mercenaries. My legs, the muscles quiver. Not with fear, no, but with the desire to feel themselves moving, straining, acting, while yet there is time. I am not afraid, but this body... I hate the thought of its being killed by these men. My beautiful body, soon it will be dead, cold, rotting, dead. It will rot. No, they must not do this to me.
You must be brave, my son.
My body. Years I spent with the great corporeal master, the yogi, learning my bodily purpose, my bodily care, the use of willpower to control my body. The yogi, my teacher. Yes, I shall use yoga. Suspend my breathing and become invulnerable to their gas. Suspend my body functions to the point of death and fool their doctor. Of course. Oh, yes. The greatest escape of them all. And this time I must succeed.
All right, here we are.
The room is so small. Somehow I had imagined it would be larger. And here is the chair.
All right, now,
yes,
just sit down.
Straps, hood. And over there,
your arms along
the glass. Small pane with the dark faces seen dimly
First
through.
this way.
The witnesses.
There.
The whole room is like some strange sort of time machine.
Yeah, like that.
Machine for launching a man into another dimension. And so true. I'd best begin to prepare myself.
There we are.
Relax. Must relax.
Have you any last words, my son?
Yes. Yes, one request. Do not allow my beautiful body to be dissected or embalmed, but on the third day after my death, cremate it.
That will be arranged as you desire.
Thank you.
And God be with you, my son. Remember what Jesus Christ said to the two criminals. In this day shalt thou be with me.
Move
in
your head
heaven.
forward a little while I pull the hood down. There. Now, when you hear the pellets drop into the acid, don't try any tricks. Just breathe deeply, see? The fumes don't hurt you, see? Cooperate with us. Make it easy on yourself, kid. Know what I mean?
So dark here under the hood. Now, the last breath, as the yogi taught me. And the lungs hold it. Body limp, all muscles, tendons, joints. Relax all, slow the bloodstream, lock the breath, hold. Slow, hold. Suspend all bodily functions, hold. Fix the eye in suspended animation gently. Fix the mind on time. Ease the beating of my heart. Time is a picture on the screen of my mind. Slower. My perception is slower. The time seems to spin by now. Go slow, my heart. Ventilators go on, clearing the air of the poisonous fumes. Now the doctor will come with his stethoscope. I will my limbs to stiffness, my flesh to coldness.
It's clear, Doctor. You can go in now.
Well, let's see now. Respiration has ceased. Heart has stopped. By the authority vested in me by the state of California, I pronounce this man dead.
I will myself to consciousness in 6 hours' time. Where am I? It's dark here and cold. So cold. Let's get up and see. Oh, prison morgue. It worked. But I'm cold. I'm so cold. What's this on my toe? Tag? It's too dark to read it, but I know what it says. It has my name, prison number, time of execution. Yes. And now, to look around. Because the next step must be played just right. This should be it. A coffin crate ready for shipping. Some cadaver being returned to a sentimental family. Well, that ought to be just right. And with him on my slab, my tag on his toe, and the most perfect escape of all time underway, here we go. I will my body to return from its state of suspended animation and to come immediately out of trance when next this coffin shall be opened. Hello, old man. Funeral parlor. Poor fellow. Must have a bad heart. Well, let's see. No, it's going. Well, let's hope he's out for a while. This must be the workroom. Light hanging over the work table, and there a locker. Ha! With a suit. Fine. And here, in the desk, might there not be some sort of... Yes, here. A petty cash box. And it's quite full. The old boy apparently doesn't believe in banks. And now that Lazarus has returned from the dead, this newspaper dateline. I was executed 4 days ago. And now I find myself resurrected in Indianapolis, Indiana.
Los Angeles, California. This is Los Angeles. You can claim your baggage in the station or on the platform.
I return to my home. A beautiful time to return home. My old hammock is there. My flowers, my yard. The house is empty. The lawyer said he'd had it cleaned up. My books, my pictures. Here, my old pipe. I haven't smoked it in years. Mary didn't like it. But now she's gone. I don't hate her anymore. Tobacco's still fairly fresh. Fill the pipe. There's that detective story I never got to finish. Now I'll have time. Now I'll have lots of time. Time to smoke and read and write and rest. The sun's almost down. Twilight. Wonderful time to get outside. Cool, sweet air. Wonder what kind of birds those are. My hammock. So nice. Light the pipe. And relax. Wish I could remember what page I was on. But no matter. I can begin again. I've got all the time in the world, the rest of my life. The birds. The sun is slipping out of sight. Death of the sun. How red the sky. How soft those clouds. So lovely. So lovely. What's that? Oh, birds playing in the fish pond. Look at them, happy birds. That hissing. Oh, the man next door is turning on his lawn sprinkling system. Lie here and smell the cool air. Evening coming on, the sky grows darker. Lie in the gathering twilight. Death of the day, birth of the night. Sweet softness of the summer night coming. Soon the stars. Oh, it's lovely. Heavenly, just like heaven. Lie and swing to and fro, to and fro. Heavenly, heavenly.
By the authority vested in me by the state of California, I pronounce this man dead.
Suspense, in which Mr. Vincent Price starred in William N. Robeson's production of Present Tense by James Poe. Listen. Listen again next week when we return with Raymond Burr in the Peralta Map. Another tale well calculated to keep you in suspense. Supporting Mr. Price in Present Tense were Ellen Morgan, Peg LaCentra, Jack Crucian, Dawes Butler, Joe DeSantis, Charles Radelack, and Sam Pierce. Original score composed and conducted by Amerigo Marie.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's story, The Adventure of the Empty House. Well, here we are as usual in Dr. Watson's hospitable study, all ready and waiting for our weekly treat. What's it to be tonight, Dr. Watson?
Well, tonight I think I'll tell you how Holmes made an unexpected and I may say dramatic return after many years' absence. Yes, it was so dramatic I came dash close to fainting.
Well, well.
But before we go into that, suppose you tell us about a happy surprise that's in store for the chaps who buy their first Clippercraft clothes. Surprise that won't shock their pocketbooks.
How right you are, Dr. Watson. New spring Clippercraft clothes are arriving constantly at fine stores everywhere. That's an important announcement for men who have always worn Clippercraft, and for those who will wear them for the first time this spring, because Clippercraft values are even more sensational today than ever before. And that's saying plenty. The Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, making possible steady year-round operation, resulting in tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs, and putting those savings, even in the face of today's high prices, where they belong, in your pocket. And don't forget that your Clippercraft dealer is a friendly local independent store, a store you can trust. Handsome new Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine are only $40 and $45. Sport jackets but $26.50, and superb tropicals but $33.75 to $40. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, to get back to Mr. Holmes' dramatic reappearance.
Right. I've always said it's a good thing to absent yourself from time to time. Makes people appreciate you when you come back. That's what Holmes said the time he was missing for 3 years.
3 years? That's a pretty long lapse of time.
Yes, it was, rather. Everyone thought he was dead. What a horrible time that was. I couldn't bear to live in our old lodgings in Baker Street. Associations and everything.
Yes.
It's funny how sentimental we all are underneath. I'd taken up my quarters in a more fashionable part of town and resumed my medical practice. It was after Holmes had succeeded in driving Professor Moriarty out of England. We all believed Holmes had sacrificed his life to rid society of that evil spirit.
That sounds terrifically exciting, Doctor. Won't you tell us how Holmes managed to put a finish to Moriarty?
What? Kill off Professor Moriarty before I've told you the rest of our adventures with him? Well, I should say not. Never catch me throwing away good material, but let's get down to cases.
Fair enough.
Very well. It was in the spring of the year 1894, when all of London, the fashionable world in particular, was dismayed by the death under most unusual circumstances of the Honourable Ronald Adair. That likeable young gentleman was the second son of the Earl of Maynooth. He lived, together with his mother, the Countess of Maynooth, and his sister Hilda, at 427 Park Lane. The youth moved in the best society, but was very fond of cards, played continually.
Aha, piling up gambling debts he couldn't pay.
Well, as a matter of fact, it came out in evidence that he had actually won as much as £420 in one sitting at his club the week previous, from Godfrey Miller and Lord Balmoral, I believe it was. His partner was a certain Colonel Moran.
But then he must have been well ahead of the game.
Oh, quite. And yet it was to this easygoing, likeable, I might even say lucky young aristocrat that death came in a most strange and unexpected form on the night of the March the 30th. He returned from his club shortly after 10, his mother and sister having gone to the opera. The butler, Peters, swore that he heard him enter the front room on the second floor, generally used as his sitting room. The night being chilly, he had lit a fire, and as it showed a tendency to smoke, one of the front windows had been opened about 4 inches. Nothing further was heard from this sitting room until 11:30, the hour of the return of Lady Maynooth and her daughter. Peters testified that her ladyship seemed rather agitated.
Gracious, Hilda. I declare I'm chilled to the bone.
Oh, sorry, Mama.
Oh, Peters, will you help me with my carriage boots?
Certainly, milady. You've returned so early. I trust the opera was not a disappointment.
Oh, no, indeed, Peters. It was heavenly. Only Mama can never bear to stay for the death scenes at the end.
So depressing, I always think.
Why, Mama, I've always thought Carmen was terribly gay. Just because he knifes her in the last scene doesn't
No,
mean...
I know, but so primitive, so brutal. And that bit in the gypsy camp, where Carmen keeps turning up the ace of spades, the card of death. I had the queerest foreboding during that scene, as though Ronnie needed me. Oh, dear, I do wish he wouldn't play whist so often. I'm sure it's not good for him. A boy his age should have other interests. I wish I could get that ace of spades out of my mind. I can't help feeling it means something.
Oh, nonsense, Mama. You've just given yourself another case of the fidgets. The English climate that's depressing you, that's all. One day of sunshine and you'll be as gay as a lark.
I'm sure I hope so. Oh, dear, listen to that wind. Fog and rain, rain and fog. Peters, has Mr. Ronald come in yet?
Yes, milady. Over an hour ago. He's upstairs in his sitting room.
Well, thank heaven for that. I think I'll just go up and say good night to him.
That's right, Mama. Make sure he isn't sitting in a draught.
Hilda, really? I declare I don't know what children are coming to nowadays. No respect for their parents.
Good night, darling.
And you're not to sit up till all hours, mind.
No, Mama.
Really, I don't know how young girls nowadays expect to keep their looks if they never go to bed. Oh, dear, that wind, it's so eerie. Ronnie? Ronnie, dear, it's Mother. Why, it's locked. The door's locked. Ronnie, are you all right? Ronnie!
What's the matter?
Ronnie, he's locked himself in. He doesn't answer. Peters, Hilda. Oh, come quickly, I'm afraid.
Okay, Mother.
Oh, Ronnie. Ronnie, why don't you answer?
No, don't worry, milady.
It's all right, Mother. He's probably fallen asleep.
Ronnie. Oh, Hilda, I'm frightened. Peters, can't you break the door down?
I can try, milady.
Here, let me help. Now then, both together.
There he is, milady. Fallen asleep at the desk.
But he looks so strange. Cards scattered everywhere, and look there. The ace of spades. There's blood on it. Blood dripping onto the carpet. Ronnie!
Oh. Peters, quick, help me. She's fainted.
Oh, dear.
Here, put her on the couch.
No, poor Lady Maynooth.
Oh, dear, Mother.
Shall I call the doctor, miss?
Oh, never mind, Mother. It's Ronnie we have to worry about. Maybe it's not too late. Oh, Ronnie. Oh, his head. How horrible.
Shot with a soft bullet. Better not look, miss. It's not nice.
Oh, Ronnie, darling, why did you do it?
He didn't, miss.
Oh, but Peters, he must have. The door was locked on the inside.
It's not suicide, Miss Hilda. It's murder. Mr. Ronnie couldn't have done it. There's no weapon anywhere in the room.
But look here, Dr. Watson. Ronald Adair was in the second-story sitting room with the door locked on the inside.
Exactly, Mr. Harris. Furthermore, he was in the room alone.
Yes, but if someone else shot him, how is that possible?
That's what puzzled the authorities. No one could have climbed up to the open window without leaving traces of some sort. The outside wall was perfectly smooth, no ivy, no water pipes. Furthermore, there was a drop of over 20 feet from the window to the ground.
Well, then, the murderer couldn't have been in the room with young Adair. He must have shot at him from the street below.
Remember, the window was open only 4 inches, and the glass was not shattered.
That would be a pretty remarkable shot, Doctor.
Furthermore, Park Lane is not an unfrequented thoroughfare, and there is a cab stand within 50 yards of the house, and yet no one heard a shot.
Nice little problem.
Yes, exactly. Scotland Yard was at its wit's end. Our old friend, Inspector Lestrade, even went so far as to consult me in the matter, knowing how familiar I was with Holmes' methods of deduction. And so I promised to have a look at the facade of Lady Maynooth's house in Park Lane to see if anything suggested itself to me.
And did it?
Now, Mr. Harris, you're anticipating again.
I'm sorry.
Well, so it was. But around 6 o'clock that evening, I found myself at the Oxford Street end of Park Lane. A heterogeneous collection of loafers on the pavement, all staring up at a particular window, directed me to the house I had come to see. Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, Dr. Watson, sir. I was told you might be dropping around for a look at the scene of crime.
Yes, nice little crowd you've collected here.
Yes, sir. Nothing like a good murder to bring him out of their owls. Hey, look at that old codger up there with the white whiskers. Pushing his way up to the front. But he ain't been out of doors for months. Looks fair dusty, he does.
Oh, you mean the bibliophile.
The what, sir?
Book lover.
Oh.
Notice the titles of the volumes under his arm. Say, let's have a look. Origin of Tree Worship. Sign Language of the Druids. Life in Early Crete. Evidently collects obscure volumes, either as a trade or a hobby.
Well. I never would have noticed. I'll hand it to you, Dr. Watson. You're almost as good with your deductions as Mr. Sherlock Holmes himself.
Elementary, my dear constable, elementary. Poor old fellow. He's got a bad cough. Lung condition, probably. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything much to discover. No possible way of scaling the front of the building from below. How about the roof? Could he have come across from another building?
No, sir. Inspector Lestrade looked into that first thing. Roof's all divided off with iron bars. Spikes on them. About as easy to break into as the Bank of England.
Well, may as well be getting on home. Yes, I dare say even Holmes couldn't solve this.
Here, look where you're going, you clumsy fool.
Oh, I say, I'm terribly sorry. I hope you're not hurt.
Who cares about me? It's my books that matter. Struck them right out of my hand. There they are, lying all over the road. Mud on their covers.
Oh, please, let me pick them up.
No, you don't. And don't you touch them. You've done enough damage already. Mercy on us. Such a mess. Nobody appreciates good books nowadays.
Well, at least let me apologize. I'm
really
go
away, Donna. Don't bother me. Can't you see I'm busy? Go home, can't you? You're no use standing around here.
Well, maybe he's right. Good night, Constable.
Good night, Doctor.
Lestrade knows where to find me in case he wants me. Any calls while I was out, Rosie?
No, sir.
Oh, good. Maybe my luck is in tonight. Well, it's about time I had a peaceful evening at home. Oh, I spoke too soon. See what it is this time, Rosie. Croup or measles?
Yes, sir, right away.
No more privacy than a Siamese twin. Dr. Codcall is soul his own. And as for ever Oh, yes, Rosie, who is it, and what does he think he has?
It ain't a patient, sir.
No? What then?
I don't rightly know, sir. He's an old fellow with white whiskers, like a billy goat. Said to tell you it was your bibliophile calling.
My what? Oh, the bibliophile.
You're surprised to see me so soon, eh?
Well, how do you do? Come in.
Thank you.
That's all, Rosie.
Oh, yes, sir.
Please sit down. I hope you're recovered from the bump I gave you.
Well, that's what I came to see you about, Dr. Watson.
Oh, yes?
I've got a conscience, sir, and when I chanced to see you come into this house, I came hobbling after you because I said to myself, I'll just step in and see that kind gentleman and tell him I'm sorry I was a bit gruff a while back and no harm meant. And I'm much obliged for offering to pick up my books.
Oh, not at all.
Maybe you collect books yourself?
Well, no, I can't say that I do.
Never too late to learn. Now, here's a copy of British Birds, and here's a very fine CUTLASS.
Yes, but...
Or perhaps this Holy War would be more in your line.
Well, really, I don't think...
A bargain, every one of them. With 5 volumes, you could just fill that gap on the second shelf. So untidy, my dear Watson, quite unlike your old self.
Holmes!
Obviously. I wondered how long it'd take you to penetrate my disguise.
You're not dead.
Your reasoning, my dear Watson, as usual, is faultless.
I'm... For heaven's sake...
Easy, Watson, easy.
My dear Holmes, I think I'll sit down.
It's a very good idea. I'd better have a nip of this brandy.
Yes, I could do with a brace, sir.
My dear Watson, 1,000 apologies. I had no idea you'd be so affected.
Well, I'm not made of chilled steel like you, Holmes. Where's my brandy?
Here you are.
That's better. So it's really you standing here in my study. Well, thank heaven, why, you old reprobate, you. How in heaven's name did you ever come back alive out of that dreadful chasm where Professor Moriarty met his death?
It's quite simple. I was never there.
Yes, but good heavens, Holmes, it's been 3 years. You let us believe you were dead all that time. Now, was that nice, I ask you?
Not nice, Watson, but necessary. You see, Moriarty's gang was still to be dealt with. I was much safer if they believed I'd met my death at the same time as their illustrious leader. For 3 years, I've been living in disguise, tracking the members of that foul brotherhood to the ends of the earth. And now I'm happy to say there's only one left to be dealt with.
But look here, Holmes, why didn't you let me know who you were But I bumped into him Park Lane just now.
Because, my dear Watson, you were being watched by the man I'm after. The last of Moriarty's gang.
Good heavens, who is he?
Someone you doubtless know, Watson. You may have even played whist with him on numerous occasions. And lost. Most people lose when they play with the tiger, as Moriarty used to call him. A clever man, Watson. Very clever. He not only suspects that I'm alive, he even guesses I've returned to London.
Good Lord.
Yes, but I mean to take advantage of this cleverness. I've set a trap for him. I expect to catch my tiger tonight.
Tonight?
Exactly. I, don't suppose you'd care to come along?
You just try to prevent me, that's all I have to say. Just wait till I get my hat and stick.
I think you'll find your old army revolver a little more appropriate, Watson.
And now, while Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson start tracking one of London's master criminals, suppose we tell you how to track down one of the most satisfactory bargains in the clothing business. Clippercraft concentrates on delivering exactly what you want in your clothes at remarkably low prices for such fine quality. You want long wear? Well, examine the rich, staunchly woven Clippercraft fabrics. You want comfort? You get it in Clippercraft through the most skillful designing experience can bring you. And you want the smartness your friends will admire? Clippercraft brings you all three. Smart styling, long wear, solid comfort at unbelievably modest prices. It's the result of the unique Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, and bringing you amazingly fine suits at only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine for only $40 and $45. Sport jackets for only $26.50, and smart tropicals at only $33.75 to $40. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now back to Holmes and Watson. We find them slinking down a dark and sinister little alleyway.
I say, Holmes, do we have to do all this pussyfooting down dark mews and through smelly stables?
Absolutely, my dear Watson. It's essential that we should not be followed at this stage of the game. Yes, we've passed Manchester Street and Blandford Street. Here, down this narrow passage.
Good Lord. It's as dark as the black hole of Calcutta.
Here, scale this fence.
Scale the fence?
Now, don't tell me you've let yourself get out of condition during my absence.
Certainly not, only, do you think it's quite dignified?
Probably not, but who'll ever know? Up with you.
All right. A little better. I've ruined the knees of my trousers.
Oh, stop burbling, Watson, and come along. We've got to get into this house.
Yes, but look here, it's an empty house.
Quite. That's why I selected it. Now, where did I put that key?
Well, don't tell me you're not going to pick the lock. Holmes, you're losing your grip.
Quiet. Come in. Easy does it. Shut the door after you. Gently, my dear Watson. Gently.
Well, I'm doing my best. It was a draft. Well, now what?
Come along upstairs. We should get a good view from the windows of the upper front room.
You know, Holmes, there's something spooky about an empty house. Strange noises, boards squeaking.
Easy. We turn a corner here. Are you with me?
Oh, absolutely.
Ah, this is the room. Excellent. The light from the street lamps, all the illumination we shall need.
Look here, Holmes. There's something familiar about this street out there. Why, of course, it's Baker Street.
Exactly. We're in Camden House, which stands opposite our old quarters.
Jove, no wonder it looked familiar. But why station ourselves here?
Because it commands an excellent view of our historic dwelling. Might I trouble you, my dear Watson, to draw a little nearer to the window, taking every precaution not to show yourself.
Right.
And then look up at our old rooms. We'll see if 3 years of absence have entirely taken away my power to surprise you.
Well, the windows of our sitting room are lighted. I say there's a man sitting in front of one. Well, look here, it's you. Well, that is, at least it's your silhouette.
It's a bust of me, to be exact. Anything else of interest in Baker Street?
Let's see. There's two disreputable-looking fellows leaning against a lamp-post.
Excellent, Watson. I expected them.
Holmes, good heavens, your head. I mean the dummy. It moved.
Of course, our old friend Mrs. Hudson has orders to move it from below from time to time. Listen, what was that?
Sounded like a door closing.
Yes. I felt a draft. By all that's holy, he's going to operate from inside this building. I expected he'd work from the street as he did before. Quick, Watson, we've got to get out of here. He'll probably want this window.
You mean whoever we're after, he's coming in here?
Of course. Quick, Watson, into the next room. Here. Stand in the shadow where we can watch him without being seen.
I hear footsteps. He's coming.
Quiet if you value your life.
Standing in the doorway. His face is in the shadow of his hat. Great Scott, his eyes blaze in the dark like a cat's.
Like a tiger's, Watson.
He's crossing to the window. He's raising the window.
Not very far, Watson. That won't be necessary.
His stick. His walking stick. Why is he pointing it out of the window?
It's a gun, Watson. Devilish invention. Doesn't make a sound. He's going to take a shot at my silhouette. When we hear the window across the street crash, we know he's fired.
He's aiming.
Get him, Watson, get him!
I've got him! Don't move, you want?
The gun
I thought you had me. Well, not before I squeeze the life out of you.
Oh, no, you don't. Watson, are you all right? I knocked him out.
Yes, absolutely. What's that for?
Those two men from Scotland Yard down in the street leaning against the lamppost. I must say I thought our friend here would do his dirty work outside so they could deal with him firsthand. Here come the regulars. Well, if it isn't Lestrade.
You bet it is. It took the job myself. And maybe we weren't glad to get your message at Scotland Yard half an hour ago. Although I must say we've done pretty well down there in your absence.
Really? Solved the Ronald Adair mystery yet?
Oh, well, that is...
our sleeping beauty seems to be coming too. Gentlemen, allow me to present Colonel Sebastian Moran, late of Her Majesty's Indian Army. I believe I'm correct, Colonel, in saying that your bag of tigers still remains unrivaled.
You go to blazes.
Yes, a remarkable shot. You and your air gun were invaluable to the late Professor Moriarty, eh?
I might have known that wasn't you in the window.
Quite. I'm surprised that such a simple stratagem could deceive so old a shikar.
What do you mean by that?
How often, Colonel, have you tethered a goat to a tree, lain above it with your rifle, and waited for the bait to attract your tiger? This empty house is my tree. You are my tiger. The only difference being that I did not care to be the goat myself. Take him away, Lestrade.
Just a moment. You can't arrest me for taking a shot at a dummy, not even if it's the dummy of Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, quite right. I arrest you for the murder of the Honorable Ronald Adair, because you are the only man alive capable of shooting a man through the slightly opened window from the street below without being heard. A truly remarkable shot, Colonel. A bit too remarkable. That's how I knew you were the murderer.
Now come along, you. Frank, bring that stick along.
Right, sir.
We'll need it as evidence.
Well, Watson, what do you say? Shall we step across the street to our old quarters?
Right-o.
I think you'll find everything just as it used to be. And I'm sure Mrs. Hudson is anxiously awaiting us with sandwiches and a steaming pot of coffee. You see, I remember your weakness.
My weakness? I like that. that, Mr. Harris, is the story of how I went to live in Baker Street again and started another series of incredible and amazing adventures, which I shall tell you about, if it won't bore you.
Well, what do you think, Dr. Watson? You know, there's just one thing I don't understand about tonight's story, though. Why did Colonel Moran kill Ronald Adair?
Because Adair had discovered Moran was cheating at cards and threatened to expose him. You remember that I said Adair had won £400 at whist the week before with Moran as his partner.
Yes.
That amount made Adair suspicious. He discovered the cards were marked. The very cards, by the way, which were found beside the dead body. He was examining them again to be sure he'd made no mistake. That's why the door was locked on the inside. He didn't want anyone to interrupt him.
I see. Well, what about next week's story, Dr. Watson?
Let me think. Next week, suppose I tell you about a rather curious dinner that Holmes and I attended in order to see if we could discover if a world-famous violinist was trying to poison his wife.
Did you succeed?
In a way, yes. Of course, there was a death, and I'll tell you all about it next week.
The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Very Best Putter. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Following station identification, you'll hear Melvin Elliott with a 15-minute summary of the latest news.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's story, The Adventure of the Illustrious Client. Well, here we are again in Dr. Watson's famous study. He has just given us a tall frosted glass that clinks pleasantly and is now rearranging his notes and papers.
There now, Mr. Harris, we're all set, as you say in America.
Good. Then let's get on with it, as you say in England, Doctor.
Yes. But tonight I think I'll tell you how Holmes disillusioned a charming young lady and consequently saved her from what is commonly called a fate worse than death. Oh, yes, but before we begin to get too involved in that rather complicated affair, Mr. Harris, you'd better say a few words on a subject that's very appropriate at this particular season of the year.
A very good idea, Dr. Watson. Here's a fact you ought to know. There's no reason in the world for you to pay high prices for a beautifully tailored, smartly styled suit of clothes. Not with Clippercraft available. Clippercraft clothes feature long-wearing fabrics, are superbly made, and better than fairly priced, despite rising costs of materials and manufacturing. There's a big reason Clippercraft clothes are priced so modestly. It's the famous Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, providing steady year-round operation, lowering manufacturing and distribution costs. It makes available the finest suits you've ever seen for only $40 to $47.50. Handsome tropicals at $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets at only $26.50.
Naturally, more fine stores than ever are welcoming the Clippercraft plan. These are the days it really goes to work for you. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, back to the young lady who was about to be rescued by Mr. Sherlock Holmes, no less.
Right. It was September the 3rd, 1903. A few years after my marriage, if you remember. Well, I dropped around to Baker Street in the middle of the afternoon. There was Holmes lying on the sofa, pipe in hand, a piece of letter paper dangling from his long, lean fingers. But the thing that surprised me most was the appearance of the room itself. Hello, I say, Holmes, what's up? Have we reached the millennium?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm alluding to the unprecedented tidiness of the room.
That. It's Mrs. Hudson's doing.
Oh.
She's got wind of the fact that I'm expecting a call from Sir James Damery this afternoon, and she took a mean advantage of my being out of the house this morning to commit this atrocity.
Oh, not a bad idea, either.
I won't be able to find anything for weeks. And my hair, look at it.
Oh, don't tell me Mrs. Hudson made you brush it.
Women are tyrants, Watson. Tyrants.
Oh, rubbish. I say, what's all this about Sir James Damery? What does he want?
Beyond this charming note which says he'll be here at 4:30 and that the matter is extremely delicate and important, I know about as much about the matter as you do, which is absolutely nothing.
Well, I'm glad to hear you admit it. I say, look here, Holmes, isn't this chap Damery a pretty important person in the diplomatic service?
Quite.
Oh.
Hello? Isn't that a carriage I hear drawing up in front of our house?
Oh, by Jove. It's a handsome turnout, Holmes. 2 men on the box.
Yes, I don't imagine that carriage belongs to Sir James himself. He must be acting for someone else. By Jove, the crest on the door. Aha, so it's as serious as that.
I say, Holmes, you've got deuced good eyesight. I can't make out the crest at all.
That's just as well, my dear Watson. Just as well. Ah, here comes Damery himself.
Oh, I say, he is a handsome fellow, eh?
Yes, a splendid fellow. Honest and understanding and clever. Deuced clever, my dear Watson.
Oh, I suppose you say that because he had the intelligence to come to you instead of going to Scotland Yard.
Oh, rubbish.
Oh, look at Mrs. Hudson opening the door to him. All starched up, her face as red as a beet.
Yes, she'll talk about this for weeks. Dear, dear women. She'll go into raptures over the colour of his eyes, the fit of his coat. Come in, come in.
It's Sir James Damery to see you, sir.
Well, ask him to come in.
Yes, sir. Just be so good as to step this way, your lordship.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Don't forget to close the door, Mrs. Hudson.
Oh, no, sir.
You've created quite a little flutter in our household, Sir James, as you can see.
It's so good of you to see me, Mr. Holmes, and... Oh, this, I take it, is Dr. Watson. I hope to find you here. Delighted to make your acquaintance, my dear doctor.
The pleasure's mine, I'm sure.
Won't you sit down, sir?
Thank you. Dr. Watson's collaboration may be vital, Mr. Holmes, for we are dealing on this occasion with a violent and ruthless man. I may safely say there is no more dangerous man in Europe.
I have outwitted several opponents to whom that flattering term has been applied. Who is this paragon, Sir James?
Have you ever heard of Baron Gruner?
The Austrian murderer.
So, you have already sized him up as a murderer.
It's my business to follow the details of continental crime. I'm as sure that he killed his wife at the time of the so-called accident at Flugen Pass as if I'd seen him do it.
Yes.
I knew also that he'd come to England and was convinced that sooner or later he'd find some work to do.
Then you sympathize with the client in whose interest I'm acting?
Yes. And I guessed you were only an intermediary. Who's the principal?
Mr. Holmes, I must beg you not to press that question. It is important that his honored name should not be dragged into the matter.
I'm accustomed to have mystery at one end of my cases, Sir James, but not at both. I fear I must decline.
May I at least lay the facts of the case before you?
By all means.
You have no doubt heard of General de Merville?
Oh, de Merville, the Iron General of Khyber fame, the old bulldog. Why, I remember the great day of...
Watson, don't interrupt.
Oh, very well.
Well, the old bulldog has a daughter, Violet de Merville, young, rich, and beautiful. It is this daughter, this lovely, innocent girl whom we are endeavoring to save from that fiend Gruner.
He has some hold over her?
She's in love with him, Mr. Holmes. At least she thinks she has a mad infatuation. She's obsessed by the man and proposes to marry him next month. Oh, there's very little her family can do as she is of age and has a will of iron.
Oh, her father's daughter, eh?
Watson.
Oh, sorry.
Does she know about the Austrian episode?
The rascal has told her every unsavory public scandal of his past life.
Foolhardy, eh, Holmes?
But always in such a way as to make himself out to be an innocent martyr.
Cunning devil.
But surely, Sir James, you've let out the name of your client. It must be General de Merville.
I could deceive you, Mr. Holmes, by saying so.
My dear Damery, it takes more than that to deceive me.
Yes, I suppose so. Let us say, then, that my client is an old friend who has known the General intimately for years and has taken a paternal interest in the girl since she wore short frocks. It was his suggestion that you should be called in.
Very flattering. Your problem interests me, Sir James. I'm prepared to look into it.
Excellent. In case of developments, you can reach me at the Carlton Club.
And the Baron's address?
Vernon Lodge near Kingston. It's a large house. He has been fortunate in some shady speculations and is a rich man, worse luck.
Yes, that makes him all the more dangerous as an antagonist. Can you give me any further information about him? His personal habits, I mean?
He has expensive tastes. A horse fancier, plays polo, collects books, women. And is a recognized authority on Chinese pottery. Has even written a book on the subject.
Chinese pottery. A complex mind like most great criminals. Well, Sir James, you will inform your client that I am undertaking the case of the Baron Gruner.
I am exceedingly grateful, Mr. Holmes.
Not at all.
Well, good luck, gentlemen, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, dear me, this is a delicate situation, eh?
Well, Watson, any news?
Well, I should think you'd better see the young lady herself.
De Merville's daughter? No. That's more or less of the last resort. No young woman in love is ever very reasonable. And Violet has her father's determination in all probability. No, first of all, I think I shall consult Shinwell Johnson.
Shinwell Johnson? Who's he?
Well, suppose we meet for lunch tomorrow at Simpson's. I'll ask him to drop around with any information he's been able to pick up. Don't disappoint me, Watson.
Oh, no.
I think I may be able to introduce you to a colorful personality.
Oh, I'll be there, never fear.
Another glass of claret, waiter.
Yes, sir.
Well, Watson, Johnson's on the prowl. He may pick up some garbage in the dark recesses of the underworld, but it's down there that we must look for Baron Gruner's secrets.
Yes, but who's this Shinwell Johnson fellow?
An ex-convict whom I've succeeded in reforming, served 2 terms at Parkhurst.
Oh.
Consequently, he has the entree to every nightclub, doss house, and gambling den in town. An ideal agent for gaining information, Watson.
Yes, but if Miss Violet's not affected by what she already knows, why should any discovery of Mr. Johnson's change her mind?
Who knows, Watson? Woman's heart and mind are insoluble puzzles to the male. Murder might be condoned or explained, and yet some smaller offense might rankle. As Baron Gruner remarked this morning, you can't...
So you've seen him?
Well, to be sure, didn't I tell you?
No.
Oh, dear me, how careless of me. I always like to meet my adversary eye to eye and find out for myself the stuff that he's made of.
But didn't he recognize you?
Naturally, I sent in my card.
Oh, you are a character, Holmes.
An excellent antagonist, this Baron Gruner. A real aristocrat of crime. Cool as ice. And as poisonous as a cobra.
I rather thought I should see you sooner or later, Mr. Holmes. I understand you have been engaged to prevent my marriage to the daughter of General de Merville.
Quite, Baron Gruner.
My dear fellow, you will only ruin your famous reputation. Let me advise you to draw off at once.
Dear me, that was the very advice I was about to give you. If you persist in this marriage, you'll raise a swarm of powerful enemies. Is the game worth it? Surely you'll be wiser if you let the lady alone. You can hardly wish certain facts about your past to be brought to her notice.
Oh, pardon my amusement, Mr. Holmes. But it's most amusing to see you trying to play a hand with no cards in it.
So? You think I hold no cards, my dear Baron? Let me assure you I have several aces up my sleeve.
Bluff, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps you don't realize that I hold the affection of this lady in spite of all the, unhappy incidents of my past. I've also told her that certain wicked and designing persons, I hope you recognize yourself, would come to her and try to poison her mind against me. I also told her how to treat them. You've heard of post-hypnotic suggestion? If you call on Violet, you'll have an opportunity to see how it works. Dear little Violet. Such a delightful subject for hypnotism.
The hypnotic spell can be broken, my friend.
Only by a stronger personality. Oh, by the way, Mr. Holmes, did you know Lebrun, the French agent?
I did.
Do you know what happened to him?
Yes, he was beaten and crippled for life.
Quite true. Mr. Holmes, by a curious coincidence, he had been inquiring into my affairs only a week before. Don't do it, Mr. Holmes. It's not, lucky.
Nasty brute. I say, Holmes, you better watch yourself. He'll stop at nothing.
Quite. 2 attempts have already been made on my life, Watson. I always disregard the blusterer, but this is the sort of chap who says rather less than he means. Oh, but look, here comes Shinwell Johnson. Huh? The red-faced fellow with the beefy jowls and the tremendous gold watch chain.
But I say, who's his companion? The young woman, I mean, with a pale, intense look. She looks as if she'd lived a bit, Holmes.
Yes, a dark page from Baron Gruner's past, I imagine. Ah, good afternoon, Shinwell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Holmes.
Waiter, bring an extra chair for the lady.
Yes.
That's better.
This here is Miss Kitty Winter.
Oh, how do you do?
What she don't know about the Baron, but she'll speak for herself. I found her within an hour after I heard from you. Quick work, eh, Mr. Holmes?
I'm easy to find. The gutter, London, gets me every time. Same address for Porky Shinwell, but by cripes, Gruner ought to be...
Yes. Then I gather we have your good wishes, Miss Winter.
Look at me. What I am, Albert Gruner made me. If I can help put him where he belongs, I'm yours to the death rattle.
You know how the matter stands?
He's after some other poor fool. Wants her to marry him this time, eh? Don't you know enough about him to keep any decent girl in her senses from...
She's not in her senses. She's in love. She knows pretty much all about it.
She knows about the murder?
Yes.
Good Lord, she must have a nerve.
And she puts it all down to slander. We want proofs. Can you help us?
Proofs? I think I'm proof enough. Let her take a look at me and listen to what I can tell her.
Would you be willing to do it?
Wouldn't I, though?
Remember, he's told her most of his past.
I'll wager he didn't tell her all. I'll bet she don't know he's got a book. A brown leather book with a lock. He must have been drunk that night or he wouldn't have showed it to me.
What kind of a book?
That devil collects women, Mr. Holmes, like some men collect butterflies. And he's proud of his collection. He's got it all in that book. Snapshot photographs, names, details, everything. If you could only lay hands on that book. He's probably got her in there with the rest of us by this time. She'd like that, wouldn't she?
Where is this book?
Well, it's more than a year since I was in his study. I knew where it was kept then. Do you know his house?
I've been in his study.
I'll hand it to you for being on the job. Maybe he's met his match this time.
Well, the outer study is where he keeps his Chinese crockery. A big glass cupboard between the windows. Then behind his desk is a door that leads to the inner study. It's in there that he keeps his papers and things.
Well, isn't he afraid of burglars?
Say what you like, he's no coward. He can look after himself. Besides, there's a burglar alarm at night.
I see. If we could get into that study, Miss Winter, do you think you could show us where that book's hidden?
Sure.
Oh, but look here, Holmes, you can't go breaking into a strange house. It's against the law.
Quite, and I wouldn't dream of doing it, except as a last resort. But come along, Miss Winter. We'll see how far our legal efforts get us before we turn to other tactics.
What do you mean?
Suppose we just drop in on Miss de Merville for a little chat.
What a pretty drawing room. It's been a long time since You won't believe it, Mr. Holmes, when I tell you I once had a nice home, too.
Obviously, my dear, I can tell by your hands you were a lady. The rough talk you assumed to cover it up didn't fool me for a minute.
Oh, sir, I'm so nervous. I don't know if I can go through with it.
Courage, Kitty. It'll be over in a minute. Quiet, someone's coming. Ah, Miss de Merville, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Holmes, I presume.
Quite.
Pray be seated. I've been expecting a visit from you. You have called, as I understand, to malign my fiancé, Baron Gruner. It's only fair to warn you, Mr. Holmes, that you're wasting your time. Nothing you can say will have the slightest effect on my mind.
My dear young woman, I wonder if you realize what it means to be married to a murderer. And worse. His reputation will bar you from decent society in any civilized country. How can a woman of your upbringing consent to...
Mr. Holmes, I'm aware that my fiancé has had a stormy life, in which he has incurred bitter hatreds. You are only the last of a series to slander him. Don't think that I don't know your motive. You're a paid agent, who would have been equally willing to act for the Baron if he'd consented to pay your price. But he refused.
Really, Miss de Merville?
Moreover, Mr. Holmes, I am not clear why you should bring this person into my drawing room. I haven't the slightest notion who she is.
No? Well, I'll tell you who I am. I'm his last victim. He'll kill you, that's what he'll do. It may be a broken back or a broken heart, but he'll break you one way or the other.
I don't need your protection, thank you.
Oh, it's not for love of you I'm speaking. I don't give a tinker's curse if you live or die. It's because I hate him, do you hear? And you needn't look at me like that. God knows you may be lower than I am before you're through.
Let me say once for all that I'm aware of 3 passages in my fiancé's life when he became entangled with designing women.
3 passages? 3 passages, she says. Oh, you fool. You fool. Wait till you see that book.
Compare Clippercraft with suits, tropicals, and sport jackets, selling for many dollars more. It's a wonderful way to prove to yourself how much you save with Clippercraft. The fine local independent stores who sell Clippercraft clothes from coast to coast make a business of giving you more for your money. Your favorite store, the store you can trust, is back of the remarkable Clippercraft plan. The plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. And that's why you can buy luxurious long-wearing fabrics in Clippercraft suits for only $40 to $47.50. Fine tropicals at $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets for only $26.50. Ask any of the millions of men who wear Clippercraft clothes. For selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Now to return to our adventure. In front of Sherlock Holmes' lodgings at 221B Baker Street, we find an excited crowd of people.
I say, have you heard the news, she?
This is where he lives, the poor man. Oh, the poor man.
Look at the papers. A murderous attack on Sherlock Holmes.
They've murdered him? Do you hear that? They've murdered him.
It's an outrage. A man's not safe in the streets anymore.
But how did it happen?
2 ruffians outside the Cafe Regal. They beat him with sticks. He was picked up for dead.
Oh, he's dead. Isn't that dreadful? Sherlock Holmes is dead.
Let me through, I say. I'm a doctor.
Oh, he's a doctor. Let him through. He's a doctor.
Oh, confound it, the bell won't ring. What?
Oh, here you are at last, Dr. Watson. Praise be. Come in, come in.
Yes, I've been out all afternoon, Mrs. Hudson. I've just got word. Is he badly hurt?
Oh, sir, they brought him in here all bleeding. They had to have that surgeon fella, Oakshott.
Oh, Sir Leslie Oakshott. Oh, then it is serious.
Yes, sir. He's been taking stitches in him and giving him morphine.
Do you think I can go up for a moment?
Well, that Sir What's-his-name said as Mr. Holmes was to have absolute quiet. I had to stuff the doorbell on account of the newspaper fellows.
Oh, yes, quite right.
But Mr. Holmes kept saying he had to see you as soon as you came. So that surgeon fellow said, all right, but only for 10 minutes, mind.
Oh, good. I'll go right up.
Yes, sir. And let me know if he's wanting anything.
Oh, this is terrible. Terrible. It's all the Baron's doing, of course. Wait till I lay my hands on...
Walk on tiptoe, Watson. This is not as bad as it seems.
Oh, thank God for that. Of course it's that rascal who set them on. I'll go and thrash the hide off him if you say so.
Good old Watson. No, it's not necessary. But there is something you can do for me.
Anything at all.
We haven't much time. I've just discovered that the Baron is planning to elope to South America with Miss de Merville day after tomorrow. Must be losing his nerve.
Well, what can we do in that short time?
You are to spend the next 24 hours in an intensive study of Chinese pottery.
Me? Chinese pottery? Holmes, you're delirious.
Not at all. Hand me that little box from the mantelpiece.
Which way? This one?
Yes, that's right. Only open it for me, will you, Watson? These clumsy bandages. I don't want to run any risk of breaking it.
Oh, I say. It's a beautiful little deep blue saucer wrapped in silk.
That is the real eggshell pottery of the Ming Dynasty. A complete set of it would be worth a king's ransom. The Baron would sell his soul for a set like that.
Well, what am I to do with it?
Here is your card.
Oh, yes, but this says Dr. Hill Barton, 369 Half Moon Street.
That is your name for tomorrow evening. You will call on Baron Gruner at 8:30. A note's already been set making the appointment and saying that you're bringing a specimen of an absolutely unique set of Ming china. You may as well be a medical man since you can play that part without duplicity. Don't want to put too much of a strain on your acting ability.
No, now, look here, Holmes.
Watson, you're not going to go back on me at a time like this.
Well, no, of course not. But I say, what if he won't see me?
He'll see you right enough. He has the collector's mania in its most acute form. The important thing is to cram up on Chinese pottery so you can carry on an intelligent conversation.
Well, I'll do my best.
Good. 8:30 tomorrow.
Righto.
Now, perhaps you'd better go. I'm afraid I feel a trifle weak.
I'll find out if the Baron will see you, sir.
I believe he's expecting me.
Very good, sir.
Dear me, I wish my knees had stopped wobbling about. Hung Wu and Young Lo, the writings of Tang Ying, the primitive periods of Sung and Yuan. Oh, dear me, this is dreadful.
This way, the Baron is in his study. The Chinese room, we call it. Dr. Barton, sir.
Oh, pray sit down, Doctor. Pray sit down.
Oh, thank you.
I was just looking over my treasures. Have you ever seen a richer glaze than this little tongue specimen, eh?
Oh, delightful.
Yes. Oh, have you the Ming saucer with you?
Oh, yes, indeed. I thought you might want to see it. Here it is. Let me unwrap it for you. There we are.
Oh, fine. Very fine indeed. And you say you have a set of 6 to correspond?
Oh, yes.
I only know of one in England to match this, and it is certainly not on the market. Would it be indiscreet, Dr. Barton, to ask how you obtained this?
Well, does it really matter? You can see the piece is genuine.
Oh, undoubtedly. But suppose I should discover later that you had no right to sell.
Oh, I'd guarantee you against any claim of that sort.
And what is your guarantee worth?
My bankers would answer that.
Yet on the whole, this business is very mysterious.
Well, you can do business or not as you like. I've given you the first offer because I understood you were a connoisseur.
Who told you so?
Well, you wrote a book on the subject, I believe.
Have you read the book?
No.
You are a collector with a valuable piece in your collection, and yet you have never troubled to consult the one book which would give you the real meaning and value of what you hold. Now, how do you explain that?
I'm a very busy man, a doctor in practice.
That's no answer. You said in your note you were a connoisseur.
So I am.
Well, what do you know of the Emperor Shomu? How do you associate him with the Shoso Inn near Nara?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Does that puzzle you? What about the Northern Wei dynasty?
Oh, this is intolerable. I came here to do you a favor, not to be examined as if I were a schoolboy.
You're here as a spy. Sherlock Holmes sent you. Now, what's the game? You've made your way in here without leave. But you're not going to find it so easy to get out again. I thought the beating he got yesterday would be enough to scare him off. But if he wants a corpse to prove to him... what's that? Someone's in the inner study. Someone... Sherlock Holmes himself. Now, what in blazes are you doing here?
Just glancing through your diary. Rather lurid reading, my dear fellow. I wonder what Miss Violet will think of it.
Put that book down. Put it down, I say, you fool. My men bungled. I told them to kill you. Well, I'm going to complete the job myself.
Look out, Holmes, he's got a knife.
Oh, no, you don't. I've got a little score of my own to settle.
Oh, Kitty, what are you doing here?
Surprised to see me, eh? Thought I'd killed myself by this time. Well, I'm going to fix you.
Oh, now, really, Kitty. You're most amusing.
Go ahead and laugh. It'll be the last time. Very well, then.
Stop her! Stop her, Watson!
Oh, can I do
Watson, why didn't you stop her?
She's blinded me. Vitriol, it's burning my eyes out. Water, for God's sake, water!
That'll spoil your looks.
The pain, I can't stand the pain. It's driving me crazy.
Now laugh. Why don't you laugh?
What a story, Doctor. And did Miss de Merville break off the engagement when she saw the Baron's love diary?
Oh, dear me, yes. Sir James came and collected it and the little saucer of Ming china the afternoon after her encounter with Gruner. The diary was in the Baron's own handwriting. There was no way of getting around that. The wages of sin, my dear Mr. Harris, the wages of sin. Be sure your faults will find you out.
Say, Doctor, apropos of nothing at all, was Mr. Holmes arrested for housebreaking?
Now, what an idea. Well, there was some rumor about a prosecution, I believe, but when the purpose is good and the client sufficiently illustrious, even the rigid British law becomes human and elastic. Holmes is yet to stand in the dock.
And the illustrious client, Doctor, did you ever find out who he was?
Well, I could make a good guess. On Sir James' second visit, I escorted him down to his carriage, and quite by accident, mind, I caught a glimpse of that coat of arms before Sir James threw his overcoat half out of the window to cover it.
And who was it, Doctor?
Oh, I couldn't dream of telling. Beyond the fact that he was a loyal friend and a chivalrous gentleman, and his coat of arms had 3 ostrich plumes on the top.
And, of course, you haven't the remotest idea.
Oh, certainly not.
And now, Doctor, how about giving our friends and listeners a hint about next week's story?
Next week? Now, let me see. Oh, yes, next week I think I'll tell you about some yellow roses that refused to die, and how they nearly caused the death of a lovely young second wife, who heard the voice of her husband's first wife calling to her from a watery grave.
The makers of Clippercraft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Ever-Blooming Roses. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcast. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. This week's adventure, the case of the complicated poisoning at Eel Pie Island. Well, here it is, time for our weekly visit to Dr. Watson, but hello, his study's empty. Say, don't tell us the good doctor has forgotten his appointment.
Certainly not. I'm out here on the terrace.
Oh, yes, now we see him on the other side of the French door, stretched out in that deck chair.
Come on out.
Thank you.
There's another for you, Mr. Harris. Make yourself comfortable, and I'll divide a very superior sunset with you.
Fair enough, Doctor. Hello, what's this you've got on? Joseph's coat of many colors certainly couldn't rival that one, Doctor. Don't tell me that's one of Clippercraft's new sport jackets.
Well, no. This is what we called a blazer in my younger days.
Oh, yes.
The sort of outfit Holmes and I used to wear punting on the Thames. As a matter of fact, my wife was going through an old trunk and ran across it the other day. Puts me in mind of the adventure of the poisoning at Eel Pie Island. A case at once violent and diabolically complicated. Yes, having decided to tell that story this afternoon, I appropriately donned the old blazer for the occasion, don't you know?
Well, what does Mrs. Watson think of it?
Oh, she's threatened to leave me if I step off the premises in it.
I see what she means, Doctor. It is a bit, shall we say, spectacular?
Oh, that's the trouble with the rising generation, Mr. Harris. No individuality. No dash, no style. How do you expect to impress the young ladies of your acquaintance on summer picnics or beach parties and boating expeditions?
Well, by wearing Clippercraft sport coats, of course, Dr. Watson.
Yes, I seem to have led with my chin that time.
Oh, not at all. Just you take Mrs. Watson along when you go down to look at the new Clippercraft tropical suits and sport jackets. She'll be pleased to take you anywhere in any of them, I'll bet you. And she'll be doubly pleased because they won't knock holes in the family budget either. The man who insists on Clippercraft clothes says goodbye to high prices insofar as his clothing budget is concerned, for Clippercraft clothes have never been anything but high in quality and low in price. And that goes for today, too, despite rising costs of materials and manufacturing. But great values like Clippercraft's would not be possible without the famous Clippercraft plan. The plan's the reason you can buy high-quality Clippercraft suits for only $40 to $47.50. Find tropicals for summer wear for only $33.75 to $40, and smart sport jackets for only $26.50. Yes, the great Clippercraft plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, provides steady year-round operation, reduces manufacturing and distribution costs, and delivers the savings to you. Now, for your own sake, we urge that you compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. See your Clippercraft dealer tomorrow. But now, back to the fatal poisoning on Eel Pie Island. The title sounds indigestible to begin with, Dr. Watson. Eel Pie Island. Look, is there really such a place?
Oh, the ignorance of the man. If you'd ever been boating on the Thames, you'd know it well. Yes, Eel Pie Island lies in the prettiest stretch of the river between Richmond and Hampton Court. Furthermore, it has a very popular inn which is famous for its ale and its eel pie.
Oh, naturally.
A cold, refreshing mug of ale after a pull up the river in the hot sun and a delicious slice of cold eel pie.
I could certainly go over the first item, Dr. Watson, but I'm not quite so sure about the second.
You know, Mr. Harris, that's exactly what Holmes said some 20 or so years ago. It was Sunday afternoon, and Mary was expecting some relatives for tea. Noticing my agonized expression, she handed me this blazer and suggested Holmes and I go for our annual June boating expedition up the Thames. Consequently, 4 o'clock found us in a 4-oared skiff, briskly skimming past Ham House, the Jacobean seat of the Earl of Dysart, back in 1610, of course.
Oh, obviously.
Yes, we were skimming. Holmes was as fresh as a daisy after a mile's pull up from Richmond. I'm afraid I had begun to melt.
Get you back into it, Watson. Stroke. Watson, that's the third time you've missed count.
Stroke. Sorry, Holmes. My stomach keeps getting in the way.
That's what comes of being a married man. Meals at regular hours. Nothing to jolt you out of your rut.
Oh, I was jolted out of it 4 years when I rejoined during the late war. I enjoy my rut, thank you. I don't wish to be jolted out of it again.
You mean you don't ever miss the old Baker Street days? The excitement, the suspense, the danger?
I enjoy it all in retrospect. I say, Holmes, that's Eel Pie Island up ahead. What do you say we pull under those willows for a bit of a breather, eh?
I don't need a breather.
I wonder if the ale at the inn is as cool as I remember it. Brown, tangy, I can just feel it trickling down my throat. And the eel pie, crust all flaky and tender.
I have no interest whatever in eel, Watson. Nasty, slimy fish. Besides, we're in duty bound to demolish the contents of the hamper Mrs. Watson prepared for us with such loving care. From the contents, I suspect she hoped we'd be gone a week. No, Watson, no eel pie. Stroke.
Holmes, you unfeeling.
However, I do think I could be interested in a mug of ale.
Yes?
Yes, Watson, they're right. Stroke.
Thank God you have some human weaknesses.
Ah, there we are, all tied up and shipshape. Watson, you unpack the hamper while I go for the ale.
Oh, no, don't bother. I'll go. I want to stretch my legs.
No, Watson, I'll go. I thought of it first.
Oh, so you can have an extra mug while you're waiting. No, you don't. We'll both go for the ale.
Come along, then. Oh, careful. You nearly landed in the river.
Oh, it's these white trousers. They must have shrunk since last summer. Can't go bounding about like a mountain chamois the way you do.
That's a perfect day. What is more charming than the Thames on a Sunday in June? The little boats filled with the flower of the countryside, the dainty parasols, the airy dresses, the lacy petticoats so coquettishly displayed.
I thought you were supposed to be a woman-hater.
I was admiring the scene quite impersonally, Watson, from the artist's viewpoint. I have artistic blood in my veins, you know, on my mother's side.
Oh, balderdash.
Help! Help! I've been poisoned.
Holmes, did you hear that?
Yes, it's a fat woman in the purple bombazine of the next punt. She's managed to terrify completely the little wispy man who's her escort.
Walter, you fool! Get a doctor! You want me to die?
I'm a doctor, madam. May I be of assistance?
Oh, yes, please. Please help us. My sister thinks she's been poisoned.
I know I've been poisoned. It's in my tea.
I just made us a nice pot of tea. It was quite all right, Minnie. I drank some too, you know.
My cup wasn't all right. It tasted bitter.
Then why did you drink it?
I didn't. Just a mouthful. My stomach. The pain in my stomach. My neck felt stiff all day. The pain in my stomach. Here, the diaphragm, it's contracting.
I shall want hot water.
The tea kettle is still half full. I can light the spirit lamp.
We haven't time. Salt. Have you some salt or mustard?
We have both. Minnie always brings everything.
Good. We shall have to give her a good emetic. Clean out her stomach.
An emetic? No, I won't take it. I won't.
Minnie, don't. Oh, good Lord. I'm having convulsions.
Yes, marked opisthotonos.
That grin. Horrible grin.
The rhesus sardonicus, Watson. Chronic spasm. I'm afraid we're too late.
Oh.
Oh, dear. I do wish the police or the coroner would get here. It seems so awful to leave poor Minnie stretched out in the boat. Oh, with that dreadful grin on her poor dead face. If only she hadn't suffered so before she died.
She was very fortunate, Mr.
Weatherby. Walter Weatherby. Minnie was my sister.
Miss Weatherby was very fortunate, Mr. Weatherby. She died remarkably fast, all things considered. If she'd been a younger, stronger woman, death might have been delayed for hours, even days. I take it she had high blood pressure and a weak heart.
Yes, sir. And diabetes, too. We all have it in our family. That is, all but Robert.
Oh?
Thank heaven she went quickly. I can't bear to see anyone suffer. I can't even bear to kill a fly. The only reason I keep that vermin killer in the potting shed is because the nasty things have been destroying my tulip bulb, don't you know?
Oh, so that's where the strychnine came from.
What strychnine?
The strychnine that made your sister's cup of tea taste so bitter.
Of course, Holmes. That's what brought on those convulsions. Strychnine. They're quite typical.
Were they, Watson?
But of course. The gasping for breath, the protruding eyeballs, the rigidity and convulsions.
But there couldn't have been any strychnine in the tea. I drank 4 cups myself.
Tell me, Mr. Weatherby, did your sister have anything in her tea that you didn't share? Cream? A drop of rum? Bit of mint?
No. Nothing like that. We both took it weak with a lot of milk. Oh, Minnie did have strychnine, of course. That is saccharine, I should say. I prefer to go without sweetening myself. We aren't allowed sugar, you know, because of the diabetes.
Saccharine, of course. She carried the pills in a box, a reticule?
Oh, no, sir. She had a plain paper envelope. Here it is on the floor of the punt.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it, I say.
Oh, no, sir. Not if you say not.
Hand it to me, Watson, with your handkerchief.
Very well, Holmes.
Empty.
She used up all the pills, I guess. And no wonder. She had 6 cups of tea. Minnie did enjoy her afternoon tea. She did enjoy all her meals. Poor Minnie.
Holmes, how do you account for the fact that the 5 previous cups were drunk without complications?
Probably because only the 6th saccharin pill was poisonous and bitter. The shock of finding it poisoned, you know, to a woman with her heart. That certainly helped to bring on the convulsions. It was undoubtedly pure accident that pill was saved to the last. You say your sister suffered from diabetes, Mr. Weatherby. She doesn't look it.
Oh, that's because my brother Robert took such good care of her, of all of us. He gives us injections of that new drug, insulin. They discovered it last year. It does wonders for people with diabetes, Mr. Holmes. My brother's been lecturing on it at all the medical schools all over England.
By Jove, of course your brother must be the famous Dr. Robert Weatherby.
Obviously, Watson. Tell me, Mr. Weatherby, how long have you and your sister suffered from diabetes?
Oh, only about 4 months. My other sister, Nellie, had it too. She died 2 months ago. Oh, dear, poor Nellie. She was really my favorite, you know.
Too far gone for the insulin to do much good, I suppose.
Oh, no, sir. We none of us had any symptoms of diabetes before last year. I did have my dizzy spells, of course, but we never thought it was anything like that. Oh, no. Thank heaven insulin was discovered in time for us. Not that it seems to have saved Minnie, or Nellie either.
But surely you must realize that your sister didn't die of a diabetic seizure, Mr. Weatherby.
Oh, no. Minnie went the same way as Nellie went, of poison. Only, I didn't do it. You must believe me. I didn't do it.
I say, Holmes, here comes a boat. It's turning in here.
Yes. It's the police launch.
Oh, thank heaven for that. I thought they'd never get here.
Hello there! Is this where there's been a murder?
Well, if it isn't our old friend, the bellowing beagle of Scotland Yard, Inspector Lestrade himself. Welcome, Lestrade. Welcome aboard. We have quite a cargo for you to inspect.
Hold! How in thunder did you get here?
I am a bird of ill omen, Lestrade. I'm attracted to a crime like a vulture to carrion.
Oh, Holmes, really?
So you admit it is a crime, eh?
A murder, Lestrade. A beautifully staged little murder.
But look here. I didn't do it. I'm innocent. I wouldn't hurt a fly.
Oh, so it's Mr. Walter Weatherby again. And I suppose this is another sister you've done away with so you could inherit her share of the Weatherby bills?
No, I didn't do it. I didn't hurt Nellie either. I swear I didn't.
I know. You slipped through our fingers the last time. We had our suspicions right enough, but we couldn't prove anything. The jury thought you looked so meek and mild butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, so they brought in a verdict of suicide. The poison was found in her cough medicine that time.
Which poison, Lestrade?
Strychnine, Holmes. Oh. What else gives people convulsions like the woman just had here, they tell me? This chap's got a pottage shed, a vermin killer all full of strychnine.
But I've kept it locked up ever since Nellie killed herself. I carry the key with me.
Interesting.
We don't need any of your fancy deductions this time, Holmes. This time we caught him red-handed. There was no one in the boat but him and his sister. He gave her a cup of tea and it killed her.
He gave her 6 cups of tea, Lestrade. Only the last one seems to have contained anything suspicious. There it is on top of the hamper, and still 3/4 full.
Really? I'm surprised you didn't empty it out.
I never tamper with clues, Lestrade. I merely point them out. It's up to you to draw your own conclusions.
Well, don't worry. I've done that already. This Weatherby chap's guilty, and he won't wiggle out of it this time.
By the way, Lestrade, what do you make of the wool scarf wrapped around the victim's neck? It's a hot day, but Minnie's wearing a purple scarf.
Next, I suppose you'll tell me she wasn't poisoned, she was strangled.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm not strong enough. Minnie was suffering from a stiff neck. It came on this morning. Robert suggested that I take her out on the river to see if the sun would bake it out.
Nevertheless, the scarf is significant, Lestrade, and the violent contractions of the diaphragm. Don't forget those. I suggest you have your best surgeon perform the autopsy.
We won't need any autopsy if we find strychnine in that teacup bowl.
Oh, you'll find strychnine, Lestrade, never fear.
What makes you so sure?
I tasted it, you know. I tasted it.
Talk things over with any of the millions of men who wear Clippercraft clothes, and you'll soon find out why Clippercraft clothes have won more friends than any other label in America. Well-dressed men are loyal to Clippercraft because Clippercraft is loyal to them. Clippercraft is devoted to just one thing, giving you the best clothing value in America. Through the famous Clippercraft plan, you get the benefit of tremendous savings made by concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. Locally owned, independent stores. Stores you can trust. It's the biggest idea that ever hit the clothing industry and eased your clothing budget. Where else can you get such remarkably fine quality in suits for only $40 and $47.50, in tropicals for only $33.75 to $40, and in sport jackets for $26.50? The answer is nowhere else, except in the fine stores everywhere that feature the Clippercraft label. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. We find them in the waiting room of the famous Dr. Robert Weatherby. Watson is decidedly ill at ease.
Holmes, I don't know why you insisted on coming here.
To present our condolences, of course. After all, we were in at the death, as you might say.
Holmes, really?
And to find out more about this new drug. What's it called? Oh, yes, insulin.
Yes, I might have known it was your insatiable thirst for information that brought you, not your humane instincts. Of all the cold-blooded...
Quiet, Watson. Someone's coming.
Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Quite.
The doctor will see you now. Step this way, please.
Oh, thank you. After you, Holmes. This was your idea.
Well, well, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. This is indeed an honor. I'm indeed grateful for your efforts on my poor sister's behalf.
My colleague, Dr. Watson, was the physician on the case, Dr. Weatherby.
That is, everything possible was done, you understand. I can't begin to express my regrets.
Oh, please don't blame yourself, Doctor. I couldn't have done more for her myself, I'm sure. An overdose of strychnine is so violent and so sudden, don't you know?
Then the autopsy showed strychnine.
There was no autopsy necessary, Mr. Holmes. The contents of the teacup proved the case. And then, of course, when my brother confessed...
Confessed?
Yes. It seems he had one of his dizzy spells while my sister was drinking her tea and lay down in the boat for a moment. He must have been unconscious for several moments. At least he doesn't seem to remember what happened during that length of time.
Of course, a trance. Somnambulistic. He must have administered the poison while in a semi-conscious condition.
Yes, poor Walter. I've always known he subconsciously resented both his sisters. They were so big and robust. Walter was always rather frail. I suppose I should have had him committed after Nellie's death, but, well, somehow I couldn't persuade myself that he was really dangerous.
I see. Would it shock you very much, Dr. Weatherby, if I were to assure you that your brother did not kill either of his sisters?
But, Mr. Holmes, the evidence. The death struggle indicated strychnine. Now, strychnine was found in the teacup. He was the only person with her all afternoon. And then his confession. You can't get around that.
I imagine your brother Walter takes rather easily to any form of suggestion, Dr. Weatherby. With your permission, I should like to have a talk with him. He's in Bow Street Jail, I understand.
That's correct, Mr. Holmes. But I'm afraid you must postpone your interview until later in the day, when he's had time to recover from his insulin injection.
He's already had it?
No. As a matter of fact, I was just about to go around to the jail and give it to him.
Splendid. We'll go with you. Dr. Watson is particularly anxious to learn this new technique of administering insulin.
Holmes, really not.
Some other time I shall be delighted.
But what better time than the present? We promise not to discuss your sister's murder, Dr. Weatherby.
But I understand, that is, Scotland Yard is in charge of the case. Would they permit interference?
Scotland Yard has learned it's always wise to allow me to interfere, Dr. Weatherby. It so frequently saves them from making fools of themselves.
This way, gentlemen, please. He's in here. Wait a moment till I unlock his cell. Step inside, please, gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, Walter, we've come to see you. You remember us, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson?
Oh, Robert, I didn't think you'd ever want to speak to me again. And these kind gentlemen, Robert, they did all that they could, Robert. It was too horrible the way she died.
Easy, old chap, easy.
Oh, but how could I? Oh, my mind is all blurry. Everything is all confused.
Yes, that's because you haven't had your insulin.
That's right, Walter. Now, you just wait till I fix the hypodermic. You'll feel better in no time after your injection. Just sit down, Walter. Roll up your sleeve.
Well, quite a little party we're having here this morning. They told me you'd crashed in again, Holmes.
Morning, Lestrade.
Well, if it's against the regulations, Inspector Lestrade, it was his idea, not mine. He assured me...
Quite all right, Dr. Weatherby. Scotland Yard grumbles a good deal about Sherlock Holmes's interference, but we found out it's sometimes a good idea to let him rave.
Many thanks, Lestrade. As a matter of fact, you came just in time. We are about to witness a very interesting demonstration.
An injection of insulin isn't as drastic as all that, Mr. Holmes. In a few years, thousands of people will be getting insulin daily, injecting it themselves in all probability. Now, hold out your arm, Walter.
Then it's really quite harmless. I mean, even to a person not suffering from diabetes.
Oh, yes. It might accelerate the rate of metabolism slightly for a time, but nothing to worry about.
Then Nellie's death and Minnie's death couldn't possibly have been caused by the injection you gave each of them the morning of the day in which they died.
Good Lord, no. What a fantastic idea.
Not so fantastic, Dr. Weatherby. I'm quite convinced that neither Minnie nor your brother here suffer from diabetes. Your sister Nellie I didn't see, unfortunately.
My dear Mr. Holmes, without a blood test, how can you possibly tell?
I have the eye of the trained diagnostician, Dr. Weatherby. The tone of the skin was too healthy, particularly in Minnie's case. No. I suggest you were giving your brother and sister injections for a much more sinister reason, Doctor.
But that's preposterous. Even if they proved not to be diabetic, insulin injections wouldn't harm them.
I grant you all but the final injections were harmless, Doctor.
Nonsense. My sister certainly didn't die from any injections I gave them. Death in both cases was later, much later.
You're positive those injections were harmless?
Positive.
You wouldn't care to prove it by giving yourself the injection you've just prepared for your brother.
Why, that is, if I do, I won't be able to give him his dose. I only have one with me. As you can see, Walter is near collapse. I won't be responsible if he doesn't get his insulin.
I prepared for that emergency. Dr. Watson has brought along a small amount of the drug. I'm sure it'll suffice.
Well, this is really too ridiculous.
Well, now, I'm not so sure. You say it won't hurt you to take that insulin. Go ahead and take it.
Why, I know it sounds silly, but I've never had the nerve to give myself an injection.
Oh, I'll be happy to oblige.
No, Watson, let me. I'm quite good at it. And I don't want any accidents with the contents of that hypodermic. Now then, give it to me. Give it to me, I say.
No, you can't make me. You can't.
Stand back. Don't anyone touch that broken hypodermic or the fluid it contained.
Good Lord. Why not?
Unless I'm very much mistaken. It's a particularly deadly culture of tetanus bacteria. I'll just take a sample. Carefully. Between these glass slides. Now, Lestrade, if you'll tell the guard to bring the strongest carbolic acid he can find,
I'd say we'll have this case just about washed up.
A nice fellow that Robert Weatherby turned out to be, eh, Dr. Watson? But look, why the strychnine in the first sister's cough medicine and the second sister's teacup?
Because the symptoms of tetanus poisoning and strychnine poisoning are so remarkably similar. Tetanus takes much longer, of course, to develop. Robert could be sure of being at a safe distance when the death occurred.
Diabolical, I'd say.
Yes. Holmes suspected tetanus when he heard of Minnie's stiff neck and noticed the contraction of the solar plexus. Those symptoms do not occur in strychnine poisoning. Of course, I should have noticed them too, but what with the presence of strychnine in the cup, it's so easy to jump to the wrong conclusions, which is what Robert Weatherby had counted on.
But again, why did Dr. Weatherby plant the strychnine?
To implicate his brother, who was known to have a quantity in his possession.
Nothing like killing off the whole family in one fell swoop.
Yes, and he would probably have gotten away with it if Sherlock Holmes hadn't happened along. But now, isn't it about time for that suggestion about next week's story?
It certainly is, Dr. Watson.
Well, next week, now, let me think. Suppose I tell you about a visit Holmes and I paid to Castle Mortlake, and how I was splattered with blood from a famous silver chandelier that was supposed to bleed whenever a catastrophe occurred in the family. It wasn't ordinary blood, however. Yes, that was an adventure in which Holmes' knowledge of bee culture came in very handy.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran. Special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Bleeding Chandelier. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
NERO Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Just a moment, please. Hey, boss, Mr. Tom Wilcox wants an appointment. How about 1 o'clock?
Archie, no appointments today. I intend to pot some dendrobium offsets.
1 o'clock will be fine, Mr. Wilcox.
Is he the Tom Wilcox who was acquitted yesterday of the murder of that singer, Keith Hansen?
Mr. Wilcox, are you the Tom Wilcox who... Oh, you are. I see.
What does he want with me?
Mr. Wilcox, why do you seek Mr. Wolfe's services? I see. Well, our fee is $1,000 with a retainer of $500, okay? Oh, yes, Mr. Wolfe will see you. What's that? Hey, what was that? Hey, Mr. Wilcox.
Archie, stop shouting, hey.
He whispered someone was at the window. Then I heard a shot and he dropped the phone. Boss, I'm afraid we've just lost a client.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout, and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This episode is one Nero Wolfe refers to as a slight case of perjury. It all started with a phone call from Tom Wilcox and the ensuing shot, which I was sure had brought our newfound income to an early end. Anyway, there was the shot and... Hello? Mr. Wilcox? Hello? Oh, boss, I've certainly waited long enough for him to come back to the phone. We may have just lost a nice bankroll.
Nonsense, Archie. Other clients will rescue us. Now for a cold bottle of beer, Archie.
We're almost out of beer. I better get over there and see what happened to Mr. Wilcox.
The beer first.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Oh, Wilcox, you all right? Well, was that a shot? It was, huh? I'm glad it missed.
Tell him to come right over here.
Yeah, you dug the slug out of the wall. Well, come right over. Boss, the police never found the gun that killed Keith Hansen.
No gun was found.
Wilcox said he thinks he was shot at with a .32. He dug the bullet out of the wall. The murderer of Hansen must now be after Wilcox.
If Wilcox is telling the truth.
He was acquitted. The society gal, Mrs. Patricia Park, established his alibi, said she was with Wilcox at the time the murder was supposed to have occurred.
I read the papers, Archie.
Where's last night's paper? Wow, boss, look at her picture. Ooh, she's a honey.
Archie, will you get me some beer?
Well, if you move your arm 6 1/4 inches, you can't possibly miss it. Mr. Wolfe, this is Tom Wilcox, our new client.
How do you do?
Archie, the red leather chair for Mr. Wilcox.
Mr. Wolfe, I'd like your aid in finding the murderer of Keith Hansen.
Indeed. Why do you suppose you were shot at this morning?
I gave a statement to the press last night, which was printed this morning, saying that I was going to seek out the killer of Keith Hansen. The killer obviously wants me stopped. Here's the bullet, a .32, I'd say.
Why did you go to Keith Hansen's apartment on the day of his death?
I went there to tell him to stay away from my sister. We had a fight. The manager came and stopped us. I told Hansen I'd kill him if he didn't lay off. The manager heard this. Then I went home.
What time was that?
About 8:30. The police claimed I returned to Hansen's apartment and shot him. I couldn't prove I was at home all night. It was going rough for me until Patricia Park testified she was with me at the time when the crime was said to have been committed.
Why didn't you tell the police in the first place that this Patricia Park was with you?
Well, that's the whole trouble. She wasn't.
What?
Her claim that she spent the hours from 9 till midnight with me was a lie. In fact, I'd never met the woman in my life.
Have you contacted this Patricia since your release, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, but she refuses to see me.
Archie, phone Mrs. Patricia Park and tell her that she must see you at once for her own good. Time is of the essence.
And what else can you tell me, Mrs. Park?
Mr. Goodwin, I haven't anything more to say than I've already said.
All I want is a simple answer as to why you lied about being with Tom Wilcox.
Well, Tom Wilcox is a very fine man, but he isn't telling you the truth.
Did you commit the murder and succeed in establishing your own alibi by swearing you and Tom Wilcox were together 10 miles from the scene of the crime?
I did not.
Do you own a gun?
Don has one around.
Who's Don?
Don's my husband.
Oh, is he here?
I doubt it. He's never here. Spends most of his time at the bookies, throwing away every cent he can get his hands on. I've had to cut his allowance to practically nothing.
Doesn't he work?
No. He studied medicine, but gave it up. He was an illustrator for years, but gave that up when his eyes were burned in a plane crash.
Mm-hmm. Where's the gun?
It's in the desk. It used to be in here.
What caliber?
I don't know.
Where were you at 10 o'clock this morning?
Why, I think I was with the cook.
Someone fired a shot at Tom Wilcox this morning through the window.
No. Oh, no. Archie, please don't continue with this investigation, please.
How well did you know Keith Hansen?
Not very well, but enough to realize he was no good. Mr. Goodwin, if you'll drop this case, I'll give you $1,000 cash.
Not interested. But I am interested in learning why you lied, why Tom was shot at this morning, and why you should try to bribe me.
You must stop for your own sake.
How will it benefit me to step out of it?
The killer tried to stop Tom Wilcox. You might be next, and he may not miss this time.
Go on. Why have you been protecting Wilcox?
I believe Tom Wilcox was innocent. And I didn't want him to be sentenced to die, so I lied at the trial.
He told us today he'd never seen you before.
That's true. But he looked so innocent, so clean and good and decent.
That's not very believable. If you don't think Wilcox killed Hansen, who do you think did it?
Please believe me, Archie. I don't know. I tell you.
Hi, sis. Hey, what's the matter? Are we intruding?
Oh, hello, Marge. Brad, come in. This is Mr. Goodwin. My sister and brother-in-law, Marge and Brad Keene.
How do you do?
Hello. What gives, and who's Mr. Goodwin?
A private detective, Marge. I've just explained to Mr. Goodwin that I wasn't with Tom Wilcox at the time of Keith Hansen's murder.
Pat, why did you tell him that?
Mr. Goodwin, I hope you will not use this knowledge against Pat.
Did you all know Keith Hansen?
Yes. And my husband and Keith went to school together.
Keith, Don, and I were on the same polo team.
Where were you at the time of the Hansen murder, Mr. King?
He and Don were attending a horse show at Madison Square Garden. Marge and I didn't want to go. We stayed here.
Where were you at 10 this morning, Mr. King?
Why, I had an appointment with my dentist, Dr. Flagg, Rockefeller Center.
And you, Mrs. King?
I was shopping. Ilsa's salon. A sale on dresses. Why all this questioning?
Marge, someone tried to kill Tom Wilcox this morning.
What?
May I use the phone, Mrs. Park?
Yes, of course. First door to your left.
Suppose you try to find the gun.
Marge, that gun is missing from the desk.
I haven't seen it.
Do you know the caliber, Mr. King?
32, I think.
It must be in the house.
For your sake, I hope you find it.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
You should have reported long ago. She must be very pretty.
That Park admits she lied. She claims now she was with her sister, Marge King. Marge and her husband, Brad, have alibis, and all have alibis for this morning. I'll check them before I return.
Where were they the night of the Hanson murder?
Well, Brad and Don Park, that's Pat's husband, were at the Madison Square Garden horse show. Pat and Marge were together here at the house.
Impossible to verify the Madison Square alibi at this date. Check all the rest and come home for lunch. It's Oysters Rockefeller.
Has Inspector Kramer arrived yet?
He has, and left the police records on the Hanson murder. He has taken the bullet Wilcox brought to be checked at ballistics.
Good. Pat had a .32 caliber gun in the desk in the library. It's now missing.
Did he?
And, boss, Pat just offered me $1,000 to quit the case. When I refused, she said if I didn't lay off, something might happen to me.
Oh, dear me. That would be most upsetting, eh? After lunch, I want you to visit the late Keith Hanson's apartment. Bye.
Before you join the others, Mr. Goodwin, I want to talk to you.
All right. Close the door, Marge.
Pat didn't mean anything when she offered you money, Archie. And she wasn't threatening you, honest.
I'm convinced. Why the pressure?
Well, why don't you sit down? Here, by me.
Okay. What's on your mind, huh?
Archie, I can add another 1,000 to what Pat offered. Wouldn't that be enough, Archie? I can give it to you right now. Brad will write a check.
Does Brad want me to stop, too?
He said you couldn't be persuaded.
Every one of you seems to have had a reason for killing Hanson. None of you apparently liked him. Now, be a good little girl, Marge, and stop trying to act like a Delilah. If you're innocent, you have nothing to worry about.
You're stuffy. I hope you do get hurt.
Thanks a million. Now let's join the others. Well, Pat, did you find the gun?
I can't find it anywhere. Oh, Mr. Goodwin, this is Don Park, my husband.
How do you do?
How are you?
Have you seen the gun, Mr. Park?
Not for ages. You're a detective, huh?
Yeah. May I ask where you were this morning about 10?
Why? Frankly, I was at my bookie's.
Where's that?
I can't tell you, but I'll call him and you can check it.
Were you and Brad together at all times during the horse show the night of Keith Hanson's murder?
No. Brad wandered away a couple of times, and I saw some people I knew.
You know how it is. We'd meet at intervals.
Archie, you're wasting your time. None of us is guilty. I made a fool of myself, that's all. Tom Wilcox was such a decent man that I hated to see him have to pay for taking Keith Hanson's rotten life.
If a man's guilty, why should you butt in? You never use your head.
Pat is one person who thinks of others before herself.
Marge, forget it.
Now you've got private detectives snooping around. What are you after, Goodwin? Who are you working for? Why don't you let my wife alone? The case is closed, isn't it?
Maybe.
Don, this just makes it more interesting to Mr. Goodwin.
As a matter of fact, I think you all know more than you're telling. I still think Tom Wilcox killed him. And there's only one reason why Pat should protect him.
Don, that's enough.
Nice, happy family, suffering all the torments of a guilty conscience, is that it?
What are you trying to do, Mr. Goodwin? Get your nose poked?
Not exactly.
If not, you'd better leave.
Okay, Mr. King, I'll run along. Mr. Wolfe will be anxiously waiting to hear about this. So long.
Pat Park's cook verified her alibi for 10 o'clock this morning, then. What about the other alibis?
Well, Brad's dentist said that he didn't get to Brad until about 10:30. His appointments had run over. He wasn't sure if Brad was there at 10 or not. The nurse was out at that time. Marge's alibi is no good. And at mob at Ilsa's, the saleswomen wouldn't have known their own mothers. Don's alibi checks if we can take the word of the bookie.
Don and Pat, then, are the only ones who have alibis that checked, huh?
That's right. Are these the reports Inspector Kramer brought?
Hmm?
Keith Hanson's body showed obvious signs of battery. Lips were swollen and lacerated, clothes disarranged. Knuckles of the right hand were skinned, nose fractured. Major contusion over the right eye. The eyes were closed. .32 caliber bullet was embedded in the left chest wall. Wow, what a battle.
I am of the opinion that Hanson was battered by two different people. I think someone arrived after Wilcox was thrown out by the manager, and this someone gave Hanson another beating.
Really, boss?
Come, let's have dinner. Then you must get over to Hanson's apartment.
Boss?
Yes, Archie. What have you found at Hanson's place?
Well, the desk yielded one thing of interest. Keith's address book. And Marge's name is in there. Apparently he'd known her before she was married, when she was Marge Van Cott.
I see.
A married name King was added in a different colored ink. Pat's phone number's there, and of course Don's and Brad's office numbers. There are a few bills, but no letters, no clues.
Sure?
Boss, I've combed the place, and there's no... Hey, wait a minute, I'll call you back. Who's there?
Archie, you know I dislike the banging of doors. Sign of ill breeding. Archie, what happened to you?
Target for tonight, Archie Goodwin.
Your forehead's bleeding. You better have Fritz fix it.
Well, my head can wait. Some guy certainly surprised me at Hanson's. Creased me on the forehead. Good thing I snapped off the lights. He emptied his gun at me. We scuffled and he got away. And then I dug his slug out of a chair. I think it's a .32. But look at this, boss. A little round piece of glass. Found it on the floor.
It's very small, very smooth, and concavo-convex in shape. Half an inch diameter.
Watch crystal?
Don't think so. The edges are too smoothly ground. I'll examine it under a magnifying glass.
I'll get it, boss. Oh, hi, Tom. Come in. It's Mr. Wilcox, boss.
Archie, hey, what's happened to you?
Somebody tried to scalp me.
Good evening, Mr. Wilcox.
The red leather chair, Tom.
Archie, please finish your report. Did you notice anything else of importance at Hanson's apartment?
Is that where this happened?
Yeah. Well, there were dozens of gals' photos scattered around.
Photos, eh? But no letters, Archie?
Not a one.
There must be some letters, Archie. Love letters. Wherever we have girls' photos and telephone numbers, I assure you there are bound to be love letters. That is what we must find. But then we'll have a motive.
Yeah, but where do I look, huh?
Go to Hanson's dressing room at the Club Diablo. I have just phoned the place. A female singer is substituting for Hanson, but she won't arrive until supper hour. Mr. Wilcox, accompany Mr. Goodwin, if you please. Keep your eyes open. I need the boy.
Then you do love me, boss? Come on, Tom. Let's look at this Club Diablo.
Well, I fixed it up with the stage doorman. Here, this is Hanson's dressing room.
What a layout. This dressing room's fancier than most of the Met stars get.
Hanson fixed it up himself. A bar, refrigerator, hot plate, television set. He could live here.
Some of this stuff could be the new girl singers.
I don't think so.
Well, let's get to work, Tom. Take the drawers in his dressing table first.
What are we looking for, Archie?
Mr. Wolfe says the motive. He means letters. There's nothing here. Nothing in the desk. New singer must have cleaned it out for her things.
Nothing in the books.
Don't pass up that refrigerator.
Nope, empty. Hey, there is something here. Back of the ice cube trays. Come here.
Oh, wow. Mr. Wolfe said there had to be letters, and so there are letters. Lots of them. Hey, here's one from Marge. And another. And look here. Really confidential letters from a dozen society gals.
There's something else in the back.
Bank book. What do you know? A singer like Keith didn't make this much.
No, that kind of money didn't come from crooning.
This guy Keith was really shaking these babes down.
Archie, someone's coming. Listen.
Quick, behind the door and grab him. Douse the lights.
Run, Marge, run!
Hold it, Tom. Oh, it's you two.
You dirty rat. Higgin woman.
What are you and Archie doing here?
The letters. Archie, you found them.
Archie, please, give me those letters.
Don't touch. I'll just put them safely away in my pocket. Besides, you didn't write all of these.
Give them to me. At least give me my letters.
I'll tell you what. You go on home and stay there, and we'll leave it up to Mr. Wolfe. Tom, take him outside. I want to use his phone.
Come along, ladies. Let us oblige Mr. Goodwin. I'll meet you at the stage door, Archie.
Right. Hey, the lights. Who's there?
Put the phone up, Goodwin.
Who are you?
Archie, what happened? Are you hurt? Here, let me help you.
I'm all right. I guess. Ooh, my head. Did you see anybody?
No, I didn't. I shouldn't have left you.
Turn out the lights before I saw him. He whispered. Got away with all the evidence. Where are the girls?
I sent them home in a cab.
Well, let's get over to Mr. Wolfe. This is tough luck. If I'm not mistaken, his next move will be to have a little get-together with all concerned. Come on.
Archie, the door guests are arriving.
Excuse me, Tom. Come in, Inspector Kramer.
Goodwin.
Good evening, Inspector.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, got the killer? You said you'd hand him over to me this evening.
In time, Inspector. You know Tom Wilcox, of course.
Mr. Wolfe.
Evening, Inspector.
What about the ballistics report, Inspector?
The bullet was shot from the same gun that killed Hanson.
And that gun, I am certain, came from the home of Pat and Don Parks. Marge and Brad King also had access to it. I have one more bullet here, Inspector, one fired at Mr. Goodwin. I am sure it was also shot from the same gun. However, it isn't important now.
Isn't important? It almost cost me my life.
You can make it into a charm if you wish. Inspector Kramer, before our other guests arrive, I must tell you that Mrs. Park lied on the witness stand. She was not with Tom Wilcox at the time Keith Hanson was murdered. In fact, they were absolute strangers.
What?
Sit down, Inspector. 4 other guests are due to arrive any moment.
Well, who are the other guests?
Patricia and Don Park, Marge and Brad King. One or all is involved in the Hanson murder. Archie, do any of these people wear spectacles?
No, none of them.
Do you know why this person killed Hanson, Mr. Wolfe?
First of all, Hanson was a blackmailer. The girl Marge was the current victim. The letters Hanson held were the threat. I'll explain later.
Well, then Pat must have thought that Marge killed Hanson to get the letters, and she lied on the stand to save Tom's life because she believed Tom was innocent.
Where's this Marge King? I'll have her picked up.
Sit down, Inspector. Archie, I believe our guests are arriving now.
Come in.
How are you?
Good evening. Archie, cheers. Inspector Kramer, Patricia and Don Park, Marge and Brad King, and this is Tom Wilcox.
We met at the Club Diablo this afternoon.
All right, Mr. Wolfe. Which one is it?
Patience, Inspector. One of these 5 people is the murderer of Keith Hanson, a killer.
What is this nonsense?
Please sit down. Mr. Wolfe speaking. Go ahead, boss.
Any one of you had sufficient motive to have committed the Hanson murder. Not one of you has established a bona fide alibi. You who are actually innocent must tell the truth, or you shall all suffer as accessories after the fact.
Mr. Wolfe, you're wasting your time.
Marge, several years ago, you were secretly married to Keith Hanson. It lasted but 1 week. You gave Keith the money to get a divorce from you at Mexico. He didn't, which made you a bigamist when you married Brad. Keith was all set to blackmail you. He knew your husband, Brad, was wealthy.
Marge, is this true?
Yes. Oh, please, Brad, I thought he got the divorce.
If I'd known that, I would have killed Hanson myself.
Maybe you did kill him.
One moment, Inspector. Patricia, you lied on the stand to protect Tom Wilcox here because you believed your sister Marge was guilty of Hanson's murder. Why did you believe her guilty? Were you at the scene of the crime?
Marge, it's time to tell the truth and clear all this up.
You won't be satisfied until you're in jail. Will you shut up?
Quiet, please. Go ahead, Marge.
All right. Keith Hansen was shot from the bedroom while I stood talking to him in the living room.
You went there to buy back your letters?
Yes, Pat drove me to his apartment. There was no place to park, so she said she'd drive around the block until I came out. That's why she's never been sure whether I killed him or not.
That's right. Because I feel I might have shot him if I'd been in your place. Because of what Hansen did.
What was it he did?
Keith Hansen demanded $10,000 in exchange for the letters. Pat loaned me the money, so Brad wouldn't know.
What? Is that true, Pat? You loaned her $10,000?
I got to Keith's apartment about 9:30. He looked awful. He obviously had been in a fight. The room was mussed up and his nose was bleeding.
Yes, go on.
He went to the bedroom to get the letters and came back saying they were gone. I didn't believe him. Keith said he knew who had taken them and he'd have them back by morning. He grabbed the money from me and put it in his pocket. He was just about to tell me who took the letters when there was a shot from the bedroom door. Keith Hansen fell to the floor, but I didn't see anyone. I wanted to get my money from his coat pocket, Pat's money, but I couldn't touch him. His staring, wide-open eyes were horrifying. I ran.
Poor baby, why didn't you tell me?
I think you're lying, young lady. You took the gun from your sister's desk, and when Keith Hansen didn't produce the letters, you deliberately shot him. You didn't even offer him any money. You kept it yourself.
No, I didn't. Oh, Pat, don't believe him.
Inspector Kramer, she's innocent. I know who did it.
Oh, no, Brad, stop. Oh, Brad, what are you saying?
All right. Break it up.
Yeah, so do I know, Brad. That's why you left the horse show. I thought you were guilty all along.
All right, Inspector. Now you know.
I don't get this, boss.
Inspector, ladies and gentlemen, please. First, which of you had some medical training?
Medical training? Oh, Keith Hansen and I both went to medical school. Why?
That is most enlightening, Mr. Park.
Marge and I were nurses' aides during the war.
Then perhaps you can interpret this medical phraseology for me. These few lines from this little medical book. Archie, hand it to Don Pop. Will you read it, please? Top of page 75.
It says the form of pernicious anemia commonly found in the human is...
Now, Don, hold your hand over your right eye and read on.
What? Also common to the many lower...
Now, cover the left eye and read with the other.
What is this?
Go ahead.
Well, many lower animals and this light isn't so good.
Step close to me. Yes, thank you. Mr. Park, here is the contact lens for your right eye. I'm sure you've been tremendously handicapped without it all day. Inspector Don Park is your murderer.
Don't move, Park.
Keep away, I warn you.
Drop that gun, Park.
Well, I got his gun. There you are, Inspector. He's all yours now.
Okay, come on.
Okay, Goodwin. But I'll get out of this.
You trapped yourself, Don, by your contact lens. It dropped from your eye during the scuffle with Archie in the Hansen apartment this afternoon. And the gun Archie just took from you is undoubtedly the murder weapon. And the gun that fired the bullets at Wilcox and Archie today.
Hey, Tom, are you all right? There's blood on the side of your head.
Just grazed my scalp. You and I must have hard heads.
Well, that's that. Thanks so much, Inspector, for dropping in. Come again, won't you?
This was a rough day's work, boss.
Some beer, Archie, please.
Right. Hey, what was that business about the medical training?
Marge said the body of Keith had staring, wide-open eyes, preventing her from touching the body. But the police found the eyelids closed. How did they get closed?
Well, he must have bothered Don, too, and he closed him. His medical training.
Right. A layman would never touch the eyes of the dead. Marge couldn't, not even to get back the $10,000.
Here's your beer. Why did Don do all this, boss?
Obviously, he learned of Hansen's blackmail scheme and was trying to force him to agree to split Marge's $10,000. Don was quite startled a minute ago to learn that Pat, his own wife, put up the money. However, when they heard Marge arriving, Don stepped into the bedroom, found Marge's letters in there, and must have hidden in the closet.
And then as Keith Hansen was about to speak Don's name, Don shot him and took Marge's money. And of course, he planned to carry on a blackmailing of Marge himself, thinking the money would come from Brad.
Yeah. And you are warming that beer with your hot little hands. Pour it, please.
There you are.
You've had a rough day, beaten twice and lost to interesting women. Tonight you may open your bedroom window. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Gladys Williams was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Mary Lansing, Gene Bates, Paul Marion, Barney Phillips, Ken Peters, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Lost Heir. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure:
Death by Ricochet, or Nick Carter and the mystery of the abandoned gravel pit.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick solved the mystery of how the bullet from the abandoned gravel pit killed the heir to the Marquis' fortune. But first, here's something you should know. Millions have found what wonders Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, can do for walls. Now, millions more are learning what amazing new beauty the 3 great Linex home brighteners bring to floors, woodwork, and furniture. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. You'll find the 3 great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we open our story, Nick is talking with a young friend of his whom Patsy has just brought in.
But if it's not a criminal case, John, why come to me?
Because it's the next thing to it, Nick.
Well, all right. Let's hear it. Or better take notes, Patsy, in case we want them later.
Of course, Nick. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Nick, I killed a man this morning.
What?
Oh, it was an accident, of course, but he's dead just the same.
Well, tell me about it. What happened?
Well, I was shooting in the old gravel pit back of my place on the highway. I've been shooting there a lot, getting ready for the pistol meet that's coming up. Well, this morning I was practicing out there when one of my slugs hit something and ricocheted. I never dreamed that a ricochet could get out of the gravel pit, but this one did, and traveled as far as the Marquis' estate.
You mean the Clara Marquis estate?
Yeah, that's right. And the man I killed was her son, Randolph.
Well, that certainly ought to make front page copy.
I should say so.
Patsy, get me her file out of the file room.
Coming right up, Nick.
Now, John, where was Randolph when it was hit?
At the back of the estate, helping one of his nephews rebuild the fence. The nephew, Dave Barton, said he heard the shot, and then the whine of the bullet, and then Randolph fell over. He died instantly.
Here you are, Nick. Our file on Clara Marquis.
Thanks, Patsy.
Now, let's see. Lives in a rambling old red brick mansion a mile out of town along the highway. No servants. That's funny, with all her money. Relatives living with her take the place of servants. Her son Randolph acts as general handyman on the estate. She handles all business matters herself.
Jolly old soul, I should say.
No one ever accused old Clara Marcus of being jolly. I've tried to get better acquainted with her granddaughter, Teresa, but the old lady won't let me take her out or go there to see her. I only know Teresa from what little I've seen of her around town and the few times I've driven her home. Now that I've killed her father, I suppose I'll never see her again.
Wouldn't be in love with her, would you?
No. Do you think I can be sued for Randolph's death?
Well, what's the coroner's verdict, you know?
Well, he told me he was going to report it was an accident.
Well, John, how far is it from the gravel pit to where Randolph was killed?
About a quarter mile. The Brundage place is in between. Old man Brundage was out picking berries in the back of his place. He says he heard the bullet whine over his head.
I suppose there's no doubt about the time?
No, the sheriff checked on that. Randolph was killed while I was shooting in the pit. No mistake about that.
I see. Was the bullet identified as coming from your gun?
Well, not exactly. It was too badly mutilated, the sheriff said, to be identified as having come from any particular gun. It was all flattened and twisted.
Well, from what you tell me, John, it looks as if you're responsible, all right. For the funeral expenses and so on, at least.
Well, I know that, Nick. I just want to be sure I don't get hooked for what money I've got saved by a damage suit later on. That's why I want you to investigate this for me right away. I want to have it proved an accident so that nothing can come up later to put me in the wrong more than I am now.
Yes, I see what you mean, John. You want me to be sure that we know now all there is to know. Then we file that information away and hope we never need it, right?
That's it exactly, Nick. Will you do it?
Why, certainly, John. I have nothing else on my hands for the moment. Shouldn't be a long job, nor a difficult one. Now, first, I want to have a look at your gravel pit.
All right. I won't be there, but Mother will let you in. I don't suppose there's any chance I didn't fire the shot that got Randolph.
Now, the chances are you did, John. I want to determine the degree of negligence involved. If there's none on your part, you can hardly be held liable for the accident.
Okay, Nick. I'll leave it to you. I'll be seeing you.
Right, John. And don't worry. I think I can clean this up for you.
It doesn't seem possible that a .45 bullet could get out of that gravel pit. And especially not going fast enough to travel a quarter of a mile afterwards.
Strange things happen with bullets sometimes, Betsy.
I suppose.
You heard what Mr. Brundage said.
Yes, according to him, about as many bullets come out of the gravel pit as stay in. Yet he's heard them whizzing over his head many a time.
Well, he was probably exaggerating. But there's no question but what he heard the one that killed Randolph Marquis this morning. Said it went only about a foot or so over his head.
Is that possible, Nick?
Oh, yes, indeed. Perfectly possible. And from the way John May's target is set up in the pit, a bullet that did get loose might very well come right across Brundage's berry patch.
Well, I certainly hope you find some way to prove Mr. May didn't do it. He's such a nice fellow.
I don't expect to prove that, Patsy.
You don't?
By the way, how well do you know Teresa Marquis?
Not too well.
Think you could use her name to get us in to look over the grounds, in case the old lady objects?
Oh, gosh, Nick, that's a big order. Nobody has any say around there but old Clara herself, so I understand. I'll try it. What can we lose?
Atta girl. Let's attack them from all sides at once.
It's so nice of you to see us, Miss Marquis. This is Nick Carter. He's acting for John May.
You can tell John, Miss May, that we won't make him any trouble for the death of my father.
I knew you'd feel like that.
You can also tell him I never want to see him again.
Now, Teresa, I'm afraid you're blaming John May for something he couldn't help. We've just been to look over his gravel pit, and it seems utterly impossible that a bullet could get out of there and travel so far after getting out. I'm sure...
If you're trying to tell her what happened wasn't May's fault, you can get going. And right now.
How do you do? I'm merely trying to find out just how it did happen.
Mr. Carter, this is my cousin, Dave Barton. He was with my father when he was killed.
If you're in charge here, Mr. Barton, I'd like your permission to examine the grounds around where Randolph was killed.
Nobody's got the right to say who can snoop around here but Clara Marquis herself.
Surely she could have no objection to...
You'll have to get out.
Dave, if you won't show Mr. Carter around, I will. I know Grandmother wouldn't mind.
You're a fool, Teresa. But, well, come on.
If I can do anything else for you, let me know.
We
We're putting up a new fence here, Brandy and I. We've been working out here for several days. We could hear young May shooting down in that pit of his all the time. This morning it was different. The shot sounded the same, only this time I heard the whine of the bullet right after it. Now there, here's where Randy was standing. I was down there. The time I got to him was deader than a doornail. If I could get my hands on that young May...
Mr. Barton, is that fence over there about 30 feet? The edge of your property?
Yes. The bushes there on Brundage's side. He was picking berries out there somewhere this morning when Randy was killed.
Nick, would you hear the shot before you heard the whine of the bullet going by?
Certainly, Patsy. You would with an Army 45, which John was using. Because of the size of the bullet, its velocity is slower than that of sound. So you'll hear the report before you hear the bullet. Somewhat...
Mr. Carter, Grandmother's very ill. We sent for the doctor, but she heard that you were here and for some strange reason wants to see you right now.
Mrs. Marquis wants to see me? You sure?
Very sure, Mr. Carter. She insisted. Can you come right away, please?
I've heard about you, Nick Carter. I never thought I'd have any reason to hire you, but it's a strange world. I think heaven sent you here today.
Well, Mrs. Marquis, I've been called many things, but never heaven sent.
There you are this time. My time has come at last. I know it. Dr. Sutton always said a shock would finish me, and Randolph's death has done it. I know.
Nonsense, Mrs. Marquis. You live for years yet.
Rubbish. I'll be dead by tomorrow. And I want you to make a will before I go. That's why I wanted to see you alone like this.
But, madam, I'm not a lawyer.
I know what you are. And I know you're honest. You can draw up a will, can't you?
Yes, of course I can.
Very well, then. Do it. I've never had a will, and I want one.
Very well. If you'll tell me what disposition you want made of your property, I'll draw it up for you.
Well, that's easy. Half my estate goes to Teresa. The other half is to be divided equally between my other 5 grandchildren.
I see. And who's to be executor?
Teresa. She's the only one of the whole bunch I'd trust.
Of course, I'll have to have the names of the 5 grandchildren.
Of course you will. Of course you will. They're Bartons. David, Forrest, and Jack. And the twins, Myrtle and Hazel.
Very well, Mrs. Marquis. I'll have this ready for your signature in the morning.
Well, morning nothing. You'll have it ready for me just as soon as you can get it written down on paper. There's an old typewriter in the library you can use. Now, hurry up, Mr. Carter, and let's get this over with.
Yes?
May I come in, Nick?
Oh, yes, Patsy. I've finished what I'm doing.
You've been writing out the old lady's will?
What makes you think that?
I can't think of any other reason why you should lock yourself up in this musty old library and spend an hour pounding on a typewriter.
You're quite right, Patsy. But keep it to yourself.
Does she take good care of Teresa?
None of your business, my inquisitive young assistant.
All right, suit yourself. I came to tell you the doctor's here. He says you'll have to wait before you can see Clara. She's lapsed into a coma.
What?
Says she may come out and she may not. But if she does, her mind will be clear enough to sign the will, in case that was what you wanted.
Oh, what a bunch of mind readers around here. Okay, I'll wait.
Oh, by the way, Nick, we're invited to dine with the Bartons tonight.
Oh, good. I'm getting hungry.
You haven't seen the rest of them yet. Maybe you won't be so happy about it when you do.
Why? You seen them?
I'll say I have. Besides Dave Barton, the man we met when we first got here, there's Forrest. He's sort of a dope, apparently. And there's Jack, a rather good-looking kid of about 20. And, last but not least, there are the twins, Myrtle and Hazel.
They cute?
Cute. They're 30 if they're a day. They look 40 and act 50. Or a pair, no mistake. And incidentally, we're eating in the kitchen, if it interests you.
Where we eat is secondary, Patsy. It's the eating part of it that really interests me.
That kitchen is something, too. I just saw it. It's the most home-like part of the whole house. Cozy and comfortable. I don't think it's a bit bigger than Madison Square Garden. And with a shotgun behind the door to add just the right touch.
Oh, Patsy, I want you to take care of this will I've drawn up. The moment old Clara comes to, have her sign it. And if you're fond of Teresa, pray that the old lady does come to before she dies.
All right, Nick, I'll take care of it.
Good. Now I'm going to call John May. and tell him to come here to the Marquis estate about 8 o'clock.
Well, why do that, Nick? You may start something.
Maybe, but I think it's the wise thing to do. I want you to find Teresa and persuade her to go and meet him in the drive when he blows his horn twice. Now, that's important.
Okay, Nick. She's to meet him in the drive when he blows his horn twice.
I still don't get it, Nick. Couldn't you find a better time and place for me to meet Teresa?
A better time, perhaps, but not a better place. John, I want you to take Teresa away from here, at once.
Are you kidding?
I am not. The odds are that you'll be saving her life. Before morning, she may be in deadly peril. Believe me.
Okay, Nick. I'll take her. If she comes.
Oh, John. John.
Teresa. Oh, darling.
John.
Which is my cue to...
Early this morning, a shot rang out and Randolph Marquis fell dead. Once again, a shot has startled the Marquis household. Who is dead this time? And what will be its effect on Nick Carter and his attempts to learn the real facts behind Randolph's death? We'll see in just a moment. If you're having difficulty keeping your floors spick and span these slushy winter days, here's the answer. You needn't have track-in trouble at your house, not when you use Linex clear gloss varnish to protect your floors. You see, Linex clear gloss varnish resists both water and dirt so that they're easily wiped away. And Linex clear gloss provides an elastic, durable finish that really wears, retaining its lustrous, transparent beauty for a long, long time. Yet it's easily brushed on, and it lessens your housework amazingly. Linex clear gloss even resists damage by hot grease, boiling water, fruit acids, perfume, and alcohol, making it the ideal protection for every wood and linoleum surface in your home. Yes, Linex clear gloss varnish is the finest household protective finish you can buy. Depend on it, as so many wise homemakers do. Ask your dealer now for Linex, Lin-X, Linex clear gloss varnish. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now, back to our story. The report of the shotgun, which startled Nick and the rest of the Marquis household, seemed to come from the room where Clara Marquis lay dying. Nick and Patsy raced to the door of the room, only to find the twins, Myrtle and Hazel, standing in the doorway, staring fascinatedly at the old lady's bed.
What's happened? What was...
Don't look at her, Patsy.
Oh.
Oh, it's ghastly. Her face has been blown away. Why, she's... Why, Dr. Sutton. Dr. Sutton.
What's happened to him, Nick?
Why, he's out cold, Patsy.
Oh.
A blow in the back of the head, I should say. Dr. Sutton. What's happened to you, Doctor?
I don't know. I was alone here with a patient. Something hit me. That's all I know. I don't even know where whoever hit me came from.
Well, whoever hit you did for the old lady, all right. Did either of you girls see anything?
No.
Where are your brothers? Where were they when this happened? Oh, come on. You might as well tell me if you know. Oh, all right. I'm going to call the sheriff's office. You suppose you two could sort of stay here with the body until someone gets here?
We'll stay.
Well, there's nothing more I can do for her now. I think I'll get some fresh air. Want to step outside with me, Mr. Carter?
Why, of course. I'll be right with you. Oh, Patsy.
Mm-hmm.
Will you pack up the doctor's things and bring them out to the car?
Surely, Nick.
All right, Doctor. Let's get out of here.
Terrible thing, Mr. Carter. Terrible.
Yes, it is. Poor old lady.
She wouldn't have lasted the night anyway. What I wanted to tell you was this. Patsy said it was very important to Teresa to get that will signed. So I gave the old lady an injection which revived her long enough to read the will. Then she signed it, and Patsy and I witnessed it. Was that right?
Perfect, Doctor. Perfect. You have the will now?
No, I gave it to Patsy.
What?
Well, you trusted her with it, so I did.
Clara's murderer finds Patsy, has it? Patsy will be the next victim. Come on. I wonder if she's still in Clara's room where we left her.
I didn't know. I should have...
Patsy. Patsy. She's not here. Do either of you twins know where she went?
No, she left. We thought she was with you, didn't we, Myrtle? Yes, we thought she was with you.
Oh, come on, Doctor. We've got to search the house. There's no time to lose. Doctor, we've been through this house from cellar to attic. She's not here anywhere. I don't like it.
How about the carriage house? There's a light upstairs there.
Oh, yeah, so there is. Well, let's have a look up there. Oh, that's funny. John May's car's still here.
Yes.
Didn't take Teresa away after all. I wonder why. Well, I hope we find Patsy up here.
Merciful heavens.
Oh! Barton, stop that. Let John alone. You keep out of this. This dirty murderer's getting what coming to him. The law won't do nothing to John May, but we will. Oh. Barton, if you touch him again, I'll shoot to kill. You wouldn't have the nerve.
I'll plenty of nerve for cowards like you.
All right. You're on top for now. But we'll get him later. See if we don't.
Now, you two. Forrest and Jack. Let Teresa go.
All right.
Take that gag out of her mouth. Be quick about it.
Oh, Mr. Carter. Oh, thank heaven you've come.
Oh, Doctor, you better have a look at May. He's pretty badly beaten up. Only thing holding him up are the ropes tying him to that post.
Yes. He's in a pretty bad way.
Dave must have hit John at least 20 times.
What happened, Teresa?
Well, they got John right after you left and made me come with them. They brought us up here and tied John to the post so that he couldn't defend himself. Then they gagged me.
Hold on. You mean that all three of them, Forrest, Jake, and Dave, have been with you since right after I left you with John?
Why, yes. Why? Has anything happened?
I'll say there has. Take care of things, Doctor. I've got a job to do. Where is she? Where have you got her?
Got who?
What have you done with her? Oh, in the closet, I suppose. What the... Why, that's not...
Drop that gun.
Don't be a fool. Take that shotgun out of the middle of my back.
You're the fool. Drop that gun.
Very well. Here. Since the body in the closet is that of old Clara, I suppose you must have Patsy under that sheet on the bed.
Yes.
What have you done to her?
Not much. We had to twist her arm a little to make her tell us where she put the will, that's all. Isn't it, Myrtle?
Yes. We have it now. It's torn in little pieces.
All right. So you've got what you wanted. Now let us go.
No. We got us a lawyer, too. We know you and your girl could go to court and tell what the will was, and that would be as good as a will.
Yes. We aim to take care of you both.
You can't get away with this. I warn you.
Yes, we can. Easy. We'll say Teresa did it.
Yes, we will. You didn't suspect us, neither will anyone else. We'll blame Teresa.
Well, Patsy, I've heard about enough, haven't you? Oh, you don't? Sorry to hit a woman, but... All right, Patsy. That takes care of the twins for now. Now, let's see what you look like under that sheet. Wait a minute. Wait till I get this gag out of your mouth. There.
Oh, Nick, I thought you'd never get here. How'd you ever get away from that gun she was holding in your back?
I've studied commando tactics, Patsy. One thing I learned was that if someone is holding a gun at your back, you can twist away from the gun faster than someone can pull the trigger.
Oh.
Try it sometime.
Thanks. I'll take your word for it, gladly.
So, with Hazel, or Myrtle, knocked cold from the recoil of that 10-gauge shotgun, and Myrtle, or Hazel, out cold from the sock on the jaw I was forced to give her, we have peace. Temporarily.
Peace. Blessed peace. Even temporary peace.
I hope the sheriff gets here pretty soon now. I'd like to get rid of these two vipers.
Viperesses, Nick.
Viperesses. Before they try biting someone else. They had me fooled completely at first, Sheriff. I didn't believe either of those twins could handle as big a gun as a 10-gauge shotgun. Yet I felt sure, as soon as I saw that shotgun, that the .45 bullet that killed Randolph Marquis came from its barrel.
But why? Old man Brundage said he heard it whine over his head.
Well, the whine of a ricocheting bullet, John, is one of the most deceptive sounds in the world. You can't tell really where it comes from.
But I was right with Randy. I didn't hear any gun fired close. It was fired from the gravel pit, and the bullet came whining.
Of course it did, Barton. The twins were clever enough to pick a mutilated bullet out of the gravel pit where John May shoots. They loaded it into a 10-gauge shell and fired it from behind the bushes on Brundage's property. The bushes acted as a silencer, probably. Both Brundage and Dave heard the whine it set up and assumed it was a ricochet from the pit.
Who'd ever think a woman would figure out a way to load a 10-gauge with a banged-up bullet and then lay for a guy and shoot when somebody else shoots a quarter-mile away?
Why did they do it, Mr. Carter?
Money, Teresa. Money they'd inherit from your grandmother, Clara Marquis.
But I don't get it, Nick. How would Randolph being dead benefit the twins? His daughter would get his share, wouldn't she?
Not if Clara didn't leave a will. That's the point around which everything else revolves, Patsy.
But how does that work out, Nick?
According to the law of the state, if the old lady left no will, Randolph would inherit 1/2 the estate. And the 5 Bartons would inherit the other half, or 1/10 each.
And if Randolph was dead?
With Randolph dead, the 5 Bartons and Teresa, Randolph's daughter, would each inherit equally, or 1/6 of the estate apiece.
Well, how much difference would that make?
Well, figure it out, Patsy. If the estate amounts to $3 million, as I understand it does, each twin would get $300,000 if Randolph were alive. But with him dead, they would each get $500,000, or $200,000 more.
Oh.
Wouldn't that be worthwhile for them?
Gosh, that is some difference, isn't it?
So when they found that old Clara was about to make a will, they had to stop it.
Of course. They knew Teresa was the favorite and would get most of the money. So they killed Clara before she could sign the will I drew up.
Well, then they must have found out afterwards that old Mrs. Marquis had signed the will before she was killed. How'd they learn that?
Now that, John, we'll never know. Somebody said too much or too little. At any rate, they found out just enough to know that Patsy had the will and that it was signed. So they bided their time and got it away from Patsy. Then they laid for me to get rid of any possible witness to the existence of a will.
Do you suppose they would have killed me, Mr. Carter?
No, Teresa. Not if they had got rid of Patsy and me. I asked John to come here and take you away because I didn't know which way the cat was going to jump. And I was afraid the killer would try to nullify the effects of the will by killing you. But fortunately, the dear twins selected Patsy and me as the victims and you for the logical suspect.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you asked John to come over here, no matter what the reason was. It settled things for him and me very nicely.
It's just the way I wanted it to be, Nick. Although I hadn't hoped to get it for a long time yet.
Which proves that you never know where your blessings are coming from. Or something. Well, anyway, good luck to you both.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But first, here's a suggestion. On a winter night, as the family gathers cozily at home for an evening of fun together, every moment is more enjoyable when home looks its inviting best. And it always does when you depend on the 3 great Linex home brighteners to keep woodwork, floors, and furniture sparkling. Your furniture, for example, regains its original gleaming beauty when you use Linex Cream Polish. For Linex Cream Polish cleans as it polishes, removing in one quick application all the cloudy accumulation of dust in previous polish. Yes, you save one whole step in your cleaning day routine when you use Linex Cream Polish on your furniture. It's truly the modern shortcut to furniture upkeep, taking only half the time. You'll find that Linex Cream Polish banishes messy fingerprints from your furniture, helps to hide ugly scratches, too. And there's no oily film on your furniture to attract more dust, to make more work. So do ask your dealer for Linex Cream Polish. Ask for all 3 great Linex home brighteners. Remember, that's Linex, spelled Lin-X. You'll find them all. Linex self-polishing wax, Linex cream polish, and Linex clear gloss varnish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. What about it, Nick? Have you an exciting story for next week?
Well, next week, Ken, I want to tell you what happened when I stopped off in a little town upstate to tell a rookie cop's family how sorry we were that he'd been killed in line of duty.
Well, that doesn't sound very exciting to me.
It was what happened after Nick stopped off there that makes the story. He found a household ruled by fear. Fear and hate.
With a mad old woman at the head of it who was convinced that she had been divinely appointed to set the world right.
Oh, that's very different, Nick. Well, where did you come into it?
Nick stopped a well-laid plan to commit wholesale murder and save the daughter of the house a fortune running into the millions.
Just because the killer forgot to quote the right Bible verse at the right time.
What do you call it?
An eye for an eye.
Or the mystery of the upstate murders.
And that's all for now. So long.
So long, everybody.
So long to you both, Nick and Patsy. We'll be seeing you again next week. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
An Eye for an Eye. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Upstate Murders.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax, created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Lever Brothers Company, makers of Lifebuoy Health Soap, presents Big Town.
Extra, hero all about the mask of evil. Tonight's Big Town story brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap, used in the homes of 40 million Americans. Extra.
Lifebuoy Health Soap presents Big Town, the headline stories of a great city dramatically reported by Steve Wilson, fighting managing editor whose creed, as with all great newsmen, is emblazoned on the masthead of the Illustrated Press.
The power and the freedom of the press is a flaming sword, that it may be a faithful servant of all the people. Use it justly, hold it high, guard it well.
Now, Big Town and Steve Wilson's strange and exciting story captioned The Mask of Evil. Evil has many shapes and many forms, and if you seek it, you may find it to your sorrow. And such is the case in tonight's story, which had its beginning and strange and terrifying ending in a supposedly haunted lighthouse, rented for atmosphere by a mystery writer and old friend of Steve Wilson by the name of Hannah Harper.
Miss Hannah, close the door quick.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Now, what's the matter, Aggie?
It's that terrible caretaker, Mr. Red Heron, and his son, Elmer. That's what's the matter, Miss Hannah. Please close the door and lock it.
Oh, stuff and fiddlesticks, Addie. They're just a couple of harmless local characters, and we're lucky to have them here to keep this musty old lighthouse warm while I finish my latest chilla-dilla.
We'll never live till you finish it, Miss Hannah.
Why not?
Why not?
Yes, and quit echoing me like a cracked phonograph record. Why not?
Because.
Because why? Oh, for heaven's sakes, you got me doing it again. Why?
Because of things.
What kind of things?
Doings.
What kind of doings?
What kind of doings?
Now, don't start that again, Aggie. What's frightening you?
That Mr. Red Heron.
What's he done?
He's been giving me the fishy eye.
Oh, stuff. He has only one eye, and he's probably giving you his version of a widower's wink. What else?
What else? The noises.
What kind of noises?
What kind of noises?
Oh, for heaven's sakes, yes.
Strange noises. Under the house, rumbles, explosions like thunder.
Oh, stuff. Herring explained all that. It's the rumble of the waves pounding into the sea caves under this old lighthouse.
No, it isn't, Miss Hannah.
Yes, it is, and I wish it wasn't. This is the most disappointing haunted house I've ever rented to get an atmosphere for my horror stories.
You'll get more than atmosphere if we don't get out of here tonight.
Oh, stuff and nonsense. There isn't a spook in the place. Even poor old Captain Diamond rests quietly in his grave. Not a clank or a groan out of him. Hasn't creaked a stair since we moved in, or even slammed a door.
Oh, my stars.
Oh,
there.
Stuff. It's the wind banging a shutter.
No, it isn't. It's somebody trying to scare us away.
Well, why should anyone want to scare us away?
I don't know, Miss Hannah. But I wish your friend, Mr. Steve Wilson, was here to tell us to get out.
Yes, I wish Steve was here. Something always happens when Steve Wilson is around.
Please don't wish things like that, Miss Hannah. If we don't get out of this old lighthouse, we're all going to be murdered in our beds.
No such thing. If I'm going to be murdered, I insist on a much more unusual setting. Murdered in bed. What would my mystery fans and my publisher think?
I don't care what they think. And if you won't leave this awful place, I'm going to the village and telephone Mr. Wilson.
Why?
Why? To get us out of here. Oh, my stars. Oh, there. Listen. That's why we've got to get out of this place.
Oh, good heavens. I'll bicycle to the village and phone Steve Wilson myself. And if he'll come out, maybe something will really happen in this forsaken place.
Hi, Steve. Anything special on the hook for your wondrous girl reporter?
Not a thing, Lorelei, but close the door on those teletypes and come perch on the corner of my desk.
Thanks. Well, what goes with you? Have you been giving your ulcers a vacation whilst I've been in Washington?
Yes. It's part of my New Year's resolution to take things easier and last longer.
The year is exactly 4 days old. You want to bet you don't stay out of high gear a week?
Not a nickel, as long as I'm running a newspaper.
And the paper runs us. What a life. Anything new on that South Side sewer scandal?
Not yet, Lorelei. The grand jury is too full of post-Christmas spirit to indict, but they'll get around to it.
Uh-oh, your private wire to your so-called underworld listening post.
Yes, the holiday truce is over. Hello, Steve Wilson, Illustrated Press.
Steve, quit billing yourself like a vaudeville act on television.
Hannah.
So help you.
This I gotta hear.
Well, hard-hearted Hannah Harper, the horrific harpy of horrible happenings. How are you?
Terrible, thank you.
What's wrong?
I've rented another haunted house for atmosphere, but practically nothing happened.
Well, what is it this time, Hannah? A murder man's? Deserted railroad station or Bluebeard's castle?
An abandoned lighthouse near Corpse Cove.
Corpse Cove, wouldn't you know it, Steve? Hiya, Hannah. Happy New Year.
Oh, hello, Lorelei. Same to you. Are you sitting on Wolf Wilson's knee this year?
No, on the corner of his desk. I'm not playing Charlie McCarthy to his Bergen act until next year.
Good. Get Steve off his managerial post and bring him out here on the double.
Are you in trouble again, Hannah?
Trouble? My publisher are having cat fits and kitten britches.
Why?
I've a deadline on a bedtime story called The 7 Corpses, and I haven't found the first one.
Hannah, I refuse to be a stand-in for one of your bodies.
Oh, please, Steve. Aggie, my housekeeper, is hiding under beds and threatening to leave if you don't come and rescue us from a fate worse than death.
Well, what's going on, Hannah?
Oh, blessed if I know, Steve. It's just noises and explosions down under the lighthouse.
Explosion?
Yes, I've told Aggie it's waves in a sea cave, but I'm beginning not to believe it.
Are you two alone in that lighthouse?
Might as well be. I rented the light from a bank that handles the estate of a character called Captain Diamond.
Captain Diamond?
Yes, who retired here until they buried him under a huge slab of concrete right outside the front door.
Well, anyone else there besides the captain's ghost?
Yes, a local gnome called Red Herring.
Red Herring? No.
Yes, so help me. And his son Elmer, who is a cross between Paul Bunyan and his ox. And he claims he has a 7-foot rabbit that pulls a pony cart.
Now, wait a minute, Hannah. Harvey was only a 6-foot rabbit.
So Elmer never heard of Harvey.
Well, have you seen this 7-foot apparition?
No, and I don't want to, for heaven's sake, drive out, Steve. Bring the Lorelei and Harry the Hack and his trusty monkey wrench.
Are you serious, Hannah?
I'm never serious, but I'm worried, Steve, and a little bit scared, so please come out here.
Okay, Hannah. How do we get to the lighthouse?
Drive to Corpse Cove.
Corpse Cove.
Yes, turn right and follow the cliff road, but warn Harry the Hack to be careful.
Oh, why be careful, Hannah?
Because part of the road has fallen into the sea.
Thus, Steve Wilson and Lorelei have been drawn into a strange situation, and for the exciting developments, we'll return to Big Town in a moment. You know, I always thought the great thing about Life Boy was this. It made me feel wonderfully clean. Extra clean. But I never knew how right I was till the doctors actually proved it. Yes, it's true. After comparing the effects of daily baths with different soaps, these doctors made this amazing statement. Actually, you're cleaner, safer from BO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. Here's the reason. Lifebuoy does more than just remove the grime and perspiration you can see. Lifebuoy is more effective than any other leading soap against the invisible dirt that can form a foothold for BO. Lifebuoy gets you even cleaner than the eye can see. After 820 scientific tests, these doctors say that Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient makes the difference. And this same purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder, safe even for a baby's tender skin. So enjoy a refreshing Lifebuoy bath every day. You'll like Lifebuoy's creamy rich lather, its wonderful mildness. Get Lifebuoy right away. Now back to Big Town and to Steve Wilson and Lorelei as they drive to an abandoned lighthouse to help a lady novelist who gets into jams by renting haunted houses for atmosphere.
Say, boss, Miss Kilburn, speaking of atmosphere...
speak of it, Harry.
If you will observe out at the left window of the hack, you will see very little else besides atmosphere, except in seawater about 100 feet straight down.
Yes, Harry. So watch for any more spots where the road has fallen into the sea.
I'm watching. That last one came on me kind of sudden.
Yeah, so does death. So take it easy or we won't live to get Hannah Harper and Aggie out of this jam.
What kind of jam they got themselves into this time, boss?
We're not sure. Neither is Hannah. Oh, there's the lighthouse, Harry. Stop here.
Yikes, and how? The road ends. That's all there is. There ain't no more. Should I cut my lights?
Well, no, wait, Harry. There's something coming out of the ground over there.
Holy moly. It walks like a man, but it looks like a bear.
Oh, that must be Elmer, the caretaker's son.
Ooh, quote and misquote. Who takes care of the caretaker's son while the caretaker's son is taking care of us?
Wait a minute. He's coming over to the car. I'll get out and talk to him.
You want to borrow my knocker, boss?
Hold it, Harry. Good evening.
What do you want, mister?
Does Miss Hannah Harper live here?
She did.
Where is she?
I don't know.
Are you Elmer Herring?
Yeah, I'm Elmer Herring. Who are you?
We're friends of Miss Harper and Miss Aggie.
Then get 'em out of here.
Why?
'Cause I don't like them women.
Why not?
'Cause they don't believe I got a rabbit 7 feet tall.
Oh? Have you?
Yeah.
That's fine. Now, if you don't mind, I'll go into the lighthouse.
Wait a minute, mister.
Let go of my throat, Elmer.
What?
Keep out of this, Harry.
Yeah, or I'll throw you both in the ocean and your automobile, and I can do it, too.
I'm sure you could, Elmer, but then we wouldn't be able to take Miss Hannah away from here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. You couldn't.
So, how about letting go of my throat, and I'll go into the lighthouse and talk her into leaving.
Okay, but you get them out of here.
Elmer, get back in the cellar. Get.
Okay, Pa. Okay, but don't you let him laugh about my 7-foot rabbit.
I won't, and get him to work. All right, mister. I heard you. Get them women and get.
Why?
It ain't safe for 'em to be here at the lighthouse alone.
Why not?
You ask too many questions, mister. Get them women and get.
That will be up to Miss Harper.
Get 'em and get.
Well, you seem to have another visitor. This is your busy night.
I said get 'em and get.
You're in a rut, Mr. Herring.
Get 'em and get.
Good evening, Mr. Herring.
Yeah. Evening, Doc.
I came as quickly as possible. Who are your visitors?
Strangers. Come to get the writing woman and the other female what talks like a parrot.
Very good. From that which I hear, your friends will be happier elsewhere, sir.
That remains to be seen, and I didn't catch the name.
Dr. Fu, doctor of dentistry, sir. And you?
I'm Steve Wilson of the Big Town Illustrated Press.
Oh, a newspaper man.
Yes, but we're here as friends of Miss Harper.
Good. Very good. And a good friend is he who gives wise counsel. In this case, to depart.
Now, thanks for the suggestion, Dr. Fu. And what is your reason for coming here as quickly as possible?
A professional visit, sir. I have come to pull teeth.
Well, now, Mr. Herrings, he doesn't sound as if he had any teeth.
You're darn right. Had him knocked out in a fight in Singapore 20 years ago.
Quite so. And I am preparing a set of false teeth for Mr. Herring.
When do I get him, Doc?
Oh, very soon. But now, where is your son, Elmer? That the molar must be causing him great pain.
He's in the cellar.
Oh, so that's what made Elmer feel so mean. A toothache.
Yes, but the matter will soon be remedied.
Who's going to hold Elmer while you pull a molar, Dr. Fu?
No one, Mr. Wilson, for I shall put him to sleep. And now, if you will excuse me, gentlemen.
All right, mister. Go get them women and get them out of here.
Steve, what's going on here? First a dim-witted giant with a toothache and a 7-foot rabbit, and then a monosyllabic rustic, and finally an oriental doctor of dentistry. I don't get it. It can't happen here.
Well, it is happening, Lorelei, and if it's one of Hannah's publicity stunts to publicize her next mystery novel, I'm going to dunk her in the ocean. Now, wait and hack, Harry.
Jack Wash.
Come on, Lorelei.
I'm right with you, Steve. Lead the way.
Steve Wilson, oh, thank heavens you got here.
Yes, I think so, Hannah.
Well, for heaven's sakes, come on in, but don't wipe your feet on this concrete slab. Hello, Lorelei.
Hello, Hannah. Why not?
Oh, poor old Captain Diamond is buried under this slab. It wouldn't be respectful to wipe your feet on his grave, so come on in. I have a welcome mat inside.
Well, it'll be the first welcome we've had.
What do you mean, Steve?
All right, Hannah. Where did you hire these freak characters to put on that vaudeville act?
Act? What act are you talking about?
Elmer, red herring, Foo.
Who's Foo?
An oriental dentist here to pull Elmer's teeth.
And our leg, if you ask me.
Steve, Lorelei, I swear I haven't arranged anything.
Oh, heavens. Miss Hannah! Oh, Mr. Wilson, Miss Kilburn.
What is it, Aggie?
Get us out of this awful place before we're all murdered in our beds. Oh, my goodness. Midnight. And I'm still telling you we'll all be murdered in our beds, we will.
Stuff and fiddle-faddle-sticks, Aggie. Now that Steve is here, nothing will happen.
Well, I thought you wanted me here at the lighthouse, so something would happen, Hannah.
I've changed my mind.
What do you suppose they're doing down in the cellar besides pulling Elmer's teeth, Steve?
Well, I don't think Dr. Fu came here to pull Elmer's teeth,
For
Lorelei.
heaven's sakes, what else, Steve?
I don't know, Hannah, but you've convinced me this isn't a publicity stunt on your part, and they're all anxious to get you and Aggie out of here.
Then I wonder why.
That's what I mean to find out.
How, Steve?
I want all of you to go to bed and turn out the lights.
We'll be murdered in our beds, we will.
Stuff, Aggie. They'll have to find you under the bed to murder you.
What are you going to do, Steve?
Wait a while and then scout the basement to see what's causing those muffled explosions.
There, Miss Hannah. I told you it wasn't waves in the caves making that awful noise.
I just said that to keep you from having the screaming memes, Aggie.
I got him anyway. Oh, why did you send Harry away with a hack, Steve?
To phone Fletch on City Desk to check our morgue files on this fabulous Captain Diamond buried under Hannah's doorway.
Why check on Captain Diamond, Steve?
I think Dr. Fu is here because of Captain Diamond, Hannah.
What makes you think so, Steve?
You say you found papers indicating Diamond made a fortune trading in the Orient before he retired?
Yes, but the bank I rented the place from said he'd lost all his money.
I wonder. That old picture of him over the fireplace doesn't look like a man who would part with money once he got his hands on it.
Well, I suppose he had money when he died. Where does Fu fit?
Oh, I think by his accent, Dr. Fu, if he is a dentist, practiced in the Straits, Lorelei, Singapore, Calcutta, or even the east coast of Africa. May have worked on Captain Diamond, learned his secret.
Well, how'd you arrive at that long arm of deduction, Steve?
Well, look at the mouth of that old sea dog up there in the picture. A full set of false teeth, if I ever saw one.
Heavens, Steve, you're right. Maybe Dr. Fu heard of Captain Diamond's death.
Yes, through Red Herring, who sailed with the captain as a mate.
And they're looking for the captain's money.
Oh, a buried treasure. That's what they're after. And they'll murder us all in our beds to get it.
Oh, go to bed, Aggie. Get under the bed. You'll be safe.
Wait a minute. Listen, that's Dr. Fu's car.
He's driving away. I guess they've quit the treasure hunt for tonight.
Good. Where do Herring and his son live, Hannah?
Downstairs, under the old light.
Not so good. Is there any way to get down there from here?
No, only through a passageway under the light. This keeper's house was built later.
Then I'll have to get in that way.
Oh, now, Steve, you're not going down there right away. Elmer likes to choke people. He might think you're trying to steal his 7-foot rabbit.
No. I'm going to wait a while. Give Elmer and his father time to settle down and sleep.
You hope?
Don't worry. Now, you girls get to bed and turn out your lights.
And sleep, I suppose.
At least keep quiet.
Yeah, all right. Come along, Aggie. Get your nightie.
Nightie? That I'll not, Miss Kilburn. The least I can do is be decent. if I'm going to be murdered in me sleep.
Doggone Steve Wilson.
Lorelei.
Steve, you have to scare a gal green?
Why didn't you stay up in the house?
Oh, no. If there's something to this treasure idea, there's a story in it. And I'm a reporter, and whither you go, ergo, I go.
All right. But keep quiet and keep back.
Are you going in the cellar now?
No, Dr. Fu left his car down the road and walked back. He's in there.
In there? Doing what?
Well, they've been digging and loading something on a cart, Lorelei.
The one Elmer's 7-foot rabbit pulled?
Well, at this stage of the game, I'll even buy that.
Steve, what was that?
I think those modern Pandoras are opening a box, commonly called a coffin.
Grave robbers.
Those muffled explosions must have been blasts to open a hole from this cellar to Captain Diamond's burial vault.
Steve, if the money's in the coffin, they'll get it and get away before we can notify the police.
Give me my share, concern you fool. Give me my share. Give me it, let me get.
Wait, Lorelei, they're quarreling over the loot. Maybe we won't need the police.
Give me my share, you wretch, you. Will you give me my share?
But certainly, my friend, you and your son shall have your share now.
Steve, did you see what I saw run past it?
Yes, but that will keep, Lorelei. Be careful, be quiet. We're dealing with a killer.
Quite so.
Dr. Fu.
Yes, miss. And this gun and flashlight give me considerable advantage over your male companion. So please to advise him to do nothing foolishly heroic on your behalf.
Consider yourself advised, Steve. He means business.
Yes, Dr. Fu. If you handle dentist tools as well as that gun in your hand, you must be quite a craftsman.
I am most proficient, Mr. Wilson. Please to walk with the young lady into the late Captain Diamond's grave vault, and I will show you examples of both types of my handiwork.
Thus, Steve and Lorelei are caught in a really deadly situation. In a moment, we'll come to the exciting climax of tonight's story, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap. Friends, if you say this is startling, well, I say it's startling too. But doctors have proved it. Lifebuoy, with its purifying ingredient, gets skin cleaner, stops BO as no other leading soap can. Yes, after comparing the effects of daily baths with different soaps, these doctors made this amazing statement. Actually, you're cleaner, safer from BO when you bathe daily with Lifebuoy than when you bathe with any other leading soap. It's Lifebuoy's purifying ingredient that makes the difference. Remember, this purifying ingredient actually makes Lifebuoy milder, safe even for a baby's tender skin. So ask for Lifebuoy and enjoy that Lifebuoy bath every day. Now, back to Big Town and to the abandoned lighthouse. The weird situation in which Steve Wilson faces a murderous Oriental dentist. In tonight's story of The Mask of Evil.
Please to begin work, Mr. Wilson.
Hadn't you better wait for our driver, Harry the Hack, to return before you force me to seal ourselves up in Captain Diamond's grave vault?
No, Mr. Wilson. You a hack driver I will dispose of with this gun when he returns and deliver his hack and his body over the cliff into the sea.
Oh, I know it, Miss Hannah. I told you we'd be murdered if we stayed in this haunted old lighthouse.
Quiet, Aggie. You were wrong about being murdered in bed. Maybe you'll be wrong about being murdered at all.
We hope.
Well, you should have stayed in bed, Hannah, Aggie.
The ladies will please to be quiet while Mr. Wilson begins with this special cement I have prepared.
What is so special about this cement, Dr. Fu?
To ordinary cement, I have added a special fast-hardening ingredient used in the dental profession. which in a few minutes will make the opening you are about to close like solid rock.
I see. So you won't have to wait so long to be sure the passageway is sealed up so tight we can't dig our way out with this trowel.
Quite. So please to start before mortar begins to harden.
Very well. You better back up or you'll be sealed in with us.
I shall make certain that does not happen, Mr. Wilson. Seal up the space between us quickly.
All right. Incidentally, what were you after in the coffin of the late Captain Diamond?
Diamond.
Diamond?
Yes, a fortune in diamond.
Where were they hidden?
In the good captain's false teeth, Mr. Wilson.
In his false teeth? Very ingenious, Dr. Fu. Your idea or the captain's?
The captain's. He had me seal them in a set of molars in Zanzibar many years ago.
And you had to wait until he died to get them back?
Yes, Mr. Wilson.
And murder Mr. Herring and his son?
Yes, Mr. Wilson. Please to continue and finish before cement hardens, or I shall be compelled to shoot.
Well, then you'd have to finish sealing up this hole yourself.
It would be no task. Continue quickly, please.
Steve, if you do seal up that hole, we're finished. No one will ever find us in this vault.
Take it easy, Lorelei, my lovely. Cement is tricky stuff. It can be used for all sorts of things.
Oh, Miss Hannah, what an awful, awful way to die. Buried before you're dead, with bodies laying all around.
Hush, Aggie, you're getting morbid. Oh, Steve, you've simply got to think us out of here.
I'm going to try get back, Hannah.
My gun grows impatient, Mr. Wilson. Please to finish the job of sealing the opening.
All right, Dr. Fu. Here's a nice big trowel full of your fast-hardening cement for your face. All right. Come in here through the cavity.
Oh, wonderful, Steve. Hold him. I'll get the gun.
Abigail, I've got him.
My face. The cement, it is hardening. I will smother to death.
No, Dr. Fu, stop struggling. Stop talking and breathe through your mouth.
Steve, the cement is hardening on his face.
Yes. And it'll make a perfect mask of evil for the rogues gallery at police headquarters.
Hey, boss, Miss Gilbine, boss.
In here, Harry.
Holy mackerel, what's going on in here?
We just missed being buried alive because of a mouthful of diamonds, Harry.
Harry, did you see an animal outside hitched to a cart with a coffin in it?
Yikes, was that what almost run me off the cliff as I was driving back in here?
Yes, Harry. Elmer's 7-foot rabbit, alias a long-eared mule. What happened to it?
Run off the cliff and fell in the ocean.
Oh, Steve, with the captain's body and his false teeth full of a fortune in diamonds.
Yes, it looks like the captain and his fortune in namesakes have gone back to the sea.
Oh, Steve, I knew something would happen as soon as you showed up. Now I have enough material for my horror book.
No, you haven't, Hannah. Your publisher wouldn't swallow this story.
Why not?
Well, because in these queer days and times, fiction can't be as strange as fact.
And so ended, with the arrest, conviction, and execution of the deadly Dr. Fu for the murder of Elmer and his father, another exciting adventure of Steve Wilson and Lorelei of the Big Town Illustrated Press. And now, before telling you of next week's Big Town story, friends, have you tried Lifebuoy Health Soap in the big new bath size? Bath size Lifebuoy is generous, luxurious. Gives you mountains of mild, refreshing lather, oceans of bath time enjoyment. Remember, Lifebuoy in your daily bath gets skin cleaner. Stops BO as no other leading soap can. Get new bath size Lifebuoy. Next week, the makers of Lifebuoy bring you a hard-hitting story of the building racket entitled Nightmare House. Another exciting assignment in the newspaper career of fighting Steve Wilson of Big Town. Don't miss it. In tonight's dramatization, all names, times, and places are fictional, and any similarity to other names and places is purely coincidental. Big Town features Edward Pauly as Steve Wilson, Fran Carlin as Lorelei Kilbourne, and was written and produced by Jerry McGill. Next Tuesday night, same time, same station, you'll hear the newsboy calling...
Extra, extra, hero all about it. The story of Steve Wilson and Nightmare House, brought to you by Lifebuoy Health Soap another fine lever product. Extra.
New Rinso with sodium puts sunshine on your wash. Yes, rain or shine, new Rinso gives your wash an amazing new brilliance. You can dry your wash anywhere, and white clothes will turn out not just whiter, but whiter than new, and washable colors even brighter than brand new. It's because new Rinso contains the scientific sunlight ingredient, sodium. New Rinso is so safe for clothes, so kind to hands. Today, more women use Rinso than any other wash day soap in the world. Only new Rinso contains sodium.
Be sure to be with us next Tuesday at the same time when Lever Brothers Company will again present Big Town. This is your narrator, Hugh James, bidding you good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
How soon will Slate be back, Miss Duvall? I ask only because I hope it's not for hours and hours.
Not so close, Frankie. I might fog your glasses.
I'll chance it. Ever kiss a boy with tortoise shells?
You're probing, Professor. Now, let me think. Yes, I did once.
Exciting?
Well, I was 5 and he was 6. He asked me up to his treehouse to admire his collection of steelies and glassies. I'll never forget. I had to hobble home on one roller skate.
Why?
The kid was a cad.
You're cute. Cute as a bug at a rug.
Oh, Frankie. Next you'll be telling me I'm the bee's knees.
You want it subtle, huh? Okay. I'll tell you in words they write in poems. How the curve of your mouth is classic. How your cheek is...
Back up, Buster. I'll uncurl your ringlets.
What's up, sailor? Boy trying to sell you a magazine subscription?
Slate. Slate Shannon. You remember me?
You heard, sailor. She said it real clear. She said back. Hey, wait a minute. You're Greg's brother, Greg Jordan's brother.
That's right, Frankie.
What are you doing in Havana, kid? How's Greg?
One at a time, Slate. The big brother's married, 4 kids, and a mortgage. What I'm doing in Havana is learning what every young fellow should know. I left college to try to learn it. Want to take me around the museums and teach me?
Sure, kid. I'll show you a Havana they never dreamed of in the geography books.
And, we'll take Miss Duvall, too, huh? Please. That way it'll be coeducational. Jack! Hiya!
Frankie.
Catch anything?
A sea bass. Baby. Threw him back. Never have any luck surf fishing. Used to get prizes for the amount of seaweed I pulled up.
You know, I don't figure you. I really don't.
No? Tell me why, kid.
A big-time gambler like you. A man the police are looking for, and you pick yourself a seaside park and fish.
You ought to try it. Restful. For the nerves. You study about nerves at college?
Economics.
That sounds educational. Brief me on economics, kid.
Get money from people. That's a brief on every textbook I ever had.
Good books. Sound. You got the makings, kid. I like the way you operated on the boat. I'll tell you the truth. I never saw a better second card stud dealer in my life. Where'd you learn?
My brother. He did it for the oohs and ahs in the parlor.
That's one way. Did you see your brother's friend, Shannon?
Sure, tonight we're going to have a party. Laughs and tickles and rumbas.
Wait a minute. No, I thought I had a bite. What I was going to say, kid, don't have too good a time. Shannon's got to get us out of Havana.
He will.
Because if we ever step foot on that liner again, we'll take the rest of the cruise in whatever they use for a brig.
I said Shannon will get us out.
Sure you did. Only I've got something else to tell you. Remember the guy on the boat who always wore double-breasted tweeds? The man who dropped maybe $200 in draw poker and staked him 20?
I don't remember his name, but he played a fair hand at draw, lost his dough, and then hung around and watched. That him?
Mm-hmm. He's a detective, kid. He's tailing me. I shook him someplace on Malecon Drive.
How do you know he's a detective?
Because I had to hit him before I shook him. He showed me a card, told me the vacationers were squawking about a couple of Sharpies. You and me. Told me how much we cheated them out of. Said, please come along. So now you know why it's important.
I told you. Shannon's a sucker. He'll get us out of Havana. Slate, I'll never forget you for this. The places you've shown me. And this highlight game. I've always wanted to see one. You're making childhood dreams come true.
You do my heart good, kid. Enjoying yourself like this. Make me remember how I was the first time I hit Havana.
Tell us about it, Slate. Tell us how you came. A barefoot, bright-eyed lad with downy cheeks of tan.
Look, you asked me to tell it. Let me tell it. There I was, standing on the pier, a bright-eyed lad with...
Look at those guys. The way they handle those sisters. And look at that catch.
As I was saying, there I was, standing on the pier. Havana reaching her arms out to me. Me, a bright-eyed lad with...
Wait, Slate. That man over there. The one in the double-breasted tweed suit. The one who's been following us.
You'll listen to me, huh, Frankie?
He's coming over to us. Wait till he gets here. Then you can tell him, too.
Slate. That's the guy I've been telling you about, the one on the boat. He scares me.
Having a jolly time, Frankie? Like the game?
What does he want with me, Slate?
You heard the boy, Buster. Answer the boy.
Keep your long fingers out of it, mister. That way we won't have a quarrel. Come on, Frankie. Let's walk out here like we're old school chums, huh?
Slate!
Leave him alone. Leave the kid alone.
I told you. Let's not make a scene, huh, pal? Don't make me breathe too hard, Frankie. I'm not...
Maybe I can arrange that.
Buster! Oh.
About the breathing.
Oh, the long fingers. I told you.
Yeah. Count 'em, mister. All 5 of them.
I'll kill him, Slate. I'll kill him.
Give me that bottle, kid. You going crazy?
Kill him. Kill him.
The bottle, Frankie. Give me that bottle.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Slate.
Let's take the kid home, Slate. It's way beyond his nap time.
A boy he study in university, plenty IQs and educated he. He wink an eye in Miss Sailor's direction, say, hip hooray, you're a yummy confection. Miss Sailor, she put Frankie in place. She kick his ankle, sneer in his face. And all the while Mr. Slate has jollies, blame it on wild oat-type follies. That's the way me and my guitar observe it, Mr. Slate.
Well, both of you got good eyes. I still don't understand what you got against Frank, Sailor.
Did you see the way he broke that bottle? He was going to stab that man.
Oh, I doubt it. Kid saw the routine in the movies once. He figures it's the thing to do in Havana. Look, you can't blame him for nuzzling up to you. Let's face it, you're a nuzzable girl.
Choosy, too. I select my own nuzzlers.
Mr. Slate, may I say a word?
Go ahead, King.
I have seen many men as I walk through the world.
Oh, here we go.
Men of high breeding and low. The looks they gave could wither the soul. Men who drew shadows about their shoulders.
What don't you like about Frank Jordan?
He's a stinker.
A big one.
Now, look, he's the brother of a friend of mine. That makes him a responsibility. I'm going to take care of Frank Jordan while he's in Havana.
What's he in Havana for?
What are you in Havana for?
Go stick your head in a hose.
Slate Shannon speaking.
Slate, come down here right away. Please, you've got to.
What's the matter, Frank?
Hurry, there's not a lot of time.
Why isn't there a lot of time? What's happening?
I'm afraid, Slate. Please, at the Hotel Suarez on the Prado. Hurry.
Hello? Hello, Frank? Hey, hello. What were you saying, Sailor?
Miss Sailor went out, Mr. Slate, with the Huff.
Oh, if she and the Huff come back and ask for me, tell them don't ask.
Please make yourself comfort, Miss Duval. In the big wicker chair with the inner tube cushion will be nice.
Gee, Inspector, the way you treat a girl. It makes her eyelashes flutter. See? Flutter. Now the left one. Flutter.
I cannot tell you how pleasurable it is you come to me, even without that I arrested you.
That's why you gave me the chair with the inner tube, huh?
Exactly. Oh, you are a sly one, Miss Duval.
Just call me Slizy.
And now perhaps you will tell me why you have come. To bribe me for something you have committed or are about to commit?
Heel, boy, heel.
If you have not perpetrated a crime, senorita, please do not waste my time. Adios. It has been charming.
Maybe I can dream one up for you. Interested?
Panting at the mouth. Who robbed who? Who killed who? Who mayhemed who?
I don't know yet, but I have a feeling it's coming. From a kid by the name of Frank Jordan, brother of an old pal of Slate's.
You suspect this Frank Jordan of dire deeds?
Worse than that. I hate him.
A woman's hate is meaningless, senorita, till the man she hates does something to her. I see no bruises on you.
He got into Havana last night, off the SS Regina. Slate had to work a man over for him. I want you to find out why. I'll flutter again for you, any time you ask.
You have twisted my elbow, senorita. I will look into this Frank Jordan for you.
Thanks, LaSalle. I say it from the heart. Thanks.
Frank?
Is that you, Slate?
Yeah, it's me.
Talk some more. I gotta be sure.
Come on, open up. What's the matter with you?
Inside, Slate, quick. I'm glad to see you.
Tell me why, huh?
I'm gonna level with you, Slate. I thought I was being smart. Now I'm in trouble. Listen to me. You gotta get me out of Havana.
Well, I knew you came to Havana. On's leaving tonight. Why not take that?
I can't, don't you see? The trouble happened on the boat.
A woman?
I didn't know anything about her. You know, the travel folder said meet new friends, and I met her.
Husband?
He'll kill me. He said he would.
Close your mouth, kid. I'll answer the door. Do you want something?
Inside, mister. This gun can start scratching your grave. Oh, hello, Frank.
Look, I was just playing around. I didn't know it.
Against the wall, Frank. Face it. Now you, mister.
I don't know who you are or what you want. But why don't we just sit down, prop our legs up, talk. What's with the gun?
Against the wall. Turn around, both of you. The guy your guest, Frankie?
Leave him out of this.
All right. You can go now, mister. When things get tough, we can do this to packed houses, Frankie.
A boy never stops learning, Jack. And you know what?
What?
I was starting to worry. I was thinking Shannon wasn't believing me. Now he does. He'll take good care of me. I'll be real grateful.
Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
I tell you, senor, you must get up this instant. Get up from the floor and take out of here, you. Come, senor, I will show you what I do in such instances. Do you understand what I am telling you? Up!
Hey, cut it out, will you?
Very good. You have responded well.
What happened? Who are you?
Jimenez. Who else would I be?
Okay. Hey, where's Frank Jordan?
He who rented this room? Out.
There was another man here with him.
Grande, big man. They left together.
Together, huh? Probably with their arms around each other.
Oh, it's not so. The big man pushed Senor Jordan in front of him with hand in pocket as if he had a gun. Now, senor, who are you?
Just a bad dream, Jimenez. Something that never should have happened.
Si, senor. And you look it.
Look what your friendship for Frankie got you, Slate. Lumps on the cranium.
One lump. Let's not get carried away with this thing.
I got a big rise out of that soft skull of yours. Could have killed you.
Look, sailor, just for a little while, let me enjoy the breezes from the sea, the whispering of the coconut palms, the splendor of the setting sun. Translation. Stop flapping your gums.
I'll always remember you this way, Slate. With your brain in a sling.
What eat you, sailor? I told you the kid's in trouble.
What does that make you, Mother Shannon? Put it all together and it spells sucker.
Guy clobbering me on the back of the head, taking Frankie for a gun ride, who knows where. What's all that, a senior prom?
Senorita Duval, Senor Shannon.
Ask me later, Slade. Right now a policeman is mushing his way through the sand to me. Here we are, LaSalle, old pally.
I see you. You are very clear in the twilight. Hello.
And a hello to you, LaSalle. Hey, kid, you ought to try the local Y. They've got just the thing for breathless boys like you.
Thank you. I will consider it. But the reason for my breathless, amigo, friend mine, is that a man lies murdered.
And you couldn't wait to spread the news, huh, LaSalle? I'm a fool to ask this, but anyone we know?
I think. A man in a double-breasted tweed suit. A man with whom you have had what is called a disturbance of the peace in my set. Witnesses told us of this.
You were right, Slate. You were a fool to ask. Take the jackpot.
Now, look, Inspector mine, that was just a friendly little round of fisticuffs. You know, the manly art. Comes a time in every fellow's life.
No, it is not you of whom we have suspicion this time, Shannon, but of a buddy pal, Frank Jordan. This is the name the anonymous man, the unidentified man of the tweed suit, whispered before he died. Frank Jordan.
You see, Slate, I told you.
Please, Miss Duval, let us go to my business and talk of Shannon's friend, Frank Jordan. Huh? My arm?
Wouldn't go without it. See what happens when fellows agree with me, Slate? They give me their right arm.
Cut it out, King.
Why is it all of a sudden my music does not agree with you, Mr. Slate?
I'm trying to think.
About Frank Jordan?
What happened to him? Why did a gunsel beat me around the head and not Frank? Where did he take Frank? And why did he take him?
A man who beats a man about the head with a gun may also reverse the gun, Mr. Shannon. It takes less energy to pull a trigger. Perhaps this is what was done to...
No, it wasn't. Hiya, Frank.
I got away from him. He was going to kill me, but I tricked him.
You did, huh? How?
While he wasn't looking, I hit him. I hit him hard. Knocked him out.
You know what I think, kid? I think you don't have the strength to hit a man and tilt his head.
I hit him with an andiron.
Now you come back to me because you want to get out of Havana.
That's why I brought my bag. Don't tell me you're going to change your mind. Look, I can't get on that liner.
Tonight, when it's dark, I'll run you over to Key West. Come on, Frank, let's hide you away from all that trouble.
Do I get to sit on the inner tube again, LaSalle?
It is comforting, is it not, senorita? But I think you will not care to. I think what I have to tell you of this Jordan will make you stand on end.
That bad, huh?
This matter of Frank Jordan. He had an admirable record in his college until he played hooky.
Hooky?
Your pardon. During his sabbatical of this hooky, he was seen to consort with the notorious gamblers. The police of many states saw him so consorting. It made them to rub their chins and say,
They said that, huh? Just like that.
And when they found him always in the shadow of an infamous ship's gambler, a Jack Kroner, a cheat, a known criminal, they said,
And that makes Frankie, boy.
A man we want for murder. Tell Shannon that, Senorita Duval. Tell Shannon if he does not give us this murder suspect, we will hold Shannon for accessory.
It'll break his heart, so I'll tell him. That's what the man said, Slate. The man told me Frank was wanted for murder.
Well, LaSalle might be telling the truth at that.
What do you mean, might be? He's police inspector of Havana. Why should he lie?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Don't you get it, Slate? He's playing you for a patsy. Something happened on that cruise liner so that Frank can't go back to it.
He said it was something about a woman.
Maybe. LaSalle said Frank was mixed up with a professional gambler named Jack Cronin. You're going to turn Frank over to LaSalle, aren't you?
No.
This is really one of your dull days, Slate. Why aren't you going to turn him in?
Because I'm not sure. Try to understand my side of it, Sailor. Frank is just a kid. His brother and I went through a lot together. I owe his brother at least this much to give Frank a chance.
Next week, East Lynn.
That's your trouble, Sailor. Someone gets a little sentimental. A guy embarrasses himself in front of you just so he can be honest, and you...
I'm sorry. I said I was sorry, Slate.
I've got Frank down at that old shack of Mario's, the boat, too. If anybody drops in and asks for me, tell them I'll be there.
And I'm just supposed to sit around like an information desk, huh?
And if anybody asks, I'm leaving for Key West in just 1 hour. Open up, Frank. It's me, Slate Shannon.
Oh, I was worried you weren't coming.
How do you feel, Frank?
Anxious. When are we getting out of here?
When it gets real dark, there's not much moon tonight. We'll make it to Key West easy. What have you been doing with yourself all this time?
Cards and playing solitaire.
You play poker?
Not much.
You want to play?
Just you and me? Two-handed?
Showdown. Just to pass the time away.
What do we play for?
Matchsticks, marks on a piece of paper, that's all.
Sure, I'd like it.
All right, let's sit down. There's your suitcase on the chair?
Give it to me. Sorry. Just edgy here. I'll take it.
Sure. Here, let's sit. Here, use these cards. I picked them up at my hotel.
What's the matter with these cards I've been using?
Nothing. Same design, same cards. Let's just use my cards, huh?
Sure. I'll get these out of the way here. All right. Want a cut for deal?
Yeah. 6 of clubs.
Ace, my deal.
Deal away.
Queen for you. 9 for me. 10 for you. Ace for me. 4 for you. 6 for you. And, well, little old 9 for me. Filled it inside straight.
Well, that about does it, Frank. I'm clean out of matchsticks.
I'll lend you some.
No, I've had enough. You're a lucky boy for a kid who doesn't know much about... Well, come on in, people.
Hiya, Frank.
What is this, Slate?
Isn't someone going to say hello to me?
I told you to give directions, Sailor, not to come here.
When this fellow here asked me where you were, I leaned over the desk and said, "Are you Jack Cronin?" For an answer, he winked, grinned, and showed me a gun.
You weren't going to leave without me, were you, Frank?
This is the guy who slugged you, Slate.
Yeah, I know.
He's the guy that's been after me. One that wants to get me.
Tell me something, Cronin. How did a kid like Frankie here get away from a big man like you?
I'll tell you about it, Shannon. It was... double-crosser.
How do you like your boy now, Slate? A killer.
Oh, it was self-defense, Sailor. Cronin was after the kid. You saw it.
Slate, have you gone completely crazy?
Come on, Frank. Let's go to Key West.
Sure we will. And you know why?
Sure I know why. The dough you've got in that suitcase. That's the money you and Cronin took off the customers on that luxury liner. Cheated them out of it.
I'm holding the gun. I'm confessing.
You're a bright kid, Frankie. That dead man in the tweed suit, you killed him, too?
I didn't mind. He was a company cop.
And what's a company cop to a bloody boy like you?
Thanks, Dal.
I want to tell you something, Frank. I wasn't really sure about you. You want to know when I found out?
I know. When you pulled that crummy trick of handing me a deck of cards without aces. But aces suddenly turned up, didn't they, Slate? And 9 times out of 10 in my hand.
Sure. The ones you palmed from the solitaire deck you were playing with. You had to cheat even though you were playing for matchsticks.
It's dark enough now, Slate. Take me to Key West.
Yeah, I'll take you. Kill the light sailor.
I'll find you in the dark, Slate.
You found me? Okay, sailor. You can turn on the lights.
You convinced now?
Yeah. I'm not sending my boy to college. Their jaws break too easy. Hey, sailor.
What do you want?
Here, take a card.
Oh, no. You going to show me that corny card trick again?
Now, go ahead, take one. Any one at all.
All right. 4 of clubs.
No, don't tell me what it is. Just look at it and remember it. Take another one. That's right. Now put it back in the deck. That's right. Now, I'll shuffle them. Now watch this.
I can hardly wait.
Now, this will astound you.
Slate.
Huh?
I forgot what my card was.
What is it with you? A guy learns a few card tricks, he likes to show them off.
I know a trick. See? Nothing up my sleeves, no strings, no rubber bands, hands behind my back.
So?
So close your eyes. Astound you?
That's a trick? Last girl who did that held her hands behind my back. Come here. That's the way the trick goes.
And so our 2 stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Fur coat I was telling you about, Harry. The one in the window right there.
Which one, Janet?
That one, the second one to the left.
It's a make, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Can you get that one for me?
Sure I can, easy.
But it costs $10,000, if that's the one they showed in the ad.
Well, is it the one in the ad?
Huh? Yes, I'm sure it is.
Okay, baby, then I'll get it for you.
But how, Harry?
How? I'll show you how.
When, huh?
Oh, no. It may take a couple of days.
Couple of days?
Yeah. Never took me longer than that to get fur coats before.
Oh, but that was in other cities, darling. Maybe things are different here.
Maybe, but I'm the same and my plan's the same.
Yes, darling, I know.
Okay, then, as long as you know. All we need to get that coat is $2,000, a rainy day, and Boston Blackie.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Okay, Janet, let's get moving.
You got the coat, Harry? The mink?
What'd you think I was doing while you were paying 2 G's for that Persian lamb?
Well, where is it, Harry? Where's the mink?
Right here on my arm, under the raincoat.
Oh.
Hey, I'm getting soaked.
Yeah.
Taxi! Hey, taxi!
Taxi! Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Come on, Janet.
Yeah.
Oh, we're in luck all day today. Got a cab at the first try. Come on, kitty.
Yeah. Oh, it's good to get out of the rain.
Yeah, you ain't kidding.
Here's all
Weston Hotel, driver.
Okay.
We'll go to my place for a while till we dry out, Janet.
Anything you say, darling. Oh, Harry, you're so wonderful.
Like me, huh?
Love you.
Maybe you just love the things you're getting because I'm smart.
Ah, you know better than that, honey. Doesn't it feel snug with me next to you?
Yeah, it feels great. But don't think I'm forgetting that you're snuggling up to that mink coat I got on my arm, too.
Oh, honey.
Kid, you got work to do. You know that?
What kind of work?
You're going back to Boston Blackie. There's something else you got to get him to do for us. Can you do it?
Can I? Blackie will do anything I say. Hello, Blackie.
Oh, hello, Janet. Come in.
Thanks.
Did you get the code?
Yes, I did.
You obviously didn't have any trouble.
Oh, none at all, thanks to you.
Don't thank me for anything. I was glad to do it for you.
Oh, but I want to thank you just the same, Blackie. After all, I couldn't have gotten it without your help.
Well, you can have my help any time you want it, Janet.
Hmm.
Say, that's a pretty coat you're wearing. Is that the one?
It's one of them. The other's mink, and it's beautiful. And, Blackie, you're wonderful. I can't thank you enough.
Don't look now, but you just thanked me very nicely.
You're sweet.
Wonderful and sweet. Say, I'm quite a guy.
I should say you are. Blackie, I'd like to bring the mink to you. Would you keep it for me, please?
Well, sure. But why?
Well, I think it's safer with you. I don't like to keep it in my hotel room.
Well, I'll keep it in a safe place for you until you leave town, if you like.
Oh, well, that won't be for several days yet, maybe a week or two. And I'll want to get a few more things while I'm here. You'll help me with them, too?
You can count on me. I'll do my part.
As well as you did this time?
Don't worry. You just name the store, I'll do the rest.
Blackie, that's all I want to know.
Open up, Miss Presley. Open up.
Who is it?
Faraday. Inspector Faraday. Open the door, Miss Presley.
Just a second.
Come on.
Well, you can at least wait until I get the door open. What's all the excitement about?
I'm looking for something. And someone.
Well, if it's Blackie, he isn't here.
No, I'm not looking for Blackie. Yet. What I'm looking for right now is proof of something maybe you and Blackie did together.
Well, let's see. We went to the movies together last night. Would you like to see the ticket stubs?
No. I'd like to see some stolen furs.
Stolen furs?
Yeah. Stolen by a man and a woman. A description of the woman almost fits you. And I have a hunch the man is Harry Barlow, wanted for murder in Kansas.
Well, that's fine, Inspector Faraday, but what does that have to do with Blackie?
Plenty. Blackie phoned the stores and recommended some customers. Then shortly after they showed up, expensive fur coats were missing.
Oh, I see. And you think that I was the woman?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't.
Well, maybe you were, maybe you weren't. But I'm going to search this apartment just the same.
Oh, no, you're not, Inspector.
Oh, yes, I am, Miss Presley.
Not without a search warrant.
Oh, you know the law, do you?
I certainly do, and you can't search my apartment without a search warrant.
That's right, Miss Wesley, I can't. But it just so happens that right here in my pocket I have a warrant to search this apartment.
You what?
Sorry, Miss Wesley. I hope I don't find anything here. But you take a look at this warrant while I take a look at your closets.
Oh, my gosh, this is a warrant to search my apartment. You're not joking?
I'll say I'm not. And I'm looking for a mink coat, an ermine cape, a chinchilla coat, and a sable wrap.
What?
You heard me.
Well, you certainly won't find him in there. Unless that 6-year-old camel's hair looks like a brand new mink to you.
No, even I know mink from camel's hair. Nothing I'm looking for in there. What's in this closet?
Oh, be careful. That has my cleaning stuff in it.
Yeah? Floor mop, vacuum cleaner, dust mop, and broom.
I'm a clean one, huh?
Sure. So why don't you come clean with me? You have other closets in here, don't you?
Yes. There's that one right over there. I suppose you're going to look in that one, too.
The warrant says I can search your entire apartment, Miss Wesley.
Well, go right ahead, Inspector, if you can stand disappointment.
Now, look, I don't say you and Blackie stole anything. I just say I think you and Blackie had something to do with those missing furs.
The only furs I have are missing, Inspector. Missing from my wardrobe. Budget, you know.
Yeah. See what's in this closet. It looks like it's got nothing in it but dresses, huh?
Well, it's strange that it should look that way because all it has, dresses.
Wait a minute till I look behind them. Uh-huh.
What'd you find behind him, Inspector?
Nothing. Just the wall. Only what's this over on the side of the closet?
It was just a box.
Yeah? Looks as if it might have a coat in it. A fur coat. It's heavy.
Inspector Faraday, don't open that box.
No? My warrant says I can search this apartment and everything in it.
Yes, but don't open that box. Please, you can't. Blackie said that it wasn't to be opened by anybody.
Blackie sent this box to you?
Yes, and he warned me not to open it. Please, Inspector, please. Blackie must have a good reason not
and
to.
I think I know what that reason is, too.
Oh.
I'm opening this box.
Inspector, I don't know why
The string is as strong as wire. Yeah, that got it.
And I'm going to get it, too. Blackie will never believe that I didn't open it.
If it has what I'm looking for in it, I'll tell Blackie who opened it.
Oh, golly.
Well, it's open. And... Miss Wesley.
Yes?
Want to come and have a peek?
Why, what's in the box?
You know what's in it. And now I do, too.
A fur coat. A mink.
A stolen mink.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Well, Blackie didn't steal it.
So you say. Blackie sent it to you. Blackie asked you to hide it. So Blackie had nothing to do with this, huh?
Well, I don't know why he sent me this coat or why he asked me not to open the box, but I'm going to find out why. I'm going to see Blackie.
You're going to see him, Miss Wesley?
Yes, I am, and I'm going to get a few things good and straight.
I'm going to see him, too. Because at last I got proof that boyfriend of yours is crooked.
Hello, Blackie.
Oh, Janet, come on in.
You're alone?
Uh-huh. How'd everything go at the store this afternoon?
Not a single hitch. Look at the coat I got at Baxter's. Like it?
Expensive?
I got two. This one's the cheaper one.
Everything worked out all right then, huh?
Perfectly.
I'm glad to hear it. Tell me something, Janet, did you... Uh-oh. We're not alone anymore.
Oh, dear.
Come in.
Hello, Blackie.
Goodbye, Faraday.
Don't you say hello or goodbye to me, Boston Blackie.
What? Oh, Mary, I didn't expect you. Mary, this is...
Never mind who that is, Blackie, I know. She's the girl you sent to those stores to steal fur coats for you.
What?
And the nerve of you hiding them in my apartment.
You opened that box, Mary.
No, she didn't. I did. And I know this girl is working with you. She's wearing the fur coat she got at Baxter's this afternoon.
Blackie, you'd better do something about this.
I'll say he better, miss whatever your name is. He has some explaining to do.
He can explain everything to me. Down at headquarters. Come on, lady. You're going with him.
No, she isn't, Faraday. You're not taking us anywhere.
No. You didn't know you sent that coat to Miss Wesley's?
No, I admit it, and I admit I told her not to open the box, too.
Oh, why, Blackie? Why did you do that?
Let's not worry about why, Miss Wesley. He admits everything.
And I think you'll admit this is a gun in my hand, too, Faraday.
Blackie, put that gun away.
Not till I put you away, Faraday, in this closet.
Blackie, please don't.
Quiet, Mary.
What are you doing,
I know what I'm
Blackie?
doing. Get in this closet, Faraday.
All right, but Blackie, so help me. I'll take care of you.
Blackie, you shouldn't have done that.
It's all right, Janet. Don't let Faraday bother you.
Blackie, what is this all about?
You have nothing to worry about, Mary.
Oh, I haven't. I suppose this is all very funny.
No, it's not funny at all. I have Faraday locked in that closet. Now you get into this one. Sorry, Mary. Sorry, but you're going to be left in the dark.
Blackie! Blackie, what are you doing?
Locking you in a closet, too. Can't you tell?
Blackie, what'll we do now?
Blackie!
Janet?
Huh?
Blackie, please.
Those two are behind locked doors now.
Yes.
But we're not. We're getting out of here.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Janet Corning and a man named Harry Barlow, wanted for a Kansas murder, are stealing furs and apparently getting assistance in their work from Boston Blackie. Inspector Faraday is convinced that Blackie is working with the thieves when he finds a stolen fur coat hidden away in Mary Wesley's apartment. When confronted with this evidence, Blackie locks both Faraday and Mary in a closet and escapes with Janet. As we return to our story, Blackie and Janet are in Blackie's car, driving down a street in a remote part of town.
All right, Janet. Tell me what this is all about.
Oh, Blackie, I'm awfully glad you asked that. I've been almost crazy trying to tell someone. But I've been afraid.
And you're not afraid to tell me?
No, because you can help me.
Somebody better help me. On account of trying to help you, I'm really messed up.
Well, you'll get out of it, Blackie. You always do. But what about me?
What about you?
Well, you know who I am, don't you?
Of course I know who you are. Niece of my best friend, Charlie Kingston. That's why I went to the trouble of locking Inspector Faraday in a closet.
And that girl. Why did you lock her in a closet, too?
So Faraday wouldn't know that she's in on this. Now, come on, tell me, what kind of a jam you in?
Well, Blackie, I'm working with a man named Harry Barlow. Not because I want to, but because he tricked me into it.
Mm-hmm. And Barlow is making you do what?
Steal furs with him.
How?
Oh, it's all very simple. I go in and ask to look at furs, then while I buy a cheap one, Harry steals an expensive one I've looked at but didn't buy. Blackie, he made me get you to recommend us so that the stores wouldn't hesitate to show us their best stuff.
Oh, so that's the racket.
Mm.
Okay. Can I get in touch with this fellow Barlow?
I'll give you his address. In fact, if you want to go and see him and walk in on him by surprise, I have the key to his room right here in my bag.
No, never mind about that. Just give me his address. Where does he live?
At 507 Lane Street.
507 Lane Street, huh?
Yes.
I think I'll go up and have a little talk with that guy.
But, Blackie, please be careful. He's dangerous.
So am I sometimes, and this is one of those times.
But he is. Really, he is. You're taking an awful risk, and you shouldn't do it. Not for me.
I'm not doing it for you alone, beautiful. I'm doing it for myself, too. Furs are supposed to keep people warm. I can believe that. The ones you and Harry stole certainly have made it hot for me.
Well, what is this, Janet?
Oh, hello, Harry.
Oh, just like that, huh? Hello, Harry. Sorry I interrupted your packing. Going somewhere?
Oh, no, not exactly. I figure we might have to leave town almost any time now, and I wanted to be ready.
Oh, well, you did you?
Mm-hmm.
You weren't going to run out on me or anything like that? Wait.
Well, honey, you know better than that.
I did once, but that was before you met Blackie.
Blackie? Oh, now, look, Harry. There's nothing between him and me. Well, I just sent him all the way to the other end of town on a phony address. He wanted to find you, honey.
Find me for what reason, kid? To knock me off so you and him could be a team?
Harry, you
No
can't...
more lies, Janet. Here you are ready to pull out and leave me to take the rap for all those fur jobs.
Huh?
You figured we were through, didn't you?
Oh, no, Harry, honest, I didn't.
Kid, I got news for you. You and I are through, all right, but I decided that just now. I'm packing you in. You're hot as a two-bit pistol. You can be picked out by any of those sales girls that waited on you. I was going to string along with you in spite of that. But I changed my mind now. I'm leaving town, but you're staying here.
Okay, Bud, that's all right with me.
Is it?
Yeah.
It better be. You know, kid, you're just a natural-born double-crosser. You say you sent Blackie on a wild goose chase, okay? You crossed him. You were going to pull out of here, pick up your loot, and scram. That means you were going to cross me. You can't be trusted, Janet. You just can't be trusted.
Look, Harry, you're going haywire. You're blowing your lid.
I'm thinking good, baby. Very good. I'm getting out of town, and I'm leaving you here. I can't let you spill all about me to Blackie or the cops.
No, I won't talk, Harry. Honest, I won't.
I'll say you won't. This, Persian lamb coat here.
Yeah?
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Come here, baby. Come here. You know something? You're lovely, too, Janet. It's too bad you couldn't play anything straight.
Harry, you're not...
Not what, dear? Oh, now, relax. Relax. That's better. You know, I just thought of something.
Huh?
You used to say when we started out in this racket that you wanted all the good things that you could grab.
Yeah.
Yeah. You wanted to be loaded with diamonds and smothered in mink.
Yeah, but Harry, put that coat down.
You wanted to be smothered in mink, huh? Well, you're going to have to make a slight sacrifice, darling. You're being smothered in Persian lamb.
Hey, Faraday, you still in the closet?
Where do you think I am? In Florida?
Well, I'm going to let you out.
It's about time. Where have you been?
The phony address.
Oh, your address is going to be the city jail in a minute.
Hold it, Faraday. I know when I've made a mistake, and I admit it, too.
You sure made a mistake locking me in that closet.
That's the least of my mistakes, pal. Wait till I get Mary out of her closet. Mary, you all right?
Oh, just fine. I love it in here. It's so airy. And the view's divine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary, but I had to lock you in.
Golly.
I wanted Faraday here to know that you and I weren't working together on this. Forgive me, will you?
I don't know. First, I'll have to see what life is like on the outside. My goodness. It's still daylight, isn't it?
Well, maybe it's daylight, Miss Wesley. But your friend Blackie is going to be in a nice dark cell in a minute.
Look, Faraday, look.
Whew.
I told you I made a mistake. I thought that girl was the niece of my friend Charlie Kingston and in a jam. So I was just trying to help her.
What do you mean you thought she was Charlie Kingston's niece? Didn't it occur to you to check?
I tried to, Faraday, but Charlie's traveling in Europe and I couldn't get in touch with him. She had a letter from Kingston, but now I know it was forged.
Fine time to find out.
All right, but that doesn't explain everything.
I know. You want to know what I've been doing to help these two. Well, it's nothing, really. All I did was to phone the stores and ask that my friends be well taken care of. Apparently, they wanted me to do that for two reasons. One, to be sure they saw only the best furs, and second, so that when they left town, the heat would be on me.
Well, that coat in my apartment certainly puts the heat on me. I'm sore about that, Blackie.
Oh, I can explain that, too, Mary. Janet asked me to keep it for her. I didn't want to leave it here. Any character in town is liable to drop in here any time. So I thought the safest spot would be in your apartment.
Oh, fine. You keep a fur coat for another girl in my apartment.
But, Mary, don't you see why?
Oh, yes, sure. I see it now.
Well, I don't see why you warned Miss Wesley not to open the box.
That should be obvious to a school kid, Faraday. If Mary had opened the box, she'd have thought that the coat was for her. And I didn't think it was right to ask her to keep a coat for somebody else.
Oh, yeah. I don't get it.
I think he's telling the truth, Inspector. I would have thought that coat was for me. I have a birthday coming up soon.
Okay. It's beginning to make sense to me now. But when you ran out on us, what were you going to help Janet do? Steal more furs?
No, I didn't realize she was stealing furs. I thought she was just being used by someone who was. Now I've changed my mind since she sent me on a wild goose chase, Faraday. I admit I made a mistake.
So the great Boston Blackie admits he made a mistake, does he? That's a good one.
I know a hyena that laughs better and looks better while he's doing it. Lay off me, will you? I admit I've made a mess out of this, but give me time and I'll straighten it out.
I'll give you time, all right. 5 or 10 years for obstructing justice. I could have nabbed that girl, except for you.
I'm sorry, Faraday. I thought she was an all-right girl in a jam.
Oh, Blackie, you always were a pushover for a pretty face, weren't you?
I still am. Aren't you glad of that, Mary?
Oh, I never thought of that.
Hey, Faraday, who are you calling?
Headquarters. Thanks to you and your stupidity, I'm going to have to send out an alarm for that girl.
Look, I'll find her.
I'll find her.
Sure you will, in your office after I bring her in.
If she isn't brought in my office pretty soon, you're going to be there yourself, under arrest.
Homicide.
Hello, this is Faraday.
Oh, I'm glad you called, Inspector. We've been looking everywhere for you.
Never mind about me. I want you to look everywhere for a girl named Janet.
Corning.
Janet Corning. 5 feet 5 inches, brown hair.
Brown eyes and the cutest little dimples you ever saw.
Brown eyes and the cutest little... I mean, she has prominent dimples. Get it?
Yeah, I not only got the description, Inspector, but I've got the girl.
What?
Yes, sir.
Well, hold her. I want to question her.
Sorry, Inspector, I'm afraid you can't do that. She's on a slab in the morgue, dead.
Dead?
Yep, smothered to death, we think.
Okay, thanks. I'll be right down there. Now, Blackie, your girlfriend, Janet, is dead.
Dead?
Oh, how awful.
It could be worse, though, Mary. You see, I know who killed her.
Sure, the guy at the phony address. How are you going to find him?
I'm not going to find him, Faraday. He's going to find me. There's something else he wants. Only I've got it. And I'm going to keep it.
You ought to know, Blackie.
Oh. Who are you? What are you doing in my apartment?
Maybe you'd like one answer at a time, huh?
At this time of the morning, one at a time is all I can understand. Who are you?
Harry Barlow. Mean anything to you?
Yes. You're, Janet Corning's, part... Well, shall we say, or should I say the late Janet Corning's partner?
But... Oh, she's dead, huh? Yeah. Blackie, you awake enough to see this gun in my hand?
I saw that before I saw you. I don't know which of you I'm sorry to see.
Give me that key and you won't see either of us in a minute.
What key?
You know the key that Janet gave you, the key to the safe deposit vault where I got the furs hidden.
Oh, that key?
Yeah.
I've got it, but Janet didn't give it to me. I lifted it out of her purse.
What? Oh, what's the difference? How you got it, I want it. I'm leaving town and I'm not leaving without those furs.
All right. With that gun in your hand, I guess there's nothing I can do but let you have the key. It's right there on the top of the drawer. I'll get it for you.
Oh, no, you won't, Blackie. Get it myself.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Sure. I trust you, Blackie, as long as you keep your hands right where they are. Yeah, that's the key, all right.
Well, if you want to take it, I could argue with you, but not with that gun there.
I'm going to take it, all right. It's a little present for Papa.
Oh, I've got something for Papa, too, Harry.
Oh.
That's a poke in the jaw I gave you that knocked you out, Barlow. But wouldn't you like to know what hit you when you grabbed that key?
Busy, Blackie?
No, come on in, Faraday. Sit down. I was just sitting here with nothing on my mind. You won't change that situation any.
You got nothing on your mind, but I got plenty on mine. Blackie, we have Harry Barlow cold for those fur heisting jobs. And he's wanted for murder in the Midwest. How did you grab him?
It's a secret, Faraday. But I'll give you a little teeny hint. He went for a key that I'd planted in my room.
And did he get it?
He sure did. Right across his great big chin. I clipped him, Faraday.
What was he doing all this time?
I'll give it to you slowly, pal. He came into my room with a gun.
Yeah?
He knew I had the key to the box where the stolen furs were locked up.
Yeah?
I told him to take the key, but I forgot to tell him that I had wired it to the electric socket.
I get it. He grabbed the key, got a shock, and dropped his gun.
You're close, kid. He yelled at the shock, and I poked him one for luck. That acted like a kind of lullaby, because the next thing I knew, he was fast asleep.
So that's how you did it, huh, Blackie? I was wondering. He was a pretty tough character, they tell me.
So I hear. But he fell asleep just like a baby. Then I called you, Faraday, and when he got out of the arms of Morpheus, he was snug in the arms of the law.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the early twilight, Broadway is dappled with beginning shadows. It's the time of the small shock. The springtime's day starts its long scream down into night. It's time clock time, the hour for going home again. Close the ledger, lock the store, figure the overtime, smile at the boss, and out into the street. Blink, then run. The subway waits for no man. Home again. End another day again. But my day was just beginning. North on Broadway and to the east. Central Park around the 80s. And pushed through the crowd whose focus was a park bench that faced the street.
All right, come on, break it up there, let him through.
And Sergeant Muggavan tells you why you're there.
Right over here, Danny. Stand right there near the bench.
I found the knife. I didn't pick it up.
Who's the boy?
Paul
Gilbert. Yeah. I haven't been home from school yet.
Oh, you'll go home in a squad car, Paul.
I promised him with the siren, Danny.
Yeah, with the siren. What happened, Paul? How did the knife get there?
I saw the man take it out of his own back and throw it down. And then the man staggered away.
Mm-hmm. Did I show you this, Danny? All this blood? Wherever he is, he's hurt real bad.
I want you to think for a minute, Paul. What did this man look like?
Tall, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's all. He was tall.
Most grown-ups are tall, aren't they, Paul?
All of them, except for midgets.
One more thing, Paul. Was there anyone with this man? Think hard.
No, I don't think so.
Well, you told me that
the other man I saw wasn't with him. The other man in the hat just watched him. Then the man in the hat ran away. He wasn't with him.
What did the man in the hat look like?
He had a hat. That's all I know. I got scared. I ran.
That's right, Danny. Paul ran right into Officer Curcio on the beat. Almost knocked him down. Curcio came back, saw the blood on the bench, the knife, phoned it in.
Paul, did you know the man with the knife?
No, I usually don't come home from school this way. We had an after-school game with the 8B2 over there on the playground. This is the first game of the intramural.
A squad car, Muggavan, for Paul, with a siren. Then the careful tracing, the sifting through the shadows of a city, the dust of a city, the hiding places of a city into which a wounded man must crawl and lie for a time, and then wander in search of a kindlier place, a darker place, and leave behind him the trail of the wounded, the blood of his life. But the man who'd been stabbed had done none of these things. The hospitals told me that, the doctors, the fellow in the neat white jacket in the drugstore across from the park, who, not having a wounded man, offered me a special on shaving cream. Then the legwork of the man on the beat, harvesting the crop of those who had been at the scene of the crime, sorting them, packaging them, parceling them out to me, one by one.
Look, mister, how many rides do we have to give you guys? I was calling on my girl. I brought her a box of chocolate-covered peppermints. She was beginning to understand me.
We won't keep you long.
You don't understand, mister. I don't stick close to my little bird. She busts out of her cage. I've known her to do that when I pop out 2 minutes for a corner newspaper.
You were in the park this afternoon. Saw a man who was stabbed. Can you describe the man?
I was never in no park where an unfortunate got stabbed.
An officer took your name. You made him erase it, start all over again because he wasn't spelling it right.
So you caught me in a lie.
Can you describe the man who was hurt?
Describe? Who got a chance to get close to him? Everybody pushing, shoving like it was a parade for a general. I'm lucky I got a peek at the top of his fleeing skull.
Oh, that's all.
Look, I want to explain why I lied about not being in the park. My girl, the bird, thinks I work for a living. It's a little white lie I used to keep her caged.
That's all. You can go. Then the man who is eager, whose eyes dart and pierce, who follows you as you move away from him, stays close to you, needs the lapel of your coat.
I was real close to him. He had a knife in his back. He breathed in my face. I could tell you the color of his eyes, how close I was.
Now, tell me.
Blue eyes, washed out blue, and no tears in them, no tears at all. No remorse for the evil doing that had brought wrath upon him.
Blue eyes. What color hair?
Dirty. A dirty color. All matted. No, it was blonde and shining. And there was a kind of light that shone about it. That's because he was dying. Dying in protest against all the wickedness that'll drown us all.
A big man or short man?
What does it matter how he looked? I was close to him, I tell you. He reached out his hand to me, touched my hand, tears on my face.
Help him out of your office. Motion a policeman over. Watch him be gentle with the man. Take him away. And then motion for the next one to come in.
I realize, of course, that you're imposing on my time. Not that I mind. It could be a welcome relief from those spoiled monsters I simper and smile at and diaper.
You're a nursemaid, Miss Cram. Is that right?
Call me governess, and call me Virginia. Miss Cram doesn't sound like me at all, don't you think?
You take the children to the park every day?
From 4 to 5:30, except on rainy days. On rainy days, the children and I stay at home, and I'm permitted callers from 4 to 5:30. That's on rainy days.
You told an officer you saw the man who was hurt.
I was making conversation. I needed that to get those brats out of my hair.
You didn't see him?
I wouldn't have gone near him. But I can tell you who did see him, the looker.
Who?
The looker. All of us in the park know her. She sits in a window across the street on the 5th floor, watches every move we make every day. Sits there and watches. It makes you feel as if you're being spied on, know what I mean?
5th floor, in an apartment on 80th and 5th.
Oh, you can't miss her. Just stand out in the street for a while. Her eyes will bore right through you. But on a rainy day...
I know, you're permitted callers. That's all, Miss Cram.
Yes?
I'm Danny Clover, police.
We haven't done anything.
I know. I don't even know who you are. There's no name card on your door.
You want to come in and talk to us?
All right.
I'm George Mason. She's in the wheelchair. Diane's my wife.
Good evening, Miss Mason.
Diane? Diane, dear. Diane, we've got a visitor. He said good evening to you. Say hello, Diane. This is Mr. Clover. He's from the police.
Mr. Mason, there was some trouble earlier across the street from you.
Talk to her, will you? I'm trying something. Maybe it'll do her some good, talking to her. No one ever does, you know. You just talk to her and I'll answer you.
All right. There was a man stabbed across the street from you, Mrs. Mason, in the park.
Yes, I heard about it when I came home. Have you found the man?
No. Mrs. Mason, I understand that you sit by a window every day.
That's right, that one. She sits there, watches. It's her pleasure.
Today?
Every day.
Then she must have seen what happened. She must have...
Pretty.
What?
What are you trying to say, Diane? Can't you see how it is?
I'm sorry.
George?
Yes. What is it?
I saw a man today. I saw a knife today.
Is there anything you can do? Can you talk to her?
Diane...
A man today. A knife today.
Yes, well, can you tell me what the man looked like, sweetheart?
Knife.
Was he a big man? Was he a small man? Was he a nice man?
Man.
Did you like him?
Try to erase from memory the eyes of the woman filled with the named terrors, the known terrors that dart and scurry, gnaw and nibble at the fleeting instants of serenity within her. And try to wash away in the city's night screaming the crooning of a tuneless song, and suddenly the known words, a man, a knife. And know that the eyes that absorb all movement, all shadow, all light on faces, and things that pass before them, have seen nothing. Not the man who was stabbed, not the one who did the stabbing. And then the long walk to the darkened room, turn on the shaded light bulb, and search the cupboards for sleep. And finally, it comes. In the morning, the scorching cup of coffee, the walk to headquarters, and the cheery greeting on the threshold from the cheery Sergeant Tartaglia.
Oh, welcome, Danny. Welcome to your abode away from your abode.
Good morning, Gino.
The best. The sunniest, the bravest.
Not so early, Gino. All I've had is a cup of coffee.
For which I am delighted.
Huh?
For which I am delighted. Come, I will escort you to your office, Danny. You will see there how I have taken the liberty to spread upon your desk a repast.
I shouldn't have done it, Gino.
A repast consisting of a hot paper container of coffee and a half a dozen cinnamon buns. Voila, the repast. Partake.
Looks good.
How else should they look? The cinnamon buns were baked in the oven of Mrs. Tartaglia with her own 2 lily whites. Go ahead, partake. Munch if you like.
Delicious. Thank Mrs. Tartaglia for me.
Goes without saying. And now to the events of the morning. Okay if I disturb while you munch?
Yeah.
We of the department have discovered that this park bench upon which an alleged man was allegedly stabbed has been a lucky bench. Or unlucky, depending, of course, on the point of view of whom sat there.
You'll explain it to me, Gino?
Goes without saying. The lucky part of the bench is that 5 weeks ago a man found upon it, wrapped in a newspaper, $300. Turned it over to Lost and Found.
So?
So is that 4 weeks ago, same man turned into Lost and Found from the same bench a like newspaper containing another $300. And we have not seen this pleasant, honest citizen since.
Do you have his name?
Oh, it goes without... Harry Forster, 1345 West 16th. Want I should keep the cinnamon buns hot for you, Danny?
I'll do that, Gino. You go ahead and do that.
Please help me. Please come in and help me.
What's the matter?
My husband. No one will help me. I asked the neighbors. They said, call the police, call an ambulance. Please help.
Where is he?
You'll help. He's in our bedroom. I think he's dying, and no one.
You're Mrs. Foster?
Yes, Harry's wife. He came home last night, and there was blood. He just looked at me like an animal, and... There he is, mister. Help him. Please help him.
Dead.
No, you're wrong.
He's been dead for a long time.
He was asleep. Only asleep.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. On CBS this Sunday evening, Charlie McCarthy will play a tattoo artist for a group of sailors, while beautiful Ann Southern acts as his reluctant model. There'll be more fun with Eve Arden, Amos and Andy, Red Skelton, and Corliss Archer. Stay with CBS this Sunday, for these great comedy programs will be heard on most of these same stations.
In the Maytime, the sun grins down and pats Broadway's cheek. Broadway loves it. The sunlit minutes are added to the 10-minute break for a cigarette. The walk is slower, the sway gentler. The windows are opened wide, and the doors, too. And glints of sunlight are carried through long hallways on the sigh of a summer's wind, touching the lips of the girl at the typewriter, touching the hand of the man at the water cooler watching her, touching the steel of the file cabinets, warming them. And having made the tour, back onto Broadway and start all over again. But where I was, there was no warmth. Only a woman drawing a shawl tight around her shoulders and talking quietly to her dead.
Harry, listen to me. You were right. We should have told them. We should have told them all about it. And you wouldn't be like this, and I would.
Mrs. Foster, what should you have told us?
What? What did you say?
What should you and your husband have told us?
About the money, nothing else.
Money found on the park bench?
Yes. You see, we should have told them, Harry.
But he did, Mrs. Foster. He reported it, turned it in.
You don't understand. I knew no one would understand.
Then maybe you can help me.
Friday was always Harry's day off. From the factory out there. You can see it from here, see. On his day off, I'd pack him a little lunch, and he'd kiss me goodbye. Walk uptown to Central Park.
Go on.
He always went alone. He always sat on the same bench. Harry used to describe it to me. What he saw, people he talked to, Felt as if I'd been there with him.
And one day he found money in a newspaper.
And turned it in like you said. The next week turned it in. But after that, I told him he didn't have to do that anymore.
You mean he found more money? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
What?
You mean he found more money?
For 5 weeks in a row. I told Harry he didn't have to turn it in anymore. I told him to go back. To be sure and keep going back. Every week. Yesterday, too. And we'd be rich. No more of this. No more factory.
Why didn't you call us when he came home hurt? Call a doctor.
It would have spoiled it, ended it. The money, don't you see? I thought he'd live, and we... With that money... No. You couldn't. You couldn't see.
Then she turned from me and walked over to the window, stared out of it. Across her shoulder into the noon sunshine, I could see the factory emptying its lunchtime employees, the crowd breaking off its fragments, to the curb with the lunch pails, to the push carts for the ham on white and coffee. Then the other sound, the feet in the doorway, the entrance of the professionals, coroner, photographer, reporter. The man had been murdered. I left. Then back again to Central Park and the park bench of the stabbing. Sit on it. A man named Harry Foster used to find money here, and he was killed. And a woman who had seen it happen, a woman who sat at a window every day. I looked up to the window. She wasn't there. I wondered why. I knew why. She was in the wheelchair. There was a man pushing it carefully down the steps.
Can you scooch a little to the side, friend?
Oh, need a hand?
Yeah, if you want. Thanks.
How are you feeling, Mrs. Mason?
She ain't gonna answer you.
I didn't know she left the house.
Why should you even bother?
Oh, I'm Danny Clover, police.
Oh, hi, I'm Ben Taylor. Got a U-drive down the street. Only Mrs. Mason here, different. Kind of a take drive.
Oh, I see. Just today?
Oh, no, all the time. From 1 to 3, the element's willing. I take her for a ride. Sometimes here, sometimes there. Oh, sure. Right away, Miss Mason. See you, Danny.
Oh, wait a minute. How long have you been doing this, Ben?
Right. Well, since her accident. Since at Coney last year. Hurt her back. Here and up here, her head.
Right, Carl,
I guess I better take her. I heard her cry like that before. I can't stand it.
Sure. It's a nice day, Mrs. Mason. I hope you enjoy your ride.
Oh, she will. She likes riding in the car. See you around, Danny.
I watched Ben lift her gently out of the wheelchair, lift her into the back of the car, close the door, fold the chair, place it in the car trunk. Then back and saying something to her. She looked up for an instant. Her eyes found me. Then she smiled and shaped a lost word with her lips. They were gone. And back at headquarters, the wall clock ticking off the hours of Harry Foster's death. Ticking off the hours that his murderer came to a park bench, looked at it, smiled, walked away in the warm sun. Ticked off the question of why money had been left there for Harry Foster to find week after week on Friday's twilight. And at 4 o'clock, the door opening slightly, and all you saw of the man was his cocked head.
You Mr. Danny Clover?
That's right. You want something?
Only to know if you're Mr. Danny Clover and to give you what I have in my pocket. They said I should give it to you, you being the interested party and all.
What have you got in your pocket?
This, an envelope, stamped and everything. I found it.
Give it to me. It's addressed to George Mason.
Anybody can see that. That's the husband of that woman, the cripple, the one they call a looker in the papers, the one they think they saw that stabbing. I did right bringing it to you, huh?
It's been opened. You opened it? Don't lie to me. You opened it and then resealed it.
All right, I opened it. I'm a normal kind of fella with all the normal curiosities. First, I was going to mail it when I found it. But then I saw who it was addressed to. I couldn't restrain myself. I'm like the proverbial cat, Mr. Clover.
It could make trouble for you being like that.
Not when you see what's in it. Not when you see what it says. It says, you've made a terrible mistake. That's all. Not another word. See? You can't do anything to me for just reading that. You just read it yourself. That's why I brought it to you. Because I'm a cooperative citizen.
Where'd you find it?
At Grant's tomb. You know, I've been curious about that tomb for years now. Finally, I took time off to go to study it. Then I found a letter on the steps. And I never did get to really study Grant's tomb.
Tough. You'll stick around, huh? Some of our boys want to have a long chat with you. They enjoy curious fellas.
Sure, anything you say. I'm nothing if I'm not cooperative, just nothing.
I wouldn't say that, but you stick around, huh? Hi, Ben.
Well, hello, Danny. Hey, how do you like this, huh? I rigged up so when it's a sunny day, the telephone is on the outside of my shack. Inspiration, huh?
Fine.
Who wants to be on the inside when outside it's sunny? You car renting, Danny? I can give you rates.
No, just talk.
If you don't do business together, we never become enemies, huh? What's on your mind?
Mrs. Mason.
Ah, yeah. Sad, huh? You know, if you set your mind to it and consider all she's been through, and then look at her, she's a pretty woman.
I noticed. You said she was hurt in an accident at Coney Island, Ben. What kind of an accident?
On the roller coaster. You know, one of them rides. Fell off right near the end of the ride. She stood up, fell.
Was she with anyone?
Yeah, her husband. You want to know something? In spite of the heartbreak of having a wife like that, you know, Mr. Mason is one of the nicest guys I ever met.
What about Mrs. Mason, Ben?
What about her?
Can anyone ever talk to her, have a conversation with her?
I talk to her.
About what?
Things. You know, ain't it a pretty day, Mrs. Mason? Is there a draft on you, Mrs. Mason? I talk to her. But she just hums and sings. But you know, I think she's getting better. Maybe I'm contributing.
Where'd you go driving today?
Down Riverside Drive. You know, the river, Grant's tomb, the churches.
Thanks a lot, Ben.
Anytime, Danny, anytime at all.
Oh, hello, Mr. Clover.
Good evening, Mr. Mason.
We're delighted to see you. Please come in. Diane, it's Mr. Clover. Diane looks better, doesn't she, Mr. Clover?
Yes, she does. I brought you something, Mr. Mason. Here.
Oh? A letter?
It's addressed to you. Read it.
I don't understand.
Read it.
Yes, it is. It's addressed to me, but it's been opened.
That's right. Read it.
All right.
The note says you made a mistake, Mr. Mason. Mrs. Mason, your husband might be electrocuted for a murder he committed.
Leave her alone.
I wasn't going to touch her. Cut it out, Mrs. Mason.
What's the matter with you? Have you gone out of your mind, Clover?
I said cut it out, Mrs. Mason.
I told you leave her alone. All right, you've come here to accuse me of murder, but leave her alone.
George.
Don't worry about anything, dear.
Get me a drink of water.
What? What did you say?
A drink of water, George. Cold water from the refrigerator.
Diane.
Darling, a drink of water. Do it. You won't be able to wait on me anymore. Mr. Clover's going to take you away from me.
You're talking like you know what you're saying. You do know what you're saying. What's happening? What's happening to us?
It's already happened. It's all over.
Poor George.
Paid off, didn't it, Mrs. Mason? Sitting at the window watching for a man your husband could kill.
Simple little man. He came and sat on the same bench every Friday. He got paid for a while.
It was you. You wrote that first letter, Diane. And this one. Made me pay blackmail to a man who didn't even know me, didn't know anything about me.
It was so simple. Write a letter, put a stamp on it, drop it from the car. Someone picked up the first letter and mailed it.
About 5 weeks ago. A letter with instructions in it.
Why, yes.
Leave money every Friday on the park bench. And the man who picked it up, Mr. Mason, you thought was a blackmailer, so you killed him.
She's crazy. She really is. She's crazy.
No, I'm not. I'm just a cripple, George. I can't move from this chair. Honest. But I'm not crazy.
She's crazy.
What did that first letter say, Mr. Mason?
Well, the man saw me push my wife off a ride at Coney Island. He demanded blackmail, but I didn't push, Diane.
Then why did you pay the money, darling?
That you weren't going to let your husband alone, were you, Mrs. Mason? Even after he did what you wanted him to do, murder a man. Another letter that one your husband's holding, telling him he killed the wrong man.
It's not much to ask, is it? Wanting George to suffer? Look at me.
You're an accessory, Mrs. Mason.
Am I? What can you do to me? A cripple in a wheelchair. In a prison? Will that be different? Tell me how.
I didn't push you, Diane. I didn't push you. You fell off that ride. You fell.
Liar.
Diane.
You're a liar, George.
Diane, will you listen to me? I made it up to you. I carried you. I waited on you. I went crazy that day. I hated you. I don't know why. I don't know. Oh, I know why. You're an evil woman. Evil.
Poor George.
You should have died. You should have. You should have.
Poor George. Poor George.
You should have died.
It's night on Broadway now. There's easy laughter, and a trumpet skirls its music into the grinning mob. It's top of the evening. Have another drink on me, kid, and let's sit this dance out. It's a street gouged out of a scarlet dream. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Lamont Johnson was heard as George Mason, Kathy Lewis as Diane Mason, and Virginia Gregg as Mrs. Foster. Others in the cast were Herb Vigran, Lou Krugman, and Johnny McGovern. Every Saturday night, Jan Murray takes a tip from Danny Clover and goes looking for people. Only Jan's beat is the United States. By coast-to-coast phone, he offers a grand in cold, hard cash if you can identify the phantom voice. So stay tuned now as Jan Murray and Sing It Again follow immediately on most of these same CBS stations. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you laugh at Jack Benny every Sunday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to involve my trying to hold an Eastern European country together with my finger ring. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you had an assignment for me.
I do, Steve.
Well, where do I go this time?
To jail.
Let's have that again.
You heard me. I'm sending you to jail.
Now, look, so maybe I did pad my expense account a little last month, but that isn't enough reason.
Seriously, Steve, there's someone in jail I want you to talk to. A woman.
Oh, well, you're sounding better by the moment.
I'm afraid you don't get the point.
Okay, what is the point?
The point is on the end of the KRONER cutlass, and it's a sharp one.
Look, jail, sword points. I think you better start at the beginning, Commissioner.
Take a look at this map, Steve. See this little country in Eastern Europe?
What about it?
Politically, it's on the fence right now. And as you know, that country has had a history of violence stretching back hundreds of years.
Wait a minute. The KRONER cutlass, isn't that regarded as a sort of symbol of unity in that country?
Whoever has had it in his possession has always been able to rally the country behind him, yes. The KRONER cutlass has been a symbol of unity, or rather was.
What do you mean, was?
Just before the end of the war, the KRONER cutlass was given to a U.S. Army lieutenant for safekeeping by one of their national leaders. Shortly after that, the lieutenant was reported missing in action. And neither he nor the sword has ever been located.
I still don't see what all of this has to do with my talking to a lady in jail, Commissioner.
That lady is the missing Army lieutenant's wife. This morning, the police got an anonymous tip that she had in her possession a jewel from the handle of the KRONER cutlass.
What?
That's right, Steve. They picked her up and brought her in. The jewel was in her purse.
You trying to tell me that the Army lieutenant's really alive and has been sending jewels from the sword back home one at a time for his wife to sell?
I'm only giving you what facts we have at this time, Steve. But I think there's a lot more to it than appears on the surface.
Oh, for instance, maybe this whole thing's a frame, huh?
I think it is. But thinking it and proving it are two different things. Naturally, that country is clamoring for the return of that sword.
Well, we've got to find it before we can return it.
Right. And I think you know there are interests in that country who would prefer that the sword not be returned, or if it is, that they're the ones who return it.
Yeah, that figures all right.
The most important newspaper over there is hooked up with these same interests, Steve. The story of this woman's arrest is already leaked out, and they're making capital of it. That's why we've got to act fast. Now, Steve, get down to the jail. Talk to the lieutenant's wife and get her story. Then go anywhere and do anything you have to find that sword and deliver it to the proper officials. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you'll find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of trying to locate an old beat-up sword, but the difference is that this particular sword could determine the fate of an entire nation, and I know that somewhere along the line I'm sure to tangle with an outfit who'll be trying their best to give me that sword. Right in the neck. So I mosey down to the jail and talk to the Army lieutenant's wife, Mrs. Rogers.
I'm glad you came, Mr. Mitchell. Maybe you'll believe me. Nobody else around here seems to.
Well, suppose you start from the beginning, Mrs. Rogers.
All right. 5 years ago, my husband was reported missing in action. I was convinced that he'd been killed. I still am.
Go on.
In the last letter I received from him, he mentioned something about having a valuable sword in his possession. The KRONER something or other.
KRONER cutlass.
Yes. He said that it had been entrusted to him so that it wouldn't be captured by the enemy. That was the only thing he said about it. And I never heard from my husband again.
Then how do you account for having one of the jewels from that sword in your possession?
This morning a man came to my door. He handed me a small box and said it was for my husband. Before I could recover from the shock, he'd gone. In that box was a jewel.
I see.
Well, I didn't know what to do. Finally, I decided to go to the police. But on the way here, I was arrested. I guess they didn't believe I was coming here to give it to them. Later, they told me that jewel had come from the handle of the sword.
Yeah.
You believe me, don't you?
I'd like to. Look, you say a man came to your door and handed you that jewel this morning. Had you ever seen him before?
No, never.
Can you describe him?
Well, he was short and dark. Well, that's about all I remember.
That's not much to go on. Can't you remember anything else about him?
I'm afraid not. Wait. His clothing.
What about it?
He was wearing a pea coat and dungarees.
Could have been a sailor. Well, that's still not very much to go on, but I guess I'll have to do with it. Thanks for the information, Mrs. Rogers. I'll see what I can find out. Well, at this point, I don't know whether Mrs. Rogers is telling me the truth or not, but there's only one way to find out, so I start checking. Then, 23 cab drivers later, I find one who remembers picking up a sailor from Mrs. Rogers' address and taking him to the waterfront just in time to catch a freighter that was pulling out, the Golden Star. I check further and find that the Golden Star is now en route to Liverpool, England, so I fly to England. And I'm waiting on the dock in Liverpool when the Golden Star pulls in.
Pity some people can't learn to stay at home and mind their own business.
What? Look, Oh, well, my old friend, Inspector Barrett.
Hello, Mitchell.
How's Scotland Yard these days?
Still doing business at the same address, thank you.
What are you doing here in Liverpool?
Oh, just dropped down to see what you were doing here. Last time you came over, as I remember, you were looking for microfilm.
Yeah, this time it's a sword.
My. You should have quite a collection of trophies when you finally round out your illustrious career. Anything I can do to give you a hand, old boy?
Thanks, but I doubt it, unless you want to stand here and watch every seaman who comes off that freighter that's just docking. All I know is that the one I'm after is short and dark, which is going to make it pretty tough.
Oh, not really tough at all, Mitchell. Here.
What's this?
Just a photograph of the man you're after, old boy.
Huh? Hey, how did you get this?
Quite simple, really. Your commissioner told us you were coming and why. The Golden Star is a British freighter. So we sent a wireless to the skipper, asking for the name of the seaman who almost missed the ship in the States. He sent us the name, and we nosed around in the hiring hall files and got this picture. Chap named Perkins. Oh, really nothing to it.
Oh, well, I got a hunch it wasn't quite as simple as you're making it sound, but thanks anyway. Hey, look, coming down the gangplank.
Righto, Perkins himself. And he looks to be in a bit of a hurry. Want to nab him?
No, not yet. I'm more interested in seeing where he goes and whom he reports to. Let's tag along after him and find out. We follow Perkins off the pier. He grabs a cab and starts taking side streets, obviously trying to shake off anyone who might be tailing him, but Barrett and I stick. Finally, Perkins' cab pulls up in front of the railroad depot, and he disappears inside. We jump out and follow him, but when we get inside, Perkins is nowhere in sight.
Well, quite a disappearing act the lad pulled on us, Mitchell.
He's got to be around here somewhere, Barrett.
Yes, but where?
He may try to get on that train that's pulling in.
He'd have to be pretty speedy to do that. That's a through train, doesn't stop here.
Hey, look, that crowd over on the platform.
Yes, I got a glimpse of the blighter, too.
Come on.
Mitchell, he's trying to get through that crowd. Seems to be running from someone. Right into the path of the train.
Miller got pushed.
One side, please. One side. Let us through, please. One side. One side. Stand back.
Hey, not a very pretty sight, is he?
No. Looks like we were a bit too late. Well, come along. I say, Mitchell.
Oh, okay.
Praying over the blighter is all very well, but...
I wasn't exactly praying, Barrett.
Well, I saw your lips moving, and I'm quite sure you weren't carrying on a conversation with him.
No, I wasn't. But someone from a distance might think I was.
I see. The chap who pushed Perkins, for instance.
For instance?
I say, aren't you sticking out the well-known neck? If the killer thinks you have any information, he's liable to take a try at you.
Well, that might give me a lead, and right now I'm fresh out.
Strikes me as a rather grim way of getting a lead. Well, where does all of this leave you now, Mitchell?
Right in the middle of nowhere.
Looks a little embarrassing for your government at this point, doesn't it?
It sure does. A United States Army lieutenant gets a symbolic sword entrusted to him and disappears. Then a jewel from the sword turns up in his wife's possession. Not exactly conducive to good relations between our country and theirs, particularly when the leading newspaper of their country is hooked up with the interests which would like to take over.
Yes, I imagine that paper is making quite an issue of the incident.
You know, Perkins' murder just now convinces me more than ever that this whole deal is a frame. Perkins was probably hired to deliver that jewel to Mrs. Ford. He outlived his usefulness and was killed to shut his mouth.
Nice theory, if you can prove it. Oh, incidentally, where is that jewel?
In my pocket.
What?
I'm going to turn it over to the Royal Museum. That's where the sword used to be kept. I guess that's my next stop. When can I catch a plane across the channel?
Weather's a bit thick for flying right now, Mitchell. Better take the channel boat.
Okay. Well, thanks for everything, Barrett.
Righto. Oh, it was really...
Yeah, I know. It was really nothing. Well, see you later, I hope. So I board the Channel boat. It's dark and foggy, and as usual, the crossing is rough, and I stand out on deck at the rail, and pretty soon a sad-looking little gent is standing beside me.
Oh.
A little hard on stomach, huh?
Oh, 15 times I crossed this channel. 14 times I am seasick.
What happened the 15th time?
I fly across.
Oh, better that way, huh?
No, that time I got airsick.
He wanders down the deck and disappears into the mist. I stand there a few minutes more. Then suddenly I hear a little noise behind me, and I start to turn. Then I hear someone running at me. I drop to one knee. A knife flashes down at me. I grab a wrist and heave. He goes flying. I don't even get a look at the knife artist. My hunch is that it was C6 Sam, but at this point it doesn't matter, except that having missed me once, they'll probably try again. I get to Paris and take a plane east to the country that the sword belongs to, and I head for the Royal Museum and the curator's office.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
Well, hello. I was expecting to find someone with a long gray beard. This is quite an improvement.
Thank you, but I am not the curator. Dr. Marzak is. I'm his assistant, Anna.
Anna? Steve Mitchell from the United States.
Oh, yes, Mr. Mitchell. We have been expecting you.
I'm supposed to turn over the jewel from the KRONER cutlass to the curator.
I know. A very unfortunate incident, isn't it?
It sure is.
Mr. Mitchell, I'm convinced that this is a deliberate plot on the part of those interests which would like to create a rift between our two countries.
Well, it's good to hear someone else say that, Anna.
Dr. Marzak is quite anxious to talk to you, but he's busy right now. If you care to wander around the museum and look at the exhibits, I will call you when he is free.
So I nose around the museum. It's a typical collection. A few fig leaf characters, a bunch of spears and crossbows on the walls, and a plaster statue of a general on horseback holding a sword in the air.
One of our heroes, Mr. Mitchell.
Oh, I didn't hear you come up.
His name is General Krufer. He lived 2 centuries ago, and he was as devoted to our country as I am.
Oh, well, speaking of names, what's yours?
I am Gabor, the editor of the newspaper here.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of your paper, Gabor.
And let me assure you, I have heard of you, Mr. Steve Mitchell from the United States.
You seem to. So your newspaper is devoted to the welfare of this country, huh?
Completely.
Sure.
And has your interventionist government sent you over here in a feeble attempt to explain away this defamation of our national symbol, the KRONER cutlass?
You know, I'll bet you took those words right out of one of your editorials.
The fact remains that your noble army lieutenants feel so little respect for our country that they steal our symbol and sell the jewels from it.
Look, Gabor, according to our information, the army lieutenant to whom that sword was entrusted was killed in action several years ago.
Obviously, he's alive and in hiding. You could have easily falsified the records.
Oh, sure. Tell me, is there by any chance an election coming up in this country soon?
That has nothing to do with it.
Oh, of course not. I was just asking.
Do not attempt to cloud the issue. The very fact that you have in your possession a jewel taken from the KRONER cutlass is proof of our suspicions.
Yeah. I must admit it does look sort of bad for us.
You pretend to be unconcerned, yet I see you wringing your hands with nervousness. But you have indeed a good cause to be nervous.
You're so right, Gabor.
Mr. Mitchell, Dr. Marzak will see you now.
Thanks, Anna. I'll see you around, Gabor.
Indeed you will, Mr. Mitchell. I intend to give your visit here the widest publicity.
I'm sure of it.
Right in here, Mr. Mitchell.
Mr. Mitchell.
Dr. Marzak?
I am happy to make your acquaintance. Although I wish these circumstances were more pleasant. Sit down.
Thanks.
Dr. Marzak agrees with us, Mr. Mitchell, that this could be a plot.
That is what I would like to think, Anna. But we cannot close our eyes to facts.
I know. And here's fact number 1. The jewel from the KRONER cutlass.
Oh, wait.
What's the matter, Anna?
Let me see that jewel. Mr. Mitchell, this is the jewel you brought with you from the United States.
It sure is. Why?
But this is just a piece of cheap onyx.
What?
Oh, no.
It's true, Dr. Marzak. See for yourself. This jewel was not taken from the KRONER cutlass.
You are listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Look, are you sure this stone didn't come from the Kroner cutlass?
Of course I'm sure.
Let me see it, Anna.
Oh, here you are, Dr. Marzak.
Why, Anna is right, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, my theory is that this deal is a frame, but I hardly think the interest behind it would be stupid enough to give us a phony jewel. Wait a minute.
Where are you going?
I've got a little errand to do, Dr. Marzak. I'll check with you two later.
Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Gabor. Good thing you're still hanging around.
What do you mean?
Go on into Dr. Marzak's office. I'll bet he's got an interesting story for you.
Thank you. I'm certain he has. As a matter of fact, I have that story all set up in print and ready to run.
Don't count on it. Gabor disappears into Marzak's office looking like a cat after a 7-course dinner. I get over behind the statue of the sword-holding general on horseback because if my hunch is right, if Gabor and his outfit are behind this deal, he's going to come out of Marzak's office in a hurry, looking like a sick chicken. And 2 minutes later, he does. I follow him outside to a phone booth where he puts in a quick call. Then he heads for a little bar. He downs 3 drinks in a hurry, looking more nervous by the moment. 10 minutes later, a fat gent comes in and waddles over to him. I slip the bartender a buck and learn that the fat guy's name is Kratz, the publisher of the paper that Gabor edits. I stroll over to them. Hello, Gabor.
Oh, Mitchell.
So this is Steve Mitchell from the United States.
That's right, Mr. Kratz.
You know my name.
We all have our sources of information. You publish Gabor's newspaper, don't you?
Your information is quite accurate. And how is your mission coming, Mitchell? I imagine you're having great difficulty explaining this incident.
Oh? You mean Gabor hasn't told you yet?
Tell me what?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Tell me what?
That jewel didn't come from the Kroner cutlass.
A very feeble joke, Mitchell.
It's no joke. Ask Dr. Marzak or his assistant. They ought to know.
You see, I was going to tell you I hadn't had time yet.
You perhaps felt it was not important yet.
This whole thing is a trick, Mr. Kratz. I'm sure of it.
You don't sound very sure to me, Gabor. You know, without mentioning any names, it could go together something like this. Someone hires a merchant seaman to deliver a jewel from the Kroner cutlass to a woman in the States, but the seaman pulls a double cross and switches jewels, keeping the real one. That make any sense to you, Gabor?
Of course not. I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, there could be some heads rolling for a deal like that.
I tell you, this whole thing is a trick, Mr. Kratz.
If you'll excuse us, Mr. Mitchell, I believe Gabor and I should have a little talk.
But, Mr. Kratz...
Sure, go right ahead. See you later, gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell.
Hello, Anna.
Dr. Marzak began to think you were not coming back. He left a few minutes ago.
I'm sorry my errand took longer than I thought, but it was worth it. It's nice to have the pressure on somebody else for a change.
I'm not sure I understand you.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Would you like a ride home?
Oh, well, yes, thank you very much. I'll be with you as soon as I finish soaking my hands. Work around these old relics is not conducive to a good manicure.
Yeah, I can imagine. Here, your hands are all wet. I'll get the phone.
Oh, never mind.
No trouble. Hello? Hello? Hello?
What's the matter?
I don't know. Nobody answers.
I'll take it.
There you are.
Hello? Hello? Oh, it was probably a wrong number.
Oh, I wonder.
What do you mean?
I think I know where that call came from, Anna. I could hear a balalaika playing in the background. It could have been from the bar I just came from. There was a balalaika there, too.
But who could be calling me from a bar?
That's a good question. Well, come on.
It's very thoughtful of you to take me home, Steve. Here, I'll turn out the lights.
Dark out here in the main hall.
Yes. Be careful not to bump into General Krupa's horse.
You think he might kick me?
If he did, it would be quite an event. Turn to the right here.
Okay. I guess you have every square foot of this place memorized, huh?
Just about. Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, I left my gloves in the office. It'll only take me a minute. Wait here.
I stand there in the dark, waiting. Several minutes go by, and I'm just about to go back to the office to see what happened to Anna when... I hear a faint creaking sound to one side of me. I hit the floor. Something plunks into the wall over my head. I get to my knees and start circling in the dark. But the room is empty except for a heavy crossbow lying on the floor.
Steve?
Over here, Anna.
Oh, wait, I'll turn on the lights. There. Are you all right?
As far as I know.
What happened?
Somebody took a pot shot at me with a crossbow.
What?
That surprise you?
Oh, yes, of course. What do you mean?
You know, it took you a long time to find those gloves, Anna.
What are you talking about?
Long enough for you to have come back here in the dark and gotten that crossbow down off the wall.
Steve, whatever put such a ridiculous idea into your head?
Let it go for the time being. Come on, let's go.
This is my apartment just ahead, Steve.
Okay.
You still suspicious of me, Steve?
I guess right now I'm a little suspicious of everything, Anna.
Perhaps if you were to come up and let me mix you a drink, Steve, you might find out that your suspicions were completely unjustified.
I might, at that. Okay,
What is it?
Nothing. Look, I don't think I'll be able to make it, Anna.
Oh, but
I just remembered something I have to take care of right away. I'll be seeing you. What's changed my mind is a glimpse of a figure standing across the street in the shadows. I get in my car and drive around the block and come back. The guy is gone. I look up at Anna's window and the lights are out. Suddenly, it hits me. I pound upstairs and down the hall to her door. There's a faint smell of gas. I start throwing my shoulder against the door. Windows are closed. The gas is on full tilt and Anna's lying on the bed. I turn off the gas and open the windows. Anna. Here, I'll get you over to the window. Don't try to talk until you get some fresh air in your lungs. There you are. That's better?
Oh, yes, much.
What happened?
Someone knocked on my door. And when I opened it, whoever it was hit me. I didn't get a chance to see who. That is all I remember.
Well, at least this attempt on your life sort of takes you off my suspicious list.
But why would anyone want to kill me, Steve?
I don't know unless... Hey, wait a minute. Put it together this way. Only 3 people outside the enemy's camp know that the jewel is a phony. You, Dr. Marzak, and myself.
So?
So, first an attempt is made on my life, that crossbow gag at the museum. Then an attempt is made on your life just now. Sort of looks like the opposition is trying to keep that jewel switch a secret, doesn't it?
Oh, Steve, that means...
That means they'll probably try next for the third name on the list, the guy who has that phony jewel right now.
Dr. Marzak.
Do you know his home phone number?
Oh, yes. I'll call him right away.
Tell him to lock himself up in a hurry. These babies we're up against believe in moving fast.
I know they... hello? Let me speak to Dr. Marzak, please. What? How long ago? Do you know where he went? Oh, I see. An appointment. Oh, thank you.
Where is he?
Well, according to the butler, Dr. Marzak had a 10 o'clock appointment at the museum.
Who with?
Someone who telephoned him earlier in the evening. The butler doesn't know who.
Someone who phoned him? Yeah. Could be the same guy who called the museum when I answered the phone, and in my book, that adds up to Gabor.
Gabor will try to kill Dr. Marzak.
That looks that way. What time is it?
10 minutes to 10.
That gives us just 10 minutes to get there. Come on, let's go. You got a key to the front door of this joint, Anna?
Yes, right here.
Good. Haven't got any time to waste. Hey, who's that gent roosting in front of the door?
I don't know. I've never seen him before.
What do you want? Get out of the way. We want to see Dr. Marzak.
The curator does not wish to be disturbed.
Oh, who told you that? Dr. Marzak or Gabor?
Get away from here before I...
Oh! Sorry, Buster. Come on, Anna. Get this door open.
Yes. They are probably in Dr. Marzak's office. I hope we're in time to prevent Gabor from killing him.
So do I. Where's that turn in the hall?
It's right here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, look. There's a crack of light under Marzak's office door.
There was a crack of light, you mean? The lights just went off.
Oh, shall I turn them on out here?
No, I don't want us to be silhouetted when I open that office door. Well, here we are. Now, get down.
All right.
Here goes. Then I hear a back door slam. I open it. It's a flight of stairs. I start up. Then I see a figure coming down at me. I drop to one knee and throw a shoulder into him. He goes flying. It's Gabor. He hits the bottom and lies still. There's enough light to tell me that the stairs I'm on lead to a balcony which overlooks the main hall of the museum. I start up them again. Then a voice from above stops me.
Who is it?
Steve Mitchell. Where are you, Dr. Marzak?
Above you, on the balcony.
Are you okay?
Yes. I'm quite all right, thank you.
One slug hits me in the shoulder and bounces me back against the wall. Now, at last, I know who the real leader of the opposition is, Dr. Marzak. I flatten myself against the wall and inch up the rest of the stairs. He's shooting blind, and if I've counted correctly, his gun is empty by now. I reach the balcony, then I see a glint of metal. He's coming at me with a battle axe. I duck just in time. Axe cuts the air an inch above my head, and I let him have a left. Brother.
Steve, are you okay?
Yeah, he just winged me. You can turn the lights on now.
All right. Oh, Steve, look.
Yeah, that statue of General Krupa. Marzak must have fallen right on top of the sword in the general's hand.
Oh.
His weight broke the sword off, and he fell to the floor. Not a very pretty sight, is it?
Oh, no. Steve, wait.
What's the matter?
That sword. That is the KRONER cutlass.
What?
Yes. There was a coat of plaster over it, but some of it cracked away. It is the KRONER cutlass.
Well, how about that? Marzak must have had it hidden right here all the time in the general's hand. Well, I gotta hand it to him. He couldn't have picked a better hiding place.
But why, Steve?
Oh, it's pretty simple. Marzak and his outfit probably figured that after thoroughly discrediting my country with that stolen jewel gag, they'd produce the sword along about election time and win enough votes with it.
But I don't understand why Marzak was stupid enough to use an imitation jewel.
He wasn't.
What do you mean?
Here's the real jewel from the KRONER cutlass, Anna.
Oh.
I've had it right here in my pocket all along.
But that jewel you showed us.
That one I pried out of my finger ring. You see, when I was talking to Gabor outside Marzak's office, I realized he was counting pretty heavily on the fact that the jewel I had came from the sword. So I figured it might put the pressure on him a little if I substituted a phony stone. It did.
Well, I hope Dr. Marzak realized before he fell on the sword that his treacherous plans did not succeed.
Oh, I'm sure he did, Anna. Matter of fact, you might say that Dr. Marzak finally got the point.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, was written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and was produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Dangerous Assignment came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. Enjoy The Man Called X next, and later it's Dennis Day on NBC.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. 16 persons have been robbed and beaten senseless. The victims describe the assailant as a tall, beautiful woman. Your job, stop her.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Fatima is the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild. And that's why Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So, if you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke Fatima. Ladies and gentlemen, Next week marks the beginning of National Crime Prevention Week, sponsored by your local police department. These 7 days are set aside to call your attention to the fact that your police officer, to better ensure the safety of your community, relies on the cooperation of the individual citizen. We feel that crime prevention should be observed not 7, but 365 days a year.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, October 3rd. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. We were on the way over from the city hall, and it was 6:55 p.m. when we got to the county hospital. Ward 9800, room 12.
This way, gentlemen. The third, Ben.
Thank you.
Here we are. Please try not to excite him, Sergeant. He's had a pretty hard time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Make your visit as brief as possible.
We will, thanks. Mr. Maloney, how you feeling?
Not so good. You fellas doctors?
No, sir. Police officers. This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday. Robbery detail.
Oh. Find out anything yet?
Still checking, Mr. Maloney. We'd like to have you tell us exactly what happened night before last.
Well, she sure had me fooled. That's all I can say.
You're not the first one. 15 others ahead of you. Would you tell us what happened?
Well, I left the shop a little after midnight, and I started to drive home on Central Avenue.
You work at Maloney's Steakhouse down on South Commercial, isn't that right?
Yes, sir. My uncle owns the place. His name's J. Brown Maloney. He knows a lot of cops. You know him?
We met him this afternoon. Could you tell us what happened after you left work?
Well, I started to drive home out Central Avenue. I guess it must have been around 18th Street. Would you push that pill up a little bit?
Yes, sir. I'll get it here. How's that?
Thanks. I pulled up for the arterial. I saw this gal standing on the corner. She was hitchhiking.
Do you remember what she looked like, how she was dressed?
Well, you know, kind of flashy, but nice clothes. Good-looking dame. Tall, long blonde hair. Beautiful eyes.
You're sure about the color of her hair?
Yeah, it was blonde.
And you offered her a ride?
I didn't think there was anything wrong in it. I'm a married man, you know. I didn't think there was anything wrong.
What happened then?
Well, she got in a car and we drove off. We talked a while and then she pulled a gun on me. Told me to drive up an alley.
Where was that? Do you remember?
Around 32nd Street, 32nd and Central.
And then what?
She took my wallet, watch, car keys, everything I had.
Mm-hmm.
And she made me get out of the car, lay down on the street. I felt her shove that gun again. Can you fix that pillow?
Yeah, you bet. Just lie still here. There you are.
I felt her shove that gun against me, and then she pulled the trigger, I guess. That's all I remember.
You don't recall her slugging you?
It must have happened after she shot me. Her face looks pretty bad, huh?
You'll be all right, Mr. Maloney. You think you'd recognize the girl if you saw her again?
I sure would. Nice looking, you know. Tall, blonde, beautiful shape. Doesn't figure, does it?
What's that?
She'd make more money on the stage than she would rolling guys like me. Must be crazy.
Maybe. Would you look at these mug shots, Mr. Maloney, and see if any of these look like her?
Let's see.
Yeah. This one?
No.
What about this one here?
No. Let's see. No.
All right. How about this one?
No, she was better looking.
Well, here's the last one.
I don't know. This might be her. The hair was fixed right. Maybe a little more makeup. I'm not sure.
All right, Mr. Maloney. Thank you.
We'll be back to see you in a day or so when you're feeling better.
Okay. Say, My name won't be in the papers, will it?
No, sir, not unless you give it to him.
I was just wondering, a wife might not understand giving a girl a ride, you know?
Yes, sir, we know.
Well, thank you, Mr. Maloney. We'll be checking back with you later on.
Okay, officers. I hope you get a line on that dame.
We're going to try. Goodbye.
Sure messed up, isn't it?
Yeah. That dame's got some other motive besides money.
Psycho. Some kind of a sadist, maybe.
Yeah.
Find out what you wanted, Sergeant.
Yes, we did. Thanks, nurse. What'd the doctor say about Maloney? Is he going to be all right?
Well, he had a severe beating, but he'll get over that all right. It's the bullet wound in the back.
He'll recover, won't he?
The bullet shattered part of the spinal cord. There was nothing the doctor could do.
Yeah?
Paraplegia. He'll never walk again.
We left the county hospital, went back to the office, and got out a local broadcast for the woman whose mugshot Maloney had partially identified. Her name was Beverly Allen. She had a record of 3 arrests and 1 conviction of 240 PC, assault and battery. After we checked in the office, we went across the street to the crime lab. Lee Jones had already examined the bullet taken from Maloney's spine and the cartridge casing found at the scene of the shooting. Both of them bore the same markings as those which had wounded the 2 previous victims. From the striations, the gun had been previously identified as a .45 Colt. Maloney's car was examined. We found nothing. We went back to the city hall and checked in at the stats office. It was 8:35 p.m.
Hi, Ethel. Make that run for us yet?
Just a minute, Sergeant.
How you coming, Ethel?
Fine, here. Same old run. Went back 7 years on this one.
Yeah, that's right. Did you get any more names?
A few. Let me check the list for you.
All right.
Wanted the names and DR numbers on Caucasian women. 5 feet to 5 feet 8, 115 to 130 pounds, 20 to 30 years, blonde or brunette, assault and battery, M.O. Hitchhikes, rides, and robs drivers, uses gun.
Yeah, that's it.
Here's what the machine turned out, 19 of them.
Good.
Here are the names. The DR numbers opposite each one.
Fine. Is there any new names?
A few more than the last time. Anything else for tonight?
No, that's it for now. Thanks a lot, Ethel. Let's go. Bad start.
How's that?
Well, 17 of these names we checked and cleared already.
And the other 2?
Well, one's Catherine Collins. The other one's Beverly Allen. She might tie in.
We got nothing else to go on.
You want to get to the record bureau and pull the packages on these 2 names?
Yeah, okay.
I'll check robbery and see if we have any calls, huh?
Right, Joe.
Okay. Hi, Captain. Any calls for us?
Just one. Thad Brown wants to see you.
Oh? Bad mood?
Kind of. Wants me, too. Let's go. That fellow Maloney tell you anything?
Nothing that helped much. Same old story. No reports on that broadcast we put out for that Beverly Allen?
Not yet? No. You banking on it?
It's first lead in 16 nights.
Here we are.
Walker, Friday, come in.
How are you, boss?
Sit down.
Thank
Take
you.
a look.
Woman bandit gets 16th victim. Beautiful hold-up queen robs, shoots restaurant worker. Yeah?
It's on the editorial page, too. Something else. Memo from the chief. Here, letter from the Downtown Citizens Committee. Another one, Civic Club. They all want answers.
Men are doing all they can, Chief. We got 2 other teams besides Friday and Romero working the case. Special squad from Metropolitan Division. They're on it, too.
I don't care what we've done. We got to do more. 16 nights, 16 robberies, and 3 shootings. 3 victims still in the hospital. When do we blow the whistle on her?
We've checked out every possible lead, Chief. We got a warrant out on one suspect. We're checking out another one. Talked to that man Maloney, the one she got last night.
Well, what did he tell you?
Well, not much more than the other 15 that she took. Descriptions still don't match in one respect.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, in 10 of the 16 cases we've had reported, the victims tagged the girl hitchhiker as a blonde, long hair. 4 of them say she was a brunette with a short hairdo. 2 of them tell us that the girl had red hair, long.
She's using wigs, that's what we figured. We checked every place in town where she could have rented or bought them. No leads.
What about some of the bigger supply houses out of town?
We've started in checking them. It'll take a little time.
And you've got practically nothing on the woman.
Same gun, .45 Colt. Lee Jones examined the bullet they took out of Maloney's spine.
How's he doing?
Oh, not good. A bullet smashed his spinal cord. His legs are paralyzed.
When do we stop her?
Yeah?
Romero?
Hi, Chief. Captain.
What have you got?
Pulled the packages on 2 possibles in this woman hold-up thing. It's no good, Joe.
Why not? What about that Allen dame?
Jail in Kansas City? I called her. Been in for a month.
And the other one?
Catherine Collins. I checked Seattle. Been in the hospital up there for the past 3 months in TB ward.
Where does that leave you, Friday?
Right back where we started. No leads and no suspects.
All right, Walker. Starting tonight, we cover every street and alley in the central area until we get that woman. We'll order up more men and more detectives from the Metropolitan Division.
Right, Chief.
Get out more decoy cars. Have the area covered from sundown till sunrise until further notice. Get that woman.
Right. Come on, Joe.
Yeah.
Hot shot.
I get it.
A 211 and shooting at Gatewood and Cameron. A 211 shooting at Gatewood and Cameron.
Let's go. The name on his driver's license said William Gillespie. We found him 50 feet from the corner of Gatewood Alley and Cameron Street. His face and head bore the marks of a vicious beating. There was a single bullet wound in his left shoulder. He was conscious when we arrived. Chief of Detectives Brown, Captain Walker, and Ben checked the area for physical evidence. I spoke briefly with the victim before he was placed on a stretcher and carried to the ambulance. On the way, he lapsed into unconsciousness. I went over to where Ben was standing with Chief Brown and Captain Walker.
Take a look, Joe. Captain found over there near the lamppost.
Yeah.
45 shell casing, same as the others.
How's Gillespie, Friday?
Doc says he'll be all right. Badly beaten.
Tough dame. She really works him over.
Wonder what makes a woman do things like this.
What makes a man do it? William Gillespie was taken to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. The shell casing, which we had found at the scene, was taken to Lee Jones at the crime lab for examination. It compared with the others. Jones confirmed that the markings on the bullet which had wounded Gillespie matched those on the bullet which had been taken from Maloney's back. Both bullets had been fired from the same gun. The dragnet operation for the woman bandit went on. The men in the special detail covered every street and alley in the central area from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following morning. During the next 5 days, 11 suspects were picked up and brought in for questioning and then released after the victims failed to identify any of them.
Well, at least we got her stopped temporarily. She hasn't pulled a caper for almost a week.
Yeah, that doesn't bring us any closer to her. I don't know about you, but it's got me beat. 17 jobs, and she's as free today as she was before she started.
Joe, Ben, what'd you find?
Nothing. The last 4 women we questioned were clear.
What about the other men on the case, Ed? Did they get anything?
Baxter and Olson are down at the Record Bureau. Be in a minute. They've been out talking to some of the victims again. Tough one.
I've been thinking, how about a composite picture? We got enough to work with?
Artist in the crime lab's working up a couple of sketches now. A lot of guesswork.
What about the descriptions of the clothes the girl wears? Anything there we could start on?
No, other than the fact that she wears flashy clothes.
Hi, Olson.
Hi.
Any luck?
Not much. None of the victims have a very good idea what the dame looked like. Tall, good-looking, nice figure, that's all.
Nothing out of the ordinary, huh?
Well, some of them said she had kind of an unusual voice. Soft, low. That's about all they could remember.
That's not much help.
She's been described in 3 different outfits, is that right?
Yeah, green dress with a pink coat, white dress, dark blue jacket, bright red sweater, and a brown skirt. Always carries a dark brown alligator handbag. Shoes to match. No hat.
Not much of a wardrobe, is it?
Maybe that's why she took up robbery.
Now, look, let's get on this thing. We've been chasing this woman for almost a month now, and she's still got the run of the town. How long's it going to take us?
If we only had a lead that was worth something.
Find it. It's there someplace. I've never reached a thief yet without digging for him.
Now I get it. Robbery, Olson. Yeah. Right, Andy. I'll tell him. Anderson and burglar Joe wants to see you and Ben.
Thanks. Captain?
That's all.
Come on, Ben.
Yeah. I'd like a day off, wouldn't you? We'll get one when we get this dame.
Right, Ed.
This thing isn't doing much for the skipper.
It's not doing much for our time off either, is it?
That fire department's got the racket. 24 hours on, 24 off.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they get 3 days off in a row.
That's what you keep telling me. Here we are.
Joe, Ben?
Andy, what you got?
Checking back on a job out in Hollywood. Heard you were having troubles. Came across this thing. Thought it might help you out.
What's that, Ann?
One of the picture studios had a burglary about a month ago. The thief got in the wardrobe department, then next door in the makeup.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's see. Here's some of the stuff taken. Dress, coat,
Oh, here, you can read it. Okay, thanks. Mm-hmm. Red sweater, brown skirt.
Hey, look down here, Joe.
Where?
Right here.
Oh, yeah. Took 2 makeup kits and 4 wigs.
2 blondes, 1 redhead, 1 brunette. That's it.
Any leads on this job?
Not so far, no. We got one thing to go on, a single footprint, size 9. Pretty large size for a woman. I didn't say it was a woman. The print was made by a man's shoe.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima. It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Those words are echoing across the country. Yes, Fatima has more than doubled its sales because Fatima smokers are telling their friends it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And why?
Because Fatima contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make Fatima extra mild.
So, for a much different, much better flavor and aroma, smoke Fatima.
One of the most popular misconceptions of the working detective as offered by the fiction writers is the picture of a man with amazing talents for detecting evidence, analyzing human behavior and motives, and then, almost as if by magic, fitting all the pieces together to form the solution of the crime. The real-life picture is a little different. The working detective has a job. In a sense, it's a practical and down-to-earth job as baking bread or practicing law. It's his job to protect citizens and apprehend criminals, and it's a job he doesn't do alone. To assist him in collecting and analyzing evidence, he has the aid of the crime laboratory. To help him identify oddities in suspects or possible suspects, he has the Record Bureau, latent fingerprints, the statistician's office, the ballistics department. A battery of men and machines to aid him in reaching conclusions based on fact. Tuesday, October 9th, 9 p.m. For the past 8 hours, Thaxter and Olson from robbery and Ben and I had been requesting all of the 16 victims of the woman bandit. We asked them one question. Could their assailant possibly have been a man dressed as a woman? The majority didn't think so. Those that did weren't very sure. We followed the lead through. At 9:25 p.m., we checked in and headed down the hall for the stats office.
Do you think it was a man dressed as a woman?
I don't know.
1 male footprint. It's pretty slim odds.
Maybe the machines here can tell us.
Hello, Sergeant.
Back again, Ethel. Can you make a run for us tonight?
9:25. Sure, I think so.
Now, here's the dope right here.
I'm going to try another angle,
Yeah.
Let's see. Male Caucasians. About 5 feet 8 or 9, 130 to 135 pounds, feminine features, size 9 shoe, impersonating women, robbery and assault.
That's it.
Mm-hmm. Armed, .45 automatic. M.O. Hitchhikes, rides, and robs drivers.
How soon do you think you can have it for us?
Well, we'll make the run on the collator. Have to punch up the master first with all this information and let the machine work the cards. I don't think I'll have it for you much before 11. That all right?
Fine, yeah.
We'll check back a little before 11 then, huh?
They'll be ready.
Good. Come on, Ben. Did you call your wife after dinner?
Yeah. Wish I hadn't. She's mad as a hornet.
What's the matter?
Kid's having a birthday party tomorrow, and I forgot to order the cake.
What's she going to do for the party? Bake one?
She have to.
And she pulled this gun on me and told me to stop the car. Well, I'm telling you, Captain, I just grabbed that gun and slapped that kid just as hard as I could.
Hold it just a minute, will you, please, Collins? This man's name is Emil Collins. Mr. Collins is Sergeant Friday, Sergeant Romero.
How do you do? I was just telling the captain here, I'm down here on a vacation. I'm from Sacramento, South Sacramento. And I was driving down your Figueroa Street about half an hour ago and picked up this girl hitching a ride, and she tried to rob me.
Collins took the gun away from her, subdued the girl, and brought her in.
Where is she now?
Interrogation room. Thaxter and Olson are with her.
The description match?
Not too close.
Sounds like you didn't have too much trouble with her, Mr. Collins.
Well, now that I come to think of it, maybe I didn't. When she pointed that gun, I just grabbed for it and slapped her as hard as I could. Sure took the starch out of her.
Who is the girl? Any identification?
None. Thaxter and Olson haven't been able to get anything out of her. You want to try?
Sure.
What do you think, Skipper?
You tell me. See if you can make her talk. I'll have a stenographer take Mr. Collins' report.
Okay. Glad to meet you, Mr. Collins.
That's a pleasure. I'm only down here for a vacation, but if you need me, just call.
You bet we will, thanks.
How do you figure that one?
I don't know. Let's see what the girl has to say. Olson?
Joe, I want to talk to you before you go in.
Sure.
Did you finally get her to talk?
Well, Thaxter did. Pretty sure she's not the one we're after.
What's her story?
Said she read about this woman bandit in the paper, decided to try her hand at it, needed money.
Yeah?
Claims her husband left her. She's pregnant, needs the dough for a hospital.
She live here?
Up the coast, Monterey. Got in town 4 days ago, staying at the YWCA. We checked there. She's not lying.
You call Monterey?
Yeah, they confirmed it. She left there last Wednesday night. She's not the one.
Where do we go from here?
You'll take care of having her booked, huh, Olson?
Yeah, as soon as we get to station.
Okay, fine.
Friday, Ben, this way. Hustle it. You too, Olson.
What do you got, Ed?
4th and Lucas, 211 shooting. Let's go.
Any detail?
Yeah. A tall blonde with a gun. Come on.
The woman bandit's 18th victim was a truck driver. His name, Harry Reese. His story differed a little from that of the first victim. The woman was hitchhiking near Alvarado and 3rd Street. He gave her a ride. She robbed him at gunpoint, slugged him, and then shot him through the left shoulder. He described her as tall, blonde, attractive, and well-dressed.
Guess I should have known better. Remember reading about the dame in the papers. You're sure that the person who held you up was a woman? I don't get you.
What he means is you don't think it could have been a man dressed like a woman.
Oh, no, I'm sure of that. No guy ever looked that good to me.
All right, Mr. Reese. We'll check with you later at the hospital.
Okay.
What time? Let's get through, will you? Move side, one side, please.
We're keeping that truck cleared?
Yeah, Olson's got a couple of men watching it. He's going over it.
Same old story. Just another version.
Don't you think she's spreading it pretty thin? Her luck can't last forever.
It's got me beat, how she always manages to disappear without a trace.
Yeah. No, Ben, this way, over here.
Yeah, okay.
What do you got?
Better hustle it. 4 blocks down on coal factory shooting. Just came in on the car radio.
Let's go. Slide over, Joe.
Yeah. Hit the sign, Ben.
Yeah. The crowd, watch him.
All right, Scuba.
Is that all that came over, Ben, a shooting?
That's all they said. See the cab driver, ambulance shooting.
She's working real fast.
What's the address, Romero?
3rd and East Flower Hotel. Hold on. This is it coming up.
Should be to the right here. Yeah, take a right. That must be it up ahead. I can't see. What's that sign say?
Edgemar Hotel for young women.
Here's a cab driver.
Officer's right over here.
Hey, looks like blood stains to me here all over the sidewalk.
Yeah, I guess it couldn't have happened any more than 5 or 10 minutes ago. I had this fare. See, picked her up at 4th and Bixel, and I drove her here. She paid the fare and got out.
Yeah, go on.
I was about halfway down the block when I heard a shot. At least it sounded like one. And when I looked back, this dame was down on one knee near the door to the hotel here, and by the time I backed up there, she was gone.
And you noticed the blood, huh?
That's right, yeah. I figured I better call somebody.
Can you tell us what the girl looked like?
No, not bad at all. Blonde, tall, pretty girl, nervous.
But you didn't see where she went?
No, but I didn't.
I'll get the driver's name and address. Joe, you and Ben, see if you can follow that trail. Stuff's all over the place.
Right. Over this way, Ben.
Yeah. It's not hard to follow.
Down this alley between the buildings.
How does this figure?
I don't know. Let's find out. Here we go. All the way back here. You got your flashlight?
Oh, yeah. Here it is.
Yeah, this way. Come on.
This must be the rear of the hotel.
Now, look. The stains lead over this way to the back door here.
And let me try.
All right. Okay, inside.
Still follow it?
Yeah. Careful. Up these stairs.
Yeah. Second floor. What's the matter? Did you lose him?
No. Just a minute.
See anything?
Yeah. Stains lead on up the stairs here. Let's go.
I just happened to think. This is a woman's hotel.
And they ought to keep the back door closed. Come on. 3rd floor. Let's hold it.
What is it?
Thought I saw a door open down the hall.
See anybody?
No. Let's go. This way.
It's an easy trail to follow.
Now, this is it. They stop here at this door. That doesn't sound like a woman.
Yeah, you ready?
Now, try the door first.
Yeah.
Easy.
It's locked.
All right, come on. Together now. Let's hit it.
Yeah, all right.
Watch it, Joe.
All right, you.
I got the gun.
Yeah. Well, we found what we came for. Look.
Still got the clothes on. Blonde wig, makeup, everything.
Please, help me. My leg. Call an ambulance.
It's on the way. Take it easy.
Have a look, Joe. The wigs, full makeup kit, clothes, living in a woman's hotel. The works.
It was an accident. You never would have got me. I dropped the gun. It went off. You never would have got me.
Yeah, that's right, mister.
It was an accident.
You better get the boss in here. I'll stay with Glamour Boy.
Yeah, okay.
And Ben.
Yeah?
Leave the door open, will you? House rules.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 14th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 79, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
Smokers find Fatima has a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
They find that Fatima is extra mild because it's the long cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all long cigarettes.
The welfare and security of your home and your family is a subject of national importance next week, National Crime Prevention Week. The efficiency of your local police department is dependent upon your attitude toward your police officer. Not just 1 week out of the year, but every day in the year. He wants your cooperation. He needs your cooperation for the enforcement of your laws. Help your officer to help you to live in a peaceful, orderly community. National Crime Prevention Week costs you nothing, just your cooperation.
James Harold Sutter, alias the Bandit Queen, was tried and convicted on several counts of assault with attempt to commit murder and robbery of the first degree. He was sentenced to the term prescribed by law. While serving his time in the state penitentiary, he was stabbed to death by another inmate. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Hear Morton Downey tonight on NBC.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the lovable characters.
There's something about San Francisco that makes you feel alive. Perhaps it's the climate, but whatever it is, it calls for physical activity. Mark and I had been through a rough day, and yet night found us engaged in a healthful exercise at a bowling alley near our hotel.
How's that for making a split spare, huh?
Very neat, Marcus. That's the frame, and you win again.
Yes, indeed. Want to pull another string? Make it for a finish time. Give you a chance to get even, huh?
Let's have a cup of coffee at the counter first.
Okay. Hey, Mac, 2 Javas, huh? Hey, look. There's that dame again.
The girl Mark referred to had been on hand for an hour or more watching our game. She was lovely in an offbeat sort of way. Not at all like an American girl. She came up to the counter, and at first she hesitated as though she were going to take a seat. Then she changed her mind suddenly and walked toward us.
Frank Race, no?
That's my name, and this is Mr. Donovan. You've been tagging us for about an hour, and I'm curious.
I have been deliberating whether or not to trust you with a matter of great importance. It's not an easy decision to make when one is in a strange country.
For somebody who is in a strange country, you found us all right in a rather strange place.
Yeah. Whatever you're equipped for, sister, ain't Poland.
I know of you by reputation, Mr. Race. The clerk at the hotel said that I might find you here. I need your help. My name is Suzette. I am the wife of Prince Mohit Bey.
Hey, wait a minute. Ain't he the guy that got that big spread in the papers last week?
Yes, just arrived from India. He's the ruler of the province of Khajan.
That's right, Mr. Race. He came to America for medical help.
Medicine is not one of my accomplishments.
I know. But he needs you in another capacity. Please, come to our suite at the Fair Hills Hotel in about an hour. You must be near my husband because, well, I am certain that somebody intends to kill him.
Prince Mohud Bey's suite at the Fair Hills Hotel turned out to be more than a suite. The prince and his retinue, including all 12 of his wives, occupied the entire 4th floor of the hostelry. And all the wives and servants wore native garb, making it difficult to distinguish one from another. But we were finally steered to the apartment of Suzette, where we knocked.
Look, Race, tell me something.
Of course.
When these people get ready to leave here, how will the hotel know whether they are wearing their clothes or stealing the sheets?
That is a question mark.
Oh, Mr. Race, Mr. Donovan, come in, please. I have prepared my mother-in-law for your coming.
Your mother-in-law?
Yes, the prince's mother, the Maharani of Khajan. She is in the next room through those drapes. She may be very difficult.
Show me a mother-in-law that ain't.
Quiet, Mark. Let's go.
Gentlemen, the Maharani of Khajan.
The Maharani of Khajan was quite a surprise. She was dressed in tweeds. Her hair was close cropped, and it took only one look at her florid face to tell me she was not a native of India. She was as British as a cup of tea.
My daughter-in-law's overstepped her authority in calling you here, gentlemen. However, since you are here, you may as well put an end to her foolish fears.
Your son's wife doesn't seem to think they are foolish.
My son has 12 wives, and they've all got some sort of complaint. Suzette happens to be French and much too emotional.
But, Mama...
Don't call me Mama.
I don't like to interfere in a family matter. But perhaps you can tell me why you think Suzette's fears are not grounded.
Because she's as neurotic as my son. If he had one English girl in the crop he's married, he'd have more backbone. Providence knows I've tried to buck him up.
Brother, want a battle axe?
Why does your son, the prince, require medical attention?
Not medical, Mr. Race, psychiatric. We came to America to consult a psychiatrist. There's nothing wrong with him physically.
But there is. He's been having
Nonsense. It's all in his mind. You can find that out for yourself, Mr. Race. Dr. Kroner's his psychiatrist. Ask him. It's in the Grayson building. You can see him tomorrow.
Thank you, I will.
Very well, then you're dismissed.
But, Mama...
You're dismissed.
We left the Maharani and stepped into the corridor and did a little broken field running through the other 11 wives who were wandering around like a football team between halves. And then Suzette led us into a small room.
She is so strong, so overbearing. Please, you must help me.
I should like to see your husband.
This is the anteroom to his quarters. I would rather not go in with you.
Suit yourself. Look, Mark, there's something you can do meanwhile. See if you can locate the home of Dr. Kroner. And if you do, call him and ask him if I may drop in on him tonight.
Kroner, okay. See you later.
And don't get detoured by a bedsheet on your way out. And now the prince.
Right through that door. I will try to see you again before you leave.
I opened the door and went into the next room. It was a large room equipped like a gymnasium. Seated in a chair, wearing an undershirt and shorts, was a burly figure reminiscent of Tony Galento. He was puffing on a cigar, and he greeted me through clenched teeth and a tobacco haze.
Hi, fella.
Well, hello.
So what are you staring at me for, Mac?
You're not Prince Mohud Bey.
Me the prince? Hey, you got a real sense of humor, Mac. Nah, I ain't the prince. I'm Butsy Regan. I'm a physical culture expert.
Oh, for a minute I thought I'd be needing Dr. Kroner myself.
Huh?
Nothing. I came in to see the prince. I thought he was here.
He is. He's exercising. At least that's what he calls it.
But, where is he?
Over there, in the corner of the room.
Seeing it was believing it. The prince, clad in his bedsheet, was in the corner, standing on his head. His 2 feet were up in the air, and he looked like some kind of a modernistic lamp.
I've been trying to get him to work out on the rowing machine, but it's no dice. I come up here twice a day, and all he wants to do is stand on his head. He learned it from some guy named Yogi. Yeah. Must be a jerk. That could drive him nuts, you know.
Is he in a trance, or can I talk to him?
You could try. Grab a pillow and sit down in front of him.
Thanks. Prince Mohud Bey?
Go away. I am concentrating.
You can concentrate later. I need some information. Do you have any enemies?
I have many enemies.
Like who?
Everybody. I'm surrounded by enemies. Except for my mother. She protects me.
I see. But is there any particular enemy?
Who sent you here?
Your wife?
Don't be evasive. Answer me.
The one named Suzette.
Ah, just as I thought. Another enemy. Get out of here. Get out before I call for help.
All right. I'll go. Take it easy. Thanks.
Oh, that's okay.
Is he always like this?
Yeah. Happy, ain't it?
Oh, delightful. Just delightful. Find out where Dr. KRONER lives, Mark?
Sure did. Got a joint on Nob Hill. I tell him that you was coming to see him.
Good. Let's drive over. I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long, Mark.
I didn't mind. I had the radio on. Gave me a chance to hear Spade.
Sam Spade?
Sam Spade. Spade Cooley, the king of the Western swing. What do you think I am, a traitor?
Dr. KRONER's home was what you might expect of Nob Hill, luxurious and exclusive. As the butler admitted me, I noticed an imposing portrait of a very striking woman dominating the central hall. I was led into the library, and there was another portrait of the same woman over the fireplace. There were also several photographs of her expensively framed and prominently displayed in all parts of the room. About 5 minutes passed before Dr. KRONER came in.
I was told that your visit is urgent, Mr. Race. What is your problem?
Well, I'm not a patient, Dr. KRONER.
Oh?
I'm an investigator. I want some information about Prince Mohud Bey. I've been informed that you are treating him.
The prince, oh, yes. Very interesting case.
His wife, one of his wives, seems to think that somebody is trying to eliminate the prince.
Well, the prince seems to share the same view. He's been a problem, Mr. Race. I don't know how a man can be so childish, so muddled.
Then you don't think there's anything to the suspicions?
Well, it takes a long time to be sure. The prince does have a very definite persecution complex, but that's only part of it. The roots are deep in another problem.
Mind telling me about it?
Since you're an authorized investigator, not at all. Prince Mohud Bey has an Oedipus complex that is staggering. A mother fixation of the worst kind. She dominates his every thought when she's near. She makes him afraid.
But how come he has so many wives? She doesn't seem to favor the idea.
Well, as I understand it, every time his mother left the province or permitted him to go on a vacation by himself, he married a new girl.
Understandable. Anything else?
No. I'm certain the mother fixation is the root of it. I know it must be difficult for you to understand as a layman, but it's a common psychiatric problem. Some grown men can be handled like children by their mothers.
Well, thank you. I'll go now.
I'll show you out. I noticed that you've been eyeing my portraits and photographs. Lovely, aren't they?
Oh, yes. The subject is a very attractive woman, quite commanding.
Ah, yes, she is. The most wonderful woman in the world.
Your wife?
Oh, great Jupiter, no, Mr. Race. I'm not married. My mother.
Oh. Thank you, and good night, Dr. KRONER.
I don't know. If you ask me, Race, it all sounds pretty screwy.
Maybe yes, Mark, maybe no. But Suzette strikes me as being a sensible girl, even though she is snowed under by the Maharani.
You mean you're going to keep working on this?
Just for kicks. Even if there's nothing to it, we've been meeting a crop of lovable characters.
Yeah, I'll buy part of that. We have been meeting characters. Listen to that. Guy blowing his horn to pass, and he's a half a block behind me.
I don't think he wants to pass. He wants us to wait until he catches up to us. Pull over.
You're the boss.
That you, Mr. Race?
It's Butsy, the physical culture expert. Yeah, Butsy.
I tried to catch you at the docks, but you was driving off when I got there. You gotta get back to the Fair Hills Hotel right away.
Why? What's wrong?
I don't know for sure. The dame was hysterical, but somebody's been shot.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Police cars surrounded the block near the Fair Hills Hotel by the time we arrived. I flashed my credentials and was admitted to Prince Mohud Bey's fourth-floor domain. I passed the prince's apartment and immediately discovered that he was not the victim. He was in the corner, standing on his head, ignoring the pleas of a police sergeant who wanted him right side up for questioning. I found Suzette's room under police guard. The body of a woman was stretched out near the window. An ambulance attendant was fixing her shoulder. Suzette was in the quarters of the Maharani.
This is no time for hysterics, Suzette.
She's had quite a shock, I imagine. You might try being kind.
Young man, I am the Maharani of Kajan, and no commoner
You
is
happen
going
to
tell
be
me...
in the United States, dear lady. We're all commoners here, and we obey nobody but the traffic cop on the corner, so you can stop that line of chatter. Now, come on, honey. Sit up.
Oh, Race, it was horrible. I saw it.
Grab hold, honey, grab hold. Now, tell me what happened.
I was getting ready to retire, and the shot came through the window. And then she fell.
There's one thing I don't know. Who was the victim?
My servant. One of the maids.
An entirely unimportant person.
I told you to get off that line. Shootings are very important here, whether the victim is a maid or a queen.
Oh, that poor girl. Why would anybody want to shoot her?
I don't think anybody did. It was accidental. That bullet was meant for you, baby.
For me?
Nonsense.
Is it? We'll see. Now, you said the bullet came through the window.
Yes, but I didn't even hear it. We didn't know it was a bullet until later.
Is there a balcony outside the window?
No, nothing.
You better call the ambulance doctor when he's finished and have him give you a sedative. I'm going to find the officer in charge. I found the officer in charge and stuck with him until he got a ballistic report. The bullet had come from a high-powered rifle. With that bit of information, I picked Mark up and headed for the streets.
All right, so what are you looking at the building for?
Suzette's room is located on the front of the hotel, and the shot came from the outside. Yet there's nothing across the street but a small public park.
Wait a minute. You mean the shot was fired from the park?
Up to a fourth-floor window? No. The bullet took almost a straight course.
Oh, so maybe the guy with the gun climbed a tree?
No. None of the trees are that tall. The shot must have been fired from one of the buildings on the other side of the park.
Great, but by who? Dead-Eye Dick? It's a good 600 yards over to them buildings.
That's not too far for an expert marksman with a telescopic sight. And that's why Suzette didn't hear a shot.
Yeah, but somebody over there would have heard it.
That isn't too choice a neighborhood over there, Mark. The park is the dividing line.
Hey, wait a minute, that's right. We drove past the other side on the way down before, and there's a penny arcade
and a shooting gallery?
Yeah.
So a shot over there could get lost. Look, I want you to check those buildings, 4th and 5th floor levels. See if you can find where the shot may have come from.
Will do. What are you going to do?
I'm going to see if I can bake an upside-down cake.
I'm telling you, Mac, the cops couldn't flip him over, so I don't see how you expect to do it. Talk to him the way you did before.
All right, but he's turning my whole world topsy-turvy. I feel silly talking to a man who's standing on his head.
So I gotta be here a couple of hours a day, and I feel silly, too. But after all, Mac, a buck's a buck. For what I get on his job, I'll blow a bubble pipe if he wants.
You've got logic on your side, Butsy. Well, I guess it's the only way. Nice to see you again, Prince. Let's be friends. You mind if I shake your foot?
Go away. You disturb my meditation.
Ever do any big game hunting, Prince?
Why do you want to know? Are you gathering information for my enemies?
No, I'm planning to visit your country. I thought we might get together and bag a few tigers.
I won't go with you. I don't like you. I won't let you use my elephants. My mother won't even let you get into the province.
You mean you're going to keep all those nice tigers for yourself?
Yes.
All right. Then I won't let you play with my Parcheesi set. See you later.
See? He's as cracked as a glass pitcher after a brewer's convention.
He's not as cracked as he seems to be, Butsy.
What do you mean?
Come into the anteroom for a minute.
Well, sure.
How come Suzette called you to go after me when I was out at the doctor's?
She didn't have to call me. I was right here. I guess she picked me because I know the town.
Somebody could have telephoned.
The doc's number ain't listed.
Where was Nature Boy when the shooting took place?
In there, standing on his noggin. Where else?
You're sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure. I was with him. All I ever seemed to do was sit there and count his toes.
Just the same, keep your eye on him. He may be all right when he's standing on his head, but things may start to happen if he gets on his feet. It was a cinch. Nothing else would happen at the Fair Hills Hotel while the boys in blue were parading the halls. Mark hadn't returned yet, so I left a message at the desk telling him I'd gone back to our hotel to turn in for the night. I was drifting off to dreamland when Mark, as usual, slipped in on tiptoe.
Hey, Race, up, boy, up into the wall. Come on, I gotta talk. Come on, let's go.
Marcus, where did you learn to be so genteel?
Well, I can't come in without opening the door, can I? Come on. Pile out of the kip. I got things to show you. Let's go.
Like what?
Like where the shot could have come from that hit that maid.
Is it a place that ties in?
Like a couple of Boy Scout knots. Look. Do you know what's on the fourth floor of one of them buildings smack across the park?
I'll know if you ever get around to telling me.
I am there. A gymnasium. A physical culture studio owned by one Butsy Regan. And, unless I am very much mistaken, he is the same guy which you said was hired to keep the prince in trim.
That is a chunk of information, Mark. Toss me my clothes.
Certainly, here. Oh, wait a minute. There is more. And this could also fit.
What is it?
What's the name of that sick, the sick guy, the doctor?
You mean the psychiatrist?
Yeah, that's him, the psychiatrist, yeah.
KRONER.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought, yeah. Well, on the fifth floor of the next building, see, there's an office for James KRONER. It rings a bell. The last name, I mean. So I checked, see. The guy runs a salvage business, and he happens to be the doc's brother. How do you like that? You like my information?
Oh, Marcus, I love it. Let's have a look at both those places right now. The office of James KRONER turned out to be innocent enough from all appearances. It was a legitimate business. We locked the place carefully and moved to the next building and gained access to the fourth-floor gymnasium operated by Butsy Regan.
Now, look, lots of barbells and junk laying around. Don't trip over nothing.
I won't. 3 windows facing across the park. Suzette's room is the 6th from the corner of the hotel on the 4th floor. Perfect view from here, all right.
Yeah, then a maid could have been blasted from here.
Yes, turn on the lights.
Lights? You want to give us away to the cops?
Nobody will notice. It's only a gym. There isn't even a watchman in the building.
Okay, you want lights, you get lights. Yeah. What are you looking for?
This, for one thing, on the windowsill here.
Oh, it's just a mark in the dust, that's all I see.
Yes, the same kind of a mark a gun barrel would make if it were rested there to steady the aim.
Hey, that's right, hey.
And there may be an empty cartridge on the floor somewhere.
Hey, down! What was that, anyhow?
Bullet came through the window, but no gunshot. That means it came from the hotel across the park. Crawl over and douse the lights, then we can get out of here.
Wait a minute. You mean whoever picked off the maid from over here is now trying to blast us from over there?
That's right, Mark. Because we're too close to winding this up. We're going back to the Fair Hills Hotel for our final visit. Going back into the hotel this time was a bit more nerve-wracking than other visits. The would-be killer now knew that somebody was closing in, and we were logical suspects, even though it might have been impossible to recognize us fully through a telescopic sight, which also accounted for the maid being victim of the bullet intended for Suzette. I posted Mark near the elevators where he could stop anybody who tried to leave. I headed for the prince's chamber, but just then the door opened and out stepped Dr. KRONER.
Well, Mr. Race, how nice to see you again.
You're abroad rather late, Doctor.
The prince needed some attention. Mostly medical in this case.
He's been injured?
Oh, no. Just a severe headache from standing on his head. It's really very amusing. I think he's doing all this simply because his mother told him to do it, for some unfathomable reason.
I thought it was an act. Is he sleeping now?
Oh, yes, very soundly. He won't come round until morning.
A man at the elevator may try to prevent your leaving, Doctor. Just tell him I said it was all right.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Race. And I'm especially glad I saw you because I have a gift I'd like you to accept.
Oh?
It's this picture of my mother, since you admire the other so much.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Just what I've always wanted. I stuffed Mother Kerner's picture into my pocket next to my heart and headed for Suzette's apartment. I opened the door, and the room was empty. But I caught the sound of voices from behind the drapes that separated the Maharani's quarters from Suzette's. I moved over and listened.
But why can't I tell him why? Because I have ordered you to say nothing. I know how to handle these things, and I shall tell him when the time is right.
He's my husband. He has a right to know immediately. I've listened to you long enough.
Well, girls, we seem to be having a disagreement.
How dare you intrude?
You keep quiet. Now, Suzette, what is it she doesn't want you to tell your husband?
I'm going to have a baby. A new little prince.
Which the Maharani couldn't keep quiet forever unless you happen to be dead.
What are you insinuating?
I'm insinuating that you were trying to kill this girl so that she and her child wouldn't be able to take top spot in your son's affections. You don't like the backseat old girl, but you shot a maid by accident, and that's still the stuff that jails are made of.
I'll have you thrown out at the
No, you won't. You hired Butsy Regan to keep him here evenings and give you the run of his gym. And a sportswoman like you can handle a rifle very well, I'm sure.
Mama, it was you.
Don't call me Mama.
Come on, Suzette. I'll take you to another room until the police come here to pick up Mama.
Police pick me up for shooting a servant? Ridiculous.
And Kaijan, Mama, perhaps, but not here, Mama. Not here. The police arrived finally and took Mama away to a place where you can't get very bossy unless you happen to own the keys. Suzette dashed off to tell her husband the news, both good and bad. But she had to save it until the next morning anyhow, until the headache treatment wore off. Mama wound up with a sentence that promised to keep her out of circulation until the expected junior prince would be past the diaper stage. As a matter of fact, there didn't seem to be any point in the happy little family hanging around until Mama got out, so Mark drove me down to the docks to say goodbye to Suzette and her prince as they set sail for dear old Kaijan.
You know, Race, this Bon Voyage stuff always gets me down. I all the time want to cry when I start waving goodbye. Even if I don't know the people in the boat.
They better get here sooner. They'll miss the boat.
Yeah. Hey, look. Here comes Suzette now. Who's the guy, though?
I don't know.
Oh, Race. Oh, I'm so glad we could see you before we go.
Yes, thank you for your assistance. Well, why do you look at me so strangely?
Well, I didn't recognize you for a minute, Prince.
We must go aboard now. Goodbye, Mr. Race.
Goodbye.
And thank you.
Have a good pleasure. It was my pleasure. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Hey, that was kind of dopey.
What, Mark?
Not recognizing the prince. You've seen him before.
Yes, Marcus, but you're forgetting something. All the other times he was upside down.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Monty Margetts, Michael Ann Barrett, Stanley Prager, and Byron Kane. This series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a BPS production.
transcribe. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking.
Hello? Is this Mr. Wolfe?
If it's for me, I'm not here.
Hello?
What if it's a case?
If it is, tell them no.
I will not.
Hello?
Confound you, Archie. Do as I say.
Hello?
Hello? Is this Mr. Wolfe's residence?
Yes.
Is this Mr. Wolfe?
Yes, Mr. Wolfe speaking.
Oh, I am in very much trouble. Could I see you, please, immediately?
Well, now, yes. What kind of trouble, miss?
Give me that phone, Archie.
No.
Hello?
Sorry, I had to turn the radio down too loud, you know.
Oh, may I see you right away?
Well,
I'll pay you $1,000 with a retainer fee.
Yes, indeed. I'll take the case. Come right over. The address is 601 West 35th Street.
I cannot, Mr. Wolfe. I just cannot come there.
Well, where do you live?
I am staying at the Paul Hotel, room 304, and I...
Hello? Boss, that was a shot. Hello? Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
We've usually referred to this story as the case of room 304. The girl on the phone had a decided foreign accent. I wasn't quite able to decide what nationality she was, but it sounded like French. Anyway, there was what sounded like a shot, and then dead silence for a second or two. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Well, Archie, another woman? Bah.
Mr. Wolfe, I heard a shot, and then the line clicked off.
Trouble. Women always trouble.
I said I heard a shot on the phone.
Indeed.
I'm going over to her hotel and see what goes on.
By all means, Mr. Wolfe.
Yeah. Huh?
Now that I've been insulted to the tone of being called a radio...
I'm sorry, Mr. Wolfe, but we needed the money, and this was $1,000.
If you'll excuse me, I have to attend to my orchids, Mr. Wolfe.
What about the girl, the shot?
Fascinating, isn't it? You figure it out.
Okay. I've got to get over there. Room 304, Paul Hotel. So long, boss.
Good luck, Mr. Wolfe. Please phone me from time to time.
Room 301, 302, 304. What do you know? The door's open. Oh, hello.
Who are you?
Archie Goodwin. Now it's your turn.
I'm Jay Bream, pilot for Jan Airlines.
You seen... Yeah, I guess you have. This girl's been shot.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah, dead. Real dead. What do you know about this?
I don't know anything. Say, who are you?
Looks like you're in a spot, pal. You better start digging, hadn't you?
I got here a few seconds before you did. I knocked on the door. The door was partially open, so I pushed it wide. And...
Go on.
Well, there was no answer. I couldn't see anyone, so I came in, and there she was.
You know her?
Well, yes. Why do you think I came here?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Look, what right have you got asking me all these questions? What's it to you?
Did you ever hear of Nero Wolfe?
Of course, who hasn't?
Like I said before, I'm Archie Goodwin, Wolfe's assistant. Now, would you rather talk, or should I call the police?
I've told you all I know.
Who is she?
Helen Rennie.
French?
I don't know. European, anyway.
Why'd you come here tonight?
I have a dinner date with her.
You mean you did have?
Yeah.
Let's turn her over. There. Got an automatic in her hand.
Yeah. I never saw it before. Hey, I wouldn't use the phone. Fingerprints.
It's okay. I'll use this handkerchief.
Who are you calling?
My boss.
Oh.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
Archie, I thought you were Nero Wolfe. You sound very much like him.
Please, boss, be serious.
Oh, but I am.
I'm here at the girl's apartment, the one who called me. She's dead.
Beautiful?
Yes, was very beautiful.
She would be. How did it happen?
Shot. Neat round hole in her right temple. She's married and looks like she shot herself. When I turned her over, I saw a wedding ring on her finger and a .32 automatic still in her hand.
Are you alone?
No, a fellow named Jay Bream, a pilot. He was here when I arrived.
No one heard the shot?
Apparently not. No one showed up yet.
Very interesting. What do you do now, Mr. Wolfe?
Should I call Inspector Kramer?
No, say nothing to anyone. Get over here at once and bring Mr. Breen, the pilot, with you. Goodbye.
That's all you know about it, Mr. Breen?
That's right, Mr. Wolfe. Just like I told Mr. Goodwin here.
The whole thing sounds... Hey, I just thought of something.
Pray tell, Archie.
It can't be suicide.
Oh, and why not?
How can a dead woman hang up a phone?
You finally arrived at that, Archie. Amazing. Of course she couldn't. She was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes, Mr. Bream.
But I thought she committed suicide.
Please, Mr. Bream, it'll be better if you don't think. Where do you stay?
321 West 19th, apartment 5.
And your job?
I've 10 days vacation. Started yesterday.
One thing, Mr. Bream, I suggest you don't leave town. Furthermore, talk is not advisable. I strongly recommend that you adopt precautions.
Yes, sir.
Show Mr. Bream to the door, Archie.
Yes, sir. Right this way.
Good night, Mr. Wolfe.
Good night.
I didn't want to tell you in front of Mr. Bream, but I found this in her purse when I sent him for a sheet to cover the body.
$1,000 check. Made out to Mr. Nero Wolfe.
Well, boss?
I think it's time we phoned Inspector Kramer.
Should I?
Who else, Archie? Who else?
My apologies. I forgot how heavy that phone really is.
Archie.
Oh. Do you want me to talk to the inspector?
I'll do the talking.
Should I hold the phone for you?
You can get me some beer.
Inspector Kramer.
One moment. Here you are.
It's Nero Wolfe, Inspector. I think you had better go over to the Paul Hotel.
Yeah, why?
I believe you'll find a dead woman there.
A dead woman? What is this, a gag, Wolfe?
I'm afraid not, Inspector.
Well, how did you know about it? Have you been over there?
Telepathy, Inspector.
Mental Wolfe, I'm too busy today to listen to nonsense. Telepathy. Don't give me that kind of stuff. If I find a body, I'll lock you and Goodwin up.
You watch your blood pressure, Inspector.
Never mind about my blood pressure.
One thing, Inspector.
Yeah?
Would you hold off the press for the present?
Why? What are you holding back, Wolfe?
Will you stop your idiotic jabbing to what I ask?
Okay. By the way, Wolfe, I suppose you know the girl's room number.
Naturally, Inspector. It is room 304. So hurry.
Oh.
Dear Inspector Kramer, so fond of me. Archie.
Yes, sir?
I suggest you call the bank in the morning and find the person who is handling Miss Renee's account. Try to bring all her canceled checks over here.
And what if they won't hand them over?
Then Kramer will get an order issued to do so. Simple?
Coming.
Well, where's Wolfe?
Where do you think he'd be? In his big chair.
Good evening, Inspector. I expected you before this, Inspector. What kept you so long?
If I told you I had a flat tire, would you believe me? Now start giving, Wolfe. What did you know about the dead girl?
Inspector Kramer, do sit down. Relax. Nervous tension is such a deadly thing.
Now listen here, Wolfe.
Would you like some beer? Most soothing, you know.
Come on, what's the dope on this case?
Fill the inspector in on the details, Archie.
I was here talking to the girl over the phone. There was a shot, and then I went over to her hotel and found her the same as you did, dead on the floor. And the phone was placed back on the hook.
Come on, Wolfe. There's more to this than that. Let's have it.
Really, Inspector?
Who was she?
You don't know?
I mean, what do you know about her? Now get this straight, Wolfe. Please, Wolfe. What's this all about? A girl's been shot. Her name is Helen Rennie. What's the dope?
Did you have a ballistics report made on the gun?
Well, not in this short time, but I will.
How did you make out your report?
Suicide, naturally.
But Archie was talking to the girl on the phone at the time she was shot.
So she chooses to kill herself talking to your assistant.
Why, you big, flat-footed...
Inspector, precisely how can a dead girl hang up a phone?
Why, she,
You see, Inspector, quite impossible. And now I suggest you make out your report murder.
Murder? Wolf, tell me, why is it you're always mixed up in these cases?
That, Inspector, would be as difficult to answer as it would be to convince Archie of the danger of the female of the species.
Oh, what's the use? No one ever answers my questions. I give up.
Oh, Inspector, I do hope you will bring the girls' canceled checks tomorrow if they don't turn them over to us.
What?
The inspector is just going, Archie. Please see him to the door.
I'm not helpless.
Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
Please, boss, can't we have just a little air in here?
You've been out all the morning. Isn't that enough?
Gonna get me an oxygen tank to use in here.
Did you contact the bank regarding the girl's account?
I did. I finally talked to the head of the accounting department. He told me about our personal agent here, Mr. Renfrew. He was handling all our financial affairs. Went to see Renfrew.
What did he have to say?
Very little. But he seemed very upset when he learned of her death. I didn't tell him how she died. He said Helen Rene was here buying technical equipment for her government in Europe.
Technical equipment? What kind?
Laboratory stuff.
Did she make any definite purchases?
From the Arrow Company here in town, and Mr. Paul Morio is the head man of this Arrow Company. Mr. Renfrew, her agent, gave us quite a bit of an argument about coming over here today, said it was very irregular to show bank statements. But he finally gave in. I didn't need the inspector's help.
What time do we have the honor?
He said he'd be here at noon.
No. You know I'll be busy at that time.
Well, I didn't think you'd let...
Archie, you never do.
Your lunch will keep just this once, Mr. Wolfe.
Not this once, nor any other time, Archie. You know I have lunch precisely at noon. Not after, not before. Understand?
Yeah.
I surmise you have the address of the Arrow Lab Supply Company?
Yes, sir. You want me to go have a talk with Mr. Morio who runs the place?
Sometimes, Archie. Your conclusions are fantastic.
I'm leaving.
One thing more.
And?
After you return from your visit with Mr. Morio, would you be so kind as to entertain Mr. Renfrew until after my lunch? And don't stand there with the door open.
Sorry, boss. I'll go out through the coal chute. Do forgive me. Arrow Supply Company.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Morio in?
Yeah, I'm Morio.
My name's Archie Goodwin.
What can I do for you, Goodwin?
I'm Nero Wolfe's assistant. You've heard of Nero Wolfe?
I don't get around much. Tell me about him.
How should I answer that?
Any way you like.
Nero Wolfe's a detective. Did you ever hear of a Miss Rene?
Stop shadowboxing, Mr. Goodwin. What's on your mind?
I understand you sold Miss Rene some laboratory equipment.
Is it a jail term? Now, listen, Mr. Goodwin, I have a nice, respectable business here, so what do you want? Spill it.
When'd you last see Miss Rene?
2 days ago.
Talked to her since?
Once on the phone.
What time was that?
Yesterday morning.
You called her from your office here?
No, from my hotel room. Now, look, let's quit playing cat and mouse. Why all the questions?
Miss Rene is dead.
Dead? Who did it? Now, wait a minute. You don't think I had anything to do with it?
What makes you think anyone did it?
It'd be the only reason cops would get into it.
You know, Morio, I'm beginning to wonder just how long you've been in the lab supply business. You know what a retort is? And don't tell me it's a snappy comeback.
Now, what's the matter, Goodwin? What's eating you?
Look, Morio, I came here to find out something about Helen Rene. Just what sort of equipment did you sell her?
It was heavy stuff, heavy chemical works.
Where is it?
We don't have samples, just pictures. Yeah, we ship it direct.
Oh, so the purchaser never sees what he's buying.
That's right.
Could I see what she purchased?
I'm afraid not, Goodwin. Besides, what difference would it make?
Did Miss Rene see what she bought?
No, I already explained that. Now, I'm busy, Goodwin, so if you don't mind...
Okay, I'll run along. Good afternoon, Mr. Morio. I'm sure we'll meet again. Soon.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
Yes, Archie?
Just left the Arrow Lab Supply Company, and as far as I'm concerned, something's rotten in Denmark.
Indeed.
This guy Morio, who runs the company, doesn't sound like a legitimate lab supply man. I think he's running some kind of a racket.
What makes you believe that, Archie?
Just not the type to be in a legit business. Things just don't jive. and she didn't see what she bought.
You believe, then, that he would have reason to want Miss Rennie out of the way?
Yeah. Guy made me see red. I wanted to take a poke at him.
Archie, you're an idiotic hothead.
He said it was all heavy lab stuff she bought, and it was too late for me to see it.
Forget it now. Get over here as soon as you can.
Immediately?
Immediately. Have you forgotten you have an appointment with Mr. Renfro at noon? Goodbye.
Coming.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Renfro. Well, who's this? My goodness, come in.
Yes. Come in, my dear.
Thank you.
Mr. Goodwin, I brought my secretary along. I hope you don't mind.
Mind? Why, Mr. Renfro, how could anyone object?
Mr. Goodwin, Miss Bennett.
Oh, Miss Bennett. First name?
Jean, do you always use this approach, Mr. Goodwin?
Only at noontime, and my name's Archie. Well, this is a happy surprise. Please sit down, Jean. Allow me.
Thank you.
Well.
Wasn't it Mr. Renfrew you wanted to see?
Yes. Mr. Wolfe will be down shortly, Mr. Renfrew. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Is something wrong, Mr. Goodwin?
Not a thing, Miss Bennett. Not from where I sit.
Don't believe a word he says, miss. His judgment concerning women is not to be trusted.
Thank you, Mr. Wolfe. You're so kind. Mr. Wolfe, Miss Bennett.
How do you do?
Mr. Wolfe?
Mr. Renfro, I presume.
Yes?
Now we can get down to business at hand, Mr. Renfro.
Yes, by all means. I don't understand why we couldn't have discussed this on the phone, Mr. Wolfe. The whole thing is highly irregular. Of course, I know you're trying to do your duty, but...
I prefer not to discuss the dead girl's business affairs on the phone, Mr. Renfro. You should appreciate that.
Yes, I see. Now, what is it you wish to know?
How long have you known Helen Rennie?
About a month.
When's the last time you talked to her?
Yesterday.
What time?
Why, about 2:30. I called her from my room. She was here on government business.
You brought the canceled checks?
Here you are, Mr. Wolfe.
Quite sizable amounts, Mr. Renfro. Very interesting indeed.
Yes? You see, Miss Renee made some very large purchases, Mr. Wolfe, and of course they were all quite legitimate.
Would you mind if I kept these checks overnight?
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Renfro. By the way, was Miss Rennie right or left-handed?
Why, left-handed, Mr. Wolfe. Why?
Just inquisitive. Now, if you would excuse me, Miss Bennett, Mr. Renfro, I have a very urgent appointment.
Well, if I can be of any more service, don't hesitate to call on me, Mr. Wolfe.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, dear. Poor Miss Renee. I hope the person who did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly.
Indeed.
I must run along now.
Yes, this way. Must you go too, Miss Bennett?
Good day, Mr. Wolfe.
I must, and good day.
See you soon, Miss Bennett. Well, boss, what do you think? Isn't she a beauty?
I'm sure I'm not a fair judge, Archie. Do you happen to know where the Morio warehouse is?
Why, yes. It's at the other end of town near the river. Oh, no, not again.
9 o'clock tonight.
Okay. I suppose you want me to take a gander at what's in the warehouse, break in like a burglar?
Archie, if your mind were free of women, I do believe you could reach phenomenal heights in this your chosen profession.
Left around here with a bunch of old tubes and glassware. I hope Wolfe knows what he's doing. I don't.
All right. Stand where you are and reach.
What's it?
Flip the lights on, Joe. That's better. Now, sing up and tell me what you're doing here.
I beg your pardon. I'm a little deaf. I couldn't hear you.
I said, what are you doing here?
Oh, Ellen. I was supposed to meet her here.
Make sense, will you?
You think I can?
What's the matter, Mac? Visitors?
And this bird refuses to talk.
Well, then knock it out of.
You two talk it over. Don't bother telling me how it comes out.
Hey, wait a minute, you. You ain't leaving.
All right, you win. This night is just full of surprises.
Ain't it? Let's see what you're talking.
Hey, who do you think you're shoving around?
Just full of questions, ain't you?
You know, someday you're going to end up by getting into trouble. It's illegal to push people around.
I guess you better understand.
Hey, are you kidding?
Get the point?
Now, get up. Now, talk.
Why, you
still want to play, huh?
He's out like a light, Mac. What are you going to do with him?
You won't do any more snooping around here.
You know something, Mac? You got an awful disposition. I'm actually scared of you. You're that mean.
Yeah. Now, dump him outside.
Hey, boss. It's me, Archie, remember?
Archie, these interruptions are detestable. Can't you see I'm busy? Is that you, Archie?
I've been busy too, boss. Look at my face. I had an accident.
From your appearance, I'd say that someone else had been busier. All right, Mr. Goodwin, as long as you insist upon interrupting my meditation, start at the beginning.
Mr. Wolfe, I arrived at the warehouse. I went inside. I saw a lot of packing cases and a bunch of old glassware, worn-out junk. 2 men jumped me. I came to lying in the alley. I staggered to a cab and made it home. End of story.
Archie, your repertoire of words is most astonishing. And your description of Morio's warehouse is without doubt most enlightening.
I thought you'd like it.
And now, Archie, I suggest you get Fritz to give you a piece of beefsteak for that eye of yours.
And after that?
I've arranged a gathering for 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Then I shall repair to my bed to suffer in silence.
You should be more careful on these nefarious expeditions. You might get hurt sometime.
Yes, I've been a careless fellow, Mr. Wolfe. Good night.
Good night, Archie. Pleasant dreams.
Mr. Wolfe, I'm glad you called me early. I was just about to leave town for a couple of days. What is this conference about?
Not at this time, sir, if you please.
I'm glad you could come along, Miss Bennett.
I'll be happy to assist in any way I can, Mr. Goodwin.
Archie?
Right. Well, good evening, Mr. Morio. I knew we'd meet again.
It's no fault of mine, Goodwin.
Please come in. Come in, Mr. Morio. You don't want to keep the rest of the guests waiting.
What do you want with me?
Why, what? Nothing. Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Morio.
Sit down, sir. Take the red leather chair.
For special guests, Mr. Morio.
Yeah? Now, gentlemen, you're probably wondering why I asked you here. Naturally, you know it has to do with the death of Helen Renee. Mr. Morio, I understand you and Miss Renee had some business transactions that involved quite a sum. That she purchased laboratory equipment.
That's right.
Archie told me that your warehouse contained nothing but second-hand junk. It was a shame, Mr. Morio, that this shipment was delayed by a shipping shortage. Otherwise, you might have gotten away with it.
Is this why you called me over here?
It is immaterial to the case at hand. Actually, I'm only interested in Helen Renee's murder.
Hey, wait a minute. You don't think I did it?
Didn't you?
No. Mr. Wolfe, I admit everything you said about the equipment. But I've had no part in any murder.
I see. Mr. Breen, you're the pilot of Wallflower. If you had shot the girl and wanted it to look like suicide, in which hand would you put the gun?
Why, her right hand.
Indeed. Where did you first meet Miss Renee?
Boarding the plane at Orly Field, Europe.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Renfrew.
Now, look here, Wolfe. This has gone too far. I won't be put through any third degree. So if you'll excuse me, I have to get to the dip.
Sit down, Renfrew.
Well,
Mr. Renfrew, I'm astonished that anyone would be as amateurish as they were in this case.
I don't understand.
Could it be that you killed Miss Renee and attempted to make it look like suicide because she was about to tell me the true forgery is her bank account was $50,000 short?
Well, what reason would I have to kill her?
You told me yourself you phoned Miss Renee from your hotel the day she died. Yet there was no outgoing calls charged to your account.
Oh, this is nonsense. Ridiculous.
She suddenly became suspicious of you. And you are probably the only person here who knew that she was left-handed.
Well, what does that have to do with it?
She was shot through the right temple, Mr. Renfrew, while talking on the telephone. With a gun in her left hand, wouldn't it be awkward for her to twist her arm around her face and shoot herself? In your excitement, you forgot you had shot her in the right temple.
And what else do you know, Mr. Wolfe?
That you once worked in Europe where you met Miss Renee, arranged to represent her in this country. Only you would know how much he had in the account here.
I've heard enough of this nonsense.
Yesterday, you made a statement. Quote, I hope whoever did this dreadful thing is dealt with properly. Only the police, and Archie and I knew Miss Rennie had not died naturally. How did you know that? Unless you are the murderer.
Don't make a move, any of you. I was forced to eliminate her. She accidentally learned about the shortage, and she became most unreasonable about it. Phoned you about it.
Oh, dear me. So utterly weary of these melodramatics. Put up that gun.
I've spent 15 years sweating, trying to get enough money to live the way that I want. And now I have it, and neither you nor anybody is going to take it away from me. I'll kill anyone who tries to follow me out of this house. Oh, no, Mr. Wolfe. Stand back.
Mr. Renfrew, don't, please.
I will take that gun from you and...
Oh, Miss Renfrew. What the...
Well, Inspector, you certainly arrived at the proper time, even if you are late.
What do you mean, late? I've been standing out there listening to Renfrew for 5 minutes.
Boy, that's too close. Glad he missed you, Inspector.
Well, good night, Mr. Wolfe.
Not so fast, Mr. Morio.
I suggest you hold Mr. Morio here for swindling Miss Rennie and her government. And, Archie.
Yes, sir?
Do you know how to care for a person who has fainted?
I certainly do.
Then look behind you. Your pretty Miss Bennett has collapsed.
I'll get it. Hello?
Is this Miss Jean Bennett?
Yes.
Is Archie Goodwin there?
Well, yes. Just a minute. It's for you, Archie.
For me?
Mm-hmm.
No one knows I'm here. Hello?
I thought I'd find you there, Archie.
How'd you know I was here?
I figured that by the skill you expressed on reviving a patient from a deep faint. Archie, on the way home, I want you to stop at the delicatessen and pick up the following things. Ham, beer, cheese, olives.
My boss.
How do you know you were here?
Pure deduction. That's why he's called the world's greatest detective.
Really?
Come here.
Yes. Archie, you shouldn't have... Archie.
Archie, you listening to me? Oh, well, guess you didn't hear a word of it. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Virgil Reimer was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Lucille Alex, Val Brown, Bill Johnstone, Hal Gerard, Betty Lou Gerson, Vic Rodman, and Ed Daly. This is Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. Just listen to the stars on this Sunday's big show. Jimmy Durante, Ethel Merman, Milton Berle, and Gordon MacRae. Plus Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Your MC on the big show, of course, is the glamorous Tallulah. And you're invited. And on Theater Guild on the Air this Sunday, you'll hear the comedy The Man in Possession, starring Rex Harrison and Lily Palmer. Don't forget, hear Ethel Merman on the big show Sunday on NBC.
What is it?
It's another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective!
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Presented by the 3 great Linx home brighteners. Linx Clear Gloss Varnish, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of fine Acme quality paints. Today's curious adventure,
Murder by Fire. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Midnight Alarm.
In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick solved the mystery of who killed Jenny Baker and why, and what was behind the fire that destroyed Oscar Warren's button factory at midnight. But first, let me tell you something. Millions have learned from experience that Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, brings amazing new beauty to walls. Now, millions more are finding that the 3 great Linex home brighteners brings amazing new beauty to floors, woodwork, and furniture. Linex Self-Polishing Wax, which beautifies your floors with a satiny yet tough non-skid finish that resists wear, water, and dirt. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, leaving no oily film on your furniture. And Linex Clear Gloss Varnish, the durable super varnish that dries to an elastic, transparent surface which protects all wood and linoleum in your home. You'll find the 3 great Linex home brighteners at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's mysterious adventure with Nick Carter. As we start today's story, Nick and Patsy are watching a big factory fire in the downtown district. Suddenly, Nick calls to the battalion chief.
Chief, there's a woman trapped up there on the top floor.
You're crazy, Carter. The boys reported all clear several minutes ago.
I don't care what they reported. There's a girl up there. I just heard her scream. I'm going up and get her.
You're a fool to go in there. But if you do, be sure to get that gas mask of yours on tight, or you won't come out again. These button factory fires are full of poison gas from the celluloid and peroxide.
Makes no difference. I've got to find out about that girl, Chief. So long.
Hey, Bill. Yeah. Get one of those 2-inch nozzles over here. Rush it up the big ladder, up to the top floor. Cover Carter while he's inside there. He's a fool, but he's a brave man.
Can you see him yet, Chief?
No, he's been gone long enough to be out of there twice already.
Well, there he is. Chief, over there.
Yeah, he's got somebody with him. Ambulance, over here. Get the first aid kit in a hurry.
Nick, are you all right?
Yes, Patsy, I'm all right.
Here, let me get your gas mask off. There.
Thanks, Patsy. I'm okay.
Nick, the ambulance is coming.
It's no use, Chief. She died in my arms on the way down.
Oh, Nick.
A poor kid.
Yes, Chief, it's not only first-degree arson, it's first-degree murder as well.
Murder?
Yes, Patsy, just as sure as I'm standing here.
What's going on here? Who's that you got there, Nick?
I don't know, Riley. Just found her on the top floor of the building.
Huh?
Tied up and burning to death.
You mean somebody deliberately left her there to burn to death?
I do. She was found and gagged and shot up in a closet.
But, Nick, why didn't somebody hear her before she got burned so badly?
Look here, Patsy. See these ugly red burns on each side of the dead girl's mouth?
Yes, what are they?
She was gagged. That's why she didn't cry out sooner. She couldn't. Not until the gag burned away.
Oh, Nick, she must have suffered agony up there.
Somebody hurt? Yeah, somebody's hurt. Who are you?
I'm Oscar Warren. This factory was mine.
Oh, so it was yours, was it?
Yes.
Did you ever see this girl here before?
Let me see. Oh, yes. That's Jenny. Jenny Baker.
And who is Jenny Baker?
Our bookkeeper. What happened to her?
The same thing has happened to your building, Mr. Warren.
Burned to death?
Right.
But I don't understand. What was she doing here at this time of night? We weren't working overtime or taking inventory or anything. Why was she here?
That's only one of the things we don't know, Mr. Warren.
Warren, how'd you happen to know there was a fire here? I didn't know. And what are you doing here? I've been to the movies. On my way home, I stopped to pick up a bundle I left at my office this afternoon. And where's your home? Up in Washington Heights.
And where did you go to the movies tonight?
In Union Square.
So you come all the way from your home in Washington Heights to go to see a movie in Union Square.
Yes,
huh?
but I...
And on the way home, you stop at your office, which is a couple of miles out of your way, to pick up a bundle. It's a fine story.
Look, if I left the bundle in my office, where else could I go to pick it up? Did you start this fire here tonight? Why should I start a fire in my own factory?
Answer yes or no. Did you start this fire, and why?
No, I didn't. Why should I? Same reason any other firebug has. To make money out of the insurance company. But I tell
Your
firm
you...
been making money this year? No. Business isn't so good this year.
Yeah, but now that you can get your insurance money, everything's okay, I suppose.
Look, why should you accuse me of things like that?
Listen, Warren. A factory has been burned down, and a girl has been killed, and someone is responsible, and we're going to find out who.
Hi, Nick.
Sorry I'm late, Riley. I hoped to get here before you started questioning, Warren, but I couldn't make it. What have you found out?
Yeah, it's been like pulling teeth, Nick. But he's told us that the dead girl, Jenny Baker, was office manager and bookkeeper for his firm for the past 7 years. Knew more about customers and accounts than he did. Invaluable, he said. The only thing wrong with her was that she's been going out recently with his partner, Alfred Hoffman.
So what if she did go out with this Herman?
It's a crook. And no good.
Easy now, Mr. Warren. None of that. Now, you see, Nick, Warren and Herman just didn't get along so good. Couldn't agree on how the business was to be run.
Mr. Carter, a couple of months ago, a lot of funny business started. Some shipments were made that hadn't been ordered. Then money was borrowed on the shipments. Other things, too.
Yeah, they had arguments, too. Lots of them, Nick. About a week ago, they finally had a fist fight.
Yeah, and I licked him, too, the crook. Then we called the partnership off.
Which one of you is getting out of the partnership?
I'm buying him out. Well, as soon as I get the money together.
Yeah, with the money you're hoping to collect from the insurance company, you mean?
This is a serious accusation, Lieutenant Riley. Very serious. Why, my client's reputation would be ruined if these charges of yours were made public.
Stop sounding off that way, Hamilton. You're not in court, and your client's not in jail yet.
Strikes me, Hamilton, that if you were to tell your client what a jam he's in and advise him to tell us what we want to know, he'd be a lot better off. That fire was incendiary. No mistake about that. And his bookkeeper died in it.
Yeah, and his alibi ain't even good for a laugh.
Absurd, ridiculous. Mr. Warren's spotless reputation over a long period of years.
Forget your speech for a minute, Hamilton. See if it can help your client explain a couple of points here.
See here, Lieutenant. I don't need any instruction from you as to my duties as a lawyer. Though perhaps I could instruct you in your duties as a public official.
Why, what do you mean by that crack?
It's plain enough who set the factory on fire if it was set.
Oh, and who do you think did it?
Alfred Herman. He threatened to do it a week ago and threatened to kill my client, too, if he got the chance.
Huh?
You say he threatened that a week ago?
Yeah. Mr. Hamilton's telling the truth, Mr. Carter. Herman said I'd live only just long enough to be sorry I'd kicked him out of the firm. Which I didn't do, really. We agreed I should buy him out.
But you say you haven't paid him yet?
No, I haven't had the money yet.
Well, will you get enough out of this insurance company, if you get anything at all, to pay off all your creditors, including Herman?
All the creditors, maybe, but nothing left for Herman.
Then it hardly seems logical that he'd spoil his chances of getting money from you by putting you out of business.
Yeah, why would he want to do that, Mr. Wise Guy?
Have you ever heard of revenge? Many men will pay more for revenge than for anything else.
Riley, I think I'll have a talk with this Alfred Herman. Where does he live, Warren?
1335 West End Boulevard.
What does he look like?
Slender, blonde, young-looking, clean-shaven. You know, a ladies' man.
All right, I'll find him. See you later, Riley.
Apartment 3D, you said, didn't you, Nick?
Yes, this is it.
What do you want to get out of Herman, Nick?
First, I want to see if he has an alibi. Ring again, Betsy.
Okay. Well, guess he's not in.
Oh, I'm afraid you're...
Well, what is it?
I smell gas.
Gas?
And it's leaking around the door to Herman's apartment.
You think there's something wrong?
I'm going to find out. Where's my pick lock? Oh, here it is. This is easy.
Oh, good.
There. Yes, there is gas in here. Stay outside, Patsy, while I take a look in the kitchen.
All right, Nick, but be careful.
I'll be all right. Yes, it's coming out of the kitchen here, all right. Phew. Have to get the window open first. There. That'll let some fresh air in here. Well, trying to kill yourself, are you? Well, not this time, my friend. Come on over to the window. There. I got you just in time, didn't I? Well, you'll be all right.
You okay, Nick?
Yes, Patsy. But don't come in till the gas clears out some.
All right. Is it Alfred Herman you found?
Looks like him from the description I got. He's coming around now. All right, breathe deep. Get some fresh air into your lungs in place of all that gas.
Oh, why didn't you let me finish it?
Stop being sorry for yourself. Breathe deep.
Oh, why should I want to live? Money stolen, business taken away. Now my girl is dead.
You know how she died? What agony she went through?
Yes. I saw her when they took her away.
How'd you happen to be there?
I went to the plant to meet her. She asked me to.
What was she doing there so late?
Checking over the books to find out how much old Oscar Warren had stolen from me these past months. That's all she was staying with the old crook for. As soon as she got the goods on him, she was going to leave. And we were going to get married.
You like to prove that to a jury?
I don't care what happens now. Jenny's dead.
True. But would you like to be convicted of her murder?
Murder? You mean the fire was set?
It was. Here, let me help you up. Yes, it was set by someone who knew enough about the button business to gather up all the shavings of celluloid and put them where they'd start burning the best.
When was it set?
Around 9:30 to 10 o'clock, as near as we can figure. You have an alibi for that time?
Well, yes, I spent the whole evening with Dottie Baker, Jenny's sister.
Where?
At their apartment on Royal Avenue.
You fond of Dottie?
Yes, I am.
Maybe you'd rather marry Dottie than her sister.
Why, if you weren't a cop, I'd kill you for saying that.
I'm not a cop. I'm a private detective. Now, this killing...
You've got no right to say that. Jenny's the only girl in the world for me.
You sure?
Am I sure? Here, look at this.
What is it?
Here in my hand.
Why, ouch, my eyes!
Here's something else for you. Oh.
Nick, what are you doing?
Here's one for you, too.
So Nick fell for the oldest trick in the world of crooks. Red pepper hurriedly snatched from the kitchen table and thrown in his eyes when he was off guard, then slugged and knocked out. And Patsy knocked unconscious in the apartment hall as Alfred Herman makes his getaway to parts unknown. Where does all this leave Nick? We'll see in just a moment. If your youngsters have ever tracked in slush, mud, or snow when you just finished cleaning the floor, you know how exasperating it is. But it can be a lot less trouble when your floors are protected by Linex self-polishing wax. For Linex self-polishing wax resists water so that it's removed in a jiffy. Linex self-polishing wax resists dirt, too, keeping it on the surface so that it's easily cleaned away. And although Linex self-polishing wax is simply wiped on without tiresome rubbing or polishing, it resists wear as well. What's more, when worn spots appear, it may be renewed at any time without re-waxing the whole floor. Yes, Linex self-polishing wax is a splendid finish for any floor, wood, tile, or linoleum, giving a beautiful satiny appearance. And it's the non-skid finish. The underwriters' laboratories have proved that fact. Get Linex, Lin-X, Linex self-polishing wax now. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now, back to our story. We left both Nick and Patsy unconscious in the apartment of Alfred Herman, partner in the button factory, in which Jenny Baker was burned to death. Herman has vanished. As we pick them up, they're on their way downtown in Nick's car. It's early evening.
Feeling better now, Patsy?
Yes, thanks, Nick. That cup of coffee made a new woman out of me.
I feel more normal myself than I did a while back. What a sap that Herman made out of me.
You ain't kidding. Where do you suppose he is now?
Somewhere miles away from here, no doubt.
Your trip to his place didn't accomplish much, did it?
No. Except for saving his life, it accomplished absolutely nothing.
That's right.
I went through everything in the apartment. Found nothing that interested me in the least.
Not a clue in a carload. Net results of the trip. One bump on the head for you where he hit you with the iron skillet. One sore jaw for me where he punched me. Ouch.
Well, I hope I have better luck where I'm going now.
Where's that?
I want to have another look at the burned factory now that the fire's died down enough so I can get in the place.
Oh, is it safe?
Framework of the building is still standing. Only the contents were burned. Not all of them.
Well,
there's a hot fire and a short one.
That's it, just ahead there, isn't it?
Yes. Now, Patsy, I'm going in. But I want you to wait in the car.
Oh, but Nick,
I have a hunch something's wrong in there. I want you out here so I can have a friend on the outside. Now, wait here for an hour. If I don't come out by then, call Riley.
You mean you think there's still someone in there?
I don't know what I think, Patsy. I'm just playing a hunch coming down here at all. And my hunch says be careful. You stay here and watch.
All right, Nick, but do take care of yourself.
Don't worry, Patsy. I like me well enough to do that very vigorously. Be seeing you. up here, still warm. Whoever started this fire did a very careful job. Contents of the stockroom burned completely. The office not hit so hard, except for the office files. Strange. The safe door should be standing open that way. This must have been Oscar Warren's desk. I hardly touched this corner. That's odd. Bell's off the telephone box. It was taken off so it wouldn't ring. Aha, I see. Well, I guess I'll just take this bell box with me. Take out these 2 screws, and They're a poor shot. Try these. Took a couple of shots at me and ran. If it wasn't so dark in here, I might stand a better chance of seeing which way. There's that a shadow or...
Anybody there?
Get your hands up and keep them up. And keep coming toward me.
All right, I'm coming.
Got a flashlight?
Yes.
Turn it on yourself. I want to get a good look at you.
All right. Here.
Why, you're Dottie Baker, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Dottie Baker.
You look just like your sister. You tried to kill me just now?
I didn't try to kill anybody.
You have a gun?
No. I wouldn't even know how to fire one.
Did you hear the shooting?
Yes, that's what scared me so.
What are you doing up here?
I came to look for evidence that my sister was murdered.
And what makes you think Jenny was murdered?
She was afraid someone was going to kill her. She wouldn't tell me who, but she knew someone had been juggling the stockroom inventories and the shipping records. That's why she was here last night, trying to find out what was going on. But she was afraid something would happen to her before she got the proof.
And it did. But I've got the proof.
What?
Look here. See these metal bands?
Yes.
They were on the cartons of merchandise that were burned. And they proved that there were only a few of them in the stockroom when the fire started. It's the oldest trick in the business. Remove most of your stock, then have a fire, and claim it burned up all your stock.
But where are the cartons of stuff that they took out of here? If you could only find them, they'd prove who did it, wouldn't they?
They certainly would, Daddy. And I think I know where to find them.
But how could you know that?
The bell box where the telephone and Mr. Warren's desk told me. Come on.
Where?
I'm going to take you home first. Then I'm going hunting for those missing cases, because the man who juggled the books and removed the cases was the man who killed your sister and set the fire.
Oh, I hope you're right, Mr.
Carter, Nick Carter.
The detective?
That's right.
Oh, now I know you'll find the murderer.
Well, I hope you're right. Oh, by the way, you seen Alfred Herman lately?
Oh, yes, he spent last evening at our apartment, waiting for Jenny to get through at the factory. Why?
Oh, curiosity, Daddy. Just curiosity. One of a detective's most important weapons. All right, come on. Let's get you home. Now, listen carefully, Betsy. Judging from the light on the second floor there, although Mr. Oscar Warren should be in bed, he's still up.
Which makes it more dangerous for you.
Yes. But I'm going to have a look in his basement just the same. I'm sure I'll find the missing cartons there. And if I do, the case is over. So I'm going to let myself in while you keep a look out here. I can't tell you what to look for, so just keep your eyes open.
Okay.
Now, listen, Patsy, we're up against something very dangerous in this case. So take care of yourself while I'm gone. I thought so. Must be nearly 100 cases piled up against the back wall of this basement, which will send Mr. Oscar Warren...
Drop that gun. Get your hands up. Turn around, face the wall.
It'll be hard to make my death look like an accident right here in your own house, Mr. Warren. They'll get you if you try it.
Why, it's Mr. Carter. I thought you were a burglar. What are you doing here in my house without permission?
Looking over your stock of buttons. You have a permit to store this inflammable stuff here?
Look, Mr. Carter, I told you Herman was pulling some funny business. These boxes are each supposed to contain $200-300 worth buttons. Look, I cut one of these cases open. You see? They're full of junk, rubbish. Herman steals the buttons, fills the boxes with this stuff. Then he ships them, and we got to make good. $25,000 we lost already.
Why didn't you have him arrested?
I couldn't catch him doing it.
It's no go, Mr. Warren. Alfred Herman has an airtight alibi. Have you?
I was at the movies.
All right, Mr. Warren, you and I...
Oh, fire! There's fire all over the place.
Yes, that must have been a firebomb. Out this way. The outside door is unlocked where I came in. This way.
I can't see. The smoke.
Here, I'll get you out. Come on.
I thought I was a goner, Mr. Carter.
If it hadn't been for Nick, you would have been. Are you all right, Nick?
I think so. Lost a little hair, but that's all.
Nick, there's still someone in there caught in the fire.
Warren, I thought you said the house was empty.
It was. I can't understand.
I'll see who it is.
But, Nick, this house won't be standing more than a few minutes longer. You'll be caught.
I'll make it. I got to.
I admit you saved my life, Mr. Carter. I'm very grateful. What's the idea of insisting that I go down to police headquarters with you?
Because that's where you belong, Hamilton. I know now that you're the one who bound and gagged Jenny Baker and then set fire to the factory.
What? You're crazy. That's absurd.
You? It could be. Of course. Yes, it was you, not Herman. You had a key. You could get at the stock in the books. And I owe you money, too. So it was you, my lawyer.
He's no lawyer, Mr. Warren. I looked him up. He was disbarred some years ago.
It was you, Dan Hamilton, who got me to bring these cases of scrap celluloid to my house. You said it would be evidence against Herman.
This is ridiculous. Why, at the time the police say the fire started, I was at headquarters reporting Herman's threats against Mr. Warren here.
I'll bet you set off that firebomb in my basement to kill Mr. Carter and me.
I'm quite sure he did. But he didn't realize how fast the fire would spread, and he almost got caught in it himself. Going through Mr. Warren's papers, weren't you, Hamilton?
Well, this is all too fantastic, Carter, but if you insist on my going along with you, you won't mind if I call my office first, will you?
Who'd be at your office at 3:30 in the morning?
Well, the cleaning woman. I could ask her to tell my secretary where you're taking me.
So you want to call your office, do you? Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go to your office instead.
Oh, no, that won't be necessary. I'll call later.
No, I think we'll go there now. Patsy, drive to Mr. Hamilton's office on Broad Avenue. And hurry. All right, Hamilton. Open the door. And no tricks.
Very well.
Nick, look.
Alfred Herman.
Yes, Herman. And very dead. Bullet hole right through the heart. And a gun in his hand.
Suicide. But why in my office?
No, Hamilton. Not suicide, but murder. Murder number 2 for you.
But you can see that
No right-handed man could shoot himself so straight in the heart. And there were no marks of powder on his hand, as there would be if he'd fired the gun. He must have known more about you than I thought he did for you to kill him.
All right, Carter, let's go down to headquarters. We're wasting time here.
Now, not so fast, Hamilton. You're too anxious. I want to look at your telephone bell box. Don't move, Hamilton. I'll shoot if I do.
Well, what about the bell box, Nick?
Look here, Betsy. And you too, Warren.
Hey, what's that arrangement, Carter?
He takes the bell off, sticks a piece of emery paper on the clapper of the bell. Then he fastens a blue tip match where it'll be lighted by the emery paper on the clapper as it vibrates against the tip of the match when the bell rings. The match sets fire to this oil-soaked rag, which leads to this wastebasket full of paper and excelsior. So when he phones his office, he sets fire to it. The body is burned up, together with all the papers and files that might incriminate him.
Is that how he set fire to the factory?
It is, Patsy. I have in my car the bell box from Warren's desk at the factory for proof. Hamilton probably called the factory from the police station, which would give him an ironclad alibi.
Mr. Carter, so far you haven't found one bit of proof to connect me with this thing in any way. Now, come on, let's get out of here.
Why the rush, Hamilton? Have I missed something? Well, then, let's take a good look around. Behind the desk. Under... so that's it.
Dottie Baker, under that big desk.
Gagged and tied up so she can't move. Just the way he left Jenny in the factory.
All right, Dottie, just a minute.
He did it. That Hamilton, I saw him kill Alfred.
She's lying. She's lying.
I saw him do it. I came in just as he shot him. So he tied me up and left me here. He was going to burn the whole building up when he could get where he'd have an alibi. He said so.
I guess that does it, Hamilton.
I should have killed you outright instead of waiting. You and your sister. Both of you got in my way.
Hamilton, it won't take you as long to die in the electric chair as it took Jenny Baker to die in that flaming factory you left her in. But you'll be just as dead in the end, which is as it should be. All right, come on. Let's get down and turn you over to Riley. I've had all I can stand of a skunk like you.
In just a moment, Nick and Patsy will bring you a preview of next week's exciting case. But now, a tip on relaxing. Everybody enjoys relaxation. And you know yourself how much easier it is to relax in surroundings that are pleasant. Your home can be more pleasant every day in the year when you rely on the 3 great Linex home brighteners to keep it inviting. That's the way to keep your home sparkling with cleanliness and beauty. Your fine furniture, for example, always looks its gleaming best when you use Linex cream polish, the furniture aid that gives a handsome luster in half the time. You see, Linex cream polish removes the cloudy accumulation of dust and previous polish in one quick application, actually cleans as it polishes, giving your furniture new beauty and saving you one whole step in your cleaning day routine. Linex cream polish does away with messy fingerprints and helps conceal ugly scratches, too. And no oily film remains on your furniture to attract additional dust to make additional work. So be sure to ask your dealer for Linex cream polish for fine furniture. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex self-polishing wax, Linex cream polish, and Linex clear gloss varnish at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Remember to ask for them by name, Linex. It's spelled L-I-N-X. Linex. Ask for it now. Now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Well, Nick, what do you think next week's story will be exciting?
I know it'll be exciting, Cal. It's a simple little story to start with, but it gets into a mad tangle of murder before we're through with it.
Usually it's Nick who gets himself in danger of his life. But this time it was yours truly who got in the way of the killer and nearly added to the total score.
An old lady, rich and eccentric, was dying without leaving a will. And there were 6 claimants for the $3 million she was leaving. Some of them extremely money-hungry.
And extremely ruthless, too.
Well, what do you call it, Nick?
Death by Ricochet.
Oh, the mystery of the abandoned gravel pit.
For full details of an exciting few hours, join us next week. So long.
So long, everybody.
And so long to both of you. See you next week at the same time. Next week at this same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, entitled
Death by Ricochet. Or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Abandoned Gravel Pit.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is featured in Street and Smith magazines. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White, and the programs are written and directed by Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex clear gloss varnish, Linex cream polish, and Linex self-polishing wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is Mutual.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. With us in Hollywood tonight as star is Mr. Otto Kruger, whose career on the screen and on the stage has afforded him a precisely equal number of appearances as a character on the right and on the wrong side of the law. Whether the man Mr. Kruger portrays tonight is devil or saint, we shall leave for you to judge when the play is over. It is called After Dinner Story. The author is Cornell Woolrich, the radio adapter Robert L. Richards. And so, with the performance of Otto Kruger as Mr. Hardecker, who told this extraordinary after-dinner story, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Hardacre's residence? I believe I'm expected for dinner.
Your name, sir?
Henshaw, sir.
Very good, sir. Mr. Hardaker,
Mr. Kenshaw, sir. Ah, number 1. Good evening, Mr. Kenshaw.
Is this where Mr. Hardecker lives? My name is Lambert.
Mr. Hardecker? Mr. Lambert. Number 2.
My name is Prendergast. I think
Mr. Hardecker? Mr. Prendergast. Number 3.
Mackenzie's the name.
Mr. Hardecker? Mr. Mackenzie. Number 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. So you're all here, gentlemen?
Yes.
Then suppose we go into dinner, and after dinner I shall tell you why you are here, what I have in mind. In fact, I shall tell you in the form of a story, a sort of after-dinner story.
All right. That's a great cup of coffee. I enjoyed it.
Did you pass that?
Well, gentlemen, did you enjoy your dinner?
Yeah, well,
Then, if you'll excuse me for just a moment, I have certain instructions to give the servants, and after that I shall rejoin you. I shan't be long.
Certainly.
Well, what did that crack mean? Certain instructions to the servant.
How should I know?
I don't like the looks of the whole thing. Why all the mystery?
Well, I suggest that you have patience, Mr. Prendergast. Mr. Hardecker clearly intends to tell us in his own good time.
Yeah. And another thing. I don't eat in those fancy Park Avenue joints of the room myself, but I've seen them in the movies. They always pass the food around to everybody. They don't bring it out of the kitchen already on your plate and just hand it to you.
Well, what possible difference can that make?
Well, I don't know, but I know it ain't right.
No, none of it's right. Why did the man invite 4 perfect strangers to dinner? What is this thing he has in mind for us he keeps talking about?
Well, all I know, he says he'll make it worth our while, and your wild stuff, the way business has been lately.
Obviously, the connection between us is that we were all in that elevator a year ago. Oh, what of it? There's no mystery about that. The police cleared that up the very next day.
Maybe Mr. Hardecker doesn't think so.
Sorry to have kept you, gentlemen.
Now, suppose we get down to business.
Mr. Hardecker, none of us wish to seem rude, but we were just wondering what this business is all about.
You have had, you had come to the obvious conclusion, of course, that it has to do with my son.
Well, yeah. I don't see why we're all sorry, naturally, but that's all over and done with,
Yes,
and
almost. But there are 1 or 2 little details that I thought you gentlemen might help me to clarify.
Oh, well.
Fine. Well, then, if you don't mind, I know you must remember most of it, but it's almost a year ago. I'd like to go over the whole story from the beginning.
Well, that's all right.
Well, it was just before 5 in the afternoon on August 30th of last year when the matter which concerns us here this evening had its beginning. And on that day, and at that time, all 4 of you, perfect strangers, who had never seen each other before in your lives, found yourselves, for personal and business reasons of your own, on various floors of the Norfolk building in Midtown Manhattan, waiting for the express elevator to take you to the lobby. The first passengers were on the 21st floor.
21, going down, please. Express car, going down.
There are now 3 men in the elevator. The operator, Mr. Kenshaw and Mr. Lambert, who had gotten on at the 21st floor.
18, going down, please. Face the doors, please. Going down.
Now there are 5 men in the car. Mr. Prendergast and Mr. Mackenzie had entered the elevator at the 18th floor.
15, express car to the lobby. Going down, please.
Say hello to Eleanor for me.
You bet. Bye, Dad.
Bye.
6 men in the elevator. The last to enter, I had accompanied to the elevator door myself. He was my son.
These things drop pretty fast.
Too fast for me.
Hey, this baby is moving. Hey, look! You can't stop it. We're out of control.
Look out, we're going to hit.
Oh, get on.
You stop it.
Anybody got a match?
I think my leg's broken. Get me out of here. I got a wife and kids. Somebody get me out of here. Get me out of here.
Shut up a minute, can't you? You're not the only one with a wife and kids. Has anybody got a match? I've got to get this door open.
Yeah. I don't have it.
Liable to suffocate in here. These things are practically airtight. Where's the operator?
Operator, he's over here. I can feel the braid on his coat against my hand.
Oh. Hey, what about it, Bud? You got a match so I can see what I'm doing here?
No.
Hey, operator.
He's dead. Dead? Why doesn't somebody come? What's the matter with him? Why don't they come?
Pipe down, will you? Pipe down. Yeah, I got it. Now we'll get a little air anyway. Oh, there's a light up there somewhere. Yeah, I can hear voices. Say, there's no use taking your head off. They know we're down here.
I wish my leg didn't hurt so bad.
Oh, let's see. Try wrapping your shirt around it tight. May stop some of the pain.
Thanks.
Yeah, easy.
Now what?
Nothing. Just sit and wait. That's all.
Why don't they hurry? What are they waiting for? Why don't they hurry?
Take it easy. You could be worse off.
Worse off?
Yeah. Like this poor guy, the operator. He's dead.
And so you waited. 6 men, 5 living, 1 dead. I know how it must have been for all of you, the minutes dragging by, there in the darkness, with nothing to do but wait.
How's your leg?
Better. How long do you suppose we've been down here?
That's hard to tell.
Maybe they think we're all dead. Maybe they're just taking their time.
Don't worry. They heard you hollering all right.
But gee, the poor guy. I wonder if he had any kids.
The operator? Yeah.
I often wondered sometimes what would happen if one of these things ever slept.
Well, now you know. I'll never ride in one again.
So he's going to walk up 68 stories to the Rainbow Room.
I don't go to the Rainbow Room.
Oh, I'm certainly glad my father didn't get on this car with me. I was going to, but he changed his mind.
Wish I'd changed my mind. You know, if I hadn't gone back to make a phone call, I'd have been on another car.
What's the use of wishing? Okay. It's happened, and here we are.
Yeah, listen, they're the other.
They're going to get us out.
Yeah. Hello. Hello up there.
Yeah, we're coming to you. Take it easy.
Hurry, can't you? Hurry! Hurry!
Wait a little hurry. Everybody hurry?
Yeah, one guy's dead.
We'll be through to you in a minute. Okay, Ronnie, let it on now.
Look at that light up there.
Acetylene torches.
Yeah, they're going to cut a hole in the roof.
What a racket.
Oh, I'm nearly deaf already.
Listen, you guys. We're coming through, see? Watch out for spots. Get your rise and stand back against the wall.
Okay.
I never knew those things made so much noise.
It's because we're close in.
What was that?
I don't know.
I thought I heard somebody holler.
Yeah, so did I.
Must have been one of those guys up above.
Those sparks are enough to blind you.
Well, don't look at them. They will blind you.
One went right by in front of my face, right across the car.
They couldn't have. They're dropping down.
Did you see it? It was awful bright.
Oh, just a reflection. Don't look at it.
I guess they got it cut through.
Phew, yeah. I couldn't have stood much more of that.
They're pulling off the top. It won't be long now.
All right. Stand clear down there. I'm going to jump down. Yeah, cop.
And no cop ever looked lovelier.
All right. Pass them ropes down now. Okay, hold it. All right. Who's first now? Who's the worst hurt of you all? How about this fella? Now, that's the operator. He's dead.
Hey, look. Those other 2 guys are both passed.
Hold your horses. There's nothing wrong with you.
But I...
That man's got a broken leg. Who's got a broken leg?
I have, I think.
All right. Can you sit in this rope sling here?
Oh, sure.
Now, hang on with both your hands.
I'll be all right.
Okay. Pull him up.
Well, so long, fellas.
Take care of that leg.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. My name's Lambert.
Mine's Mackenzie. Maybe we'll run into each other sometime.
Yeah. Well, so long.
All right, let me hit that rope now. Well, who's next now?
Maybe you better take those 2 guys that passed out. They might be hurt.
Why, sure. How about this young fella?
Sure. He got a little blood on him, hasn't he?
He has that.
Splash from the light pictures, I guess.
Well, I don't think it's serious. You don't, eh?
No, he seemed to be all right.
Well, whatever he seemed to be, he's not now. This man is dead.
Dead? Oh, but he can't be.
Look here, my lad, you don't seem to realize that you've come through a pretty serious accident.
I know, but he can't be dead. We heard him talking just a few minutes ago. Isn't that right? Yes, I heard him.
Sure, he was talking to us here in the dark. He said something about being glad his father wasn't on this elevator. I can't help what he said or what you heard him say. This man is dead.
My son, who had survived the original accident without apparent injury, was dead. You gentlemen were more fortunate. You lived. 5 days later, you four met again. It was at police headquarters. About 2:30 on a Friday afternoon. The last to arrive was Mr. Lambert.
Here, Mr. Lambert. Thanks. Hello there.
Hey, how's the leg?
Pretty good. Mr. Lambert? That's right. I'm Chief Inspector McMahon.
How do?
We'll just take a seat there. Well, we all here now? Mr. Kenshaw, Mr. Prendergast,
Yes?
Mr. McKenzie,
That's me.
Mr. Lambert.
Yes, sir.
Well, now, as I told each of you over the phone, I won't keep you very long. I just wanted to ask a few routine questions about that business of the elevator the other day.
Well, what's the matter? Something phony about it?
Not for our money. It's an open and shut case. Suicide.
Suicide?
Yeah.
You mean the operator wanted to bump himself off so he could...
No, not the operator. He died of a fractured skull. Young Hardiker, we're interested in. His father's been raising a row, so we said we'd investigate, but...
I still don't get it.
Wesley Hardiker was killed by a .32 caliber bullet through the heart.
You mean he killed himself right in that car with all of us?
What else? He wasn't shot when he walked in, and he was dead when we brought him out. Unless one of you killed him.
Whoa.
No. Any of you know him?
No.
Well, then there you are. Even the father had to admit that as far as he knew, his son had never seen any of you before in his life.
But it don't make sense.
What don't make sense?
Well, I mean, a guy shooting himself in an elevator with 4 other people that nobody didn't even know it.
Did any of you hear the shot?
Not before they started the blowtorches. I can swear to that. After that, you couldn't have heard one anyway.
Yeah, you see?
Hey, wait a minute.
Did you hear something?
No. But Mackenzie, remember I said when I was laying on the floor of the elevator that I thought I saw a spark from one of those blowtorches that went across the car instead of falling down?
That's right.
Anybody else see it?
The blowtorches were absolutely blinding. You couldn't see a...
How about you, Mr. Kenshaw?
I'm afraid that I fainted or something silly like that. I'm not a very strong person.
Well, it was probably the gunshot, all right. Nothing very mysterious about it. The gun belonged to young Hardiker, licensed in his name, and had only his own fingerprints on it.
Well, maybe I shouldn't ask, but why did he do it?
The official verdict is suicide while of unsound mind.
He seemed all right. He talked to us perfectly sensibly just before it happened.
Just goes to show. You never can tell, can you?
Oh, he'd always been nervous and highly strung. We got that out of his father. The strain of being down in that black pit was just too much for him, that's all.
Oh, what a terrible thing. To break down just as we were about to be rescued.
Yeah, it's too bad. Boys seem to have everything to live for, too. But we find that sort of thing all the time.
The noise, I suppose. I've read of cases of nervous breakdown caused by noise.
Yeah, that's it. Well, I guess I don't need to keep you gentlemen any longer.
Well, I'm certainly glad there were no complications.
Oh, don't worry. If one of you had anything to do with it, you'd be back in the cell right now.
That was almost a year ago. Last week, each of you received a phone call from me. I can well understand and sympathize with the fact that you were somewhat astonished, perhaps a little suspicious of what you heard. I don't doubt that most of you debated at some length in your minds the advisability of accepting my invitation at all. You, for instance, Mr. Mackenzie, you are married, as I remember. I imagine that you talked quite seriously with your wife about the whole affair. I phoned your home, I believe, at about 8:30 last Monday evening.
Yes? This is Mr. Mackenzie speaking. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't seem to place you. Oh, of course, Mr. Hardy. Well, frankly, I don't see the point. You don't know me, and I don't know you. Yeah. Yeah, I see. Well, all right, Mr. Hardiker. I'll be there. That's a funny name.
Who was it, dear?
His name is Hardiker. Father of that boy who killed himself in the elevator last year.
Oh? Well, what did he want?
He wants me to come to dinner with him on Saturday at his home.
Well, how lovely. He's a very important man, isn't he? Did he ask both of us?
No. As a matter of fact, he's asking the 4 men who were in that elevator with his son when he died.
What a strange idea. Seems sort of gruesome to me.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Didn't he say anything?
Oh, he said quite a lot.
Well, what did he say?
I was just thinking.
Well, now, please, Stephen, don't sit there and be so tantalizing. What did he say?
Well, he said something about his son's estate. Seems his son had quite a lot of money in his own right. The old man said he didn't need it, and there weren't any other relations, and... Well, he sort of hinted that he thought it might be a good idea to split it up between the 4 men who were with his son in his last moments of life, as he put it.
Why, Stephen, how wonderful. Why aren't you excited? How much is it? Do you suppose it's a lot of money?
I don't know.
Why, it might be several $1,000s. It might be several $100,000. Oh, Stephen, what's the matter with you?
Well, just such a crazy thing to do, that's all.
I don't see that makes any difference. If a man wants to do a nice, kind, generous thing.
Look, honey, if it was generosity, he'd give it to charity. If it was a sort of memorial to his son, he'd set up a scholarship or build a hospital or something.
Well...
The old man was pretty broken up about it when it happened. I remember reading something about his being in a sanitarium for a while afterwards. And he never did believe the verdict of suicide. The police must have told us that at the time. How do I know he doesn't think one of us killed the boy?
Oh, that's absurd.
All right. But anybody who's crazy enough to divide up a wad of dough between 4 perfect strangers is crazy enough to think a perfect stranger killed his son.
Oh, Violet.
Maybe he thinks we all did it. Maybe he's wacky and has some crazy idea about revenge and is going to use the dough as bait to get us all together.
I hadn't thought of it like that. Perhaps you ought not to go.
I already said I would. Anyway, maybe it's on the level.
Stephen, do you still have that gun you used to have when you worked at the bank?
Yeah, I have it there.
I think you ought to take it with you Saturday night.
Honey, I think you've got something there. I think that's a very good idea.
And so, gentlemen, I'm quite gratified that you all saw fit to accept my rather unique invitation, and that we are all here together this evening. By the way, Mr. Mackenzie, I'm afraid I must ask you to give me that gun that you brought along.
So that's it.
And, Mr. Mackenzie, you will notice that one of my servants who is standing in the door directly behind you has got you covered, is the phrase, I believe.
Okay.
Thank you.
How did you know?
Why, the butler sort of patted all your pockets when you removed your coats, but aside from that, I've spent most of my waking hours during the past year looking into the backgrounds of all you gentlemen.
So I was right about this setup after all.
Now, look here, Mr. Hardecker. I came here tonight in perfectly good faith. I even canceled a very important business appointment.
With Mr. Joseph Donahue, Celluloid Products.
Yeah.
All right, let's cut out the mystery. What's this all about?
Yes, what's the idea?
Now, wait a minute. One moment, gentlemen, one moment. I didn't ask you up here under false pretenses. I fully intend to divide my son's estate precisely as I suggested over the phone. I sincerely hope you don't resent my investigation of your background.
Well, gee, Mr. Hardecker, my background isn't much, I guess, but...
Perhaps we all owe you an apology, Mr. Hardecker, but you must admit the whole thing's been a little strange.
It has indeed been very strange. I think, however, that phase of the matter is about over. Now, before we get down to business, there is one detail that I'd like you to help clear me up.
Sure, we'll be fine.
Shall I bring it in now, sir?
You please. Is it well mixed?
Yes, sir.
In the center of the table. Thank you, Johnson. Now, please see that we are not disturbed on any account whatsoever.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that looks good. What is it?
Oh, it's got quite a number of things in it. White of egg, mustard, milk.
It sounds like an antidote for poison.
It is an antidote for poison.
What?
Gentlemen, there is a murderer in this room. One of you killed my son and hasn't paid for it yet.
But don't be a fool. The coroner's verdict was suicide.
This is not a discussion, Mr. Mackenzie. This is an execution.
I'm getting out of here.
There is a man with a gun outside each door. You'll find them very unreceptive to that idea, Mr. Prendergast.
Sit down. He's got us.
Well,
The only thing we can do is try to talk a little sense.
I'm not open to arguments, Mr. Mackenzie. One of you killed my son. I know who that man is. It's taken me a year to find out, but I now know. The food that man ate tonight was poison. In 10 minutes, he'll drop dead.
you can't take the law into your own hands that way.
Unfortunately, the law demands a very specific type of evidence. The police, whom I consulted repeatedly, do not believe it possible to get a conviction on the evidence I have. And therefore, the conviction must come tonight.
Wait, you wouldn't dare. You couldn't kill a man in cold blood that way.
There is an alternative, Mr. Prendergast.
Huh?
It is there in the center of the table. The antidote.
Oh.
The murderer may either confess his crime by drinking the contents of that bowl, or he may keep silent and go to his death here tonight. Privately executed for what cannot be publicly proved.
They could send you to the chair for that.
I am quite aware of that contingency, Mr. Crenshaw, and quite willing to accept the consequences. But the murderer will have gone to his death before me.
But how do we know you poisoned the right...
The murderer knows, Mr. Prendergast. The rest need have no fear.
Hey, I think the guy's crazy. Maybe he poisoned all of us. Look, Mr. Hardiger, this whole thing is insane. Nobody killed your son.
As to that, we shall shortly see, Mr. Mackenzie. The man who killed my son has approximately 7 minutes to live.
7 minutes? It's me. I know it's me. He's poisoned. My whole insides are on fire. It's me.
Don't fall for it unless you're sure. The whole thing may be a gag.
I assure you, nothing has ever been more serious, Mr. Mackenzie.
You know, I don't feel so good myself. Neither do I. Probably just indigestion. After dinner story like this is enough to give indigestion to a horse. No kidding. Hey, supposing this guy's a man. Suppose he just made it all up in his own head and poisoned all of us. Listen, Mr. Hardiger. Let me just tell you this. If I come out of this alive, I'm going to beat your brains out of it. It's the last thing I do.
I can't stand it. Mr. Hardiger, I didn't do it. I swear I didn't. I didn't do it.
5 more minutes.
Hey, I feel off. Maybe we all ought to take some of that stuff, just in case.
Yeah, that's it. We'll all take it.
Yeah. Who'll take it first?
Unfortunately, gentlemen, there's only enough antidote for one.
Even if you're right, Hardiger, this is no way to do.
This is my way.
You're crazy, I tell you, crazy.
Perhaps. Have you a son?
Kenshaw.
Will he save me?
Well, gentlemen, now you know.
All right. All right, what do I care? I killed him. And I do it again. I hated him. Hated him. All my life. School, in college, he never even knew that I existed. He was too good for someone like me. And he had everything. Money, everything. Then he married the girl that I loved. She didn't know how I felt. I never told her. And then she died. Pneumonia, they said. She wouldn't have died if she hadn't married him. So I killed him. I saw him get into the elevator. And then it failed. It failed. It was as though God had delivered it into my hand. It came to me there in the dark. I choked him. I choked him, and then he got out his gun. And I put my hand over his, and I turned it against him and fired. But I'm glad. I'm glad. Oh, look.
Help him, somebody. Help him. Here. Hold up his head. Yeah. Never mind.
dead.
It didn't work in time.
You killed him, Hardiker.
No, I didn't.
I tell you, he's dead.
Yes, I know. But what he drank was not the antidote. It was the poison.
Poison?
You see, I didn't exactly know which of you killed my son. I only knew that one of you must have. And so Robert Kenshaw convicted himself in front of all of you and was his own executioner.
Well, then, he was never poisoned at all until...
Until he drank the contents of that bowl.
Gee.
I shall divide the estate, gentlemen, as I promised. Meanwhile, you may call the police if you like. Let the law and divine providence decide whether this man died by my hand or by the guilt that lay upon his own soul.
And so closes After Dinner Story by Cornell Woolrich, starring Otto Kruger. Tonight's tale of Suspense. This is the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when our star will be Gene Lockhart in the suspense play called Statement of Employee Henry Wilson. The producer of Suspense is William Spear, who tonight also directed the broadcast, and who with Lud Gluskin and Lucian Mollowit, conductor and composer, and Robert L. Richards, the radio author.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Myrna. I'd love to see you tonight, Angel, but somebody took a shot at one of my clients, and he's afraid it may happen again. And you know, a thing like that can become pretty monotonous. So much so that my client could get bored to death.
The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the friendly target. And now, the case of the friendly target. It's late evening in New York when a sedan pulls up to the head of an alley and two men get out.
All right, Mitch. All clear. Let's go.
Here, Connie.
It's dark in this alley. Never mind, Mitch. Don't use the flashlight yet. We'll find it. It's the first door. Ah, here we are.
Where are you, Connie? I can't see.
Right over here.
Wait. Oh, yeah.
Allison said it's a simple lock. Won't take a minute. I'll hold the light. Work fast so we won't have to have it on long.
Okay.
Can you see?
Yeah, Connie, now Hey, where'd the other light come from?
There's a spot on us. It's a trap.
All right, you fellas. Put up your hands and don't make any other move. We have you covered.
What do we do? There's a trash barrel. Drop behind it.
Okay.
They get you, Mitch?
No, I made it. Now what?
No use, Connie. We've got both ends of the alley covered.
Connie, they know your name.
Yeah, it's a trap, all right. They were waiting for us. Where'd I get that out?
We gotta get out of here first.
Come on out, both of you, with your hands up. Or we're coming after you.
We'll have to make a run for it.
You're crazy, Connie. They're all around us with guns. And with the spot on us, they see us, and we can't see them.
I'm not letting them take me. Come on.
Connie.
Do like I tell you. Run for the car.
I have to go right through their fire.
It's our only chance.
I'll never make it.
Okay, take your choice. Their guns or mine.
What?
That's my gun in your back. When I count 3, you start running or I pull the trigger.
Oh, Connie, no.
We've got 30 seconds, Connie. Toss out your guns and come out reaching or we start firing.
That'll be all we need. You going, Mitch?
No, Connie, I can't.
One.
You go, Connie. Leave me here.
They'll sure hit one of us alone. Our only chance is to run at the same time. Give them a split target.
I can't, Connie. Please.
2.
15 seconds, Connie.
3.
Don't shoot, Connie. I'm going.
And now for the local news. A desperate gunman ambushed by the police tonight escaped by forcing Police cornered Ted Carney and Mitchell Harper as the two were breaking into a Midtown jewelry store. Ordered to surrender, Carney put the gun in Harper's back and forced Harper to run from their hiding place, thus diverting the police searchlight and gunfire for the few seconds necessary to give Carney his chance to make his getaway. Harper gave police this version of Carney's escape just before he died from injuries sustained in the shooting.
Who's there? Just me, Allison. Sorry to wake you up.
Carney.
Yeah. You ought to sleep with your windows open, Allison. The fresh air's good for you.
What do you want? Why didn't you come to the door?
Windows off for less resistance. I want it in with no arguments.
I don't get it. Did something go wrong?
Did something go wrong, you stoolie?
Stoolie? What happened? Did they get the alarm fixed?
We never had time to find out. They were waiting for us.
They?
The law. As if you didn't know.
I didn't. Honest, don't. Let go.
You're going to pay for this, Allison. You're going to pay fast because your pals, the cops, are going to figure me to come here. But I couldn't run off without saying goodbye.
No, you got it wrong, Connie. Believe me.
It's no use, Allison. You were the one who steered me into the trap.
I didn't know it was a trap, honest.
Not much.
I didn't.
I don't have time to argue.
Just let me explain.
What's to explain? I got the dope from you.
And I got it from somebody else. There's a stoolie. It's him, not me.
Sure.
That's the honest truth, so help me. I thought he was on the level. I didn't know about it.
All right, you got it from somebody else. Who else?
What are you going to do to him?
Who else?
Oh. If I tell you, will you lay off me?
Depends. Now, who is it? Before I...
No, I'll talk.
I'm listening.
It's Wagner. Frank Wagner.
Yeah? Why didn't you tell me about this when you laid out the job?
Wagner's been going straight. They didn't want nobody to know he was selling information. At least, that's what he told me.
If this is just a stall, Allison...
No, it isn't. It isn't. Get hold of Wagner. Make him talk. You'll find out.
Sure, Allison. I intend to.
Hello, operator. This is Mrs. Frank Wagner. I want an ambulance right away. And the police. Well, yes, Wagner. W-A-G-N-E-R in the Horton Apartments. Hurry, please. My husband's just been shot. Yes?
Hello. Mrs. Wagner, I'm Mike Waring.
Oh, yes, Mr. Waring, come in.
Thanks.
My husband asked me to send for you. He wants to see you. He was injured in a shooting about a month ago. You may have read about it.
Yeah, I remember. Where is he?
Right down this hall. He's still in bed.
According to the paper, he had a close call.
Yes, he certainly did. The bullet just missed his heart. For a while, the doctors didn't hold out much hope. Here we are. Frank, here's Mike Waring.
Oh, yes. Come in, Waring. Come in. Hello, Wagner. So you're the Falcon, eh? Does it show? Tell me you're quite the detective, Waring. And if I didn't, I'd get a new publicity agent. I want you to find out who shot me. Well, don't you know? No. Don't you have any enemies? Can't think of any. I'm a very likable character. How does it happen? Middle of the night. I'm in bed, see? Doorbell rings. I open the door. Bang, like that. I'm in the hospital with a hole in my chest. Then you were face to face with the person who fired the shot. He had a flashlight shined at my face. I couldn't see a thing. Patty,
Yes, Frank.
where's Miss Willis?
What do you want? I'll get her.
Where's Miss Willis?
I let her go. You were worried about the expense.
Yes, but I'm going to need a lot of nursing. I don't want
I
you to
can handle it. Now, what do you want?
glass of water.
All right. I'll be right back.
Good kid, that Waring. Hate to do this to her, but still so doggone weak I can't move out of this bed. Now, what were we talking about? The shooting. Oh, yes. I didn't say who did it. You're not giving me much to go on. All right. I'll give you something. There's a fellow named Artie Allison. I think he knows who did the shooting. What makes you think that? He called me in the hospital. The way he talked, I got the idea he knows something. But wants cash to spill it. All right, I'll get to Allison, see what he knows. Only one trouble. Price too high? No. We didn't get around to talking terms. Well? I sent a wife around to see Allison. He's disappeared. Oh, great. But you'll find Allison, and it's 10 to 1 you'll get to the boy we're looking for. Okay, I'll go to work on it. Do that, Waring. And hurry, will you?
Last time he missed me by a fraction of an inch. Could be next time he'll hit dead center.
And now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's half a day since Mike Waring went to work for Frank Wagner. Now in a small restaurant near Journal Square in Jersey City, Mike slips into a booth and smiles at the nervous little man sitting across the table from him.
Hello, Allison.
Hello. Who are you?
Mike Waring.
Oh. How'd you know my name?
I have your picture. I've been looking for you.
How'd you find me?
Very simple, Allison. You're not as lost as you think you are. Besides, I have my sources of information.
What do you want with me?
Just to find out if you're as good at answering questions as you are at asking them.
What questions?
Well, number one, what do you know about the Wagner shooting?
Who says I know anything?
Wagner.
Oh. What's he say about me?
He said you have information about the shooting for sale.
He's lying.
Why should he?
All right. It's true, Waring. I do have information.
Well, what do I do? Sit here while you argue it out with yourself?
I know who tried to kill Wagner.
Good. What'll it cost me?
Are you working for Wagner?
Uh-huh.
I don't get it.
What?
Just what Wagner's after.
To keep on living.
He says I can tell you who shot at him. Is that it?
Uh-huh. You say the same thing, so I'm waiting.
Are you sure you're working for Wagner, Waring?
Why not?
How can I be sure?
There's a phone. Call Wagner.
All right. You're working for Wagner.
What made you doubt it, Allison?
Nothing. I'll tell you who shot him.
For free?
For free. I want to get out of this.
Okay, here's your chance to start getting. Who did the shooting?
Ted Connie.
Connie, huh? Why?
Well, Connie got the idea Wagner put the law on him.
Where'd he get that idea?
I don't know. He accused me. When I convinced him it wasn't me, he said then it must be Wagner. That's how I know about it.
I see.
That's why I ran out. When I heard Wagner was shot, I was sure Connie did it. Connie knew I was sure. So he might try to shut me up.
All right, Allison, let's go.
Go? Where?
Home.
But if Connie comes...
I found you here. What makes you think Connie won't?
That's a thought.
Yeah, but I don't think you have to worry about him anyway, Allison, so you can go home. Connie's in enough trouble. Wouldn't be very smart of him to go looking for more.
That's right, Waring. But what do I do if it turns out Connie isn't very smart?
So you found Allison. That was quick, Waring. Oh, not much to it, Wagner. And I checked with missing persons. They referred me to the robbery division. You mean the police knew where he was? Yeah, seems he's been a stoolie for them. They used him on Carney, so when Carney escaped, they figured he might go gunning for Allison. They sent a man to cover Allison. He followed them to Jersey City. And Allison never knew. Well, I didn't see any reason to tell him. But they knew where to find him if they wanted him. Mm-hmm. And now? Now he's home again. Suppose he skips out again. No, I got a man watching his place this time. We may need him to clinch things against Carney, if we find Carney. Wonder where he got the idea I tipped him to the police. From Allison, no doubt. Did you say Allison? Allison's a liar. I'm willing to bet he steered Carney to you, who in turn came gunning for me. Could be. So now all we need is to find Carney. That's what I like about working for you, Wagner. Just one goose chase after another. Well, Waring, what's better for chasing geese than a falcon? Oh, Mrs. Wagner, come in.
Thank you.
So you left your patient alone, huh?
He'll be all right till I get back. If he needs anything, there's a phone right by the bed.
Well, what can I do for you?
I wanted to talk to you without Frank knowing.
What about?
Well, now that the nurse is gone, there's no one at our place except Frank and me. And he's completely helpless. He tried to walk today, but he only took 2 steps and fell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, suppose Connie comes back and tries to shoot Frank again. What could I do? I think that we ought to have a man around the place. Don't you, at least at night?
Might be a good idea.
I didn't say anything to Frank. I didn't want to worry him.
Well, I'll see if I can get you someone.
Someone, but I...
What's the matter?
Well, nothing. nothing. It's just that, well, you're already in the case, and we do have a guest room, and...
I see. Tell me something, Mrs. Wagner.
Why don't you call me Patty now that we know each other?
Do we?
Well, don't we? I feel as if I'd known you all my life.
I feel as though I've known you all of 20 minutes.
Well, if you come to our place, you'll get a chance to know me better.
That I believe.
You don't like me, do you?
Did I say that?
You think I'm a heel because Frank's laid up?
He told me you're a good gal.
Don't take him too seriously, Mike. He talks for effect, too. Will you come?
To protect Frank?
Well, Connie might come back.
You sure it's Connie?
I thought that was settled.
No, not quite. There are a couple of things. What can you tell me about the shooting? Can you add anything to what your husband told me?
I'm afraid not. I wasn't home that night.
Oh?
You're trying to suggest something.
No. Excuse me, Patty. Hello?
Willie? This is Frank Wagner.
Oh, yes, Wagner. What is it?
Frank, what does he want?
Allison just phoned, Willie. He wanted you. Says he's contacting Connie. Knows where you can find him.
Where?
He wouldn't say over the phone. I think he wants cash.
Starting that routine again. All right, Wagner. I'll go right over. So long.
What is it?
We're going to visit Allison.
I have to get back to Frank. He's alone.
Maybe he's better off that way.
Why do you say that?
Not mine. But if we're going to get to know each other, we might as well start by sticking together now.
Must you walk so fast?
Something's going on that I don't like. Here we are. I had a man stationed across the street to see that Allison didn't leave, but he wasn't there when we came in.
What does that mean?
It could mean that Allison has left and my man's tailing him. But then why would Allison send for us? Shh. I hear somebody. Maybe we'll find out.
Oh, you wearing?
So you're not tailing him. I thought I asked you to stay across the street, Lippert, unless Allison went out.
He's out.
Then what are you doing here? Why aren't you tailing him?
This is where he's out. For keeps.
What?
I heard a shot. I came up to investigate. Somebody must have come in the back way. Allison's dead. You want to look for yourself?
It's after dark already. I didn't intend to be gone this long. I hope Frank's all right.
Do you?
Believe it or not, Mike, I don't want anything to happen to him. Then I'd really feel guilty. And stop smiling.
Was I smiling?
Well, after all, I'm the one who called the ambulance when Frank was shot. I saved his life. Don't forget that.
You called the ambulance?
Yes.
Thought you weren't home that night.
I got home a little after the shooting and found Frank on the floor.
Oh, I see.
Besides, if I meant any harm to Frank now, would I ask you to come along to protect him?
Is that why you asked me?
One of the reasons. Of course, I do have others.
Yes, so I've noticed.
I think we'd get along, Mike, once you get over your silly suspicions.
And once you get the idea that all I'm going along for is to protect Frank.
All right.
Now, only one thing bothers me, Angel.
What's that?
Who's going to protect me?
Hey, you'll have to forgive me, Wagner. I make a habit of coming through windows. Eccentricity of mine.
Connie.
Yeah, Connie. I've been holed up long enough. Figure it's time for me to blow. So I thought I'd better settle with you and Allison first. Too bad you're here all alone, isn't it?
I thought you'd be crazy enough to come here, Connie.
Nobody did. That's how come I'm here.
Barking up the wrong tree, pal. I had nothing to do with your brush with the law.
Allison says different.
Is Allison your idea of the soul of honesty?
No, Wagner, but neither are you.
You've got no call to suspect me, except Allison says so.
If you can prove he was lying...
How am I going to do that?
That's your problem.
Get Allison. Bring him here, face to face.
I've had enough of that kind of stalling, Wagner.
I don't know what to say.
So don't say anything. I'll settle with you just like I was sure. After all, what can I lose but your life?
Oh, Connie, wait.
I've waited long and... Hey, somebody's coming.
Must be Patty.
This gun says you don't make a sound, Wagner.
I'm home, Frank. Everything all right?
Answer it. Tell her it is. Go ahead.
Yes, Patty. Everything's all right.
Good. We'll be right in.
She's got somebody with her.
Sounds like
Come on, Mike.
Yeah.
I'll have to cover both of them. Remember, you not a sound.
I thought Mike wearing Frank. I thought it'd be a good idea.
Hold it, both of you.
Oh.
Well, life's just full of little surprises.
Get over next to Wagner's bed, you.
Don't do it, Waring. He can't watch us both from where he is.
Shut up, Wagner.
Waring, now's your chance.
Yeah. Hey!
Ow!
It's all right, Patty. Shot one into the wall.
He's getting away.
Now, we'll see. He's going down the fire escape. I can't follow because he's got a clear shot at me in the window. Patty, you're near the door. Turn off the light.
All right, Mike.
That's better.
Can you see him?
Yeah, now the odds are my way. All right, mister, that's far enough. I've got a gun on you, so don't take another step. That's for sure I'm not fooling. I'll stand still. The next won't be a warning.
All right, don't shoot again.
And drop your gun. Go ahead.
Okay.
You drop it?
I dropped something. I heard it. I don't know if it was a gun. It's too dark down there, but I'll go see.
What if he's bluffing?
And I'll call it. If he shoots me, we'll know he wasn't bluffing. Oh, see you later, Patty. I hope.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon. It's half a minute since Mike Waring ordered Ted Carney to surrender, and Carney went through the motions of obeying. Now Mike approaches Carney on the fire escape, hoping that Carney can neither fire nor escape.
That's it, fella. Just stay that way until I pick this up.
Wagner called you Waring. You must be the Falcon.
Yeah, you must be Ted Carney. I've been looking for you.
I understand you're a smart cookie, Waring.
So?
Maybe you'd be interested in a proposition.
I don't sell out, Carney.
So you're not smart.
Depends on the point of view.
I could make it worth your while.
No, no dice. I don't need that kind of money.
There's nothing I can say.
Can't think of a thing.
You'll be sorry about this, Waring.
Maybe, Carney, but not half as sorry as you. Let's go. Yes, Sergeant, I'll hold him till you get here. Right, so long. Well, Carney, the police are on their way.
I heard you ask for Sergeant Corbett a homicide. I didn't kill anybody.
You tried to kill me.
That's a lie, Wagner.
And you did kill Alice.
I didn't.
Has Allison been killed? Yes, Wagner, he has.
Well, I didn't do it.
Tell me something, Carney.
What?
Why did you come here?
I don't have to answer to you.
All right, Wagner will. How about it, Wagner?
It's just as you guessed, Waring. He said Allison told him that I was the one who put the law on. So he came to finish up what he started before.
I didn't shoot you before.
But you were going to shoot him this time.
I was going to make him talk.
What did you do from the moment you entered this room?
Nothing. I was only here a minute when you came.
All right, in that minute.
Nothing.
Wagner,
He threatened me.
all right, now let's have it from the beginning. From when he entered.
But I'm lying here reading, and I hear a crash. I look around. He's coming through the window. He has a gun. He tells me he's been holed up long enough. He's getting out now. But first he's settling with Allison and me.
Oh, with Allison and you.
That's what he said.
I didn't get around to Allison. I came here first.
But you said you were settling with Allison.
Look, Waring, you got me. They're going to throw the book at me, but I didn't shoot Allison. They're not getting me for that.
Oh, we'll see, Carney. Wagner, get up.
What?
Get up. Walk across the room.
I can't.
Just from the bed to the door and back.
What's the idea?
I want to see how strong you are.
I can't walk at all without help. I'm too weak.
Can you crawl?
I don't know, maybe. But what are you trying to prove?
Maybe you're stronger than you pretend.
Why should he pretend?
Makes a good alibi.
Hey, that's an idea. Maybe he killed Allison on account of Allison sicked me on him.
You're crazy.
You think he crawled all the way to Allison?
This is ridiculous. I haven't set foot out of this bed alone in weeks.
Call him on it, Waring. Make him get up. Make him walk.
Maybe I will, Carney. Provided you explain one thing.
What's that?
How come you knew Allison was shot?
Huh? Well, you said...
I said he was killed. I didn't say how.
Oh.
That's right, Waring.
Well, I just figured it was part of the same deal. Wagner was shot, so I figured if it was the same person both times, Allison be shot, too.
Except you accused me. I didn't shoot myself.
I didn't think about you doing it until what Waring said about maybe you could walk.
That's pretty flimsy, Carney.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Wagner. I'll accept that explanation.
But Waring...
Yes, it's plausible enough. So that leaves you, Wagner. I promised Carney if he could explain, I'd ask you to walk. Now, go ahead, walk.
I can't.
All right, I won't argue about it. As long as you can walk into the courtroom.
Are you serious about this, Mike? You don't really think that Frank...
Killed Allison? Sure. You know, Wagner, you told me you're a friendly guy. I have an idea you're going to lose your popularity awfully sudden. After all, you can't shoot your friends and have them, too.
I still can hardly believe it, Mike.
Why? You were already fed up with Frank?
But I never thought he'd kill anyone.
Well, that's where Allison knew him better than you did. You see, in order to get off the spot with Carney, Allison blamed Frank for tipping the police to Carney. But Allison knew as soon as Frank heard about it, he'd try to get even. So Allison tried to kill him to protect himself.
But he only wounded him instead.
Mm-hmm. And Frank wanted revenge, so he hired me to find Allison for him. He knew Allison did the shooting, but he pretended not to know because he wanted to blame Carney so he could frame him for the murder.
Well, what put you on the right track?
I was suspicious when Frank said Allison called him wanting to talk to me. He could have called me direct.
Maybe Allison thought you were at our place.
Yes, but when I wasn't, why didn't Allison call me direct?
All right, that made you suspicious. But you certainly must have had something more than that to make you accuse Frank.
Oh, I did. His lying about not being able to walk clinched it.
How did you know he was lying?
Well, he said he couldn't walk at all, not even from his bed to the door.
Well?
Well, it was light when you left him. When you returned, it was dark. But Frank had been reading. The light was on in the room, and the light switches by the door. I remembered because you turned the lights out at the door when I was chasing Carney.
Right, so Frank could walk.
Uh-huh. Well, that's all there is to it, Patty.
Uh-huh. And now that Frank's in jail for murder, maybe you won't be so standoffish as far as I'm concerned. After all, I'm sure you'd like me once you got to know me better.
Yeah, could be. But I've always heard that what you don't know won't hurt you. So, Angel, I'm afraid part of my education will have to remain sadly neglected.
The Avenger.
The road to crime ends in a trap that justice sets. Crime does not pay.
Sworn enemy of evil, is actually Jim Brandon, a famous biochemist. Through his numerous scientific experiments, Brandon has perfected several inventions to aid him in his crusade against crime as the Avenger. Most remarkable of these inventions is the highly secret diffusion capsule, which cloaks him in the black light of invisibility. Brandon's assistant, the beautiful Fern Collier, is the only one who shares his secrets and knows that he is the man the underworld fears as the Avenger. And now, the Avenger and the Cradle of Doom.
Jim, there's a Miss Edith Wiley here to see you.
Who? Well, you didn't make any appointments for me this morning, did you, Fern?
No, but this girl...
I'm sorry, but we've got to finish these chemical tests today. If it's important, ask her to come back tomorrow at 11.
Mr. Brandon, excuse me for intruding like this, but you've got to see me now. It's really very important.
Miss Wiley, really...
Listen to me for 5 minutes, Mr. Brandon, and then I'll go if you want me to.
All right, Miss Wiley, sit down and tell me what's on your mind.
Thank you. I've come about my fiancé, John Martin. He's been framed by his brother, Tobias, and is being held incommunicado at White Ridge.
White Ridge? Where's that?
It's a small private sanitarium about 3 miles from here, out on Larkspur Road.
Oh, I see. You'd better take this down in your book, Fern.
Right, Jim.
Now, Miss Wiley, you're telling me your fiancé has been committed to White Ridge by his brother?
Yes. John's perfectly sane, Mr. Brandon. But Tobias wants to collect his share of the Martin estate. And this is the method he's using to do it.
That's a very serious charge. Anyone found guilty of such a crime faces a penalty for kidnapping and extortion.
I know. Believe me, I wouldn't be making these accusations if I weren't sure.
Exactly what does Tobias Martin stand to gain by this?
Several $1 million worth of John's holdings. You see, when John's father died about a year ago, he willed an equal share of stock in the Martin steel mills to each of his 2 sons. This stock cannot be sold, but if either of the sons dies or is declared incompetent, the entire holdings pass into the hands of the other brother.
How long has John been at White Ridge?
Almost 2 weeks.
Why didn't you report it to the police immediately?
Because I hoped the whole thing would be settled quietly. I thought I could get John out of White Ridge and placed in my custody. And when that failed, I tried to reach Tobias, reason with him.
You haven't seen Tobias then?
No. I went to his home several times, but his secretary told me he was ill. Wouldn't even let me in the house.
Who's in charge of White Ridge Sanitarium?
A man by the name of Dr. Marcus Falco and his wife.
Have they many patients?
Only a few, I think. From what I can gather, the doctor limits his service to the very rich. Mr. Brendan, can you help me? Can you get John out of White Ridge?
Well, I'll certainly look into the matter, Miss Wiley. Where can I get in touch with you?
I've taken a little cottage just west of White Ridge to be near John. 1215 Larkspur Road. The telephone is Larkspur 9000.
Thank you. I'll call you the moment I have anything to report.
I don't know how to thank you, Mr. Brendan.
Well, never mind that, Miss Wiley, and don't worry. If John Martin is sane, he'll be released, and the law will take care of everything else. That must be White Ridge, just ahead there, Fern. That big house on the hill surrounded by poplars.
Oh, gosh, it's lovely. Certainly doesn't look like a sanitarium, does it?
Oh, not from the front, anyway. Oh, here's the driveway.
Jim, considering the close watch the Medical Society keeps on private sanitariums, how could it be possible for a sane person to be committed to one of them?
Well, an unscrupulous person might manage it somehow, but his chances of getting away with it would be mighty slim.
Of course, there is a possibility that John Martin isn't sane. Edith Wiley could be prejudiced about that.
Well, that's the reason I want to see and talk with John before I get involved in this. Oh, here we are. You'd better wait here in the car, Fern.
All right.
What is it, please?
My name's Brandon. I've come to see John Martin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Visitors are not allowed, except on Sundays.
Oh, this is urgent. I'd like to speak to Dr. Falco, please.
But the doctor's busy. I'm Mrs. Falco. As I said, you may visit Mr. Martin on Sunday. No one...
What is it, Joanna? Who's at the door?
Mr. Brandon to see John Martin, Marcus.
Dr. Falco?
Yes?
Well, this is a matter of extreme importance, Doctor. I must see John Martin at once.
Are you a relative?
Well, as a matter of fact, no, I'm not.
The visit is out of the question. We observe rigid rules here, Mr. Brandon. Complete rest and quiet has been prescribed for Mr. Martin.
I suppose Tobias Martin's permission is required in order to see John.
That
right?
is correct, except for the regular visiting hour on Sunday.
I understand. Good day.
Good day.
Marcus, what is all this interest in John Martin? That Miss Wiley, but now this man.
Leave John Martin and his visitors to me, Joanna. I know what is best for him.
That's what you said when you brought him here. But I'm not so sure it's true. I wonder if his brother weren't so rich.
John Martin is in my care. Now let me deal with him in my own way. Go to the kitchen now. Our patients will be wanting their lunch.
Not very hospitable, were they, Jim?
Oh, that place is fortified with regulations, Fern.
Well, what do we do now? Call on Tobias?
Oh, not yet. Let's drive down the road to Miss Wiley's place. I want to ask her a few more questions.
Jim, do you suppose that Dr. Falco could be a phony?
Well, no, Fern, not in the usual sense, anyway. He's a licensed physician. Took his degree in Vienna 30 years ago.
Oh, you looked him up before we came out here?
Certainly. He's been specializing in psychiatric cases and unusual nerve disorders for the past 10 years.
There's always the chance, though, that he may have turned unscrupulous. In John Martin's case, there's a lot of money at stake.
Now, Fern, don't jump the hurdles before we come to them.
There's Miss Wiley's cottage, Jim. 1215, that was the number. Oh, there she is in the garden. Hello, Miss Wiley.
Oh, hello. I wasn't expecting to see you so soon. Won't you come in?
Why, no, we haven't time. We've just come from White Ridge.
Did you see John? How is he, Mr. Brandon?
Oh, I don't know. They wouldn't even let me inside the place.
But you're connected with the police. You could have forced them to let you see him.
Yes, but I understood you wanted this matter handled quietly.
Oh, I do.
Then I suppose I'll have to wait until Sunday to see him.
You know, there is one way you could talk with John without their knowing it.
Oh, what's that?
Well, the patients' rooms are all on the second floor in the back of the house. John's room is the one right next to the fire escape. After dark, you could climb up there and talk with him through the bars without anyone knowing it.
That sounds like a good idea, Jim.
Yes. I think I'll do that very thing tonight. Thanks, Miss Wiley.
And that's the whole story, Mr. Brandon. When every other method to get control of my money failed, Tobias framed me into this place. You see, while I'm in here, he has complete control of the Martin steel mills and is able to collect the dividends on all my holdings.
You think Tobias and Dr. Falco are in this thing together, then?
Well, what else can I think? Dr. Falco examined me and declared me mentally incompetent. You can judge for yourself whether that's true.
Well, John, my opinion is all in your favor, but I'm not a doctor, and a layman's judgment in a case of this kind doesn't amount to anything. Only a physician's verdict would stand up in court.
Well, then go to Dr. Stanley Myers. He's been my doctor since childhood. Less than a month ago, he gave me a complete going over and told me I was in perfect condition. He has a complete case history on me from the time I was 6.
That's exactly what we need. I'll go to see Myers first thing in the morning.
You think I'll be out of here by tomorrow, then?
No, it may take a few days to straighten out the technicalities. You see, I want to make certain your exit from here is strictly legal. Otherwise, we might run into trouble when we bring charges against your brother.
All right. I'll try to be patient, but work as fast as you can, will you, Brandon? This place is worse than a prison. Sometimes I think this Dr. Falco is really trying to drive me mad.
All right, Dr. Falco, now that you know the police are interested in John Martin's case, maybe you'll give us some straight answers.
Oh, of course, Inspector. When Mr. Brandon came here yesterday, he did not
All right,
tell
go
me.
ahead, Jim. Let's get to the bottom of this.
Dr. Falco, when you examined John Martin 2 weeks ago, just what did you find wrong with him?
Well, to put it as simply as I can, his symptoms indicate that he is suffering from acute mania, and he has constant hallucinations that border on delusional insanity.
In other words, you pronounced him dangerously insane and recommended his commitment here at White Ridge for treatment.
Yes. I am sure that any reputable psychiatrist would agree with me in regard to John Martin's symptoms.
Then you won't mind if we take a look at your records, Doctor.
My records, Mr. Brandon?
Yes. Also the commitment papers bearing the signature of Tobias Martin.
Oh, of course. Naturally, everything was handled in the proper manner. You will not find any irregularities here at White Ridge.
The papers, please.
Well, they're in a safe in the adjoining room. I'll get them.
Well, Inspector, what do you think?
It's pretty hard to say offhand, Jim. We know Dr. Myers is on the level, and he's willing to swear there's nothing wrong with John Martin, but this Dr. Falco is something else again. He's a smooth operator, all right. We're going to have our troubles pinning anything on him, even if he is mixed up in this.
If Tobias Martin brought Dr. Falco out, we'll find some way to prove it, Inspector.
Yeah. Hey, this is some layout he's got to accommodate 3 or 4 patients.
Here are the papers.
Oh, thank you. Here's the one we're after, Inspector.
Oh, yes. It's signed by Tobias Martin, all right.
Uh-huh. How many times have you seen Tobias Martin, Dr. Falco?
Oh, only twice. First, when he brought John here to be examined, and then again when he committed him.
Take charge of these papers, Inspector. Tobias Martin has a little explaining to do.
But I tell you, Mr. Martin is ill. He can't see anyone.
No, who are you?
Well, I'm Charles Burton, confidential secretary to Tobias Martin.
Well, Mr. Burton, we're the police. Step aside. We're coming in.
Police? Oh, why didn't you say so?
Where is Martin?
Well, the room at the top of the stairs. I'll tell him you're coming.
We'll be right behind you. Come on, Jim.
It looks like Tobias intends to give us the runaround, Inspector.
Sick and bad. You'd think he'd cook up a better dodge than that. Well, have you announced this, Burton?
Mr. Martin will see you.
I'll say you will.
In here, please.
Tobias Martin?
Yes? What is all this?
Well, I'm Inspector White. This is Jim Brandon. We're here about your brother.
John. What's he up to now?
At the moment, he's rather anxious to be released from Dr. Falco's sanitarium.
Oh, so that's where he is.
Look, Mr. Martin, let's not waste time. You know where your brother is and how he got there, and you probably know what the penalty is for falsely committing a person to an institution of that kind.
What? What are you talking about?
This. John Martin's commitment papers signed by you.
Preposterous. I never signed this paper.
You deny that's your signature?
Well, no, I can't very well deny that. It's my writing, all right. But to the best of my knowledge, I never laid eyes on this document before.
Now, what about you, Burton? Do you deny all knowledge of this, too?
Well, I certainly do. That signature must have been forged.
There's one way to prove whether you signed that paper or not, Martin.
How?
The signature was witnessed by Dr. Falco. It's just a matter of bringing you two face to face.
But Mr. Martin is too ill to leave his bed. The doctor left him in my care, and I can't take the
Then we'll bring Dr. Falco here. We'll soon find out who's lying.
Back to the Avenger and the Cradle of Doom.
You and your secret experiments. You see where they've landed us, under the surveillance of the police.
Will you keep quiet, Joanna? My experiments have nothing to do with it. The police are merely checking on John Martin.
That's what you say, Marcus. But how do I know? For years, you've kept your experiments a secret from me. That room in the tower that is always locked. And what of that big motor in the basement? What are they used for?
I have told you. Just part of my experiment. A wonderful experiment that may be the salvation of all the mental unfortunates in the world.
I do not believe you, Marcus. I think that you have bartered science for gain. Either that, or you yourself are mad.
Joanna.
Hear me out, Marcus. All these years I've labored at your side for what I believe to be a great and humane cause. My faith in you was quite complete, but it was also blind, and you have failed me in it.
No, I haven't.
I'm warning you. I will not stand beside you now to face I do not know what
Joanna, stop. And listen to me for a moment. I have nothing to hide from you or anyone else. It is only that my experiment is in its infancy, and I wish to keep it a secret until its worth was proved. Come to the tower room with me, I will show you. The mind becomes unbalanced. It can no longer cope with the problems and the complexities of life. Therefore, to heal it, one must work backward, smooth away the burdens, lighten all the pressures that experience has inflicted. Let the mind revert to the tranquility and to the peace it knew in babyhood. Then it must be built up again from there. Stronger, firmer, more assured.
But how can that be done, Marcus? What part did this tower room have in that experiment?
Look about you, Joanna. This would seem to be an ordinary room. It is furnished so that it would look that way. But it is not. This room is a large-sized cradle where my tired patients were rocked into a state of complete relaxation.
A cradle?
Yes. This entire room is suspended from that ridge pole in the roof. A huge belt line is hooked to that and runs down through that chimney to the motor in the basement. When the motor is turned on, the patient can be rocked without his being conscious of it. And that swaying movement of everything about him produces the same soothing effect as rocking an infant in the cradle.
But what of the furniture?
It is all clamped to the floor. Come, I will show you. Here, this heavy bureau.
Why, Marcus, those clamps have been broken.
What? Yes. Help me examine the other furniture, Joanna.
Marcus, someone has closed the door and locked it.
What? That cannot be. The patients are all locked in the rooms. It's locked, all right.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. I can't understand this. Who would want to lock us up in here?
I'm afraid, Marcus. What if someone turns the motor on? This heavy furniture would mangle us.
Joanna.
Oh.
The cradle. The cradle is rocking. Someone has turned the motor on full force. Be careful, the bureau.
Marcus, I'm dizzy. Oh.
Joanna! Help! Help!
Jim, this place seems to be deserted. Where do you suppose the Falcos are?
I don't know, Fern. But one of them must be around somewhere. Dr. Falco? Dr. Falco? Come on, Fern. I don't like the looks of this. We'd better see if John Martin's all right.
Maybe Tobias got word to Dr. Falco and warned him to leave. That way, Tobias couldn't be identified as the one who signed the paper.
Well, we've got Tobias where we want him anyway.
You left the inspector guarding his house, didn't you?
Yes, he can't get away. Ah, this is John's room. John! John! Are you all right?
Yes, I'm okay. What's the matter?
This is Brandon. John, have you any idea where the doctor kept his keys?
Well, no. In his pocket, most likely.
Did Mrs. Falco have a set?
I suppose so. She delivered all our meals.
Run down to the kitchen, Fern. She probably kept them there. If not, look in the library.
Right.
John, the Falcos seem to have fled.
Fled? Well, that's strange. Up until 5 minutes ago, I heard terrible noises coming from the tower.
The tower? I'll have a look up there as soon as I get you out of here.
Here, Jim, I found the set of keys in the kitchen.
Good. Let's see. 201. This is the one for John's room. All right, John, come on out.
Well, what in the world's going on here, Mr. Brandon?
We don't know yet, John. But I think the best thing for you to do is to get out of here. Go down to Edith's place.
Well, whatever you say, Mr. Brandon. I'll wait at Edith's for you.
Right. Now, Fern, our first stop is the tower, up these stairs.
I can't understand how Tobias and Dr. Falco ever expected to get away with a thing like this, Jim.
Everything is beginning to add up a little too neatly. Ah, here's a door. Let's try this.
And the key's on the outside.
But the door isn't locked.
Jim, it's Dr. Falco and his wife.
Don't come inside, Fern. I'll see what's happened here. The whole place is a shambles.
Shall I call headquarters, Jim?
No, not yet. I'd like to investigate this place first. Well, the doctor and his wife are dead, all right. Battered to death by this furniture.
Jim, look. That whole room leads to one side.
Yes, and there are clamps on the floor where the furniture belonged. Why, this whole room is suspended from that ridge pole. Come on, Fern.
Jim, now that you've discovered that motor in the basement, and you know how the Falcos were killed, why do you want to examine the rest of the house?
To find out if any of the patients could have left their rooms.
But they couldn't have. All their rooms have special locks that can only be locked and unlocked from the outside. It must have been suicide, Jim.
Well, as soon as we finished here in John's room, we'll report this.
Doesn't seem to be anything unusual here.
No, it's exactly like all the others.
Jim, it stands to reason that if the Falcos had been murdered, the tower room would have been locked from the outside. That door wasn't locked. They could have gotten out if they'd wanted to.
Yes, unless the murderer unlocked the door after they were dead.
Jim, what was that you just picked up?
A small piece of cellulose tape. It was sticking to the floor here by the door.
Oh, I thought it might be a clue.
It is. Fern, drive into town and call the inspector. Tell him to bring a squad of men out to 1215 Larkspur Road.
What for, Jim?
The Avenger will deliver a murderer to them there.
I told you not to worry, Edith. Everything worked out exactly as we planned it. Tobias's goose is cooked.
Now, let me get things straight, John. In order to make the Falco's death look like suicide, you went back after they were dead, unlocked the tower door, and left the key on the outside?
That's right.
That motor in the basement could be set to stop automatically, couldn't it?
Yes. When I turned it on, I set the automatic stop for 15 minutes. I knew it would take Brandon longer than that to drive to White Ridge from Tobias's place.
The theory the police were going to work on is that when the Falcos realized their complicity with Tobias was known to the police, they took the easiest way out.
Right. That leaves Tobias holding the bag with a signature to explain and a suicide that the police will explain for him.
And you and I in complete control of the Martin millions. It's wonderful, John. Except for one thing.
You mean Burton?
Yeah. He's strung along with us all the way so far. But when you're in control of the money, what's to prevent him from trying to blackmail us?
How can he? We've got too much on him. He not only impersonated Tobias in making all the arrangements with Dr. Falco, but he managed to get Tobias's signature on the committal papers by placing it among a stack of form letters. He could get a stiff sentence for that.
I suppose you're right. John, did you hear a strange noise just now?
Yes. It seemed to come from that hall door. There's no one there.
There is someone here, John Morton.
Who's it, John? I can't see anyone.
You can't see the Avenger, Edith Wiley.
The Avenger?
Yes. I came to inform you of a forgotten clue. But you've obliged me with a complete confession.
A clue? What clue?
A little strip of cellulose tape. But I think our jury will find it quite big enough to hang you.
Edith, quick, get the car. We've got to get out of here.
It's much too late for flight, John. The police have an appointment with you here. And those sirens should tell you that they have arrived to clip it.
Did you send those notes of Dr. Falco's to the Medical Society?
Yes. Jim, do you think his theories may prove valuable in the treatment of mental cases?
I'm afraid not, Fern. About the greatest tribute we can pay the old gentleman is to say that he was sincere and idealistic, and that his treatments didn't do his patients any harm.
Jim, am I right in believing this case almost had you crying, Uncle?
Well, now that John, Edith, and Burton are safely in jail, I think I can risk admitting that.
It was that cellulose tape that tipped you off to the whole thing, wasn't it?
Yes, up until then, the case against Tobias was practically airtight and ingeniously clever. Edith's coming here pleading for help. John, obviously sane in the asylum. Tobias's signature on the papers, his denial of writing it. And finally, what looked like the suicide of the doctor and his wife.
Yes, but just what did that little piece of tape mean?
It meant that John Morton had figured out a way to keep the doctor from locking his door whenever it suited his purpose to do so.
But how? Well, John was locked inside his room when we got there.
Of course. It was part of his plan to be found locked inside then. But when he wanted the door to remain unlocked, he stretched the cellulose tape across the part of the door frame that the lock fitted into. It wasn't noticeable, and it prevented the lock from catching. When the doctor tried the door, John stood tight against it and held it, and the doctor thought it was locked.
Then all John had to do when he wanted the lock to catch was remove the tape.
Right, Fern.
But how did John know exactly when to kill Dr. Falco?
Burton called Edith and told her I was on my way to bring the doctor to identify Tobias. She went to White Ridge and warned John from the fire escape.
And John pretended he was insane when Burton, impersonating Tobias, took him to Dr. Falco to be examined.
Yes. Even the best psychiatrist can sometimes be fooled by a clever patient.
Well, that makes it all clear. Oh, Jim, before you go, will you sign that stack of mail? And you'd better form the habit of reading all your letters before you sign them.
All characters, names, places, and plots used in the Avenger program are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
This is a thought. A thought. A thought. Remember, listen for another adventure of...
The Avenger.
Tell us again, Daddy. Tell us again.
Oh, no, not again.
Please, Daddy, how tall are you? Tell us how tall.
I'm 20'5" in my stocking feet.
How big are your shoes? What size do you wear?
Size 902 in a triple Z.
That's our Daddy, the big guy.
NBC presents The Big Guy, another in the series of adventures of a very unusual detective, Joshua Sharp. Joshua Sharp works for his clients on a strictly cash basis to provide for the needs of his nearest and dearest, Josh Jr. and his daughter Debbie. To these two, Sharp is both father and mother. To his clients, he is a good detective. To Josh and Debbie, he's the friendly magician, the fabulous hero, the giant among giants, the big guy. Tonight's adventure with the big guy, the case of the villainous friend.
A man alone, trying to bring up a pair of youngsters, runs into a lot of unexpected problems. One of my most unexpected was a sudden shortage of bedtime stories. After all, you can read Grimm's fairy tales only a few hundred times before the kids begin to tire of them. And that goes for Hans Christian Andersen and all the rest of the Once Upon a Timers. Now, I'd reached that point with Josh and Debbie, and they were getting so bored with witches and sleeping beauties that finally, for all our sakes, I tried tapping a new source. I bought a copy of Tales from Shakespeare. It was an immediate hit. In fact, it was too big a hit. That first night, I read The Tempest and Two Gentlemen from Verona, and still they didn't want me to stop.
What's the next one, Daddy?
Well, we'll let the next one wait, baby. You and Debbie have to go to sleep.
But what's the name of it? Just the name of it?
It's The Tragedy of Othello. Now, you just close your eyes and...
Oh, what about him, Daddy? Yes, Daddy, who was he?
Well, he was a man, Josh.
Oh, and what was the tragedy?
Well, he was married to a woman named Desdemona who loved him very much.
Is that a tragedy?
No, the tragedy came about because he had a friend named Iago.
Yes.
And Iago came to Othello and told him that Desdemona didn't love him at all. He said she loved somebody else.
He was bad, wasn't he, Daddy?
Oh, very.
And what happens next?
Well, Next, a couple of shrewd articles who are trying to worm another story out of their hard-working father give him a kiss and say good night. And it was a good night under my roof. But elsewhere, things were happening that were fated finally to intrude on my routine and make a shambles of it. The center of these events was a boy named Frank Gollard. I'd snagged the lad in question 2 years ago. after he'd assisted in the armed robbery of a filling station and committed assault and battery resisting arrest. My action in the matter came as part of my contract with the Mutual Indemnity Insurance Company, and I had been in the courtroom the day the judge passed a 10-year sentence on Frank Gollard. And then, the same evening, while I was telling Josh and Debbie about Othello, inside the drab gray walls of the upstate penitentiary...
To number 5604. Separate the cell block A. Number 5605 to number 6059. Separate the cell block B.
You hit from your wife lately, Frank?
Yeah, I got a letter from Lila last week. Now, let's turn in, Hap. What do you say?
Yeah, sure, kid, in a minute. Lila. Oh, that's a pretty name.
Hap?
Huh?
How come you asked me that?
Oh, I heard you tossing around last night. I knew you wasn't sleeping. And I've been thinking about all the guys in this place who got somebody waiting for them and wondering where all them somebodies are tonight. Wondering who she's dancing with and wondering who she's drinking with. Wonder who's kissing.
Shut up.
Oh, kid.
I told you once, Hap.
I was only wondering.
She's a clean kid. Clean and sweet and straight.
Oh, sure. There's a few good wrens in the world. Maybe you got yourself one of them. You couldn't expect me to guess that now, could you, Frank? Man never knows about a thing like that. Man just never knows.
Good night, Hap.
You ain't sore on me, are you, Frank?
I said good night.
I don't want you to be sore on me, you hear? You hear me, Frank?
Okay, I'm not sore at you. Okay, Hap?
Good night, baby.
Hap was his cellmate, and Hap was his friend. Big, slow, paternal Hap McLean. In for life. And not a man to talk much about the way he was to spend the rest of his natural days. It was mutual friendship, and the two found a degree of peace in each other's companionship. It was a peace, however, that was ripped to shreds with the suddenness of a thunderclap one hot night in early August. Hap had smuggled a newspaper from the prison library into the cell, and young Gollard was lying on his bunk, turning the pages.
Hey, Hap.
What's the matter? What's eating you, Frank?
Hey, listen to this. What cute lovely whose maid is doing a 10-year stretch for armed robbery is now seeing the town inside out with more than one slick-haired Romeo. Even while I was on trial, she was rocking me.
Oh, no, kid, take it.
She was. While I took the ride to this pile of stinking stone. While I prayed for every night, she was selling me out. Midnight to morning, night after night, all the way down the line. Shut up!
Listen to me, will you, Frank? Listen to Hap and ease off, baby.
I can't take it!
But he had no choice about taking it. With his friend Hap's help, he calmed down and went on with the monotonous routine of his daily life behind the walls of the prison. And then, late one night, weeks later, in the cell he shared with Hap McLean, he found that he didn't have to take it anymore.
Frank, hey, kid, wake up and listen. Listen to old Hap and listen good. You gotta get out of here.
What's that?
You're eating yourself alive. You gotta move loose from this place.
Oh, but I can't. I'm not up for parole.
Forget the parole, baby. Hap's got it all fixed fine.
You got it fixed?
Yeah. Take a look, kid.
Where'd you get the gun?
Out of the arsenal, baby. It took me 3 months and a lot of doing, but I got it. And the trustee, the one in the laundry office, he's going to leave the laundry door unlocked for 20 minutes tomorrow night. There'll be a truck just outside.
How'd you do this, Hap?
Oh, look, I've been in this can 12 years. There are ways, baby. There are always ways.
You come with me?
No, I got nothing with the outside world, kid. Hap'll rest easy right here. You go on out. You can still hate, and that means you can still live. Enjoy yourself. And don't get yourself snagged, baby.
It was at 11 o'clock the next night that the guard changed. 2 minutes before this chosen hour, Hap McLean stood crucial guard for the appearance of any official, and the boy prepared for his venture.
Where'll you make for?
Her apartment.
You figure Lilo'll show?
I'll wait till she does.
What, and get nabbed off waiting? Forget it. Now, look, I'll get the grapevine and let her know that you're coming and tell her to stand by for you. There it is. 11 o'clock, kid.
Okay.
Play it cagey now, baby. Hap won't be around. Look out for you.
There's no point in saying thank you, Hap.
Go on, you punk. I'll brain you.
The boy was halfway across the prison yard when...
Stop! Stop where you are!
And the shaft of a giant searchlight struck him like the lunge of an angry lion. Darting out of its glare, he took cover behind an angle of the wall.
Come out in the open! Come out with your hands up!
The boy fired at the guard on the watchtower. He made a dash for the laundry building and found the door unlocked as scheduled. The truck roared along the back roads on the all-night drive to the city, while the state was springing into action to retake Frank Gollard. Retake him, dead or alive. Next morning, when I walked into my place of business, my own personal private eye, Risky Skinner, was waiting for me, as usual. But today, Risky wasn't alone. A young city cop, Tom Saunders by name, had dropped in to tell me about the Gollard escape. He was little more than a rookie, this cop. Green, but enterprising.
So, knowing you were the man who put the finger on him in the first place 2 years ago, Sharp, it occurred to a few of the boys at precinct headquarters that you might have ideas about retaking Frank Gollard.
They figure you dig up a few angles about the punk that could be maybe useful, Commander.
I'll be glad to do all I can. Tell me, how much action is underway now?
Well, the state's being dragged from end to end. Even the Coast Guard's been alerted on this one.
Any results yet?
So far, we've drawn a goose egg.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Sharp speaking.
This is Lila Goddard, Mr. Sharp.
What?
Frank Gollard's wife.
Where are you?
I'm not calling from home, Mr. Sharp. I'm afraid to go there.
Why?
I'll tell you why. I got a call last night from the grapevine at Goldville Prison.
Yeah?
Frank is on his way to my place.
On the way to his own home? Hello. Hello, Mrs. Gollard. Mrs. Gollard. Hello. Hello. The wire was dead, but the news had been sensational. Leaving Risky to try to check back on the call, I found Mrs. Gollard's address in the city listings, latched onto Patrolman Saunders, and headed for Gollard's home. By 25 of 10, we were in his apartment. I was at the window and Saunders by the door.
Hey, Sharp.
Okay, I see him.
He's coming in.
Great. Get ready for business.
Let's wait for him in the hall, huh?
All right. Easy with that door, Saunders.
Here he comes.
Let him get to the first landing. And for Pete's sake, stop shaking.
There he is. He's carrying a gun.
Hey, Saunders. No, wait! But I was too late. The green rookie, firing in panic, missed, and Frank Gollard went crashing back down the stairs, through the door, and out into the street. I didn't have to be told that once loose, Gollard would head for his wife. After all, Lila had tipped me off, and he probably knew that she was the only person on Earth who had been wise to his whereabouts. The immediate deal, therefore, was to contact her without delay. It was just about this time there came a knock on the door of Warden Jameson's office at the state penitentiary. and a cell block guard by the name of Spears walked in with the announcement that somebody wanted to talk to the warden.
Who is it, Spears?
It's prisoner from cell block A. He yammered till I went to see what was wrong.
Yes, Spears?
And then he told me he could retake Garland for us, nothing flat.
And I can, Warden. Honest, so help me now. I'm not kidding. I know exactly what I'm talking
I told you to wait outside.
All right, Spears. All right, I'll talk to him.
Okay, Warden.
You say you can recapture Frank Gollard?
And be back before morning.
Who are you?
Number 5002.
I mean your name.
Oh, my name is Hap McLean.
I presume, McLean, that you can only perform this remarkable feat if you allow to be left out of the prison alone.
Who wants alone? Send Spears with me with a gun, a dozen guns. Who cares? Now, look, I'm only trying to do the right thing here, Mr. Warden. That's all I'm interested in.
I see. All right. We'll send Spears with you.
And you won't regret it, I'll tell you what.
I'm telling you something, McLean. If you succeed in this mission, I'll see what can be done to secure you a full and complete pardon.
No, you mean it?
Don't you think you deserve it?
Well, I guess I did figure something like that.
Yeah, I imagined you did, McLean. Spears.
Yes, sir.
You'll take McLean into the city. And let him do exactly as he thinks best.
So, Hap McLean, informer and temporary public hero, passed out of the prison walls on his errand of black treachery. Meanwhile, we were still ransacking the city for Lila. And as it turned out, Frank Gollard was doing the same. In the phone booth of a hole-in-the-wall cigar store on a side street.
She must be in her summer cottage at Riverview. Yeah, that's it. That's probably where she's hiding out.
Number, please.
Give me Riverview 534.
Riverview 534. Thank you, sir. Hello?
Is this you, Lila?
Oh, Frank. How are you, Frank, honey?
I'm fine.
What's happening, Frank?
I'm looking for you, Lila.
Honey, I just turned on the radio and heard the news. I just woke up. I'd been asleep.
Why did you go up to Riverview to sleep, Lila?
What's the matter, Frank?
Matter? Nothing. I just wanted to see you.
Where are you? I'll come right into the city.
Stay where you are. I'll come to you.
All right, sweetheart. You remember how to get here?
Yeah, I remember. You, alone, Lila?
Yes. A girlfriend was staying with me up until last night, but she had to get back to town. Oh, honey, I wish we could be together. I wish we never had to leave here.
Stay where you are till I get there, baby. Maybe you never will.
Feeling for the gun butt in his pocket, Frank Gollard ducked out onto the sidewalk and started the tortuous journey toward his final, long-sought vengeance. Later in the afternoon, back at the office, Saunders and I were checking the short-wave reports.
You know, it baffles me a little, Sharp.
What does?
Gollard's wife turning him in.
Why? She's a gunman's doll, isn't she?
No, not quite. Anyway, she's not running true to form.
Why not?
A word around has been that she's almost arranged for his parole. Strange, huh?
Yeah, very.
Commander.
Yeah, Risky?
Well, a little luck at last.
Well, that we can use.
I think I found out where Mrs. Gollard phoned you from.
Yeah?
But I'm afraid it won't help any. It seems she rang up from a phone booth.
Phone booth, huh? Where?
In a place called Banner's Tavern over on Tyne Street, near the river. You know it? I said, do you know it, Commander?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I know it. Risky.
Yeah, Commander?
Go get me a cap and a sweater.
Huh? A cap and a sweater. What do you want them for?
To wear. I'm going to Banner's Tavern, Risky, and I want to look like one of the boys. Banner's Tavern at the foot of a wharf on the river had never been what might be called a pride to the community, and tonight was no exception. The clientele I saw at once was entirely male, except for one blonde cutie who sat alone over a glass of beer, a bright red scar of a smile on her hard face.
Well, what are you looking at?
Well, what do you think, honey?
Beat it.
I got a boyfriend coming.
Yeah? From where?
That would be telling.
Well, how's about a little drink till he shows?
Well, I'll...
Go ahead. What'll you have?
How about a gin and water?
Why not? What's your name, beautiful?
Esther.
That's all?
Esther Moody.
Moody? Mm-hmm. Esther Moody? You ain't the doll used to kick around with Hap McLean.
You know Hap?
Like that. We used to operate together in North Jersey.
Well, what do you know?
How's he doing these days?
He's in stir. Didn't you know that?
For how long?
Hard to say right now. There's some kind of caper in the works.
Yeah?
I've been trying to figure it out all night.
What's the lowdown?
Well, lean over here.
Yeah.
About 11 o'clock last night, Hap sent me the word over the grapevine.
Uh-huh.
And he tells me to call up a certain private eye this morning. Announce myself as Mrs. Gollard and say that Frank is on his way to his wife's flat. What do you think?
What do you think?
I think I trusted you mighty fast, handsome. How about that little drink?
How about better?
Better?
How about a little pinch?
What?
Route stuff, lady. I'm the private eye you handed that runaround to this morning. I got her to headquarters. Not, however, without a set of fingernail marks down my cheek. And walked in on a bit of exciting news. It seemed the postal clerk at a place called Riverview had phoned in giving Lila Gollard's whereabouts. The address, 21 Canton Lane, at which street number Frank Gollard had just arrived.
Oh, Frank. You sounded so strange over the phone. I don't understand. What have I done?
You really want me to tell you, Lila? You called the cops and told them where they could pick me up.
I did, Frank?
Yeah, you.
Frank, how could I? I didn't even know you'd broken out.
McLean got word to you at the apartment last night and told you where I'd be.
But I wasn't there. I wasn't even there.
Ah, that's an easy out. You turn me in and then you run for the tall timber.
Frank, do you honestly believe I'd do that?
I know you did it, you hypocritical swine.
Oh, darling. Darling.
Yeah?
Hello, kid.
Hap.
I lambed out myself, kid. I figured you needed somebody to look after you. You done business yet?
Yeah, not all of it. But I'm right here at home base.
That's so I figured.
Hap?
Yeah, baby.
You contacted my wife last night, didn't you?
Well, sure. Sure thing. Why do you ask?
I won't ask again. I gotta hang up now.
Well, just a second, Frank. Look, I'm in the alley behind Banner's Tavern on the side by the river. You know where that is?
Yeah, sure.
Well, then beat it down to see me as soon as you can. I got a pal along who's going to see you safe out of the States on a strictly credit basis. Okay?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a million. I'll see you, pal. You cheap, lying, rotten, deceitful tramp.
Oh, no. No, Frank, no. Not a gun.
Shut up. This is beyond begging and no place for talk. If you've got prayers to say them. There won't be any time later.
I won't need time for prayers, Frank. I'd die before I hurt you. I don't mind losing my life, Frank. All I regret is I'll never see you again. Never.
It was at that moment that Risky and I drove up in front of 21 Canton Lane and heard the shots as we ran up the path to the house.
That was it, Commander?
Yeah. Gollard, you blasted fool.
What did you do, you crazy punk?
I just killed a liar, a stoolie, and a cheat. Let's go now without questions, huh?
First, there's got to be a few answers given, boy.
Such as?
Did you know this cheat here had just about arranged to get you paroled at the next meeting of the board?
You're lying.
Too bad for your peace of mind, I'm not. Not when I said that, nor when I say this. Your wife didn't call me and inform on you today, Gollard.
She did?
No, she didn't. The call I got came from a woman named Esther Moody, who made it to help weave this net you're caught in.
Moody? Esther Moody? Who's that?
What's she got to do with me?
She's got nothing to do with you. But I think maybe her boyfriend has.
Her boyfriend?
A guy by the name of Hap McLean. For a moment, he stared at me like a wounded animal, and then his eyes closed slowly. He shook his head wearily, as if to come out of a sick dizziness, and neither Risky nor I caught the movement of his hand as he blasted the globe dangling from the ceiling, plunging us into blind blackness as he crashed out through the window. Nearer dawn, in the alley behind Banner's Tavern.
It's getting chilly waiting here, McLean. Where's your boy?
Easy, Spears. Take it easy. He's on his way to us.
Yeah.
There he comes.
You sure it's him?
Can't you see, Flathead? Hey, give me a gun. Let me take him in.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Now duck behind the lamppost so we don't see you too soon.
Hap?
Here I am, kid. How you making it, huh?
I killed her, Hap.
Yeah, sure. That's what you had to do. Come on. We'll go in Banner's and have a few snorts. That'll set you up right, eh?
Hey, Hap.
Yeah.
Where's the pal who was going to help me lamb out of the States?
Oh, well, he had to go, Frank. He'll be back.
Figured he was back now. That's him behind the lamppost, ain't it, Hap? I gotta get him, too.
Kid. Kid, how much blood do you want on your hands, baby?
Just a little more. Just a little more, you greasy, crummy stool pigeon.
Hap McLean took a look into the empty, cold eyes of the boy and suddenly bolted down the alley. At the corner, McLean swung abruptly and fired. The bullet hit, and he waited for Frank Gollard to go down, but he waited in vain. The boy came toward him, head lowered, staggering.
Baby, don't be sore on me. I don't want you sore on me, Frank.
As he spoke, McLean fired again and found himself with an empty gun in his hand. And he blinked unbelievingly as the boy swayed with the anguish of the shots, and then steadily he plowed forward. Half crazy with fear, McLean stumbled into the darkness until he came to World's End at the edge of the wharf behind the tavern.
Oh, baby. Oh, Frank, you gotta listen to your Hap. You gotta listen to your Happy. You can't be sore on me, baby. I'm for you, honest. Oh, don't shoot, kid. Let's talk it out there.
Frank Gollard, looking like a child asleep, was dead, stretched out on the rotten planking of the wharf when we found him. Josh and Debbie were in bed when I climbed the stairs to our flat, and knowing nothing of what was going on inside of me, they clamored for the next story in the book. The next story was Othello, and as I read the tale of the tragic deaths of Desdemona and Othello and the final undoing of Iago, I shuddered with a kind of recognition. At the end of the narrative, there was silence, then...
And Othello killed himself, too?
Yes, baby.
Gee, I don't see why he had to die. He didn't know what he was doing. It was all Iago's fault, wasn't it, Daddy?
Yes, essentially it was Iago's fault.
Then why didn't he just explain and go on living?
Maybe he didn't want to, honey.
Oh, you mean because he'd lost Desdemona? Is that it?
That's part of it.
Well, what's the other part, Daddy?
Don't you know?
You mean he'd lost Iago, too?
Yes, baby. You get the point. He'd also lost his friend.
Joshua Sharp, detective, works for his clients on a strictly cash basis to provide for the needs of his nearest and dearest, Josh Jr. and Debbie. To them, he's the friendly magician, the fabulous hero, the giant among giants, the big guy. NBC has presented another in a series of adventures of The Big Guy, played by Henry Calvin and featuring David Anderson as Josh Jr. and Joan Laser as Debbie. The script was written by Peter Barry and directed by Thomas Madigan. The music was composed and played by Jack Ward. Members of the cast were Jim Stevens, Merrill E. Joles, Peggy Lobbin, Bill Zuckert, Linda Watkins, Lyle Sudrow, and Sandy Strauss as Risky Skinner. Your announcer is Peter Roberts.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. The American album of familiar music returns tonight over most of these NBC stations, presenting the finest in Sunday evening musical listening designed for the entire family. On Sunday, September 10th, Theater Guild on the Air will be back with more hour-long presentations from Broadway and Hollywood, featuring the most famous and talented artists of stage, screen, and radio. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Bold Venture. Adventure, intrigue, mystery, romance, starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Together in the sultry setting of tropical Havana and the mysterious islands of the Caribbean. Bold Venture. Once again, the magic names of Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall bring you Bold Venture and a tale of mystery and intrigue.
That's enough, sailor. I can't run any further.
Okay, we'll rest a while. Then we'll go in for a dip.
I know. Well, let's just wade this morning, you know. Get used to the feel of the ocean. Tomorrow we'll swim.
What happened to this big exercise binge of yours? This morning you were going to start the new life. Run, swim, push-ups, deep knee bends.
Oh, I must have been out of my mind.
Come on, let's do a deep knee bend. Hands on hips, place. 1. Oh, help me up, Slate.
Okay, Eagle One. Give me your hand. Now, let's get back to the hotel and have some breakfast before I...
Shannon, this is all you.
I wonder what she wants.
I can't imagine. When I said goodnight to her last night, she said everything was fine. That ours was her favorite hotel. That she and her husband were...
Moses told me you were on the beach. You're going to say I'm foolish, but I just don't know what to think.
Well, what's the trouble?
I can't find my husband.
Well, maybe Mr. Anderson just took a stroll before breakfast. I wouldn't worry about that.
But he didn't come back to the hotel last night.
Mrs. Anderson?
Yes.
Last night when I saw you in the lobby, you said you were going to your room and wait for him. You mean he hasn't come back since then?
Yes, I fell asleep over a book. I just woke up and his bed wasn't slept in. What frightens me is he left with a good deal of money. You see, he was going to buy me a gift. It's our 20th anniversary, you know. We've never been out of California before, and...
Now, just take it easy, Mrs. Anderson. How much was the good deal of money your husband had with him?
Well, I don't know exactly. More than 1,000, I know. Do you think anything could have happened to him?
With that much money in his pocket? In Havana? Come on, sailor. Let's look for a man.
Ay, the pobrecito, the poor little one, how he lies here in sleep.
And the fingers of the hot sun scratch around in his wound.
You're a tender man, Garfield. For a man who wears a hook for an arm, you're very gentle with the hurt and the lame.
My heart goes out to them. I have a brotherhood with men who have been freshly scarred.
Take it easy going through his pockets, huh?
See? And to put this fellow on our fishing boat and let him sleep away his wound and his shame, who would not do this for a touristo? Huh?
What did you find?
In his pocket, a clipping from Society column of a Pasadena in California newspaper.
Society? Gee, I always did want to rub noses with Society. What's it say?
It say, bon voyage and a box of oranges to Mr. and Mrs. Ralph Anderson, who leave tomorrow for Havana for their 20th wedding anniversary.
And he celebrates it all alone in a jump like Tina's. Maybe that's what his wife let him have for a present.
And in this pocket, an alligator wallet with gold tips.
Let me see it.
You can see from there. Gold tips, see? Inside line with red sealskin leather and with... and again I...
Garfield, don't stick your hook in your mouth like that and keep saying aye. If you got something to say, come right out and tell Papa.
What else can a kindly man say when he finds $2,000 in a wallet of a used-up man? What else can he do, I ask myself?
Yeah. Here, give me a hand with him, Garfield. I read somewhere that salt is good for a wound. It hurts, but it's good. Come on, let's see.
Understand, pobrecito. This will be buried and explained to why. Now, Bruce.
Happy anniversary, Mr. Anderson.
That's the last shop in the Vedado, sailor. Mr. Anderson wasn't in there looking for presents for his wife either.
Well, let's try another section of the city.
You know, I've got a sneaking suspicion.
Like what?
A man comes to Havana. He's never seen anything like it. His wife gives him a night off, and he's got over $1,000 in his pocket. You know how Havana throbs at night. Mambo rhythms out of every doorway. Mr. Anderson might have walked through one just for a look-see.
I won't even concede a look-see, Slate. Mr. Anderson was a very...
Hey, there's King Moses in our Jeep. Hi, King. Looking for us?
All over Havana.
Now, what's on your mind?
I've been asking around at the cab depots for Mr. Anderson, as you said I should.
What did you find out?
Guillot, the one who drives the green taxicab with the yellow fenders, think he picked up Mr. Anderson in front of hotel.
Where'd he take him?
Guillot said first his fare wished to shop. Then the fare heard music from the players Tina's parakeet and tapped Guillot on the shoulder.
Tina's parakeet? That's a dive in the barrio.
Yeah. How do you like your Mr. Anderson now, sailor?
Please, girls who are not chaperoned by a man are not permitted in my place.
I've got a chaperone, honey. The one trying to work his way up front to the mirror.
How do you like the hairdo, sailor? Jazzy, huh?
Your ticket, senor.
You're Tina, huh?
See, I am Tina, and I am a ticket cruncher. Your ticket, senor.
You know, if you're a good girl, Tina, maybe Slate will let you crunch through a whole roll of them.
Yeah, see, the 5 peso size and 5 delicious flavors, one at a time.
You bought a basket full of dances. Go dance them.
We like to dance threesies, Tina.
Well, dance any way you like, as long as it is.
Threesies. That means we'll need another partner, like a Mr. Ralph Anderson. But I don't see him around. Is he around, Tina?
You're local crazy.
But then maybe tonight isn't Ralph's night to howl. Maybe it was last night. Was Anderson here last night, Tina?
Barreto?
No, not Barreto, hon. Ralph Anderson. About 5'10", gray at the edges, 50-ish. You're not paying attention, hon.
Barreto bounces to away.
See, Tina, you heard my lady. Walk away or I dribble you away. You have a choice.
Now, look, Buster, don't try for a letter. Just tell us if a Ralph Anderson was in here last night.
Maybe you have monkeys in your ears, senor. I told you.
Slate, watch him.
Now, look, Buster. Why pull a knife on a friendly cuss like me?
I caught you.
That's not what I asked.
You beg for dying, senor. I give it.
Should have held on to the knife, Butterfingers. Well, what do you know, sailor? The man falls down hurt, and the dancers keep dancing. On your feet, Barretto. Let's see if we can stir up a storm.
Leave him alone. Do not hit him anymore.
Convince me why I shouldn't, Tina. Anderson was here last night, wasn't he? And it was like this.
See, like this, he was here. The old man tried to put his hands on me. Barretto stuck him with his knife.
And killed him.
Oh, no, only in shoulder. The fisherman took him away.
You got kind friends, Tina. What fisherman?
Garfio, who wears a hook for a hand, and he's American named Bruce. At Rico Docks, ask them. They will give you Anderson. Oh, Barretto. Oh, he hurt you. Oh, mi alma, mi corazón. Mi hermoso. Yeah.
Let's get out of here, Slate. Can't you see the lady wants to be alone with her sick friend?
Hi there. You in the boat. Hey.
Yeah?
Your name Bruce or Garfield?
Bruce, you want to talk? Come aboard.
All right. Come on, sailor.
I'm just fixing this net. But it'll wait. What do you got on your mind?
Nice little boat you've got here.
It's a living. You the one who's got something on your mind, lady, or the mister?
The both of us. We're looking for a man.
I haven't brought one up yet. Just fish.
A middle-aged man. A tourist.
Just fish.
Rumor has it when you're not fishing, you while away the empty hours in a joint called Tina's Parakeet.
Sure. It's cheap, and it's got a chuckle to it.
Sometimes pain. Like what happened to the tourist, a man named Ralph Anderson.
Who said?
Tina.
She ought to keep her mouth shut.
She didn't. She mentioned your name. And a man named Garfio, who wears a hook.
Yeah, Anderson was kicking up his heels last night. In the middle of a kick, he caught a knife in his shoulder. Garfio and me got him out of there before the cops showed. It supplements the price of fish. You know, pocket money.
Why didn't you take him home? His wife was waiting for him.
Because his wife was waiting for him, sis. He wasn't stuck dead, but he needed time to make up a story.
Where'd he take all this time?
Well, we took him. Well, we gave him iodine and gauze and a fatherly talk. Little lean-to a couple of 100 yards south of the Maximo Monument on the bay.
Can you take us there?
You'll find it. I gotta finish this net. So long.
You better get back to the hotel, sailor, and see if you can comfort Mrs. Anderson. I'll find that lean-to. Let's go.
This is Bruce. A guy is on his way to that shack near the monument.
Looking for Senor Anderson?
Get there before he does. Greet him.
Open up, Anderson. It'll be okay. We'll make up a good story for your girl. You could have some Lulu's I use. Come on, open up. Let's not get squeamish about one night out in 20 years. That's the boy. Hey,
Welcome to my lean-to, senor.
Hey, what?
I'm clumsy, senor. My hook did not kill with one stroke. This will take away my clumsy.
Hold it, Garfield. Let go, my arm. Let go. Why tell the hook on him? He got the message.
But the man is in pain. I only
He wanted Anderson, didn't he? Let's give him to Anderson.
See. Pick him up, Bruce, mine. Now he will sleep in the ocean sea, and nothing will wake him.
Back to Bold Venture Our stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, and the second act of our story.
When a man is married and has a bride for 20 years right by his side, the etiquette is to be not tardy. Come right home, kiss the Mrs. Hardy. Upon occasion, it happens every season, a man gets sidetracked, pick your own reason. Then there arises the old situation. Mrs. weeps in great agitation.
Weeps is right, and not with tears, King. That's the toughest kind of crying there is. Look at her, sitting over there and staring.
And thinking the million worst things that could have happened.
Don't knock it. It's a woman's privilege. King, give Mrs. Anderson anything she needs. I'm going out.
For Mr. Slate?
Who else would I go looking for?
How you feeling, Shannon?
How did I get on this boat?
Hey, Garfield!
See, what is it?
He's come around.
So what do you want I should do, to dance? So he's come around, he knows you what. For how long? We dump him before we take the fish home.
This is what happened to Anderson, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Rolled him, got rich, fed him to the fishes, gave him to the ocean.
Try rolling me. Maybe we can make a deal.
I've heard tell of you, Shannon. In port. No dough Shannon, they call the man.
I said we could make a deal.
With money in it?
Are there other kinds of deals?
Hey, Garfield.
What?
Come here. Shannon wants to make a deal.
And why shouldn't he, what? Nearly dead men and lovers promise the moon with quick words.
Look, I've got a boat. I could raise some money on that.
Canoes are a joke on the market.
I've seen this boat, Garfield. Twin-engine job, about 45 feet. Trim. Nice.
I could get Mr. Val to raise some money on it. Bring it to you. Now, look, be reasonable, Garfield. Why not? You'll still have me, even if she can't raise the dough.
And any time I wish, I could put this hook in you. So you could squirm and beg if this is a trick.
You know what? I'd enjoy watching that.
Lady Sailor, you have come back without Mr. Slate on your arm.
You noticed it too, huh, King? Where's Mrs. Anderson?
Sleep in her room. I go wake her.
Let her sleep. There may not be much sleep left for her.
You have not found them? They were not there in the place where you searched for them?
It was empty. All I found was a bloodstain on the floor.
Lady Sailor, do not believe this thing that you do not know, this thing that builds a tear in your eye. The phone has ringed like that ever since you were gone. When I say hello, I get the hang-up bang in my ear for answer.
Maybe because a man answered. Let's see how a lonely girl makes out. Hello? Shannon's place.
You're finally in, Mr. Val. Fella here just dying to talk to you.
Where have you been, Sailor? Why don't you watch the shop? Answer the phone.
You could have talked to King. Where are you, Slate? What's the idea?
My nickel. Let me chat, huh, Sailor? Go raise some money on the boat, every buck you can get.
What's the matter? You lose at Lotto again?
This I don't know yet. It's what you can get on the boat against my life. Like the odds?
Hate them. Where do I bring the money?
Just the dough. No chummy cops. The lean-to south of Maximo Monument. Remember the...
Get out the papers on the boat, King.
Again, Lady Sailor?
Yeah. Some days it's hard to keep a man alive.
What have I always told you, Miss Duval? Such beautiful advice. Mr. Vall, I advised Mr. Shannon, save your money. Save your money.
If you don't lend me something on the boat, Slate'll die.
Oh, now you needn't be so melodramatic, Mr. Vall. I am a sensitive man. A more modest, truthful approach could move me far more deeply. Melodrama embarrasses me.
Gee, how's a girl to know about sensitive fellows like you? Crevy, I lied.
Oh, that's better. Now, come now. What did you really want the money for this time?
Well, Crevy, old boy, it's just that I've got a chance to invest in an oil well. Comes a time in a girl's life she needs an oil well.
Oil? Where?
They told me not to tell. They said, let's keep it among ourselves. Huh, girlie?
Ah, and very shrewd, too. Well, my dear, seeing it's something as sensible as that, 5,000 is all we can manage. Now, if you'll sign here, please. There, now. See how rewarding it is to tell the truth?
I'm so ashamed I could cry. Bye, Crevy.
You are a linda beggar, senorita. Beautiful. I watched the performance.
You ought to catch me on a matinee. Hey, you're wearing a...
See, a hook. My name, Garfio, means hook. That is why you come with me. So my name will not spill blood on our proud streets.
What does it say in your book about helping a man with a hurt, Bruce? It says, for the promise of dough, he could be persuaded. Bothers you, huh? Yeah. If I could only move over to my other side, I could groan a little more for me. Make me believe it. I tell you what, man doesn't like to lie in his own blood, mate. Yeah. Besides, it messes up the deck. From fishers, you don't mind so much. Here, I'll roll you over. Easy. That's a little more pain to a rich boy like you. Or you. Why, you stupid. Maybe if I use my feet. Oh, that makes me smarter, huh? Now all I gotta do is drag you, baby. Throw you in the hole with the rest of the fish.
Garfio.
What is it you want?
Just answer one question for me. I gave you the money. Why did you make me come out here with you?
Is a manly question for which a manly answer. To get rid of you once and for all and forever. You and Slate Shannon.
Why kill us? You've got your money. That should be the end of it. Let Slate go. Let both of us go back to Havana, and we won't say a word.
You won't say a word. Hermos, do you think I'm stupid? Up ahead in our boat is Bruce and your Shannon. They wait for us.
You're a bitter man, Garfio. Why? Because of your arm? The hook?
Why should I be bitter about the hook? It is a souvenir of a woman who loved me. Of her lover who did not.
I'm sorry for you. I really am.
Do not try your sympathy with me, senorita. Without this hook, I would be half the man. Without it, perhaps I would not have the courage to kill you.
Ahoy, Bruce! Ahoy! Bruce, ahoy!
Slate! Hey, Slate, it's Sailor.
Is no answer.
Slate!
I do not like this. You, senorita, you first jump over to the other boat.
All right. Slate! Slate, are you all right?
What has happened here? I left your Shannon lying there, right on this spot, with Bruce standing over him. Bruce! Stop playing games with me! What are you trying to do, Bruce? Are you going to... What are you doing up there on the cabin top, Pigeon Shannon? Were you going to jump on Garfield? Jump!
Just get out of the way, sailor. Don't do a thing. Just get out of the way.
Slate, his hook.
Into my arms, Pigeon! Jump!
Yeah, feet first. Pigeon, huh?
I will have a honey hook. Is this a pretty picture? I sit on your chest and feed you my hook like this. So my pigeon ducked his head. Bueno, we will try again.
What's the matter, Garfield? Dug your hook too deep in the wood? Can't get it out. Let's roll over, shall we?
I will get it out. I will...
Sailor.
I was a coward, Slate. I turned my back. Couldn't watch.
I'm hurt, sailor. Help me.
Throw your good arm around me. I'll take you home.
All here, sailor. $5,000.
Give it to me. I'll take it down to Mr. Crevelin. He'll give me back the note I gave him on the boat.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, I'm wounded. I have to convalesce. $5,000 I could convalesce in style.
Like a for instance.
I could relax, have a pretty girl wait on me, hand and foot. My wish, her command.
You can get that for nothing. Me.
Let's try, huh? Come here.
Like that, Slate.
I don't know. That's not exactly what I had in mind.
You said you wanted to be waited on hand and foot. What do you want me to do? Wait on your foot?
I want you to scratch my back.
All right.
Oh. Yeah, that's right, sailor. A little further down. And to the right. To the right. More to the right. Yeah.
Take your $5,000 and go get convalesced.
Hang up a shingle, sailor. You just scratched a man well. Come here.
And so our two stars, Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall, have brought to a close our latest bold venture story. Special music was composed and conducted by David Rose. May we invite you to listen again next week at this time for another exciting adventure starring Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall together in Bold Venture.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The wind of October begins its departure from Broadway, scatters the brown leaves of regret before it, piles them high at this corner and that, and the mob turns up its coat collar, drifts the autumn street and looks for a friend, sees only the 2-hour dream promised by the theater marquee, sees warmth on the other side of the plate glass windows, and sees this, the girl with the soft fur held close to her throat, covering her face right up to her eyes. And where she was is chillness. That was October. Image and farewell. Get moving, kid. And at evening above it, the place of no seasons, hospital corridor where I was, and Detective Margaret.
What about it, Danny? She gonna live?
Dr. Sinsky doesn't know. At least he says he doesn't know.
He knows. A girl stabbed like that, she hasn't got a chance. Mind if we sit down here on this bench and smoke?
Just run it down for me, Mugman.
The subway guard Times Square said it was 10 o'clock, give or take a couple of seconds, that he heard her scream. Local train had stopped. People getting on and off, rush, you know. So a girl screamed. Do you think the people stopped rushing to see what was the matter? No, they kept right on.
Come on, Mugman, just tell me.
The guard battled his way through to where the girl screamed she had a knife in her.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell if she'd been on the train and was getting off or what. They called emergency ambulance, got her here about half an hour ago.
No witnesses, huh?
Oh, the usual crop. Each with a story of the way they figured it happened. Nothing.
Identification?
Lots of that. Wallet, usual stuff. Oh, here, wait a minute. Here.
Yeah.
I wrote it down for you.
Mary Trevor, 1212 West 37th. What else?
She was carrying an overnight bag, Dan. He'd been away or was going away for a day, too. Nightgown, underthings, slippers, you know the stuff. A novel to read, a couple of women's magazines. She had a nice vacation, huh?
Police.
What do you want?
Information. Talk. About Mary Trevor.
Go on in. Flop yourself anywhere, mister. You'll excuse how I am. I was in the tub with a warm bath, reading the paper and listening to the radio. Tough day today. The warm tub relaxes me. Music likewise.
I see.
Yeah, sure you see. So, okay, so now you killed it for me. What's with Mary?
She's in police emergency hospital. She's dying.
Mary got hurt? Hit by a car, what?
Someone tried to kill her.
Mary?
She's on a subway platform in Times Square. Someone stabbed her, ran. We found this address on her.
You found this address on her because this is where she lives sometimes. This is her home sometimes. Sometimes she remembers I'm her father. Those are times when she yawns, asks me how things are going where I work, goes to sleep in her room. I could count the times on the fingers of my hands.
Tell me about her, Mr. Trevor.
What do I know about her? This is her private hotel, these 3 rooms. I'm not her father. I'm her desk clerk, her bellboy. I take messages for her, send out a cleaning and press, and rustle up night snacks for her. And you know what?
No.
She leaves tips for me on my dresser when she goes out. Yeah, 5 or 10 spot. You know something else? I take it. I use it for get-loaded money, forget money. But I get more Father's Days than any father in the world.
Someone tried to kill her, Mr. Trevor. Maybe you could...
Don't ask me too much about Mary. I don't know about her life, so I wouldn't know about her dying.
Well, her friends, people she ran around with, men, girlfriends.
Doesn't get through to you, huh? Unbelievable, huh? Well, I'll lay it out for you. This girl stopped being my child maybe 5 years ago. After that, we couldn't find anything in common. We get lost in different worlds.
She had a bag with her when we found her, a traveling bag.
She ran in here a couple of nights ago, said she was in a big hurry, threw her things in a bag, told me she was going out of town, not to wait up. Don't question me where, mister, because I knew better than to ask her.
You said she left money for you, 5s and 10s. She must have a good job.
You could call it a job if you want.
Well, tell me about it.
Mary's got a rich friend. Rich girlfriend. My Mary does things for her like Sponge, I think the word is. That's the word, Sponge.
You know who she is, where she lives?
Joan Hunt, Park Avenue. I checked once, found it in the phone book. Mary wasn't lying. There was such a girlfriend. Now, you do something for me, mister. The address where my kid's dying, I want to go to her. Maybe now I can get through to her.
So leave there, out into the street. And the street is filled with the near midnight silences and pockets of yellow of the street lamps. Night Street, a zone of almost black and a few swift ebbing figures, and the sudden dart of car and the faraway lights where other people's laughter is. So go to the apartment now, to the few intimate things among the furnishings that come with the rent. And this is home, and sleep. The morning comes suddenly. It screams at you. Open your eyes and it blinds you. Morning happens every day. And some morning years from now, you'll be used to it. Up now, the shave, the shower, the coffee, the street, work to do. Call headquarters and give Detective Muggerman my route for the day. First stop, Park Avenue. This morning's Park Avenue maid wears gray silk and white collar, and her curtsy is not much at all, but her smile is. Takes your name to her mistress, Joan Hunt, comes back, takes you, leaves. And Joan Hunt is in tailored slacks and tailored blouse, and her makeup is color geometry applied to the precise planes and arcs and ovals of her face. She sits erect and attentive, and the chrome of her wheelchair gleams circularly.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Have you had coffee?
Yes, thank you. It's about Mary Trevor.
Yes?
She's dying.
That's a shame.
It happened on a subway. She was stabbed.
And?
Miss Hunt.
Yes?
The police are interested in finding out who did it.
You must know I realize that.
I saw Miss Trevor's father last night. He told me there was sort of relationship between you two.
Precisely what?
He said his daughter sponged off you.
She did.
I'm sorry, Miss Hunt, but...
Like this, Mr. Clover. I was injured some years ago. It was a ski jump. Since then, there have been friends, boys, girls. They come to read to me, one after another, and we discuss. That's my life now, you know. I sit here and I discuss with whoever is current. Let me put it this way, I support whoever is current. It's all very smilingly brave and gay, but I pay for it.
And the latest one, Mary Trevor.
This afternoon when the news gets out, my doorbell will ring and there'll be someone else. No college chum, friend I haven't seen in years. Someone who's been here to a party last week. Someone.
I see.
Perhaps I can help you, Mr. Clover. I've something of a story which may or may not attend what has happened.
I'd like to hear it.
Monday, Mary left with my fiancé. Oh, not the obvious, Mr. Clover. I'm much too rich for anything like my fiancé's running off with someone else. You'll want his name, won't you? Robert Gray.
Go on.
They left for Lake Champlain Monday. They and another couple, Mr. and Mrs. Nelson, to fix up my lodge, our honeymoon cottage. Shall I tell you about that?
Yes.
It has 20 rooms, 4 of which have been closed off to give the atmosphere of roughing it. It's near a small town with a stupid name, Rouse's Point, near the border. I will permit a honeymoon there, and I shall come back to this house and never leave it.
Have you seen your fiancé?
Neither him nor the Nelsons since Monday. Merely phone calls late yesterday that they were in town. Now, what else do you want?
The Nelsons' address and Robert Gray's address.
I'll get them for you. And then if you don't mind, will you please leave?
Whatever it is you want of me, make it brief, Let's not make a crise of it. Crise, that's crisis in case you don't know. French.
I didn't know.
You stated it simply enough. Mary Trevor is dying, you said, of knife wounds. And what do you want of me?
Just this, Mr. Gray. Did you try to kill her?
No. No, I wouldn't, you see.
Tell me about it.
I wouldn't, you see, because once I loved Mary Trevor.
And now you don't, and suddenly she's knifed on a subway platform. Tell me when you stopped loving her, Mr. Gray.
I could tell you the precise moment.
Do that.
Well, less than a month ago, I sat in a bistro in Paris. On the table before me was an aperitif, amber in color, and my visitor's visa to America. I sat and sipped, and I culled through half-forgotten memories. High among them was Mary Trevor.
You said a visitor's visa.
Exactly. 30 days have I in the country of my birth. Here, I'll show you. My papers, the visa, my birth certificate, my passport. French passport, as you see, because I'm a French citizen. Anyway, look at them. It happened to me what they say in the travel folders. I saw Paris, I tasted of Paris, I went on my knees to her, begged for citizenship. Got it.
What brought you back, Mr. Graham?
A longing. In Paris, I lived on small articles to the Tribune about American tourist behavior and customs abroad. Now, here I shall live on small articles to the Paris Tribune, behavior and customs of the Americans at home.
Until you marry Joan Hunt, that is.
You asked for the moment when I fell out of love with Mary Trevor. I called her when I arrived. We had cocktails and old remembrances. And then she took me to Joan to display me. I saw Joan. At that precise moment, I loved Joan and no longer Mary.
Miss Hunt is very rich.
Miss Hunt is helpless and lonely and crippled, and I love her, and I'm going to marry her. Touché, Mr. Clover?
You went to Miss Hunt's lodge with Mary.
To prepare Joan's and my place of honeymoon. Clean it up. With Mary and with Dickie and Lucy Nelson. Very proper. Very comme il faut. Dickie and Lucy are giddy idiots, but they're respectable folk. As was Mary. As was I.
When did you see her last?
When my cab dropped the Nelsons off at their apartment. Then Mary off at a subway station uptown. I kissed Mary's forehead, and our forever parting was graceful. Now, if you...
Never mind, Mr. Gray. I'll get it. Hello?
That you, Danny?
Yeah, Muggerman, what do you want?
I'm here at the hospital with Mary Trevor, Danny. She's trying to say something. She wants to talk to Robert Gray.
All right, write down what she says. I'll get Gray. It's for you, Mr. Gray.
Who?
Mary Trevor. She wants to talk to you. You going to take the call, Mr. Gray?
Yes. Yes, I am. Mary, it's me. It's Robert. I'm deeply sorry about... Mary? Mary? Playful joke, Mr. Clover? There's no one there.
Give me the phone. Hello? Hello, Muggerman.
Yeah, Danny. Give Mr. Gray the message. Tell him Mary Trevor couldn't say a word to him. She just died.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. When you set about explaining how democracy works, the first thing you're apt to mention is that it's the system where everybody has his say on how things are run. It's pretty embarrassing, then, to be reminded that in the 1948 election, only half the eligible voters in this democracy went to the polls to say their say. For our own sakes, and to show the world in general that the democratic ideal can be fulfilled, let's do better this time. Vote as you please this November, but vote. See you at the polls.
October's dying is of gold and of an autumn leaf that floats a river spilling into winter's seas. And for Broadway, too, it is the gentle time, the slow curve of light that bends from brilliant summer glint, bows, dissolves into chill grays. Indian summer mists into autumn smoke. The time of the early afternoon stroll and the swift appraisal of winter's mannequins, the drawing of lots in the football pools, and the newest emotion, movies in 3 dimensions. The good time, the gentle time. So walk the late October street, kid, before it's pulled out from under you. And the place where I was, high above the autumn city, 30 stories away from flow and sound of East River, the place of Dickie and Lucy Nelson, where there was fireplace and Grecian figurines, and where the talk was of a dead girl, Mary Trevor.
Tell him, Dickie. Tell him, sweet, how desolate we are over the girl.
Mary was a companion, Mr. Clover. A boon companion. Often made us laugh till tears, Lucy and me. Can you understand our sense of loss?
She made jokes, and you'll miss them, is that it?
Now that you've asked, yes, we'll miss them. Dickie.
Yes, dear.
Is it too possibly early for a martini? I feel the need of something. I don't quite know what. You think martini?
The chap has a mission, dear. Later, after he's gone.
Whatever you say, sweet. It's just that I'm so drained. That gay frolic at Joan's place. Now the reaction's setting in. Drained, blistered.
Tell me about it, Mrs. Nelson.
About what?
The gay time you had at Joan Hunt's place.
Lake Champlain was never lovelier. Sweet.
Will you ever forget that odd little native fellow who helped us get Joan's place ready for her honeymoon? Will you ever forget that thing he said about the canopied bed?
Never. Never as long as I draw breath.
I'm going to try to explain something to you two.
Please do, please.
A girl is dead, murdered. The last few days of her life, you were with her. You can tell me about it here, or we can go downtown. There aren't many yachts there. I think you should know that.
The chap is quite right, dear. This is deadly serious.
Get your things. We're going downtown.
No, it's quite simple, really. Don't get your hackles up. Mary and that Robert Gray, the fortunate fiancé, and Lucy and I, early Tuesday we arrived at Joan's place. We got it in order for her honeymoon. Then Wednesday we celebrated. There was a jug, and Lucy and I got squiffed, and we communed with nature and had laughter together. And when we woke up Thursday, there was Robert and Mary with coffee for us, and our things all packed for the trip home. And Thursday evening, Robert dropped us off right over here. And that's the last we've seen of either of them. Our oath. Our solemn word.
Dickie?
Yes, dear.
I had a thought. I had a funny thought. Let's open honeymoon palaces all over the world. We'll make it a career, our life's work. Oh, Dickie, the thought kills me.
Honeymoon palaces. Lucy, darling, you've outdone yourself. Honeymoon.
And they laughed, and they hit each other with their elbows, and they were happy. The jollity was too much for me. I felt left out and unwanted, and it struck me that perhaps the time to go was now. So I did. Back to headquarters, and sit at the desk. A few minutes of thinking. Sergeant Gino Tattaglia happens.
Danny?
Come on in, Gino. Why the big grin?
Listen. You listening, Danny?
Yeah.
Tippecanoe and Tyler, too.
What?
Tippecanoe and Tyler, too, Danny.
What about it?
It does have a ring to it, doesn't it? My fourth-born, Donald, brought the phrase home from school with him last night. Tippecanoe and Tyler, too.
Gino. Gino.
Huh?
You have anything for me?
Oh, hardly a thing. Nothing of note in Miss Trevor's background, nothing of note in Miss Trevor's overnight bag. Personal effects, a novel entitled, let's see, titled The Cane Mutiny, in which was her birth certificate as a bookmark between chapter 4. And
birth certificate?
As I have said. Now, if you would, don't mind me, Lieutenant.
Thank you. Danny Clover speaking.
Muggavan, Danny, with the Trevor apartment.
Yeah, what's up?
Mary Trevor's father, Danny, just tried to kill himself.
What?
Yeah, just tried suicide.
Stick with him, Muggerman.
I must have been out of my mind. I don't know. I went crazy. Suddenly it was the only thing I could do, kill myself.
Why? Why did you try to commit suicide, Mr. Trevor? Well, don't just sit there and shake your head. You plugged up the apartment and turned on the gas, so there must have been a reason.
Leave me alone.
Remorse? You sorry about something?
Nodding your head won't do it, Mr. Trevor. Talk to us. Tell us what you're sorry about.
Leave me alone.
Look, Mr. Trevor, your daughter was murdered. You don't like the kind of life she leads, so you kill her. Then you become very unhappy. You've done a very terrible thing, you tell yourself, so you make up for it. Flip on the gas. It doesn't hurt. You're dead real easy, and the whole thing's over with. That's the best you'll give us, huh? The bit with shaking the head?
Who called the police, Muggavan?
Now, some woman saw Trevor break that window over there, give a yell, and fall down, called it in. What are we going to do with him?
Book him, I guess. Let's go, Trevor.
Did you hear what the lieutenant said?
I was crazy.
Scared, too, huh? When you started getting a little woozy from the gas, real panicky, all of a sudden you don't want to kill yourself. Like you killed your daughter.
What?
Like you killed your daughter.
No, I didn't do that. She's dead. I didn't want to live anymore because she's dead, but I didn't kill her. You see...
What?
Something happened to me. My baby dying, and she was going to get married, and me being her father and loving her. That's all there was to anything I did, loving her. What could I do anymore about living? What could I do?
Who was your daughter going to marry?
There.
Huh?
In the table drawer where the phone is.
This letter?
Yeah.
Let's see it. We're here in Canada, Daddy, Bob and I. He's going to marry me. I'll make him do it. I've found a way. Signed Mary. Take a look, Muggavan. The envelope, too.
Uh-huh. Bob. Robert Gray?
Has to be.
The envelope's postmarked Wednesday, LaColle, Canada.
Yeah. Have Dr. Sinsky look at Mr. Trevor, Muggavan. I got a couple of stops to make. So ride the late afternoon streets. Uptown on 5th to 42nd. Public Library. Ask for an atlas and get it. And locate a town in Canada called LaColle. Then know what you need to know. Leave there, cross town to a place you've been to before, to the apartment of Robert Gray. And no one answers your knock. Robert Gray's door is locked. So downstairs be told by a man at the switchboard that Mr. Gray had left word he might be reached at this number. Check the number against a name and an address you have, and it matches. So uptown again to Park Avenue at dog walk time. In the dock season, the spaniels lead their butlers on leashes. And today's maid wears today's gray silk and white collar and a smile left over from yesterday. Go through the ritual and finally be ushered across the parquet floor to another room.
Come in, Mr. Clover.
Thanks.
Robert and I were having tea. Will you join us?
No, thanks.
Did you want to see me?
Both of you.
Joan, dear.
Yes?
Whatever Mr. Clover wants to say to us, I'm sure I can answer it. Now, why
Don't act the gallant, Robert. Sit there. Speak when you're spoken to. Now, what is it, Mr. Clover?
Maybe Mr. Gray is right. Maybe just he and I.
If it concerns Robert, it concerns me. Isn't that right, Robert? Robert?
Yes.
Robert says that's right, Mr. Clover.
All right, Clover,
Sure. Let me pose the name of a town, Mr. Gray. LaColle. LaColle is a town in Canada. It's about 10 miles over the border.
Well, I know where it is. When I used to spend the summers at my lodge at Rouse's Point, we'd go right across the border into LaColle for Canadian whiskey. But there's nothing there.
There's a post office there.
And as the sun slowly sinks below the post office at LaColle, you will bid us a fond farewell. Take off, Clover.
Listen to my man. Man.
What?
I'm proud. Are we a handsome couple, Mr. Clover? Robert in his great red leather chair, me and mine. Of course we are.
A little while ago, I saw a letter from LaColle. It was mailed Wednesday by Mary Trevor.
Was Mary in Canada? Was she, Robert? I'm talking to you, Robert.
She was there. And so were you, Mr. Gray.
Why didn't you tell me, Robert?
We went up the Canadian whiskey.
But you should have told me. The Nelsons didn't mention anything about going to Canada.
I don't think they went.
Did they get loaded, Robert?
Listen, John.
Did they get loaded, Robert? And did you lose them, Robert? And you and Mary went to Canada. Why?
Will you just listen?
All right.
It's just across the border.
That's right, Robert. Go on, Robert.
When the Nelsons were drunk, they got dull. Mary and I...
She loved you very much, didn't she?
Well, what of it?
Isn't that nice? Women fall in love with Robert.
And blackmail him, too.
Joan, listen to me.
I've been listening. You've said nothing at all. Except that you got rid of your chaperone and went to a foreign land with a girl who was in love with you. Now I've just gotten word that she was blackmailing you. What a time you must have had, Robert.
I'm telling you, nothing happened, Joan.
It doesn't matter. You're an alien on a visitor's permit. You went out of the country. The law says you'd be deported for that. You couldn't let that happen.
The blackmail, right, Mr. Clover?
That's right.
What did she want from you, Robert? Money? No, it couldn't be that. Then what else? You? That's what she wanted, Robert. She wanted to marry you, didn't she?
You know what she did? She made me go. She had it all planned. She had her birth certificate along so she could get out of the country and in again.
Made you go, Robert. Oh, Robert.
She said, let's get away from the Nelsons. All I'd have to do is show my birth certificate, and no one would know that I was an alien.
Let's get back to the blackmail, shall we? Mary could have had you deported.
And deported Robert couldn't have me. And let's face it, my darling, my money. So you had to kill her to keep her quiet. Is that right, Robert? How did you do it, dear? Dear?
I dropped her off at home. I told her I'd meet her later. We met. We met, and...
No suspense, darling. Just the story.
We met. And there was all that subway crowd.
You planned to kill her, didn't you? You were carrying a knife, so you must have planned.
Help me. Help me, Joan.
All right. Mr. Clover.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to phrase it so it won't seem obvious. My thoughts are how to buy Robert back from you.
Forget it.
If not money, then this.
I told you.
This wheelchair I'm in. I get lonely.
I'm sorry.
Robert.
What?
Goodbye, Robert.
Broadway's screaming now. It sneers and makes a big fist at the night. And the Midway's boiling. It's yokel and clown and jack-in-the-box that leaps from dark doorways. And it's geek with no arms, no legs, and no heart. It's Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Betty Lou Gerson was heard as Joan and Ben Wright as Robert. Featured in the cast were Gene Bates, Tom Tully, and Byron Kane. Bill Anders speaking. Remember, on most of these same stations, every Saturday night, listen to Gangbusters as they bring you high-tension thrills. And remember, Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks teaches you how to laugh Sundays on the CBS Radio Network.
Dangerous Assignment. Transcribed starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize that this assignment's going to prove that sometimes what goes up never comes down. morning, Commissioner. You sent for me?
Steve, I've got a ghost for you to go after.
Gentleman or a lady?
She's no lady. She's a tramp.
What?
Freighter, that is.
Oh, ghost ship, huh? Shades of the Flying Dutchman.
We believe this ship has been running supplies and war materials to the guerrilla forces in the Philippines, Steve. From some port in the South China or the Sulu Sea.
But we've never been able to catch up to her, huh?
She's been spotted time and time again. We think we have her trapped, and then she vanishes completely.
Any leads at all as to where she picks up her supplies?
One, Steve. Yesterday, North Borneo authorities discovered a large storehouse along an isolated section of the coast north of Sandakan.
Could be the base of operations for Our Lady Ghost.
Could be. Get over there, Steve. Check with the constabulary at Sandakan and track down this ghost ship. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment. All Hollywood will be on hand for the Academy Awards Thursday, March 19th. And you can hear a complete description of this gala presentation of the fabulous Filmland Oscar when you set your radio dial to NBC. Yes, NBC invites you to share the glamour, glitter, and swank of Academy Award night during a 90-minute broadcast of this fabulous event. Paul Douglas will do the radio commentary, and Bob Hope will be on hand to keep the proceedings running smoothly. Yes, it's Hollywood's most important night of the year, Academy Award night. So be sure to hear every star-spangled moment on Thursday, March 19th, on the NBC Radio Network.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Get over to North Borneo and get on the trail of a ghost ship which has been running supplies to guerrilla forces in the Philippines. It's early Tuesday evening when my plane sets down at Sandakan, capital of the British Crown Colony. A representative of the local law is there to greet me, and he starts hustling me to a waiting car.
Name's Jeffries. I'd appreciate it if you made it just plain Fred.
All right, just plain Fred. You can make it just plain Steve. And what's the hurry?
We're expecting our ghostly friend sometime tonight.
Oh, the ship? Where? At the spot where you located the storehouse?
Right.
What makes you think she'll show tonight?
Well, a patrol boat picked up a fisherman off Batu Island. His boat was shot out of the water by the ghost last night.
What?
Yes, 6 men aboard. Skipper, the only survivor, a man named Dubek. Patrol boat wasn't far away when it happened. Heard the explosion when the shell hit. They picked up Dubek, swept the area thoroughly, and no sign of the ghost ship.
Where'd you say this happened?
Off Batu Island. Oh, quite a way up the coast.
And the ghost is probably headed this way to pick up that stuff at the storehouse, huh?
Oh, it's a distinct possibility. All things considered, she'll be due at the spot in another hour or so. Here we are, Steve.
After you.
Thanks.
Any particular reason why the ghost would want to sink the fishing boat?
Oh, might have mistaken her for the patrol boat. There was quite a fog, you know.
Was the fisher equipped with a radio?
Right. But many of them are equipped with radio. That's the reason, I think. The ghost rammed 3 other fishers in the past month.
Yeah. She probably likes privacy, doesn't want anyone around to report her position. Do we have any description of her?
Other than that she's a freighter? None. But before the night's over, we might know a lot more about our friend the ghost. I hope.
Half hour later, we pull up at a spot along the coast. There's a bright moon overhead, but it's not much help. Since a low, heavy fog clings to the area, Jeffries and I make our way through the trees and step out onto the beach.
Over here is the road leading from the dock. It goes back into the jungle to the storehouse. Used to be an old ammunition dump. Like to have a look?
Yeah. Never did like that sound. 9 times out of 10, the bird turned out to be a Japanese soldier.
Well, this time, it happened to be one of my own men. Got him scattered all over the area. Another one of my chaps, Joe Tiber. Never could do that call properly.
Sounds good enough to me.
Oh, wait till you hear Sam Keone. He's the top man in the bird call department. Does tend to be a little flashy at times. Overconfident, you know. Here we are. Down this way. Climb the steps. I'll turn on my torch.
Hey, Quite a layout. All steel and concrete.
Stuff's over there in the crates. Guns and ammo on this side, and over here various kinds of machinery. Auto, parts, chemicals, fuel, so on.
Yeah, so I see.
If you're looking for a trademark or serial number on that stuff, don't bother. It's been filed off.
Yeah, I can see that, too. Still, there must be something we...
Hold on, Steve.
What?
Listen.
What is it?
It's a signal from my chaps. They've spotted something.
Come on.
This way, Steve. Down to the beach.
Here, sir. Here.
What is it, Keone?
Over that way, sir. That way, past the dock. It was there a moment ago, sir.
A ship?
The fog seemed to leave. Yes, sir. It looked like a ship.
I don't see anything now. Are you sure you...
Hold on, Steve. Listen. You hear anything? No. Guess just my imagination.
What you saw out there, Keone, it might have been just another bank of fog moving in. In this light, your eyes are bound to play crazy tricks.
Possible, sir.
Well, might as well make ourselves comfortable, Steve. Sit down. Got the night ahead of us.
Two pots of coffee and half a pack of cigarettes later, the sun is high overhead and the fog is completely gone. There's no sign of the ship. Just to play it safe, Jeffries leaves his men on the scene, and the two of us head back to Sandakan. We spend the rest of the day nosing around the waterfront. We pick up a lot of talk about the ghost, nothing more. Early that evening, before heading up the coast again, we decide to stop in at the local hospital to have a chat with the fisherman who survived the shell fire from the ghost ship.
Next room is down this way, Steve. Doctor said he'd be...
Jeffries!
Leon Maros. He owns a fishing fleet, one of the largest in the area.
Jeffries. I've been waiting for you.
I figured that. Look, I'm sorry about what happened.
Of course. That's what you said the last time, and the time before, and the time before that. How long can this go on, I ask you?
We're doing all we can, Mr. Maros. This is Steve Mitchell, United States government agent. He's joined the investigation.
How do you do, Mr. Mitchell? Perhaps we can get to the bottom of this soon, huh? Before I'm run out of business? So far, 4 of my ships I have lost. Rams shot out of the water by this ghost.
I understand how you feel, Mr. Morris.
My men have become frightened. Soon they will refuse to man my ships, and then where will I be?
Have you talked with Dubeck yet?
No. No, they would not let me in to see him. They said he was not well enough to talk.
We can go in now. The doctor said it was all right.
Oh, good.
Well, here we are. You two go on in. I want to check with headquarters.
Dubeck.
Huh? Oh, Monsieur Maros.
Yes.
It's good of you to come to see me.
This is Mr. Mitchell of the American government. He will probably want to ask questions.
Hello, Dubeck.
Monsieur Mitchell, I'll of course tell you all I know, what I can remember.
Fine. The shelling took place just off Baku Island, right?
Yes, monsieur. There was heavy fog. I was alone on deck when suddenly there was explosion as the shell hit us. I was thrown into the water. I looked back, saw our boat was on fire. Then I saw something else.
The ghost ship?
It looked so big, a monster coming out of the fog at me. Then it slipped as silently, disappeared into the fog again.
You got a good look at the ship then, close up?
Close up, Monsieur Mitchell. Yes, too close. A big ship, as I said, all gray color. And,
Go on, Dubeck.
There was something about the ship, monsieur. Something that at a single glance seemed familiar. That I had seen it somewhere before. It is hard to explain. Perhaps I'll be able to remember what it was when I can think more clearly.
Sure. You've had a rough time.
Monsieur Maros.
Yes, my friend.
They say I will be in the hospital for some time, unable to work. There is my wife, Monsieur Maros.
Your wife, of course, Dubeck, of course.
We do not have much money. She will worry.
I understand. You must let me take care of it. I will take care of everything, huh?
Thank you, monsieur. Thank you.
Steve.
What is it, Jeffries?
I just got word from the Coast Patrol. Our ghost is tangled with another fishing boat.
Oh, don't tell me it was one of my boats again.
No, this fisher belonged to the Carver Company. The ghost tried to ram her down an hour ago off the Balabac Strait, but she missed. The fisher managed to trail her, Just radioed in a position.
Good. Where is the ghost?
She's gone up into the Tanya River, and there's only one way out. We've got the ghost bottled up this time, but good.
Steve Mitchell will continue his dangerous assignment in just a moment. Did you know that you help to perform miracles? Human life itself is a miracle. Through the blood you donate and the money you give through your Red Cross, you help to preserve life. And now scientists and physicians have discovered another miracle you have a part in. Blood processed into gamma globulin for use in the prevention of paralysis and polio. To collect the blood, process it into gamma globulin for the protection of our children against the dread disease will take a lot of money. In addition, the Red Cross must continue to collect whole blood for civilian hospitals which it serves, for the Korean wounded, and for the building of a safe plasma reserve for national defense, both military and civilian. Blood gives life. Money packs and sends it. When you give through the 1953 Red Cross Fund appeal, you're helping to give life. You're helping keeping the blood bottles filled and delivered. Give and give generously. Answer the call. Now back to Dangerous Assignment and Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Well, at last it looks like we're getting somewhere. The report from the Caba Company fishing boat that she had just sighted the Phantom ship is our hottest lead to date. Jeffries, Morris, and I race to the waterfront and pile aboard one of the several patrol boats lined up for the operation. We shove off. An hour later, we're nearing the spot.
No sign of fog tonight, Steve. That ghost ship won't be able to lose herself so easily.
I hope not, Jeffries.
Isn't that the mouth of the Tenaya River just ahead?
That's right, Manos.
That's where this Caba Company fishing boat reported the ship was headed, huh?
Yes. See, there's the fishing boat off our starboard over there.
Yeah, blinking at us.
Ship?
Still up
river. Good.
You say there's no other way out, Jeffries?
Not that I know of, old boy. All right, Captain, into the river. Only a question of time now, Steve. Shouldn't be much farther now, Steve.
Hey, this river's longer than I thought.
Yes, but around the next bend it narrows suddenly.
That's right, Maros. That's the farthest a big ship could get.
In that case, she's got to be right around the bend.
Our gun crews are ready for her.
I approach this moment with great pleasure. Blow my fishing boats out of the water, will she? Now she'll get a taste of it herself.
Wonder why she headed up this river.
Possibly a hidden supply dump around here.
Yeah, could be. She sure wouldn't have done it if she'd known the fishing boat was tailing her.
Steady now. We're rounding the bend. Steady. Now, searchlights on.
That's it. Sweeping back and forth across the... Hey.
Steve. It's impossible.
There is no ship at all.
We search along both banks of the river, but can't find any concealed channels, and finally we head back to the mouth of the river. The other patrol boats have been covering the coast on each side, but can't report anything. So back to sand again, we steam with egg on our face. We're a sad-looking outfit when we get off the patrol boat.
Well, another lead up in smoke, Steve.
Yeah.
There's a place not far from here where we can get some coffee.
Okay.
Join us, Morris?
No. I will say good night. Jeffries, from now on until you catch that ship, I insist on adequate protection for my fishing boats.
We do the best we can, Morris.
Your best is apparently not good enough. My charter guarantees me safe fishing. I insist upon adequate protection. Good night.
What a headache, Steve. It isn't enough this Phantom ship is supplying the guerrillas. They also have to put our fishing fleets out of existence.
Well, I guess they figure that's one sure way of staying on the loose if they blow every boat out of the water that spots them.
Quite. Well, what now, Steve?
I wonder how Dubek's doing.
The survivor from the sunken fishing boat?
Yeah. When we were there earlier, he told us there was something familiar about the Phantom, something he might be able to put his finger on when he got some of his strength back.
Why, that's right. Come on, let's drop in on him. See, that's his room at the end, isn't it?
Hope he's been able to remember a little more.
Steve.
From Dubek's room. Locked. Get back. Dubek, stabbed to death.
The window. Open.
Come on. We dive out the window and cover the hospital grounds, but there's no sign of the killer. He must have moved real fast. Finally, we give up and drive to Morris's house and break the news to him.
Oh, no. Dubek, dead. Now I'm ruined.
What do you mean?
Well, how do you expect me to keep even one crew together when this leaks out, let alone an entire fleet?
I know. Well, come on, Jeffrey.
Right.
Morris.
Yes.
Didn't Dubek mention having a wife?
Mrs. Dubek. Dubek, of course. She lives in the village of Lemana. She has not heard the news?
Not that I know of.
Oh, Mr. Mitchell, I don't suppose you... No, I guess it is my duty to tell her.
I think so, Maris.
I'll drive up there right away. Why didn't I stay in the Mediterranean? I had it so nice there.
I see you later.
I doubt there's much more we can do tonight, Steve.
I guess not.
I'll drive you by your hotel.
Fine.
You seem preoccupied.
Oh, just thinking about something Maros said.
Oh?
About being put out of business by all this.
Well, what about it?
Maybe that's the point.
But I don't follow you.
The Phantom ship steams up a river. There's only one way out, but we searched the river. No Phantom ship.
So?
So there's one possibility we haven't examined yet. Namely, maybe the ship never steamed up that river.
But the fishing boat reported
Exactly. And that fishing boat is owned by the Caba Company.
Oh, you think they deliberately sent in a false report?
Could be. Maybe they wanted to draw us away from that storehouse we were watching up the coast so they could get a load of supplies from there.
The Caba Company...
Look, there are two fishing fleets, Morris's and the Caba Company. Morris has lost about 4 boats. How many has the Caba Company lost?
Why, none that I know of. Matter of fact, I think they've acquired 2 additional ones recently.
I see.
Steve, you may have hit it right on the head. If the Caba Company is behind this business, they could be trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Sure, smuggle contraband to the guerrillas and put a rival fishing company, Marrow's outfit, out of business. Do they have any freighters?
I don't know, but I'm certain that Maros could tell us.
Let's go back and ask him. We turn back, and then, as we get near Maris's place, we see his car pull away.
Probably on his way to break the news to Mrs. Dubek.
Yeah, let's pull up on him.
Wait a minute. He's not taking the road to the village where she lived.
No? In that case, maybe we'd better just tag along real quiet-like and see which road he is taking.
Right.
We douse the lights and follow Maris's car. An hour later, he turns off the main road and heads toward the coast. He parks and takes off into the jungle on foot. We tail him. Pretty soon we spot what looks like a deserted ammunition dump from the war. It's almost grown over with vines. Maros disappears inside. We ease up to it.
There's a light inside.
Yeah, we can see through this crack in the wall.
Kerosene lantern.
Brother, pretty close to that ammunition.
Send a message out to the boats.
Radio operator.
Tell them to be here before dawn. We have no...
We can radio the patrol boats from the car and have them here in time to round up the whole fleet.
Come on.
You're not leaving.
What?
A guard.
Keep your hands in sight. Inside.
Oh! Well, company. Mitchell and Jeffries.
Hello, Maros. Your stooge here invited us in with his gun. So you're the big boy behind all this, huh? Pretty neat. There is no Phantom ship. There never was. You made up the whole deal to cover the fact you've been using your fishing boats to run supplies to the guerrillas.
That is correct, Mitchell.
One thing I don't get, why did you sink your own boats?
Oh, I had the first one scuttled because a patrol boat came close. I was afraid the cargo would be discovered. 2 others weren't sunk at all. I just repainted them and put them with my other company.
Oh, so you own the Caba company, too, huh?
Yes, and the boat Quebec was on, I planted a time bomb because he wanted more money. He tried to blackmail me at the hospital.
So you closed his mouth with a knife. Well, I guess that's all the answers.
Stay away from that land.
Fire! The ammunition.
I'm getting out of here.
Check the radio, man, Jeffrey. I've got Jeffrey, come on. Let's drag him out before the whole joint goes up in smoke.
Flames are almost to the ammo.
Dive into the ditch.
Are you okay, Steve?
Yeah. Another second and we wouldn't have been.
Maros is coming out of it.
Yeah. What? You missed the show, Maros.
The storehouse.
Yeah. Looks like you just went out of business with a bang.
Our star, Brian Donlevy, will return in just a moment. Jane Wyman, Ray Milland, James Stewart, Olivia de Havilland, Janet Gaynor. These are only a few of the 20 former Academy Award winners who will be heard Thursday, March 19th, when NBC broadcasts the complete Academy Award presentation ceremonies. It's Hollywood's most important night of the year, the night when Academy Award Oscars will be presented to Hollywood's finest artists. Bob Hope will be master of ceremonies, and film star Paul Douglas will be the NBC radio commentator. When you listen to the Academy Awards broadcast via NBC, you'll hear the music nominated for the awards, the names of all of the actors, actresses, musicians, directors, and technicians who received this year's nominations. And then you'll be right there through the medium of radio when the Oscars are handed out by former winners of Academy Awards. It's a night that outglitters all other Hollywood opening nights, a night that you'll want to be a part of. Here are the Academy Awards on the NBC Radio Network. Thursday, March 19th.
Next week, Scandinavia. I elect myself target for tonight.
And that will be Steve Mitchell's dangerous assignment next week. Included in tonight's cast were Ramsey Hill, Paul Frees, Paul Duboff, and Eddie Fields. This is John Storm speaking. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondeau and is directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at the same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another transcribed Dangerous Assignment. Each weekday, hear One Man's Family on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, 1 year ago tonight, through the facilities of your local National Broadcasting Company station, we were privileged to enjoy your attention at the premiere broadcast of a new series of authentic documented dramas entitled Dragnet. This evening, on the occasion of our first anniversary as weekly guests in your home, the cast, technicians, and producers of Dragnet wish to state publicly that our indebtedness is enormous. For the degree of success which Dragnet has achieved during the past year, our first and greatest obligation is to you, our weekly listeners, for your support, for your many kind letters of encouragement, criticism, and appraisal. If Dragnet is a proven success, then you have made it so. Behind the scenes, we have many more people to thank. Our engineers, our sound technicians, our cast. To the radio editors and columnists across the nation, also, a sincere thank you for your judgment of our efforts. Additionally, claims on our thanks are held by the Los Angeles Police Department, for the National Broadcasting Company, and the Liggett & Myers Tobacco Company, makers of Fatima cigarettes. To all of these, and to you, our gratitude. Here at the starting point of Dragnet's second year of broadcasting, our wish is twofold. First, that we may enjoy your continued support. Secondly, that we may deserve that support. Thank you. The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. Scores of lone women have been beaten and robbed. The victims have been unable to identify the criminals. Your job, get them.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild. To give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, July 1st. It was mild in Los Angeles. You're working the night watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Walker, captain of robbery. My name's Friday. It was 9:27 p.m. when I left the phone booth at the Sunset Drive-In and got to our car. 80K. Anything new?
Code 7.
Oh, Captain Walker's wife had her baby. Boy, 8 pounds.
Oh, that's swell. She all right?
Yeah, so's the captain.
Look at the uniform on the waitress coming.
Yeah, they sure dress them up, don't they?
Good evening.
Hi, Daisy.
Oh, hello. Didn't recognize you. What'll you have? The usual?
No, I think I'll have something else besides a hamburger this time.
Here's the menu. Take your choice.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm kind of hungry. Maybe I'll take a meal.
42R, 816 West. Fried shrimp's good.
Where's that?
Right there.
Oh, yeah. 95 cents.
What's all this stuff I've been reading in the paper?
What's that?
Couple of guys going around snatching purses and beating up women. The paper says it's happened 7 times in the last 2 weeks.
Roast beef, 90 cents.
Roast beef's good, too. Don't you know who's been doing it?
No, not yet. What do you get with these liver and onions, Dave?
Same as with everything else. Soup, potatoes, and coffee.
85 cents.
Why don't they just take the purse? Why do they have to beat up the women?
We don't know.
Well, there's headlines staring me in the face every time I open a paper. I'm getting afraid to walk home at night.
Do you get coffee and dessert with the Salisbury steak?
Yeah.
65 cents.
72T. Roger on your call. Say, do you guys know what I've been talking about?
Yeah, Daisy, we know.
I'll take the Salisbury steak.
Yeah, so'll I.
Hamburger specials on 2.
Well done on mine, please.
Burned. Okay. Be a couple of minutes.
Thanks.
All units in the vicinity of 1016 North McCadden.
That's us. Get it up.
484 PS and slugging. Code 3. All units in the vicinity of 1016 North McCadden. 484 PS and slugging. Code 3. 61F, take the call. Okay.
I'll let her know we're going.
Okay.
I'll be right there.
No, we're leaving. We'll be back.
Okay.
You know, I've been wondering.
What's that?
Hamburger and Salisbury steak, what's the difference?
Price. To the police officer, the lowest thief and most cowardly is the purse snatcher who preys on women. For more than a month, lone women throughout the western section of the city have been robbed and beaten. The descriptions were confused and varied because the attacks took place at night. 10:06 p.m. We got to the location on North McCadden where the woman was lying on the sidewalk. She'd been badly beaten about the face and neck, and her jaw had been broken. Officers Reed and Shell of Unit 61F were already there.
Any witnesses, officer?
Yeah, this man in the sweater here saw it happen. Says the victim's name's Swanson. This is Mr. Kahn.
How do you do? This is Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday. I wonder if we could talk to you, please?
Yeah, certainly. Do you want to come into the house?
Right over here will be all right.
That officer there says that you saw it happen.
That's right. I was watching television. I heard this scream outside. I looked out and saw these two men beating her up.
Can you describe them?
Oh, the light wasn't real good. They're about as tall as you two, but they had slighter builds.
How old were they? Could you see that?
I'd say they were young, maybe 18, 19. I saw them knock her down. It was terrible. They hit her and then they kicked her. They picked up the purse and ran down that way.
And you called the police?
Yes, but not right away. I ran out and saw them get in their car across the street. They drove right past me. Then they turned east there on Romaine.
Can you describe the car for us?
I got the license number for you. The last three numbers were 552.
Just 3 numbers?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Can you describe the car? What kind was it?
Oh, I don't know. It was new. I think it was black, maybe a sedan.
Well, was it a large car or a small one?
Oh, kind of medium.
Did you notice the back of it?
Yeah, that's where I saw the license plate.
No, I mean, did you notice anything about the car? Maybe a dent on the fender or a sticker on the window?
No, I didn't look at the window.
Did the car have a spotlight or a radio antenna?
Well, I guess I didn't see any. I was trying to look at the license plates.
Did you notice anything unusual about the car? Any identifying marks at all?
No, I didn't notice.
How about the make of the car? Did you see what kind of one?
No, the last 3 numbers on the license plate were 552.
California license plate?
Yes, it was. Now, that should be enough here. Do you think you'll catch him tonight?
Do you know how many plates end in 552? While Ben called in a general description of the car and the 2 attackers, I talked to the other bystanders. I found out that the victim's name was Mrs. Frida K. Swanson, a widow. She had a room at 1003 North McCadden. None of the neighbors had seen the robbery or the beating take place. 11:28 p.m. Ben and I arrived at Hollywood Receiving Hospital to interview Mrs. Swanson, but she was unable to talk or to identify her attackers. She wrote on a piece of paper that she'd been slugged from behind. She never got a good look at the men. Besides a broken jaw, she was suffering from a fractured wrist, a broken nose, and bruises about the face and body. Tuesday, July 2nd. The getaway car used in the attack on the previous night was found abandoned on Hollywood Boulevard and proved to be a stolen car. License number 6 Young 4552. The victim's empty purse was found inside. Routine investigation developed no leads. We met with Captain Walker. Because the last 4 attacks had taken place within a 6-block radius, we set up a plan of decoys in an attempt to trap the 2 purse snatchers. 4 policewomen from Juvenile Bureau and a special detail from Metropolitan Division were assigned. Tuesday, 4 p.m. A special detail was ordered to the squad room for briefing.
Hello, Joe.
Oh, hiya, Dorothy.
How's your tuxedo? Back in mothballs?
Yeah, how are your feet?
My feet, nothing the matter with them. You're a good dancer.
Yeah, I bet I could use some lessons.
Oh, you don't need lessons, Joe. You need practice.
Okay, let's get started. I don't have to tell you the risks involved in an operation like this. I want all of you to know where everybody will be at any given time. By all of you, I mean the police women and also the men who'll be in the squad cars. If anybody misses anything, stop me. We don't have much of a description of the men we're after. There are 2 of them, both about 18 years old. Usually they wear sneakers, slacks, and sport coats. They've been in different kinds of cars, all of them stolen. They keep each car for a few days and ditch it. Pull down the map, will you, Joe?
Yes, sir.
Now, here's the area here. Residential, 90% of the dwellings have garages, so if a car is parked on the street, it might be unusual. Each of you will be given a list of cars stolen in the last 48 hours, still outstanding. I want you to check all parked cars against the hot sheet. First, hold up your purses, please. Young lady, that purse is too small, I'm afraid. Let's make it look worthwhile.
Yes, sir.
All right. Of course, you won't be carrying your guns in your purse. You wear a shoulder holster. Before you leave, Sergeant Friday will pass out some marked bills I want you to carry. Okay, now, policewoman Short. You'll board a westbound streetcar at Western and Santa Monica Boulevard at 9:03 p.m. Don't worry about these schedules. The streetcar will be there. You get off at Las Palmas at 9:13 and walk south to Willoughby. Turn east on Willoughby to Hudson, then north 1 block to Romaine. You go west on Romaine to Cahuenga, then retrace your steps to the starting point, and you're through. Got it?
Yes.
You'll be covered by Unit 81K.
Captain,
Yep.
how fast or slow should we walk?
Oh, I'd say a pretty good pace. No woman likes to be alone on the streets at night, so it'd be natural.
Yes, sir.
Policewoman Ball.
Yes, sir.
You'll board an eastbound bus at La Brea and Melrose at 9:35 p.m. You get off at Wilcox and Melrose at 9:45. Walk north on Wilcox to Waring. Turn west on Waring for 2 blocks, then north on Cherokee. You follow Cherokee for 2 blocks, turn east on Romaine. Follow Romaine to Cole, then turn north on Cole. When you get to Santa Monica Boulevard, retrace your steps to your starting point. You'll be covered by Unit 87K.
Will the cars be cruising or will they be parked?
Both. Friday and Romero will be cruising all the time. I'll get to the others when I finish with these instructions. Of course, if you see any police car, give no recognition.
Yes, sir. Captain,
Yeah?
you said the 2 suspects wear sneakers.
That's right.
It'd be pretty hard to hear them come up behind you.
I'd say so.
Did any of the victims hear them?
If they had, they wouldn't be victims.
9 p.m. The decoy plan went into effect. We waited. Tuesday night passed. Nothing happened. Wednesday night, nothing. Thursday, July 4th, the decoy plan was enlarged to include a larger area, but everything was quiet. Friday, July 5th. Captain Walker decided that the new plan, covering an area from La Brea to Vine Street and from Sunset to Beverly, would be kept in operation. 10:45 p.m. Ben and I cruised the exposed area.
We've been thinking about moving to a new place.
Yeah?
Only trouble is we don't know what's going to happen.
You mean if rent control goes off?
Yeah. We don't know if rents will go up or down.
You've got a lease, haven't you?
Unit 71
Start next month.
Macon and Mariposa, 507 party.
We don't know what to do. We even tossed a coin to decide.
That's about as good a way as any.
Coin came up tails 4 times in a row.
Yeah?
Wife changed her mind on each toss. No decision.
Roger, 71R.
That a policewoman down there?
Yeah, Nancy Short. You got her out there?
South on Hudson, east on Melrose, then up Wilcox to Sunset.
All units, Willoughby and Hudson, 484 BS and slugging code 3.
That's us. Let's roll on it.
83F, Willoughby and Hudson, 484 BS and slugging code 3.
We drove to Willoughby and Hudson, just south of the corner, and saw a woman sitting on the grass with a few people around. She was a young woman, about 25. Her clothes had been torn, and there was a red welt on her right cheekbone. She was trying to get to her feet as we came up.
There'll be an ambulance here in a few minutes, miss. Can you tell us how it happened?
My cheek's swelling.
Did you see who attacked
Yes, I did. I can tell you about them. Look, here, I ripped off one of their pockets. These cards fell out.
Driver's license. George Landon.
Here's the piece of cloth I tore off his pocket.
I'll take that, Ben. Thank you. You want to stay with her? See if I can get a make on this license.
Okay. Would you give me your name, please?
Barbara Curtis. I live over on Hudson.
80K to Control 1. 80K to Control 1.
Go ahead, Eddie K.
Check suspect for making warrants. George Landon, male, white, age 18, 5 feet 9 inches, 155 pounds, blue eyes, black hair. Address, 2722 and a half Arthur Avenue, KMA 367.
Roger, 80K.
I swung on the list. I'm going to be robbed by a couple of young hoodlums.
Did you see the car?
Yes, I saw it. White sidewall tires. It was a club coupe. I tried to see the license plate. I couldn't make it out.
What color was the car?
I don't know. Dark green, I think. I'm so mad I could boil.
Can you describe the man?
Well, you got the driver's license. It's all there.
Well, that's just for one of them, miss. You said there were 2 men.
I don't know. I grabbed one of their coats and the other one hit me.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I'm so mad about is I tried to scream and nothing had come out.
I understand.
Hi. Unit 63F, we got the call.
That's fine. This is the victim, Miss Curtis. If you'll handle the report and see that she gets home, we got a lead to check out here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Control 1 to 80K.
What's your call back, Joe?
We better get it. Come on.
Right with you.
80K to Control 1. Go ahead.
80K. Suspect has misdemeanor and felony record. 1 arrest, suspicion of robbery, and 1 arrest, GTA. No wants at this time. Most recent address on suspect, 2722 and 1/2 Arthur Avenue.
Roger.
Been in trouble before. Felony and misdemeanor.
Yeah. Any address matches? Maybe this cloth does.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of beautiful aviatrix Bab Beckwith, one of the few women who holds a commercial instructor's rating for single-engine land and sea aircraft. This is her actual signed statement.
I've been smoking long cigarettes for quite some time. Recently, a friend told me about a really mild king-size cigarette, Fatima. I'm very glad I tried them. Fatimas are a lot milder than any of the others I've smoked and have a much better flavor. I agree. It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
And so do more and more smokers every day. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette, which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos, superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
Friday, 11 p.m. Ben and I drove to 2722 and a half Arthur Avenue. It was a small house at the rear of a lot on the east end of town. Alongside the front house, there was a narrow passageway leading to the house in the back with a small lawn between the two. There was no alley, and anybody leaving from the front or back door had to go through the narrow passage. As we approached the house, a light was on in the front room, and through the window we could see a middle-aged woman reading a magazine. We rang the bell.
Yes?
Police officers. Does George Landon live here?
Why, yes, he does. I'm his aunt, Miss Landon. What do you want?
Can we come in?
Why, yes.
Thank you.
Won't you sit down?
Thank you, ma'am.
Is George Landon at home now?
No, he isn't, but I think he'll be home soon. He never stays out late. He isn't in any trouble, is he?
Do you know where he is?
With his friends, I suppose. He's a popular boy. He really should be home soon.
Where's he been, Miss Landon?
I don't know. He goes out at night, you know, with his friends.
Who are they?
Well, I really don't know. You see, it's difficult to keep track of a young boy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a big boy, and he's full of vitality. He has to find things to do.
Yes, ma'am.
He lives here with me. I'm his aunt. I'm not married, so I take care of him. His parents died when he was a baby.
I see. Does George work, or does he go to school?
Oh, he's finished school. You aren't here about that automobile that was stolen a year ago, are you?
No, ma'am.
Oh, he had some trouble then, but I'm sure he didn't do it. Since then, he's been very good. He hasn't missed a day's work, and he goes to church with me any time I ask him.
Where does he spend his evenings, do you know?
Well, I told you, with his friends. A young man has to use up his energy. I don't try to hold him too tightly. Good boy like him.
Can we look at his room?
Oh, yes. It's right here.
All right.
I'll show you how neat he keeps it. Oh, there. Isn't that nice?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not trying to defend him. I'm only telling you about him. He keeps this room cleaned up himself. He smokes a little, but I've never smelled a drop of liquor on his breath. He's a very good boy.
Yes, ma'am.
He even reads a lot. You can see his books over here.
Yes, ma'am.
You mind if we look around a little?
No, that's all right. Should be home soon. He's probably at a movie. Do you want to wait for him?
No, that won't be necessary.
He's always home by midnight. I'll tell him you were here. Oh, that must be George now. George!
Yeah?
These men would like to talk to you. They're police officers.
All right, take it easy, young fellow.
Oh, let go. Hold him. Turn him around.
Yep.
Stand still, young fellow. No, it's no good.
What do you guys think you're doing? I didn't do anything. I was just out for a ride.
This your nephew?
Yes.
Coat's torn, Joe. Pocket ripped off. Is this your driver's license here, George?
Yeah. I lost it.
When?
Last week.
It was found tonight.
So what?
How'd you tear your coat?
Getting out of the car the other night.
Here's a piece of cloth. The girl who was attacked tonight gave it to us. It matches the tear there in your coat.
What have you done, George?
Tell her.
I didn't want to do it. I didn't want to do it any time. He talked me into it.
Who talked you into
He
it?
made me do it. He's got a gun, and he stole the cars. He made all the plans.
Who made all the plans?
Tommy. Oh, we never did anything except hang out at the drugstore until that time a year ago.
What's his last name?
He said that it'd always be held against me, and I better go along with him.
Tommy who?
Decker.
Was he with you tonight?
Yeah, he's the one that hit her when she grabbed hold of me. He's the one that always hit him. I never wanted him to do it.
Mm-hmm. Where's the stuff you took out of that purse?
Oh, Tommy's gonna hide it.
Where?
Back of where he works.
Where's that?
Oh, garage someplace. I don't know where. He just started working there.
Where does he live?
Place on West 6th. I never been there.
What does this Decker look like?
Well, he's the same age I am, but about an inch taller and must be 15 pounds heavier. He's got dark hair.
How's he dressed?
Just like me. Sneakers and brown slacks and a tan sport coat.
Better call the office, Ben. Yeah. Can I use your telephone, ma'am?
Oh, it's in the hall behind the door.
Thank you. You said Decker's got a gun?
Yeah.
Officer, will you tell me the truth?
I'll try, ma'am.
Are George and this Tommy Decker the two men the papers have been writing about?
I'm afraid so.
The ones who've been robbing the women?
Yes, ma'am.
And beating them up?
Yeah.
I didn't mean it. I didn't know what I was doing.
I raised you, George. I didn't either.
"11:42 p.m. We checked into the office with the 18-year-old suspect, George Landon. While Ben and a police stenographer took down the statement, I went down to R&I and pulled a package on the other suspect, Thomas Decker. His mama sheet showed a petition had been filed on 459 PC and 488 PC. They also showed 3 different recent addresses for Decker. One on West 6th Street, one on South Mariposa, and a third on North Catalina. 2 units were dispatched to the first 2 addresses. Ben and I went to the address on North Catalina, a rooming house. We learned from Decker's landlady that he was working as an apprentice mechanic on the swing shift at a large garage on South Flower Street. 12:51 a.m., Ben and I arrived at the garage.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah?
Police officer. Does Thomas Decker work here?
Yeah, he works here. Hey, Decker! Hey, Decker! Yeah? Couple of guys here to see you. There he is back there.
Thank you.
What do you want?
You Thomas Decker? Yeah? Police officers like to talk to you.
Watch it, Joe. Come on. Hey, he's going in the locker room. All right. It's locked. Come on, hit it. Yeah. Don't go.
Hey, you! You over there! Any other way out of this locker room?
Yeah, down the hole in the annex.
Come on, Ben.
All right, do it. Here we are. Here. Watch it! Came from behind that car, back by the door.
All right, cover me. All right, Ben, give it back to him.
Don't shoot! I give up!
Throw your gun out! Throw it out!
Here it is! Don't shoot!
All right, now come on out. Hands behind your head.
I'll get the gun.
All right, you turn around.
Lousy. Watch it, Joe. Watch it. Hey, he's getting away.
Head him off downstairs. No. There he goes. Head him off.
Let it go. Let it go.
All right. All right, get the cuffs on him, Ben.
Yeah, you bet. Yeah. 18 years old. What's it prove?
I don't know. Sometimes you kind of wonder if it's true.
What's that?
There's no such thing as a bad boy.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
On November 1st, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 82, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to extra mild Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the king-size cigarette that is extra mild.
Extra mild because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give it a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Thomas Decker and George Landon were tried and convicted on 5 counts of grand theft person, 5 counts of grand theft auto, and 5 counts of assault with intent to do great bodily harm. They were sentenced to the state penitentiary for a term as prescribed by law and are now serving their sentence.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chief of Police W.A. Wharton speaking from his office in City Hall, Los Angeles, California.
As Chief of Police of the City of Los Angeles, I wish to extend my heartiest congratulations to the program Dragnet on the occasion of its first anniversary. The overwhelming success of this program, as indicated by the hundreds of commendatory letters, telegrams, and personal comments, I feel has been due to the splendid job of portraying police officers and their work. The American public, by its enthusiastic acceptance of Dragnet, has indicated a desire for factual police programs. The Los Angeles Police Department is proud to contribute to the constructive entertainment of both adults and children through this medium. May I extend my best wishes to the National Broadcasting Company, the sponsor, the actors, the writer, and the producer of Dragnet. And I trust there will be many more years of continued success for this program.
You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.A. Wharton, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Next, a great new show, Sarah's Private Caper on NBC.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Gold Worshipper.
The Western and Orient Insurance Company has been in existence nearly 100 years. Formed in San Francisco to insure gold shipments, it has since underwritten everything from windjammers to coming-out parties. It writes unusual policies and deals with unusual people. So as I entered the home offices on Market Street, I was prepared for an unusual assignment, and I got it. From the lips of Gaylord Stewart, president and general manager.
Know anything about Macau, Race?
It's no featherbed. One of the toughest spots in the Far East right now.
If you've been in Macau, you've no doubt heard of Armando Dutra.
Yes, one of the biggest gold brokers in Asia.
He asked me to send him the finest investigator I knew. So I called you.
Thanks for the confidence.
You'll find you can practically write your own ticket on the fee. But Don't get the idea that I'm handing you something on a platter. Dutra's daughter has been abducted. She's his only child, and he'll do anything to get her back. But in that country, you have some idea as to what you're up against. Frankly, I think you'll be walking into one of the toughest assignments you've ever taken on.
Macau on the south coast of China. Blue skies and a benevolent sun. The last time I'd been there, I'd known nothing but rain. This was quite a change. And I found it hard to retain the feeling that I'd come to participate in violence. Here was a colony about which the poets had sung, and I was ready to believe the lyrics. Then, less than an hour after Mark Donovan and I had checked in at the Bella Vista Hotel, there came a knocking at our door.
Visitors already?
I'll get it, Mark.
Rice!
I'm all right, Mark.
You sure?
I've opened doors like that before.
Yeah. You twisted just in time on that one. Look at your coat, will you? Powder points.
It'll go on the expense account.
Look, what's a pitch on this? We only been in town a couple of hours.
Could have been a door-to-door salesman who didn't care for my expression.
No, wait a minute. I'm for real. Nobody knows us here.
Mark, when you move into a thing like this, you're usually pretty well tagged, and by all the wrong people. I went out into a city that had altered its mood. Once again, it had become the place I'd known before, a harbor of danger, of Chinese junks and the gold trade. And I was there for a date with the highest priest of that trade, Armando Dutra. Seeing him for the first time made me think of chilled champagne. Strange sort of man. Insisted on showing me through his gold processing plants before we talked about anything else.
We buy gold from the rest of the world, Race. The price of $35 an ounce. Then we sell it for $50 to the frightened men of China who seem to think that gold is their only security. It comes to us in the shape of these heavy bars. We then reduce it to these thin sticks you see here. There is an additional profit in that. Our buyers do not require as rich a gold as we import. Our business is legal and profitable. Naturally, there are thousands of the unscrupulous who try to prey upon those of us who receive its benefits. And now, some of them have found a way to take my daughter.
You heard nothing about her?
I received a demand for money. 5,000 American dollars. I paid it, but my daughter has not been returned.
Where was the money delivered?
To a dockside tavern kept by a Scotsman who once served with the British Army.
Was the tavern watched?
Oh, yes. I was instructed to hide the money in one of the rooms of the place. I was warned against any attempt at spying, but discreetly, from a distance, I had the building watched.
Any result?
We noticed a man who dropped in at the tavern several times. We noticed him because he was well-dressed and because he carried one arm in a sling. Naturally, I could not afford to have him picked up.
Could I see a photograph of your daughter?
Unfortunately, no. She has not had her photograph taken for several years. I forbade it because I was afraid of just what has happened. Abduction. She has dark hair, blue eyes. Her mother was a Russian. She is quite beautiful. But I realize that this might describe 100 other women in our area.
I'm afraid so.
I think it only fair to tell you, Race. You will not be working alone in this. I have been able to call in Eric Decker, a European detective. Also Major Carstairs, Hong Kong police. Carstairs is here now. I shall have him come in.
Dutra rang a bell. The servant appeared for a few terse instructions, and a few minutes later I met Major Alan Carstairs.
I've heard of you, Race. Glad you're in on this affair. It looks a bit sticky.
Dutra's been telling about this fellow with the bandaged arm.
And from what I can gather, he might be an Englishman, a Frenchman, or any Caucasian. Going to be like looking for the proverbial needle.
Well, personally, I'd like to start in with that tavern. Does it have a name?
It's called the Scarab. And one word of advice, Race. When you go there, don't go alone.
The Scarab. And one look at it gave plenty of reasons for what Carstairs had said. It wasn't hard to spot the proprietor. He stood behind the bar beneath a blown-up picture of himself in kilty uniform.
Holy cow, what a layout. I would feel safer in a coffin. Listen, Race, look, if we start anything here, let's do it back to back. Huh?
Move around, see what you can find out. I'll talk to the owner.
All right.
What do you have, lad?
Scotch and soda.
Oh, a yank, eh? Well, that means I better make it a double. No?
A double, yes.
Yeah, you're a stranger around here.
Yes, I'm called Frank Race.
I'm Dalglish, which is too much for most of these people, so...
So they call you Scotty.
Hey.
That's a good likeness of you up there, the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders.
You knew our tartan, eh?
I know where you were, too. Dunkirk, Ella LeMay, Normandy.
Wait a minute. I'll have a drink with you. And yours is on the house. It's good to meet a lad like you.
That goes double, Scotty. And may I say you have a sharp eye for strangers.
In this business, you need it.
Then possibly you remember a man you had in here a few days ago. A man with his arm in a sling.
It's possible that I do remember such a man. But intending no hurt to your feelings, having a quick eye for a stranger and being willing to gossip about him are two different things.
So they are, Scotty, so they are. I understand.
Good. Here, fling this down your hatch. And it's on the house, too.
He was friendly about it, and there was nothing to do but answer his grin with a shrug. But if one man won't talk, there are always others who will. As I finished the second drink, I felt a pull at my sleeve. The act of a little man standing next to me, an emaciated little man with a face like a dose of quinine.
I am Cheng. If you would know about this person you seek...
He waited for my nod, then led me to a table at the far end of the room.
This man with the broken arm. It is important that you find him.
Shall we say, quite important.
Important enough to be worth $100 American.
Provided I see my man.
You would perhaps be willing to tear the bills in two and give me half an account?
That's agreeable. Here. All right. Now where do I find him?
In Little Yellow House at the foot of Royal Street. Come, I will show you.
He started to get up, but a hand on his shoulder jammed him down again. There were two of them standing over us, and Cheng had taken on the look of a hen that's just been thrown into a poultry scale.
You didn't think you'd get away with this, did you, Stooley?
Get away with what?
You know what happens to guys who squeal, don't you?
I don't know what you mean.
It's simple, pal. I just mean it.
Cheng twisted, a look of horror on his face as he stared at the knife, a knife that stuck from his chest. He toppled against me, saving my life because the other thug had lunged with the second blade.
Get this other guy, too.
A blade that drove another gash into Cheng's dying body. I twisted under him, went beneath the table, clutched a pair of legs, and yanked! And I was in the middle of a seething mass. Lascars, Chinese, Europeans, it was everybody's fight. I twisted and punched my way toward the door. I got to within 10 feet of it with one eye shut and an arm numb.
Race, one day, not good, Race.
I hate to ruin my bottle goods that way, but he'd have shot you, Race.
Hey, Scotty, you certainly would have.
Here comes one of them, Race. Wait a minute, I'll take this one.
And this one is from me.
Come on, get out of here, the parent.
I'll be back to settle with you, Scotty. I'll be back. It wasn't hard to find the little yellow house at the foot of Royal Street. One of those high-stooped, semi-basement affairs. It looked more like something you'd find in New England than in an Asiatic seaport. Mark rang an old-fashioned pull bell several times, with no result. So we did a little breaking and entering, had a look around. It was neat, well-furnished, with evidence that a woman had been living there. We gave it up for the time being and went back to the Bella Vista Hotel. Mark went up to the room, and I headed for the bar. It was a long bar, but no bartender in sight. I was just about to call it off when a provocative voice brushed against my ear.
I understand that you are looking for a man who has a broken arm.
She smelled like a garden in the evening, looked like your favorite dream, and presented a gaze that said, make a pass at me and you'll draw nothing but a right cross. But for such a blonde, I take that kind of a punch any time. So I reached for the glass she was holding.
You may not like that. It's a Gibson.
I like it, because believe me, I need it.
Why, Do you want to see the man with his arm in a sling?
I write for the newspapers. He's news.
Why is he news?
Seems to be wrapped up in a grand-scale kidnapping. I could use a scoop on it.
How could one be sure that you are a newspaper man?
Look, baby, even from one eye, you're a thoroughly beautiful wench, with the doggiest legs I've seen since an aerialist I glimpsed in Paris last month. But if I remember correctly, I did not seek you out.
Quite true. It was I who made the approach.
Then let's dispense with the police state attitude. You want something of me. What is it?
If I took you to that man for this scoop, would you be willing to help him?
In what way?
He's been hurt. He needs help. But help, that is, shall we say...
Of the proper kind?
Yes.
All right, let's go. In the cab, she identified herself as Afton Gage from New Orleans. It sounded sincere. I couldn't feel too sure it wasn't genuine. She wouldn't say anything else about herself, and we finally arrived at the little yellow house on Royal Street. I told the cabbie to wait, and we went up to the door. It's pretty dark. You sure we'll find him here?
It is a very old house. I'll have to light the incandescent mantle. There.
You know, even in this light, you're beautiful. Where now?
Down these stairs.
To the basement? Baby, it's dark down there.
Would you like me to lead the way, Race?
Touché. We go below.
Race. Wait.
What is it?
I thought I... Look! The ceiling!
Don't see a thing. Don't see how you can either. Not but... Something going around my neck from behind. A thong. A thong being twisted by her hands. I was being garroted. I tried to kick back, but her shins were too high. I was going unless... With a last effort, I threw myself forward.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I came out of it conscious of nothing but darkness and a shoulder that had gone on strike and was picketing the rest of me painfully. I fumbled for a match, found one, and managed to locate the gas jet. As I lit it, I heard the girl stir. She lay half on her side with her blonde head resting on some sort of carton. I got down on my knees beside her and had a good look. Her face hadn't been hurt. Her head seemed to be all right. Even in the gaslight, she looked gorgeous. Here was a female who had tried to murder me, and in a manner no one likes to be murdered. But with her face that close to me, I couldn't hold out. I bent over and pressed my lips to hers. Softly at first, then hard. Coming out of it, baby?
What happened to us?
Nothing much. You tried to throttle me. We pitched down the stairs. I must have been the buffer. You seem to be all in one piece.
I think I'm all right.
You want to try getting up?
Race. You kissed me after what I did to you. Why?
You're very lovely.
Is that all it takes? Being lovely?
Who knows? Least of all the man who does it. But I'm no problem to myself. You're the question mark. After all, I was only trying to help you. So you make an effort to murder me.
Trying to help me?
I've been trying to find you to return you to your father.
I don't know what you mean.
Let's drop the act, baby. That hair of yours, it's lovely, but the tint isn't natural. I had a look just now. The roots are quite dark.
All right. So I am Stephanie Dutra. But I want to be let alone.
Which means there's a man in the picture.
Yes. There is a man. I'm in love with him. But with my father, such dreams are impossible.
So the two of you pulled this abduction hoax. Have you married him yet?
Not yet. There have been difficulties.
How old are you, Stephanie?
That's always a futile question, Race. In her own mind, a woman is always too young or too old. Never of an age to reveal.
My guess would be about 19.
You're entitled to your judgment.
I'm gonna have to take you home, baby.
I suppose so.
But first, with the arm that still worked, I drew her slowly to her feet, slipped the arm around her, and kissed her again. For a second, I got no reaction at all. And suddenly a pulse seemed to throb through her body. And for just an instant, I felt sure she returned the caress.
Race, what are you trying to prove?
Just a little therapy, honey. If it works, you might be a lot happier.
Come along. It is your intention to return me to my father. Let's get it over.
In the cab, we rolled through narrow streets, labored up winding ramps, the girl at my side sitting in bleak silence. I didn't feel too talkative myself. I'd broken the case, but for some reason there wasn't much gaiety in the thought.
Race?
Yes?
I do not think you are going to take me to my father after all.
No? And what? Oh, I see. We're being tailed.
And it looks as though this is about as far as we go.
They pop from that car like slices from a toastmaster. 4 of them, including the 2 knife wielders of the Scotsman's Tavern.
Move over, doll, while I plug that guy.
No. You will leave him alone. I insist on it.
Okay, but if he makes one phony move...
Race. Goodbye, Race.
So long, Stephanie. Lots of luck.
Thank you, Race.
I don't know whether you noticed it or not, chum, but I'm still here.
I noticed it.
The girl didn't. Now she's gone, I'm gonna take care of you, right? Right between the...
Between the eyes. Never write off a man with a hand in his pocket, chum. But then you've had that coming for a long time, haven't you? It evens up for what you did to that Chinese. In the lobby of the Bella Vista Hotel, I ran into Major Alan Carstairs, and he shook my hand.
Well, Race, I trust you've had more luck on this case than I've encountered.
The luck I've had has been mostly bad. I found the girl all right, then I lost her again. There's nothing simple about the affair. She doesn't want to go back to her father.
Oh, one of those things, eh? Well, that means we've really got our work cut out for us.
Race! I've been looking all over.
Hello, Mark.
Hello.
Sounds as though you've been hurrying.
Oh, you're not kidding. And I got a load of info for you, brother. Something I'm...
Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. This is Major Carstairs, Mark Donovan.
How do you do?
Oh, hi, Major. Race.
It's all right, Mark. The Major is in on this with us.
Oh.
What's the information?
Well, let me get my breath. Huh? Something kind of peculiar. See?
Yes?
Look, I'm kicking around the waterfront, wondering what you might be doing, see? When I happened to take a gander at a boat. Not a big boat, one of them jobs that they call a launch.
Launch,
Launch,
yes.
yeah, launch. And there's 3 things about it that make it interesting. Now, first, it was lying very low in the water, see? Second, the engine seemed to be conked out with 3 guys working on it. And, brother, when I say working, I mean frantically.
Tell the story, Mark, will you?
Yeah. And third, one of these jokers is wearing his arm in a sling. Now, this kind of makes me curious, and they all had their heads buried in the hatch up forward, see? So I sneak in for a look at what might be in the cabin, see? I will now give you 3 guesses.
1 is enough. Gold.
You killjoy. Yeah. Gold. Big gold bars. Maybe a couple of feet long. A whole mess of them. I used to wear it. Come right over here.
It wouldn't hurt to take a look at that, Carstairs.
I believe we're safe enough in having a look. There's probably no significance to the gold. It's perfectly legal to buy and take it out of Macau. It's only when it reaches other ports that it becomes contraband. But the chap with his arm in a sling, we're certainly interested in him. Will you lead us to it, Donovan?
Hold it. There she is. Look, and they're still working on the engine.
They're trying to start it. We still have time to stop them. Come on.
Hey, they're pushing it away from the dock. Hold it. We want to come aboard. They don't look as though they're gonna... Race! Dock! Move back, Race! Oh, look, chum, we ain't got a chance against that chatterbox.
He's quite right. We'd better clear out of here.
Well, what do you think?
I think I'm licked, Mark. I'm not even sure I know what it's all about. I just think a beautiful girl is making some kind of a mistake. But I'm not even sure about that.
You mean a Dutra dame? What kind of mistake?
She's in love with some fellow who seems to be a first-class heel. I say that, and I don't even know his identity. The way he's involving her in all this grief, I don't know. As I said before, I'm up a tree.
Well, you must admit it's exciting anyway. Kidnappings, guys blazing away with Tommy guns, long, thick bars of gold. Ooh, that gold, brother. Would I like to glom onto one of those items?
Nothing seems related. Here we get in a fuss over some gold bars on a motorboat, and it does... Wait a minute, Mark. Gold bars.
Yeah. So what?
Nothing, really. Nothing but a hunch, but I might as well play it. Come on.
I tell you, Race, it's cruelty to animals. This animal, me. You run me around town for 3 hours. We've been hiding in this doorway for another couple hours. I'm getting hungry.
Something will break, Mark. It's got to.
Yeah, and it's probably going to bring my...
Hold it. Someone's coming. Take it gently, baby. We've met before.
Race.
Yes, Race. Knock on the door, Mark.
Yeah, sure.
Come in, honey. I thought...
Hello, Carstairs, or whatever your name is.
What are you doing here?
Carstairs. What does he mean, Johnny?
I don't know, honey.
Let's step inside, baby. Close the door, Mark. What did you call him, Stephanie? Johnny? Johnny what?
His name is Anders. Johnny Anders.
He's been calling himself Major Carstairs of the Hong Kong Police Force. He's been working for your father, trying to solve the mystery of your abduction. Tell me something, baby. What do you know about a motorboat called the Lotus? Does it belong to Johnny?
Yes, but
You don't have to tell him any more, Stephanie.
No, she doesn't need to. It's been a bad deal, baby. This man's been taking you for what we call a ride. He got information from you, didn't he? About the workings of your father's gold processing plant, about the people who worked there. He needed that information so he could steal about $1 million in gold. You were only part of the loot, Stephanie, believe me.
He's weaving quite a fairy tale, honey. Come on, let's get out of here.
No, Johnny. I don't think I want to go.
Oh, just like that? A few words from this guy and you throw everything out the window.
I think I changed my mind before this, Johnny. It's just that now I'm sure of it.
Well, that's a shame, honey. Because I can't leave you here, can I?
Hold it, Race.
This gun spits lead faster than you can think. I'm sorry I have to do this, but it... Hey, Race. What tipped you off? I've always thought my pip-pip accent was very good.
It wasn't the accent, Johnny. It was that gold. If you'd really been Major Carstairs of the Hong Kong Police Force, you'd have known that gold never leaves Macau in long, chunky bars. It comes in that way, but they reduce it to small sticks for export.
Well, a man can't know everything, can he? But then it doesn't always pay. Take you, Race. You're going to cash in your chips because you knew too much. As of now...
Thanks, Mark. I'd almost forgotten you were here.
Don't never do that, Race. Well, this fella made that mistake, and look what happened to him.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Crucian, Clark Gordon, Gunnar Peterson, and Wilms Herbert. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Ells production.
morning.
Mr. Adams, please.
Mr. Adams, one moment, please.
Adams speaking.
Yes, Mr. Adams, go ahead, sir.
Hello, Mr. Adams. This is John Rodney.
Oh, hello, Rodney. Where are you calling from?
Terre Haute this time, but I got here too late. Jim Gary worked here all right, but that was 3 years ago.
Oh, too bad. Any idea where he went, though?
Seems he went on from here to Birmingham. He must have still had the jewels with him. They never turned up here. I'll phone you again from Birmingham. Hello, Mr. Adams. This is Rodney in Birmingham.
Oh, yes, Rodney. Any luck?
Well, he's not in Birmingham, but he was 6 months ago. Seems he was mixed up in a shooting here similar to the killing in Omaha 6 years ago.
Another jewel case, eh?
No, not this time. No jewels were taken.
Well, where to now, or are you giving up?
I'm never going to give up, Mr. Adams. I'll find him.
But how will you know him when you do? You still have no positive identification.
Well, I may get it. I just found out that he had a grandmother in Greensboro. If she's still alive, maybe she can tell me something about him. I'll phone you again from there. Hello, Mr. Adams?
Yes?
This is Rodney in Greensboro.
Oh, hello, Rodney. Did you find Jim Gary's grandmother?
Yeah, I found her all right.
Good.
But she couldn't tell me much about him. She's old, very feeble, practically can't see.
I hope you didn't tell her that her grandson is wanted for robbery and murder.
No, I couldn't. I said I was an old school friend of his. And we got a break, Mr. Adams. She gave me a picture of him.
A picture? That's the one thing we've needed all these years. Good work, Rodney.
Thanks. But that isn't all. His grandmother says the last she heard of him, he was in New York. She thinks he's still there. I'm taking a plane out of here this afternoon. I think I'll find him at last, Mr. Adams.
It won't be easy, Rodney. New York is a big city.
Yeah, but I got Jim Gary's picture now. And I've trailed him for 5 years without it. If he isn't in New York, I'll find him somewhere else. I'll never give up.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Jody, I have to hide behind that newspaper all afternoon. Can't you talk to me a little? I'm lonesome.
What do you mean you're lonesome, Jean? Don't I sit home with you all day?
Yeah, with a newspaper in front of your face. That's charming, isn't it? You read all day and you're never home at night.
No? Well, isn't that too bad? What do we do for money if I stayed home 24 hours a day? Where do you think your clothes come from? The 5 and 10? The kind of work I do pays good money, and I do a good job, too.
All right.
Where was I? Hey, there's something in the paper here about the job I did night before last.
Yes, I know. I saw it. An old man was killed in that fire, Joe.
So? Was that my fault?
You set the fire.
Come here, you.
Don't let go of me.
I ought to do more than slap you. And I will next time you say that out loud.
I'm sorry, Joe. I didn't mean to.
You don't mean to do a lot of things.
Look, Joe, I don't have to take a beating from you. I know too much about you, who you are and where you're from.
You.
Don't you hit me again, Joe, ever. You're a professional firebug and a murderer, and I can prove it, too. I can tell the police all about you and your past.
Let me tell you something about your future, baby. You're the only one in the world who knows who I really am, and that's no good. I'd forget it if I were you, and quick. Before people forget you ever lived, baby.
Get that alarm box number, will you, Bill?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
Probably not for us. But you can never tell where that firebug's going to strike next.
It's box 234, Lieutenant. Not in our district. Wonder if the police will ever catch that nut, Lieutenant, huh?
I think they will. There's a man killed in that fire night before last. He'll get the guy who set that fire and get him for murder, too.
Well, I sure hope to get him soon. Hey, look who's coming into the firehouse. It's our old friend Blackie.
And my friend Mary Wesley. Hello there, fool.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Wesley, how are you? It's been so long since you and Blackie been down here, I was afraid maybe you preferred police headquarters.
Oh, there's more excitement here, but more fun down there when Inspector Faraday starts talking. Hi, Bill.
Hi, Blackie. Miss Wesley.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, the phone, Bill. Get it, will you?
Yeah, sure, Lieutenant.
Having a lot of trouble with that firebug, Lieutenant?
Yeah, plenty, Blackie. But
Well,
the
if I
police
struck
won't let
before
him
you
run
answered
loose
Phil
long.
Jackson.
I hope not.
What?
Yeah, you bet. Hey, Lieutenant, fire in a rooming house at 624 Kenneth Street. Big one.
Bill, ring the verbal alarm button. So long, Miss Wesley.
goodbye.
Come on, Mary. Let's get out of here. So long, Lieutenant. So long, Blackie.
Hey, Lieutenant, the alarm was sent in from box 454. That's on the corner near 624 Kenneth Street, all right?
Well, let's get out.
All right, you guys.
Come on, get a move on you fellas. Driver at 624 Kenneth Street. Wow. Outside and stop traffic. Quick. Smith, turn on that power light. Come on, get out. Get out.
Blackie, why do we have to stop by your apartment when it would be much more fun going by that fire on Kenner Street?
There are 3 reasons, Mary. It's against the law to follow fire engines. I have to pick up my mail, and we have a theater date in 45 minutes.
Oh, but I just love fires.
Hey, wait a minute, Mary. You want the firebug they're looking for, are you?
Well,
No, on second thought, you don't look at... Say, what's this on the floor?
looks like a piece of paper.
It's not only a piece of paper, it's a note. From the doorman that just went off duty.
Harry doesn't trust anyone with messages for you, does he? What's this one about?
It doesn't seem to be anything important. Mr. John Rodney was here to see me. He says I can get in touch with him at 624 Kenneth Street.
Who's John Rodney?
I don't know. Never heard of him. There's certainly something familiar about that address, 624 Kenneth Street.
Blackie, that's where the fire is.
That's right, Mary. Huh. There's a fire at 624 Kenneth Street, and I get a note to meet a man at that address. The coincidence is a little too much.
Too much what?
Too much coincidence. And too much to ignore. Come on, Mary, we're going to that fire.
But I thought it was against the law.
It is, but if the police say anything, we'll tell them that they were there by invitation.
Here comes the salvage crew, Inspector Faraday.
A lot it'll have to salvage, Lieutenant. That house is just about gone.
Yeah, I'm afraid it is, Inspector. Probably another arson job, too.
I wouldn't doubt it. We've got to get that firebug and get him fast.
Sure wish we could. This is the 5th fire in the last 2 weeks. And in every one, the building's been almost a total loss.
Yeah, and in that fire the night before last, a man died. Any fatalities this time?
Not that we know of yet. This was a rooming house. The landlord gave us a list of boarders.
Yeah.
So far, they all been accounted for, with the exception of... Hey, who's in that car just pulled up?
I don't know, but he better get out of here. Hey, you, keep moving. Get that car out of here before...
Faraday, at last they've got you directing traffic.
Blackie, no, it can't be. Blackie, don't I have enough trouble now?
You know that much?
No.
Now, don't burn up, Faraday. The fire department is busy enough already. Hello there, Lieutenant.
Hello, Blackie.
Beat it, Blackie.
Oh, no, Inspector. Mary and I have an invitation to this fire, and she decided to watch it from the car.
Well, you watch it from your car, too. Only park it on the other side of town.
Oh, now, Faraday, you wouldn't spoil any fun of mine, would you? I just love fire engines. It's all right with you if I hang around, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Yeah, I suppose so. Nothing to see anymore, though, Blackie. We have the fire about under control.
Why did you have Faraday here, Lieutenant? Just for laughs?
You know very well why I'm here, Blackie. There's a firebug loose in this town, and a man was killed in that fire the night before last. So I'm looking for a killer. Who invited you here?
Well, Faraday, somebody left me a note telling me to come to this address.
The firebug sent it, I suppose.
No, I doubt that. It was from a man named John Rodney. Do you know him?
No.
Blackie, did you say John Rodney?
Yes, he lived here, didn't he?
This was a boarding house. A lot of people lived here. And one of them was a John Rodney. I have a list of all the tenants in the building. They're all accounted for except one. And the only one missing is John Rodney.
Police department. Let me speak to the officer in charge. Hurry.
What do you want to speak to him about, lady?
It's important. It's about those fires.
Huh? The one set by the firebug?
Yes. Now may I speak to him,
Just
please?
a minute, lady. I'll connect you with the head of the homicide department, Inspector Faraday. Yes?
Inspector Faraday, this is Jean Marsh. I know who's setting those fires, and I have proof, too.
Yeah? How do you know all these things?
Well, there isn't time to tell you. Come to 1414 Well Road, and
You're what?
Well, I'll explain all about it. You see, it's not as simple as you think.
Look, you know who the firebug is, or don't you?
Yes, I mean, no, not exactly. I'm not sure. I'll have to think it over a little more. Goodbye.
Hello, Jean.
Hello, Joe. I didn't hear you come in.
I know you didn't.
You've been here long?
Long enough.
Joe, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're sorry. So am I. I'm sorry you got something to be sorry about. You were calling the cops about me, weren't you?
Yes, but I didn't...
I heard what you told them. And believe me, you're going to be plenty sorry I did, baby.
And now back to Boston Blackie. John Rodney, insurance investigator, uncovers a picture of fugitive Jim Gary and feels that his 5-year search for the culprit is nearing an end. On his arrival in New York, he takes a room at 624 Kenner Street, then sends a note to Boston Blackie to meet him at that address. A firebug is loose in the city, however, and by the time Blackie gets to 624 Kenner Street, the rooming house is in flames, and Rodney is missing. It is the next morning now, and as we return to our story, the missing Rodney is phoning his own office.
Hello, Mr. Adams.
Yes, this is Adams.
This is Rodney, Mr. Adams, reporting from New York.
Oh, yes, Rodney. How are things going? Any trace of Jim Gary?
Well, not exactly. I want to report that I've been burned out of my room at 624 Kenner Street.
Burned out?
Yeah, last night the whole house went up in flames. Oh, I'm okay. Only I got a tough break about Gary's picture.
What do you mean? What's happened to the picture?
Well, it was lost in the fire.
What?
Definitely lost. My papers and extra clothing along with it.
Well, better send me a report on the fire in as much detail as you can. We'll want it for the files.
Well, as a matter of fact, I've just finished typing it up. I'll mail it to you this afternoon.
Good. Well, keep me posted, Rodney.
And don't worry, Mr. Adams. Picture or no picture, I'll get Jim Gary.
Well, good luck to you, Rodney.
Thanks, Mr. Adams. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yes? I'm Boston Blackie. You sent for me, Mr. Rodney?
Oh, yeah, I did, but that was yesterday.
I know, but there was a fire at your address last night, and you weren't at home. And it's taken me until now to find you.
Well, glad that you did. I was just about to call you.
Oh, then you still want to see me, huh?
Well, I just wanted to explain that note of last night. You see, I did have a reason to talk to you then. I had a photograph I wanted to show you.
A photograph? Well, why did you want to show it to me?
Well, I understand you know almost everybody in this town, and I had a picture of a fellow, Jim Gary, wanted in Omaha for murder and robbery 6 years ago.
But why can't you show me the picture now?
It was lost in the fire last night.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
You don't know how bad. It was my only clue to his identity. The only picture, too.
Don't the police have his fingerprints?
No. And I'm not working with the police. I'm with the National Insurance Company.
Oh.
The police gave up the murder trail 5 years ago, but the jewels Gary stole have never shown up.
I see. You think he stashed them somewhere?
Yeah, we're sure that he has. And we're trying to recover them for the claim we paid on them.
And you've been trying for 5 years?
Ever since I've been with the company. And just when I might have been near him, that firebug sets my rooming house ablaze. What a break.
Well, what makes you think the firebug set that fire?
Well, the police think it was the work of a firebug. Don't you?
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe it was Jim Gary.
Hey, it could be, yeah. I got to town only yesterday, but I did ask a few questions around. Say, maybe one of Gary's cronies got to him and told him I was here with a picture.
And he set fire to your rooming house to destroy the picture. It's very simple.
Yeah, you're right, Blackie. I'd better put that in the report I'm making to my company. I want them to be as convinced as I am that I'm close to Gary now. I don't want them to tell me to quit after 5 years.
You're not blaming the firebug in your report, then, but Jim Gary.
Yeah. Would you like to see my report?
Yes, it would.
Here it is.
Thanks. Uh-huh. Fire of obvious incendiary origin. Small frame house went fast. Fire started in second floor corridor just outside northwest room. Papers carrying stories of firebug at work in city. You're going to add the part about Gary, huh?
Yes, I am.
Well, still going to be a tough job finding Jim Gary, whatever he calls himself now. This is a big city.
I know that, Blackie, but I spent 5 years tracing that guy, and now I'm positive I've caught up with him. And I'm not leaving here either until he leaves with me.
Joe, what are you doing? Something wrong with your gun?
No, there's nothing wrong with it. It works. I just want to be sure everything's okay when my car gets here.
Joe, couldn't
Relax, baby. Relax. Like I've been telling you, I heard what you told the cops on the phone. I just can't take any more chances with you. So when the car comes, we'll take a ride in the country.
Joe, you really mean it? You're really going to do this to me?
Sorry, baby, but I have to. I just can't trust you anymore. Right, there's the car now. Come on, get your hat on.
All right.
Ah, wearing a cute one, huh?
Do you mind?
Wish you wouldn't. You look too pretty in it.
Well, then maybe...
It's not going to make any difference. Come on, now get your coat on and hurry.
I'm hurrying. Fast as I can.
Oh, yeah? You're taking your own sweet time.
Wouldn't you, in a spot like this?
No, I wouldn't. And I wouldn't take it as calm as you either. You sure are taking this calm. I gotta give you credit, baby. You really don't seem scared.
I'm not.
No? See this gun?
Uh-huh.
One wacky move, and I'll let you have it here, and we'll forget about the ride. Now, come on, you got your coat on. Let's go. And take that pocketbook of yours with you. I don't want it around here.
Joe, please.
Come on, quit stalling.
Joe, you are serious. You are going to kill me.
You were serious when you called the cops. Come on, let's get it over with.
Sure, Joe. We'll get it over with right now.
What do you mean we'll get it over with? Oh. Gee, baby. That wasn't right. That's not the way I planned it. Where'd you get the gun?
From my pocketbook. The one you made me pick up.
Open up! Open up in there! This is Inspector Faraday.
Just a moment.
What's going on in here?
Oh. You got here a little too late, Inspector. There's your firebug lying on the floor. I think he's dead.
You shot him, huh?
With this gun. Here, take it.
Okay.
And take me with it. I was afraid of him, but I'm not afraid of what you'll do to me. You see, I killed him in self-defense.
Blackie, this is Jean Marsh.
How do you do, Miss Marsh?
She just shot and killed a man she claims is the firebug.
How do you know he was the firebug, Miss Marsh?
First, because he told me so, Blackie. But I knew it before he told me. I heard him talking on the phone, arranging to set the fires.
On the phone with whom?
The people who owned the buildings. They wanted the insurance money for their properties. And they paid him well.
Name the fires your husband set, Mrs. Marsh.
Well,
You were the firebug's wife?
Yes.
Oh.
I'd be his late wife if I hadn't had a gun in my purse.
Yes. We know all about that, Mrs. Marsh. Your self-defense plea will hold up. We found your husband with a gun still in his hand. Now, tell us what fires your husband set.
The one on Oak Street last week, that office building.
Uh-huh.
That abandoned hotel 2 nights later.
Yeah?
That garage on Sunday.
What about the one a couple of nights ago where that man was killed?
Yeah, he set that one, too. He even bragged about what a good job it was.
Mrs. Marsh, if you knew your husband was setting these fires last week, why did you wait until today to phone the police?
Well, he'd never killed anyone in a fire until the last one. Began to work on me, my husband a murderer. I couldn't let him go on and maybe kill someone else.
But you did let him set that fire at 624 Kenneth Street last night.
No, he didn't set that one.
How do you know?
Well, he wasn't working last night. He always told me when he did a job.
Your husband didn't set that fire on Kenneth Street last night?
That's what she said, Faraday.
Well, if he didn't, who did?
I know who did. Jim Gary.
Jim Gary? Who's he?
A man wanted for murder and robbery in Omaha 6 years ago, being sought by John Rodney, an insurance investigator.
The same John Rodney who had a room at Kenneth Street?
Mm-hmm. You know where he is now, don't you?
Sure. We found him in a hotel this morning. So this Gary set fire to that house on Kenneth Street. Why?
To destroy the only picture of Jim Gary in existence. Rodney had it in his room on Kenneth Street, and Gary knew it. Mrs. Marsh, your husband's real name wasn't Gary, was it?
No, Blackie. Marsh was his real name.
Are you sure?
Yes, I've known Joe since he was 16. We went to school together right here in the city. Joe never even been in Omaha.
It's too bad. For a minute, I thought I'd found Rodney's Jim Gary for him.
I don't know anyone in this town named Gary, or anyone in town wanted in Omaha for anything.
You wouldn't. But Gary's here, I'm positive. And so is Rodney. Now, if you...
Wait a minute. Yeah?
Inspector Faraday?
Yes?
This is Lieutenant Barnes of the fire department.
Oh, yes.
You asked for a report on that fire on Kenneth Street. Well, the building just cooled down enough for us to make an investigation.
Good. Did you find anything?
Nothing we didn't suspect in the first place. It was incendiary, all right. Started in the hallway on the second floor. No trace of who started it, though.
Okay, Chief. I've got some news for you, but I'll call you back. Thanks for the report.
No trouble. Bye.
Bye. Well, Blackie, the fire department finally got into that house on Kenner Street and found out it was arson.
Yes, I heard the conversation. Well, guess Rodney was right in his report. See you later.
Hey, Blackie, where you going?
Well, all of a sudden, I know exactly where to find the man Rodney is looking for. Hello, Rodney. Well, Blackie, come in. Thanks. What are you all smiles about? I have some good news for you, Rodney.
Oh, you have? Oh, about Jim Gary?
I think so.
Well, it's nice to get some encouragement. Inspector Faraday down at headquarters says I'll never find Gary, even if I look for him another 5 years.
Faraday's been wrong about a lot of things, a lot of times.
Well, I know he's wrong about this. Oh, maybe I am sort of temporarily stopped by the loss of that picture in the fire last night, but I'll find Gary just the same, because I'm never going to stop looking for him.
I know you're not, Rodney, and I'm going to help you find him, too.
Oh, thanks. I'd appreciate that. But maybe you'll run out of patience, Blackie. I may be looking for him for a long time.
You don't have to look for him, Rodney, because you're the man you're looking for. You're Jim Gary. Surprised?
Yeah.
Do you know how I know you're Jim Gary?
Do you know I am?
Yes. Now, I'll tell you how I know. That report on the fire you sent to your company. You revealed the origin of the fire in that report.
Yeah, I did.
Too bad you did, Rodney. Or maybe I should start calling you Gary now. Because you filed your report this morning, and it wasn't until this afternoon the building cooled off enough for the fire department to go into it.
Oh, I see.
No, I see. You had no way of knowing where that fire started unless you started it yourself. And I know why you started it yourself. To destroy the last bit of evidence that you were Jim Gary, the man you've been looking for.
You're very clever, Blackie. I want to congratulate you.
And I want to warn you, Gary, don't reach for anything, a gun, a knife, or anything to throw at me. This gun of mine throws bullets awful fast.
Really?
Yes. Just don't try anything.
No. I'm not going to try anything, Blackie. But I don't think I'm going anywhere with you.
Oh, yes, you are. Come on.
No, Blackie. I don't think so. You're right about everything but one. I'm not coming with you.
Oh, but you are.
No, Blackie, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I've taken poison.
Gary. Gary. What a guy he must have been. He just couldn't stand being himself.
Blackie, my name is Adams. I'm with the National Insurance Company.
Oh, yes, Adams. I think your man Rodney mentioned you a couple of times. You were his boss, I think.
Yes, I'm the one who gave him his job with the company. He was a clever man, Blackie.
Yes, he was. Getting a job, looking for himself, was a swell idea.
He was clever and he was patient. He waited almost a year and proved himself to be a good investigator before he asked to be put on the Jim Gary case. And he seemed to be so resourceful that we put him on that one case exclusively.
Getting that photograph of himself from his grandmother was certainly a stroke of genius. That was the last possible clue to his real identity. He didn't destroy it then because he was afraid his grandmother might report that she'd given him the picture.
Yes, that's right.
Were you suspicious when he reported that the picture had been lost in the fire?
Not a bit. I trusted the man implicitly. That man was a marvel, Blackie.
Yes, he was brilliant, all right. But like all men whose minds are twisted, Jim Gary couldn't take it when things were turned against him.